You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 4001, Phantom Mirage, Part 2. Chapter 4001, Phantom Mirage, Part 2. He could feel the Vertilac blood he had left running thin with each blow he suffered and delivered. Keeping Frost's soul active drained him even faster, so he launched himself in a last, desperate attack. Hassar charged at the Agni with the full weight of his violet-cored upper form in the hope of squashing him like a bug. Nalrun took several steps back, exploiting the speed gap to avoid the attack, but his constructs weren't so lucky. Hassar struck the multiple layers of Phantom Mirage like a hammer and shattered them like glass. His Kopish, however, hit only air. The chieftain saw the sphere of emerald light coalescing between the Agni's hands only when it was too late. Nalrun shot the spirit spell forward, and Hassar's momentum was too great for him to alter his course. The upper raised his crossed arms, hoping it would be enough to resist the unknown attack and trample the Emperor Beast to death. Wait, what? A refreshing feeling washed all over the upper's body, closing his wounds and mending his bones. Hassar's panting became much heavier, and he watched the floor rising to meet him in confusion. Nalrun's Tier 3 spirit spell, Breath of Life, had robbed Hassar of the little strength he had left. The chieftain had stumbled and tripped on his own feet, hitting the ground with enough force to produce a small, localized quake. Stay down or I'll make you. Nalrun would have loved to kill the chieftain of the Yellow Wind tribe, but he needed answers. Hassar opened his mouth for one last curse when the last drop of Vertilac's blood faded from his body, and his newfound mass and powers disappeared. He lost consciousness immediately, and his life almost followed. Nalrun had healed most of the damage, but not all. What was left was more than enough to kill a human man, let alone one with little to no vitality left. This is great, all this effort to kill this bastard, and now I have to save his life, the Agni scoffed. I need help now, he actually said. Lith and Solus joined him immediately, while Freya arrived a few seconds later. Without Frost's soul hindering her powers, it took her but a thought to conjure a flame to warm herself, and a pulse of darkness magic to cleanse the blood covering her. Great work, Nalrun, Lith said while activating the immortal body array to stabilize Hassar's condition. If we manage to keep him alive, we can interrogate him and discover how and when he met Meln. Thanks, but a bandit turning into an upper was the last thing I was expecting, the Agni sighed. I was lucky he sucked as a divine beast, or the first surprise blow would have killed me. Same here. Freya used Quilla's injection spell to send nutrients straight into the chieftain's bloodstream and save him from death by consumption. Even worse was the Frost soul. I don't think I would have survived it if I weren't just half Hydra. Which begs the question, why didn't you help me? Why, Solus answered in honest confusion. Because you kept saying all that stuff about this being your fight. Also, we were waiting for you to say something. You carry the monocle, and our mind link wasn't affected by Frost's soul. Gods, I'm so dumb, Freya slapped her forehead in frustration. I'm sorry, guys. It all happened so fast, and the cold must have numbed my brain. You don't need to apologize. Nalrun left Hassar's side and gave Freya a full checkup. The only thing that matters is that you and the babies are all right. No, I have to, Freya sighed. I can't believe I put the three of us in danger out of stupid pride. I should have let Lith fight from the start and use every weapon we have instead of stubbornly taking everything on myself. Fighting a divine beast, even one so weak, is too dangerous for someone in my condition. Don't be silly, Solus replied. How were you supposed to know we'd met uppers or that Meln's blood would escape even the eye's detection? Their transformation caught all of us by surprise, not just you. True, but all the excuses on Maugr don't change the outcome, Freya sighed. A bright violet-cored harbinger like me almost died at the hands of a mere thrall with no equipment and who didn't even know how to fly. Don't be too harsh on yourself, Freya, Lith said. There's a reason divine beasts don't need the awakened council, and special techniques are required to deal with them. Considering they had the advantage of surprise, you guys did great. Until that day, Freya had never fought an upper on equal footing. She had always ambushed them or fought them from a distance, keeping herself out of the area of effect of their bloodline abilities and the range of their physical attacks. Realizing how easy it was for even an upper thrall to kill her was a heavy blow to her warrior pride. Years and years of relentless training and practice of magic made useless by a single bloodline ability. Freya shuddered at the memory of the feeling of helplessness she had experienced while under Frost Soul's effects. That woman was one of the lousiest fighters I've ever seen, yet she was still a threat to me in her divine beast form. Gods, if life is unfair. Not to pressure you, Freya, but what about Drenya? Solus asked. Drenya, between the shock of fighting an upper and the fear for her twins, Freya had completely forgotten about her estranged parent. I'll look for her after I'm done weaving anti-divine beast spells. Please, guys, forget everything I said about fighting alone. If there's another upper hidden amongst these people and they attack me, react with extreme prejudice. About that, Nalrond pointed at the terrified members of the Yellow Wind tribe that had huddled together at the center of the village. What are you going to do with them? We've killed their warriors, chieftain, and best mage. I don't think they will survive long if we leave them here. Only then did Freya notice the desperate cries of the families of the people she had just killed. The women hugged their children, while the few able-bodied adults left formed a circle around those too old, weak, or young to protect themselves. The people of the Yellow Wind tribe wielded their weapons with trembling hands, their faces green as they struggled not to puke out of panic. Everyone in the Blood Desert learned how to fight as a teen, yet only the warriors experienced real battles. Those left standing had never seen a real fight, and if not for their survival instinct, they wouldn't have been able to lift their eyes from the butchered corpses of their loved ones. If it were up to me, I'd do the usual. I wouldn't care, Lith shrugged. Since this is your mission, Freya, I'll leave the final decision to you. Freya expected Lith to say something cynical, but the nods from Solus and Nalrond hit her like a punch to the gut. Then she noticed the people trapped in the Yellow Wind village. Chapter 4002, A Fellow Predator, Part 1. Chapter 4002, A Fellow Predator, Part 1. Serfs, male and female concubines, servants, and the survivors of the Black Stork tribe looked at her group not with fear, but with hope. To them, Freya and Nalrond were heroes who had come to rescue them from their oppressors. Where the Yellow Wind tribe saw merciless butchers, everyone else saw champions of justice and freedom. Gods, this is so messed up, Freya said. I mean, I know that the Yellow Wind tribe is the bad guy here, but what about the children? What about the elders? How can we judge who deserves to live and who dies? Lith opened his mouth to answer, but Freya stopped him. Maybe you can live with that burden on your conscience, but I can't, she said. I won't hurt anyone without reason. I wasn't about to suggest anything cruel, Lith replied. I wanted to point out that's the reason we need a justice system. This is too big for us. I mean, without its slaves and warriors, the Yellow Wind tribe will collapse. They will be slaughtered by the first criminal outlaw tribe they meet. If we leave them here, it's the same as killing them ourselves. What do you suggest? Nalrond asked. To call in an expert, Lith shrugged. I'm sure that Grandma will make an exception to the rule when she learns that Meln has entered the desert and planted his uppers without her knowledge. A quick call to the Overlord put his theory to the test. Don't be silly, Featherling. Salark dismissed the idea with a sweep of her hand. I'm very busy, but there's little that happens in the Blood Desert without my knowledge. If Meln had dared enter my turf, I would have noticed it, and he would be dead. The Guardian was swamped in the mountain of paperwork she had to deal with every day to keep things in the desert running smoothly. Dozens of pieces of paper orbited around her as Salark signed, amended, or scrapped the single legislative proposals. Do you think I would waste your time with a prank? Lith asked. I hope so, she replied, because I don't like the alternative one bit. I'm coming there right now. Salark appeared so fast that she seemed to materialize out of her own hologram. Where's the upper? I don't feel or smell anything off, she said while sniffing the air and spreading her breathing technique, mother-son, through the ground. It's easier if you read my mind, Lith offered her his hand. Everyone's mind, actually. From so close, the Overlord didn't need physical contact, but she took Lith's hand nonetheless, not to miss a single detail. Her bronze skin went pale as she witnessed the recollection of the fight and the powers the uppers had displayed. This makes no sense, she said after a few seconds of stupor. I didn't perceive anything aside from the spells everyone used, and I was still at the Starry Lagoon village. How could I miss the uppers and their bloodline abilities? She knelt near Hassar, probing his unconscious mind for answers. Salark tapped into his memories with subtle suggestions that conjured the details of his meeting with Orpal in the form of a dream. Are you sure the usurper won't notice? Hassar would have never trusted a stranger, but he had no choice. Orpal had come in his Vertilac form, offering the chieftain to take his blood or face the annihilation of the Yellow Wind tribe. My presence here is all the proof you need. The old hag you call the usurper is not as strong as she thinks, or she would have sensed and killed me when I crossed the border. Orpal nodded. I'm not asking for much. We both can greatly benefit from this relationship. Is this all you want? Rumors and information about the Blood Desert? Hassar asked, and the Vertilac nodded. Most of the things you asked me are public knowledge. Any merchant or traveler could tell you about it. Sheep and cattle are of no use to me, Hassar Fellhand, Orpal replied. I'm only interested in the point of view of a fellow predator. Where others see mundane events and gossip, we see opportunities, don't we? The rest of the meeting was of little interest to Salark. Hassar had Terk drink Orpal's blood to make sure it had no adverse effect before taking it in himself. After that, the Vertilac had taught the two uppers only about Thunder and Frost's soul before leaving. You weren't pulling my leg, Featherling, yet I wish you did. Salark blinked several times to shrug off the remnants of Hassar's filthy thoughts that still clung to her mind. Meln was here, just once, but he still made a fool of me. What did he want? Lith asked. Information, Salark replied. He asked many questions about life in the desert and the most recent events, nothing about you or me, and that worries me. He has plans for my turf, and he plotted them right under my nose until this moment. She stood up slowly, her eyes burning with mana and rage. I need to warn the other guardians. I doubt I'm the only one who suffered Meln's unwanted visits, but I'm the one who keeps the strictest control over her turf. If he managed to slip out from under my nose, there's no telling what Meln might have done in the kingdom and the empire. There's not a moment to yes, Featherling. Salark had turned around to warp away, but Lith grabbed her arm. What do you mean once? He asked. Meln wouldn't give away his blood like that. Oh, right. In her rush, the Overlord had forgotten that Lith couldn't access her mind like she did his. He left his blood as a token of trust. Meln never returned, but his uppers came regularly for updates. Hassar used his upper powers a few times in the past, but was never offered another dose of Vertilac blood or informed that his condition was temporary. So Meln never meant to make this man a real upper. He was just a pawn, Solus pondered. One of many, if my suspicions are correct, Salark nodded. What about the Black Stork tribe? Freya asked, needing an answer before she asked his mother questions. Who sold them to the Yellow Wind? Not who you think, the Overlord replied. The Black Stork developed an ingenious method to increase their mining operations, and every one of its members kept their mouth shut. The merchants of the Golden Sand Guild, to whom they sold the resources, however, noticed the sudden wealth of the Black Stork, and informed the Yellow Wind in exchange for a cut of the loot. Thank you, Freya sighed in relief. What are you going to do to them? The Golden Sand Guild? Nothing, Salark shrugged. What, why? Freya asked in confusion. Because they didn't engage in the slave trade, nor did they know about the dealings between the Yellow Wind and Meln, the Overlord replied. The Golden Sand Guild didn't break my law. They only harmed non-people, which makes me non-interested. Freya was still reeling from shock when Salark turned towards Lith. As for your question, Featherlings, my answer is yes. I can take this mess off your hands. Chapter 4003, A Fellow Predator, Part 2. Chapter 4003, A Fellow Predator, Part 2. Yet if you entrust these people to me, I will apply the desert law. My law, do you understand? Salark looked at Freya, the only one who felt a tinge of compassion for the Yellow Wind tribe. Lith was Lith. Solus had a strong aversion to slavery ever since Nalar's attempt to trigger a civil war, and Nalrond saw his Rizar ancestors in the victims of the Yellow Wind tribe. Solus and Nalrond pitied the children who had already lost one of their parents and were likely to lose the other soon, but that was it. The livelihood of their outlaw tribe revolved around pillage, abuse, and murder. Punishing those responsible for such crimes wasn't just fair, it was necessary. I understand, Overlord Salark. Freya's words sent everyone crying on their knees. The Yellow Wind tribe wept in despair while everyone else in joy. A wave of the Guardian's hand warped the surviving members of the Yellow Wind tribe to the justice halls of her Heavenly Plume Palace, where every one of them would face her judgment. Salark would read their minds and sentence them according to how much they had contributed to the suffering of those they had forced into servitude. Most of the adults are going to die, and their children will grow up resenting me for making them orphans. She shook her head, sighing. No matter how much I explain my reasons to these youths, most of them will eat my bread, leave my care the day they come of age, and use everything I teach them against me until the day they die. I regret pushing them on such a path, but pardoning their parents just to keep them happy is out of the question. Mercy towards the guilty is cruelty towards their victims. The only silver lining is that I have years to show the children of the Yellow Wind tribe another way of living, and make them realize the horror of what they consider normal. Another wave of Salark's hand shattered the chains, opened the collars, and healed any open or festering wound both slaves and recent prisoners suffered. "I swear my loyalty to you," a young man covered in scented oils threw himself at Salark's feet, sobbing. "I'll do anything you want, obey all your laws, just don't let them touch me again." Many others followed his example. All the slaves, those who had lost their tribes and had nothing and no one to return to, swore heartfelt oaths of loyalty, while only about half of the most recent stock of prisoners forsook the Black Stork tribe. "Please stand up." Salark's voice was warm and soothing like that of a mother rather than a conqueror's. "I'm not your overlord. I haven't earned such a title, and you are in no condition to bestow such an honor upon me. You have been beaten and oppressed under the heel of an unfair master for so long that you have forgotten what freedom means. Do not fear, though. I won't abandon you. You'll be my guests in my palace. I will give you the time and care you need to reclaim your minds, bodies, and dignity. Only when you are once again the only masters of your lives will you be given the choice to put them at the service of the Blood Desert." A snap of her fingers brought everyone away, leaving only Lith's group and one confused woman behind. "Thank you," Freya thought as she walked towards her biological mother. Drenya Salivar had once been a cunning and beautiful noble lady with long, perfect raven-black hair and the delicate hands of someone who hadn't labored a day in her life. Almost 9 years in the Blood Desert had erased most of her identity. Her hair was now cut at shoulder length to keep it clean from the sand, and her hands were rough and calloused from the daily chores. Her once rosy skin was now deeply tanned and dry, covered in lines like old leather. Only her eyes had remained the same. Even after losing her duchy, her riches, and her noble status, Drenya Salivar's eyes were still cold and calculative. Her chains had just fallen off, her captors were dead, yet she was already planning her next move. Drenya studied the unknown young woman with caution, trying to understand why she had been left behind, and why her savior looked familiar. "Mother," Freya spoke the word with the same kindness as someone demanding the settling of a debt long overdue. "I beg your pardon," Drenya squinted her eyes in surprise. "I think you must have mistaken me for someone else." She had played countless possible scenarios in her head, yet this was not one of them. "Oh, right, I forgot." Freya shook her head, and her golden hair turned black while her blue eyes reverted to a light shade of brown. "Do you recognize me now?" "Freya," Drenya jumped to her feet and threw her arms around her daughter while already pondering how to best put Freya's amazing powers to use. "I knew I could count on you. That one day you would look for me, and we'd be together again." "Seriously?" Freya tried and failed to keep the anger out of her voice. "You abandoned your whole family, leaving everyone else to die for your crimes, and you expect this to be some tear-jerking reunion." "I didn't leave everyone behind." Drenya took a pause from her scheming to look her daughter in the eyes and notice the coldness in them. "I tried to bring you with me. I begged you to come with me in the Blood Desert, remember? You tried to make me your accomplice. There's a difference." Freya gently but firmly got her mother's hands off her. "You didn't explain anything to me. You just ordered me to run away with you from the kingdom." "To save you from the impending civil war," Drenya said. "To save your own skin and turn me into a traitor," Freya snarled. "Had I followed you, I would have become a wanted criminal just like you. I would have been forced to follow you wherever you wanted and do whatever you wanted." "That's not true," Drenya sobbed, her wounded mother performance worthy of a seasoned actress. "Now you are just being cruel. All I wanted was to keep you safe. You are my baby girl." "Really?" Freya clicked her tongue. "Then why didn't you explain to me what was about to happen? Why did I have to learn from a stranger that my entire family had been put to the gallows and my noble title revoked? More importantly, why did you leave my siblings to die? They would have followed you if you asked them, but you didn't. You didn't care for them because they had no magical power you could sell." Seeing that crying didn't work, and that appealing to Freya's emotions only aroused her anger, Drenya changed her approach. "That's an unfair and childish assessment of a complex political situation." She wiped her tears, and her voice became stern just as quickly. "I didn't say anything to anyone to give you all plausible deniability and bear alone the burden of my failed schemes." Chapter 4004 Erna's Parade, Part 1. Chapter 4004 Erna's Parade, Part 1. "My only fault is to have bet on the wrong horse," Drenya said. "If you want to blame someone, blame the royals for being ruthless. There was no need to exterminate our Salivar family. None of those idiots knew the first thing about making money, only how to spend it. Without their riches and connections, they would have starved to death in a matter of weeks. The royals went beyond my expectations, no, everyone's expectations, and killed all the nobles involved in the conspiracy to send those still sitting on the fence a message and cover their politically exposed backs. Also, it's not my fault if your siblings and our relatives were so utterly incompetent. The only reason they died is that they had no skill or talent to offer to the crown. Otherwise, they would still be alive just like you. I've always known that with your looks and magic, you would have found a way to weather the storm, and I was right. You being here today in front of me is proof of it. Freya went pale and then became red in anger as she listened to Drenya, not only refusing to acknowledge any of her wrongdoings, but also shifting the blame to those she had betrayed. No, you were wrong, Freya sighed, her rage subsiding into silent resignation. You are wrong about everything. I didn't weather the storm. I was a 15-year-old girl who suddenly had no family, no noble title, and the brand of traitor. I had no idea of what to do and no way to survive the disaster you left in your wake. The royals didn't persecute a talented mage like me, but Linjos considered my expulsion. The mark of infamy you inflicted on me made me unworthy of a great academy. Even if he decided to keep me, my classmates wouldn't have allowed me to forget what you did. I would have been bullied and mocked every day, and only the gods know if I had the fortitude to stand up alone against an entire academy right after losing everything. I'm here today only because I have friends who treated me like a sister and gave me the family that I never had in the Solivar household. Because a nasty, scheming woman took me in as her daughter and treated me better than you ever did. I'm not Freya Solivar anymore, Drenya. The Solivar bloodline is dead and buried. You've seen to it, and its destruction was thorough, like all your schemes. I'm Freya Ernaz now, daughter of Orion and Gianni. I don't bear their blood, and my household might be a cadet branch of the Ernaz for generations to come, but I carry their name and their magical legacy, and so will my children. Freya's hand went to her stomach, and her eyes misted. The Ernaz household. A cold, calculative smile appeared on Drenya's face. You far exceeded all my expectations. Joining a flourishing, powerful family is much better than reviving a fallen one. You saved yourself a lot of pointless struggles. Yet what impresses me the most is your will to take that thing as your companion. She pointed at Nalrond, who had shapeshifted into his hybrid form and was holding Freya's shoulder in support. I didn't think you had such hunger for power in you. Freya's eyes flared with mana in anger, and she needed sheer willpower not to hurl all the Hydra venom stored in her glands at her birth mother. I see, she sighed. I didn't expect you to fall on your knees and beg for forgiveness, but I hoped that years of hardships had taught you something. I saved your life, yet all you can do is deflect blame and take credit for everything I achieved. If it's of any consolation, I experienced a similar disappointment when you abandoned me. Drenya shrugged. It's your fault if I spent the past 9 years as a commoner and a bunch of thugs kidnapped me. I say we are even. No, we are not. Freya threw a set of handcuffs at her birth mother's feet. Drenya Solivar, you are under arrest for treason against the Griffin Kingdom. If this is a joke, it's not funny. Drenya looked at the shackles like a coiled snake ready to bite. Bring me to the merfolk village and let's get this over with. This is no joke. A wave of Freya's hand put Drenya on her knees and with her hands behind her back. Then it's madness, Drenya said when the handcuffs floated to her wrists and snapped close with a metal click. What point is there in taking so much trouble saving my life just to have me executed by the kingdom? Besides, you have no authority here. I'm a citizen of the Blood Desert now, and I have my rights. No, you are an outlaw, right, Lith? Freya asked. Grandma, he said out loud. Outlaw don't care. The voice of the Overlord sounded loud and clear, bleaching Drenya's face back to her old pallor. Grandma Lith, she stuttered. That little runt you met at the academy was that Lith, the supreme Magus. In the flesh, Freya nodded. He's the best diagnostician in the Griffin Kingdom and can vouch for my mental health. Believe me, Drenya, I have excellent reasons for my actions. Space. It took the group almost half an hour to go back to the starry Lagoon village, but only because Lith demanded a thorough search and pillage of the Yellow Wind tribe. No one touch Grandma's mines, he said. Everything else is up for grabs. Do we really have to do this? Solus stored everything in their pocket dimension after a cursory examination. Anything we leave behind will be taken away by the next outlaw tribe that arrives here. Lith shrugged. Also, the Yellow Wind's cloaking arrays even impressed Rifa. Didn't this experience teach you anything about filial piety, Solus? Lith is right, baby girl. Menadian grinned from ear to ear, briefly storing the magical books in Soluspedia to separate the teaching materials from the true magical legacies. You should be more thoughtful towards me. We are the last two Menadian left on Magur. Rifa Menadian? Not all rumors reached the outlaw tribes of the desert, and Drenya experienced many shocking surprises during her final moments in the Yellow Wind village. Can we keep this stuff? Nalrund lifted a treasure box above his head. I could use a bit of assets. I'm still paying my debt with Lith. That's a gray area. Lith sighed so hard that Drenya suspected he was poorer than the Emperor Beast. Sure, the Yellow Wind stole from other outlaw tribes, but they all stole from Grandma. We'll return the magical metals and crystals to her and take what she gives us in reward. As I said, filial piety. Can I at least take the tents? They are enchanted and should sell well, Nalrund asked. Good thinking. Grandma won't care about those. We split the profits in half, though, Lith replied. Lith, Freya, and Solus yelled in unison, blushing in embarrassment. You are taking everything that's not bolted to the ground. That's not true, he replied in outrage. I'm not touching those weird horses. Do you want them, Grandma? Yes, please. And with that, nothing remained of the Yellow Wind village. Chapter 4005 Erna's Parade, Part 2. Chapter 4005 Erna's Parade, Part 2. After returning to the Starry Lagoon village, Freya made a quick call to the royal palace to announce her arrival before setting the warp gate's coordinates to the city of Valoran. Once the dimensional tunnel opened, Freya shoved Drenya on the other side and handed the prisoner to the royal guards waiting for them. The Solivar case is old, but there's no statute of limitations for high treason. Captain Tharn handed Freya a receipt and gave her the salute. The kingdom praises you, great mage Ernas. Bringing your own mother to justice mustn't have been easy for you. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Freya did her best to appear heartbroken. Please, Captain, bring my regards to the king and queen, and let them know that I consider no sacrifice too big for our beloved country. I will. Tharn snapped to attention and saluted her until she returned the gesture and walked back through the gate. With a bit of luck, Captain Tharn bought my act, Freya said after going to her parents' room and sharing the events following her departure from the Starry Lagoon village with them. I'm proud of you, Pumpkin, but I don't see it either. Orion poured her daughter a cup of honeyed tea. You don't see what? Freya accepted it with both hands. The point in saving Drenya just to hand her to the royals. Orion replied. If you wanted vengeance, you could have killed her yourself. If you wanted to rescue her, your actions make no sense. Gianni turned to look at him, frowning, but she said nothing. She was too proud of her daughter to ruin Freya's moment with nagging. Of course my actions make sense, Dad. Freya blinked several times in confusion. By personally bringing back a runaway deserter to the Griffin Kingdom, I've earned lots of merits for the Ernas family. By arresting Drenya in the name of the royals, I made them look good because it shows that time and borders are no shield for traitors. Giving up my own birth mother sends a powerful signal to all those plotting against the crown. They can't trust anyone, even their own blood, because loyalty to the kingdom may trump all. My act may even inspire other heirs of corrupt nobles to expose their parents and save the royals countless headaches. I captured Drenya because I wanted to relieve Gunnian of part of his burden and buy you and Mom a bit more time, Dad. Now all your enemies in the royal court will have to shut up for a while since the Ernas have once again proven their valor. Good gods, you're all your mother, Pumpkin, Orion nodded in approval. I'm proud of you. Speaking of which, yeah, she is, Nalrund said, drawing many gazes on himself. Freya resembled Gianni so much after shapeshifting that I'm still creeped out. That's not a nice thing to say to your soon-to-be mother-in-law, Gianni furrowed her brow. I was not creepy, Freya said. Let them judge, Nalrund shrugged. I dare you. Challenge accepted. Freya's hair turned wheat blonde and her eyes sky blue. See, I'm not. The sound of many cups and teaspoons clinking against the ground cut her short. Whoa, that's creepy, Orion said. You look like a taller, younger Gianni. I don't look like. Freya conjured an ice mirror that shattered on the ground as well. Gods, I do. Mama, Driffa confirmed, making Gianni's blood pressure rise. Space. Be honest, guys. Do I resemble my mother that much? Freya asked after leaving her parents and assembling her friends in her room. No, you're much hotter. Nalrund hugged her from behind, making her giggle. Actually, Morak was about to comment when Quilla stomped his foot. Yes. Does Auntie Freya have a fever? Aaron asked in confusion. Why isn't anyone healing her? Not that kind of hot, Aaron. You'll understand it when you grow up. Lith cleared his throat. Just say what you think. Blonde hair looks good on you, Auntie Freya, the young boy said, yet I prefer your natural color. Seconded, Lyria nodded. We already have too many blonde beauties in the family. There is me, my mother, Auntie Solus, Grandma Riffa, and Auntie Gianni. We need a bit more color. Thanks, sweetie, Freya chuckled, reverting to her original appearance. Speaking of beauties, where is Auntie Tista? Lyria asked, noticing her absence. Space. Erna's region, Erna's household at the same time. Isn't this a bad moment to work on your defensive array system? Tista asked via a mind link as Orion gave her an extensive tour of the park surrounding the mansion. Quite the contrary, he replied. With the sun nearing its zenith, we have all the cover we need. Even if the Jernoff are still surveilling the household, they won't see anything for a few minutes. The Erna's mansion was surrounded by a long, uninterrupted, tall wall entirely comprised of white magic crystals. It was Valorin the First's present to one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom, and it had kept the Ernas safe for generations. The few openings in the walls formed wide arches that ensured a connection between the 2 sides of the access gates, and were patrolled by armed elite guards at all hours. Both sunlight and moonlight reflecting on the crystal wall generated flashes of elemental colors that blinded regular and mystical sight alike. At noon, when the sun hit the crystal wall evenly from above, a phenomenon known as the Ernas Parade took place. The 6 elemental colors erupted from every one of the countless facets on the white crystals, generating a prismatic dome that surrounded the entire mansion. It lasted only for a few minutes and had no permanent effect, so most people considered it a colorful token of the first king's appreciation. A way to celebrate the Ernas family every day, and remind the other noble families of the Griffin Kingdom that the descendants of Juria would always be first among equals. Most people were wrong. During the Ernas parade, there was no way to spy on the mansion, and the amount of elemental energy emitted by the crystal wall jammed even the most sensitive energy-detecting device. By the way, thank you for your cooperation, Tista, Orion said. Without your help, this would take much longer, and the risk of being exposed would be much higher. Don't mention it, Tista replied as she exploited a flash of light from the walls to drop one of her feathers unnoticed. The plume retained its size and mass, soon disappearing below the soft ground of the park. I must say, the defensive system of your family is truly ingenious. It's one of the perks of being part of a household as old as the kingdom itself and established by the first king. Orion replied, bringing the tour to an end and his guest back to the main building. To anyone observing them, Tista and Orion had made small talk the whole time. The real conversation took place via a tendril of spirit magic that connected their feet. It was invisible to the naked eye, and the powerful magical formations running across every centimeter of the estate eclipsed the tendril like a sun does a candle. Chapter 4006 Unforeseen Variable, Part 1. Chapter 4006 Unforeseen Variable, Part 1. Is lunch ready, Dita? Orion asked Gianni's cousin, who acted as a maid and also as Gianni's body double against the enemies of the Erna's household who couldn't detect energy signatures. Yes, my lord, she nodded. The table has been set according to your instructions. Excellent, Orion dismissed her with a gesture. We'll be there in a minute, just give us the time to freshen ourselves a bit. Dita gave them a perfect curtsy and initiated one last deep scan of the Erna's mansion for intruders, listening devices, and anything out of place. At her silent signal, all the members of the house staff who belonged to the Myrock household conducted their share of the grid search with zealous duty. Orion checked his clock and hastened his pace, leading Tista to her quarters, and from there into a secret passage in the wall. Its mechanical nature made it invisible to magical means of detection, and the mastery of the craftsman who had built it left no visible crevice in the wall nor created any draft. Tista followed Orion through a warren of corridors that led them to the very center of the Erna's mansion. The last door required a magical rune and a drop of blood from a living Erna's to grant access. Orion had to cut his palm and let the enchantment sealing the door recognize not only his descent from Juria, but also the pulse of his life force and mana core. This way, storing blood in a dimensional amulet meant nothing, and so did stealing an artifact that carried his imprint. Only a healthy Erna's could open the lock, but contact with the door also allowed them to raise the alarm and unleash the mansion's deadly defensive measures against anyone who might have taken them hostage. The door opened to a cylindrical room with a massive white mana crystal at its center. The walls, floor, and high ceiling were filled with so many lines and words of power that only a few patches of the gray stone beneath were visible. "Is this the energy core of the defensive array system?" Tista gasped. She had never seen a white crystal of that size, let alone one so perfectly cut. Half of the crystal disappeared below the ground level, but what emerged was still thrice as tall as Orion. On top of that, the density of world energy inside the room was so great that not only were the magical formations visible to the naked eye, but also the runes on Tista's equipment lit up due to the sudden surge in the output of its power cores. "Yes," Orion checked his pocket watch to time the process to the second. "I'm depowering the arrays in 3, 2, 1 now." He pressed his bleeding palm against the colossal white crystal, and the countless arrays in the room disappeared, leaving only the torches hung to the wall as a source of illumination. "I've left you a blank slate. Everything is up to you now." Orion stepped away, leaving his place to Tista. She shapeshifted into her Hecate form while maintaining her human size, revealing that her second set of wings had no feathers left and was no different from a dragon's. She took a deep breath, taking in the violent flow of world energy from the mana crystal in front of her, and channeling it into the feathers she had placed along the mansion via her prismatic wind bloodline ability. In turn, the magical runes stored in the feathers connected to the white crystal walls that surrounded the mansion, closing the circuit. Tista felt an endless stream of world energy flowing into her body, and she used it to weave arrays whose power and complexity far exceeded her natural abilities. The white crystal within the mansion and the crystal walls without already formed a perfect magic circle that only lacked purpose. Tista's role was to harness the energy coursing through the Urna's household and shape it according to the blueprints Orion had provided her and that she had stored inside the mouth of Menadian. The process came at no cost for her mana core, but her body still suffered the stress that came with channeling a power of that magnitude. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken a team of at least 20 wardens to perform such a task so quickly. Yet involving that many people made any secret much harder to keep, and the slip of the tongue of any of them would have been enough to ruin Gianni's plan. A single warden, instead, would have required too long and too many breaks. There was only so much mana a human could bear before needing rest, yet that also meant leaving the Urna's mansion defenseless until the task was complete. Even worse, without the cover of the Urna's parade, the enemy might notice the alteration in the arrays and discover the trap before it was even set. Tista was no human, and despite her current stature, her body was that of an over 25 meters 83 tall divine beast. On top of that, by placing one feather in the exact spot where the focal points of the magical formations were supposed to form, and her link with them via prismatic wind, she needed little focus to infuse the right amount of mana in the right place with surgical precision. Last but not least, as soon as she felt weariness compromising her performance, she needed but a few breaths of invigoration to return to her peak condition. Tista used the mouth of Menadian, true and fake magic, and body casting to weave several arrays every second while also ensuring that their runes never overlapped, nor their effects interfered with each other. She was akin to a giant spider sitting on a giant spool of already spun web that only needed to be woven into any snare she could devise. Yet the spool was heavy and needed to be handled with care. If Tista's hold over the giant crystal wavered even for 1 second, a wild surge of world energy would overload the incomplete network of magical formations and destroy everything she had built so far. Tista gave everything she had and more, using the overabundant world energy to spark vital storm and bring her mana core temporarily to the bright violet. "Whatever you are doing, you need to stop in 3, 2, 1 now," Orion said the moment Magus changed its position to the sun, and the Urna's parade slowly faded away. Thank the gods! Tista's knees gave out, and she slowly slipped down against the giant crystal's surface. She panted heavily, her body shivering in exhaustion. Orion let Tista sit on the ground for a while and waited for her to catch her breath before asking her about the results of her work. "Everything went fine," she gasped. "I successfully set up every array you requested." "And you have my eternal gratitude for that," Orion sighed in relief. "Yet you never got so tired when we practiced for this in the Blood Desert. I expected the mana crystal and the crystal wall to make your job easier, not harder." "Oh, they did," Tista nodded. "They are even better than what you told me. This place is amazing. Are you sure that Rifa played no role in building the Urna's mansion?" Chapter 4007, Unforeseen Variable, Part 2. Chapter 4007, Unforeseen Variable, Part 2. I'm pretty sure that if that were the case, she would have mentioned it when we asked her, Orion replied. Besides, arrays were never the specialty of the Forge Magus. If I had to bet, I'd say Tessa came up with and built this place. I have yet to meet someone as talented as her in magical formations. Actually, I think Vaster might be on her same level or even better after he became an abomination-human hybrid, but it's not my place to reveal his secrets, she thought. Why didn't you ask Tessa for help then? Tista actually said, her breathing still ragged. She is much more experienced and talented than I am. I learned everything I know about Warden magic from Ragu, but I have little practical experience with it. Even with the help of the Mouth of Menadian, arrays took time to cast, but their greatest flaw was that once set, their position was fixed. When dealing with a creature the size of a divine beast, one array wasn't enough to cover their entire body. To make matters worse, they just needed to take one step away to make a complex spell pointless. Because you guaranteed me you've never stopped practicing Warden magic, you possess the Mouth of Menadian and several wonderful bloodline abilities, and most of all, because I can trust you with my family's life. Orion replied. I know you have only our best interests at heart, Tista, whereas Tessa's loyalty is questionable at best. When she helped rescue my little flower, Tessa didn't really care about Floria. She only did it to honor Juria Erna's memory. Now, instead, the descendants of Juria are at odds with those of Agram. Tessa doesn't know or care about any member of either family and can't pick a side without stepping over the bond she shared with one of her old friends. Tessa is known for being heartless and amoral. The only interests she would protect if put between a rock and a hard place are her own. I can't risk involving her just for her to side with the Jernoff or not fully commit to my side. Even if she agreed to help me, I wouldn't put it past her to warn the Jernoff of the danger of my new arrays. After all, Tessa cares about preserving the bloodline of Agram, and if this plan works, dozens of them will die, if not hundreds. Asking her to set the new arrays would require letting her catch a glimpse of our strategy and understand the full potential of the magical formations surrounding the Erna's mansion. At that point, she might tip the Jernoff off just enough to avoid massive casualties, which is exactly what we want. Tessa is an unreliable ally, which makes her much worse than an honest enemy. What about Professor Vaster? Tista nodded. As a High Master, Zogger's skill with arrays is unparalleled, but he's just a human. Orion shrugged, not knowing how wrong he was. He couldn't deal with so many arrays as quickly as you did. Besides, Gianni doesn't trust him much, and to be honest, neither do I. There is something fishy in how quickly Zogger's power increased after decades of stagnation. And don't get me started on all those relatives of his. The Erna's household is our final bastion, and its secrets can't be revealed to anyone who hasn't earned our full faith. So I was your third best option. Tista frowned for a moment before breaking into an exhausted smile. Still, I'll take your words as a compliment. I may not be the most talented or brilliant warden you know, but you put the lives of everyone you know in my hands. It's the greatest honor you could give me, and I hope that what I'm about to say will prove me worthy of that trust and make you happy. There's a good reason I am so tired. As I mentioned earlier, I successfully set up every array you requested. After that, I still had enough energy to give your defensive system a little spin of my own. Tista stood up slowly, her legs still unsteady. She conjured the power of the arrays devised by Orion, but activated only the portion within the confines of the control room. Their effects were no less than Orion expected, but no more either. At least until he saw ice conjure fire, darkness turn into light, and solid earth appear out of thin air. This place is so rich in world energy that I managed to activate Vital Storm even in my Hecate form. It kicked my core up a notch, and allowed me to turn a few magical formations into void arrays. I thought Tier 5 void magic didn't exist yet, Orion said while tapping into the spell matrix of the magical formations and checking their new and improved capabilities. It doesn't, Tista sighed. Lith already perfected Tier 4 though, and he shared everything about it with me. The destructive power of your magical formations hasn't changed much, but their versatility has greatly increased. Also, if you consider that only a few people practice void magic, and even fewer have seen it in action, the surprise effect should give you an extra edge over the Jernoff. This is worth much more than you think, Orion said, after getting accustomed to the different effects of each void array. In the chaos of battle, a single unforeseen variable can turn the tide and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The Jernoff know about Tessa, and surely also know that Zogger is a High Master. Void magic, instead, has yet to be publicly applied to arrays. The Jernoff have no idea it is even possible and can't factor it in for their plans. He turned around to look Tista in the eyes and took her hand into his. You had proved yourself worthy of my trust the moment you accepted to help me without asking anything in return, Tista, Orion said. What you did makes me more than happy. It makes me confident. For the first time since Giza Jernoff threatened my wife, I believe we can make it out of this alive. Space. Blood Desert, Starry Lagoon Village at the same time. Lith and Solus were still consoling Gianni for Driffa's latest blunder when Salark summoned them to her office. Why, Gianni said while holding the baby girl in her arms, why do you call any blonde woman mom except for me? Driffa replied with coos and baby babble that explained little and did nothing to improve her mother's mood. I'm sorry, Gianni, we have to go, Lith said. Bye, Gianni, bye, Driffa, Solus waved her hand. Mama, Driffa waved her hand back, and if glares could maim, Solus would have left the room in a bucket. Poor Gianni, she can't catch a break, Lith said after warping himself and Solus to the Overlord's quarters in the tower. I feel her pain. Salark raised her eyes from the mountain of paperwork on her desk. Usually, during Lith's visits to the Blood Desert, she used the library to store the countless documents she had to deal with every day and finish her work in minutes instead of hours. Chapter 4008 Hidden Game, Part 1. Chapter 4008 Hidden Game, Part 1. It seems I fare no better than your friend Gianni. This time, however, Salark's desk was covered in old documents and reports that she was compiling in the light of the new evidence Lith had brought back from the Yellow Wind tribe. Is something wrong, Grandma? Lith noticed her frown and knew it couldn't mean anything good. Yes, but before that, I want to thank you for returning the stolen resources and sharing the cloaking and light-distorting arrays with me. I'm in no shortage of magic crystals and metals, but no one likes being robbed. The magical formations, instead, are an amazing discovery that will increase the security of my domain. I just need to study them a bit to develop an artifact that will stop the criminal outlaw tribes from eluding the patrols of my children. Aside from that, their magical legacy is nothing much. The library of the Yellow Wind tribe contained the basic knowledge of all the magical specializations, and a few selected, powerful Tier 4 and 5 spells for each discipline. It was a treasure hoard for a single tribe, but nothing compared to what the Overlord entrusted to each one of her feathers. Salark spared no effort to ensure her envoys had everything they needed to protect their people and nurture the new generations of mages. With your permission, we are thinking about adding the light-distorting and the cloaking arrays to the tower, Solus said. They would make us nigh invisible to all detection means and protect our secrets from prying eyes. They are so good that under normal circumstances I'd break down the tower with creation magic and add them to its power core permanently. Riffa looked at her daughter in worry. As things are, however, the heart will have to do. Dismantling the tower would have meant breaking its bond with Solus, and there was no telling if it would be reestablished after the modifications, or even if the tower would resume rebuilding the missing floors after being dismantled and put back together in its still incomplete state. Whatever the answer was, discovering it entailed too many risks that Menadian had no interest in taking. First, you don't need my permission. You are free to keep every piece of magical knowledge and all artifacts you found during the rescue mission. The Yellow Wind tribe was outside my law, and so are their possessions, Salark replied. Still, I appreciate the thought, and I'm going to reward you and your friends with 1/10 of the reclaimed magical resources. Divide them among yourselves as you see fit. Second, I wouldn't waste the precious few slots of the heart on something like that, Riffa. I know that the light-distorting array has no defensive or offensive value, but waste is a big word, Sally. Menadian furrowed her brows. The Annihilation and the Bastion are indeed more effective, but not having to use them at all is worth the risk. Lith can always switch them back in the heart whenever he knows he must go to battle. And that's my issue with that. Salark stood up from her seat. My featherlings can't always know when danger approaches and can't afford to be caught unarmed, not when there is a much simpler solution. She handed Lith a sphere-shaped white crystal encased in an adamant frame. Put this inside the armory, and the tower will have access to the light-distorting and the cloaking arrays. Did you craft an artifact capable of casting magical formations on its own? Lith stared at the sphere, recognizing it as the priceless treasure it was. Yes, the Overlord nodded. Consider it your reward for returning me what is mine and gifting me what wasn't. Also, don't get too excited. I didn't simplify the magical formations, and they still need a lot of energy to work. Unless you stand above a mana geyser, that sphere is useless. Even when you do, activating it will still drain part of the world energy that would otherwise fuel the other floors of the tower, like the spark or the crucible. But it's still the same as if the two arrays were part of the tower core, correct? Solus asked, after Lith passed the sphere to her. Of course, Salark replied. I didn't improve on the arrays, but I didn't make them worse either. Always remember that the power of a mana geyser is finite, and so is what the tower core can do with it. There is a reason Baba Yaga's Bloodhaven and your Starfort are so different. Even if Rifa and Baba Yaga pooled up their knowledge and resources, crafting a tower capable of doing everything Bloodhaven and Starfort can is impossible. I know, Menadian sighed. I meant that if I could, I'd replace my hologram array with the light-distorting one. There's no point keeping them both. Still, this is a wonderful gift. Thanks, Grandma. Lith and Solus hugged the Overlord, who immediately returned the embrace. You are welcome, Featherlings, she said. As for you, Rifa, put my gift in the thievery and our friendship is over. All the bonds between us will be broken, and you'll be nothing but a stranger to me. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Menadian clicked her tongue, trying to sound outraged, but the thought had crossed her mind and Salark knew it. Now that this is out of the way, I need to talk to you about the reason I've summoned you here, the Overlord said. I've thought long and hard about what Meln said to the chieftain of the Yellow Wind tribe, and I can't afford to underestimate the threat he poses to my turf. Threat, Lith asked. What threat? The same one that almost killed Nalrond and Freya, Salark replied. The ability of Meln and his uppers to go unnoticed even by a guardian. I've checked all the recent records and reports for inconsistencies, and what I've found is alarming at best. Until this moment, I had dismissed the increase in successful raids of the outlaw tribe on merchant caravans and attacks against my border patrols due to bad luck. But in light of your discovery, the picture changes dramatically. I believe that the intensification of criminal outlaw tribes' activities across the Blood Desert isn't just a coincidence. Meln must have visited many of them and offered his blood to their chieftains, as he did for Hassar Fellhand. Whatever their deal is, the criminal outlaw tribes used their divine beast form to overpower my soldiers and escape my detection by leaving no witnesses alive. My pieces on the chessboard have been attacked in a game I didn't even know I was playing. But Grandma, Hassar, and that female mage were just thralls, Solus said. They had received no training and little blood. They were no threat to us and mere ants to you. Indeed, yet they almost killed your friends, Salark pointed out. Never underestimate the effect of surprise, especially when combined with sheer numbers. Meln would need much more than a few thralls to aim for my throne, but I doubt that's his goal. It's not, Lith shook his head. Meln made no mystery of his intentions from the beginning. He wants to take revenge on me and everyone he thinks treated him unfairly. Chapter 4009 Hidden Game, Part 2. Chapter 4009 Hidden Game, Part 2. Meln never lived in the desert. If he's going to aim for a country, he'll set his sights on the Griffin Kingdom, Lith pointed out. My thoughts exactly, Salark replied. Yet that doesn't mean he won't mess with me. All he needs is to place a few thralls in a few key locations to deal a devastating blow to my Blood Desert. How? Solus was flabbergasted. Think about it, Solus. An outlaw tribe attacks one of my feathers, and 2, maybe 3 of them are upper thralls, Salark said. One sneak attack from someone with the mass of a divine beast is enough to kill a fake awakened. My soldiers would slaughter the tribe, but my feather would still be dead. Meln would exchange a pawn he created with a few drops of his blood for a mage it took me decades to nurture and train. By my mom, Solus' eyes widened in shock. Agreed, it would be a terrible trade for me, the Overlord nodded. In the same way the thralls could stall the members of my nest during a crisis. Not one engineered by Meln, he lacks the resources for that, but by my enemies. Meln doesn't need to fund any plan against me, because the outlaw tribes are already backed by the free countries that surround the desert and work with them. Once the outlaw chieftains ensure that I can't track their moves and get used to their powers, they'll become bolder. At that point, the outlaws and the free countries could stage a coordinated strike at my tribes to destabilize my country. I can see that happening, but I still can't find a reason for Meln to do all this. Lith nodded. I can see a few instead, Featherling. We are dealing with the Horseman of Chaos, and she doesn't plan ahead as you and I do. Such a strategy could be intended to punish me for helping you in the past, or to keep me busy in the moment of your need. After all, Meln is not committing any of his uppers or resources to this. He's just giving others the means to challenge my authority. He doesn't care about their victory or defeat, only about inflicting as much damage as possible. Surprise attacks, eliminating key figures, and letting others do his dirty work for him fit Meln's pattern. It's what he did in the kingdom during his first campaign against me. Lith pondered. How are you going to reply to his challenge, Grandma? The only way I know, she replied. Swiftly, decisively, and striking his forces before they do, Featherling. As I told you, I know the position of most outlaw tribes in the Blood Desert. Even if Meln has tuned a few chieftains into his thralls, I can still detect everyone else. That and the need for an oasis for survival limits the places where my enemies can hide. I'm going to sweep the desert, locate all the outlaw tribes, and check them for uppers. I need to determine their numbers and position to understand how much Meln has spread his upper plague, and stop whatever he is plotting before it's too late. I plan to destroy the upper thralls one by one, but only after thoroughly interrogating them in person. Only Meln can create new uppers, and he might have let something slip during one of the many conversations he had with the chieftains. The odds I discover something about his plans for you are slim, Featherling, but if Meln is using a similar strategy in the kingdom, you'll know what to expect. It sounds like an excellent plan, Grandma, Lith nodded. Every one of Meln's defeats is my victory, no matter how small. Thank you, but I didn't call you here because I wanted your opinion. Salark raised her hand, asking for silence. I'm warning you that my nest and I are going to be very busy until this threat has been neutralized. I still have my tower, and we stand above a mana geyser. Lith shrugged. I'll wait here until your return and make sure no one takes a single step outside my protective arrays. That's what I wanted to hear, Salark nodded. There is something fishy about this, and I need you to keep your eyes open, Featherling all 7 of them. I can't help but get the feeling I'm playing a game that not only has already started, but of which I also don't know the rules. Lith put aside the excitement about the new arrays and ruining Orpal's plans, pondering her words with care. It is indeed fishy, he said after a while. Meln gave away just enough of his blood to make weak thralls, true, but what he got in exchange is still not worth the effort. He asked generic questions about the desert and didn't exchange communication runes. Visiting the chieftain in person and sending his uppers for the follow-ups adds 2 more layers of security, but at the same time, this way he can only obtain outdated information. Without the communication runes, he won't even know the Yellow Tribe is gone until he sends a messenger and discovers they have been wiped out. My point exactly. Salark drummed her fingers on her desk. Meln didn't ask for tributes and didn't learn anything that could be remotely considered as intel. I can't understand his endgame, and that's the scariest move an opponent can make. Space. The following day, Lith called everyone at the tower and explained to them the situation at hand as soon as Salark departed from the Starry Lagoon village. I'm sorry, kids. I don't mean to scare you, but until Grandma returns, no swimming and no running anywhere close to the borders of the oasis, he said. If any one of us gets kidnapped, we'd have to face it alone. Don't worry about my son and me, Ryla grabbed Garrick. We won't set foot outside the house until the matter is resolved. But, Mom... No buts, Garrick. The young farmer had never seen his mother angry, and that scared him. If you leave the mana geyser for any reason, your life force will be forever compromised. Your harmonizer won't care about why it receives no more world energy, nor will it accept any excuse. It will just stop working, and everything I've done since the day you were born, all the hardships we've endured so far, will be for nothing. Do you understand? She asked, and Garrick was too stunned to reply. Answer me. I understand, Garrick said as he burst into tears. I'm sorry, Mom. I promise I won't go outside, just don't be mad at me. The young farmer had lived as a prisoner in his home for years, and the idea of being once again confined between 4 walls scared him. Yet it was nothing compared to what he felt seeing the stern look on his mother's face. Ryla had suffered much, but had done everything in her power to give her son the closest thing to a normal childhood he could have. Never before had she yelled at him or spoken to him with anything but love. Truth be told, young Farmer had yet to see his mother angry. Chapter 40 10 Poison Pill, Part 1. Chapter 40 10 Poison Pill, Part 1. What Garrick had mistaken for rage was actually Ryla's own fear. She was scared of what Meln could do to her child just to lure Lith into a trap, and terrified of being the cause of her baby boy's ruin. I softened the truth about how precarious Garrick's condition is for all this time, because I wanted him to play and live carefree like a normal child, instead of living in fear of taking one step too far from home. I kept him unaware because I thought it was best for him, yet if Garrick ruins his future because of me, I would never forgive myself, she thought. I'm not mad at you, my baby, she actually replied, hugging Garrick tight. I just want you to take this situation seriously. This isn't one of your games. There is no do-over if something goes wrong. Do you understand? The question was the same as before, yet somehow Ryla's now calm voice made it much scarier. Yes, Mom, Garrick nodded. I promise I won't leave the house until Auntie Salark returns for any reason. That's my boy, Ryla sniffled. That's my boy. Space. All across the Blood Desert, the scrolls hung outside every tent listing the Overlord's laws turned from white paper written in black ink into black paper written in white ink. It signaled an emergency and declared temporary martial law. If anyone, for any reason, were to draw Salark's attention while the scrolls were black, they would soon face her true form and fury without being given a chance to explain themselves. The Feathers initiated the lockdown procedures for their villages, while the members of the nest took flight in orderly formations. Whenever the Overlord went to war, her loyal soldiers were left to fend for themselves, and reinforcements would be kept to a minimum. No one would be able to enter or leave a village for the duration of the lockdown, so the groups of traveling merchants had to quickly decide whether they wanted to depart ahead of schedule or stay put until the emergency was resolved. Both options entailed risks and costs. Leaving before the lockdown meant facing the dangers of the Blood Desert without the invisible shield of the Overlord's law. Emergency calls would be ignored, no matter if the caravan was attacked by outlaws or caught in a sudden sandstorm. Even if nothing happened during the journey, the local feather would forbid the merchant caravan entry if it reached the next village before the emergency ended. It made early departures dangerous and potentially useless. Remaining in their current village was the safe, but also the most expensive option. Time was money for merchant guilds, and delaying their departure meant falling behind schedule and missing some of their most important deadlines. Not everyone lived inside Salark's villages, and some trades were better conducted away from the eyes of the Overlord's envoys. All black market activities and the deals with the outlaw tribes took place on neutral grounds at specific times. Forbidden merchandise had to be acquired and sold before reaching the next village to avoid questions that would lead a merchant's neck to the chopping block. If either party didn't show up in time, the other would leave, afraid of other outlaw tribes as much as of Salark's watchful nest. If you want to stay, stay, otherwise get out of my village, Ilium Balker, Feather of the Forgotten Plume tribe, said. You have 10 minutes before I raise the barrier. Merchants loved money almost as much as their own lives, and their professional pride tipped the scales further. Even within the same caravan, quarrels exploded between those who wanted to leave, claiming that the emergency would be resolved long before they reached their destination, and those who refused to leave, claiming that losing time and money was better than arriving early to their own funeral. Similar arguments erupted all over the Blood Desert in every village that currently hosted a merchant caravan. The short notice and the little time to make such an important decision only made things escalate more quickly. Merchants went from talking calmly to splitting into factions and throwing hands in minutes, sometimes even in a few seconds. There was no time to go through the bargaining, yelling, and threatening stages of the argument, so the merchants skipped them altogether. In perfect Blood Desert tradition, the last man standing had the final word. We are leaving, and that's final, Karim Fairwind said after knocking down the last of his opponents. Now get on those gods-damned horses, or I'll kick your asses onto your saddles. He was a middle-aged man with a round belly and a jovial face that belied the strength of his body. Goodbye, Feather Balker. We'll see you soon and on schedule because that's what the Crystal Bird Guild does. Is that clear, you wimps? Karim yelled. The defeated merchants of either side of the argument groaned in reply, having difficulty standing up on their own. No merchant worthy of their name injured the members of their own caravan before a trip, so no one had sustained more than a few bruises and a broken lip. Yet their vision was still blurred, and their legs unsteady from the fight. I'll see you next month at the same hour, then. Balker walked among the youngest and weakest members of the guild, helping them to recover with a quick healing spell. Thank you, Feather Balker. A polite youth who couldn't be older than 15 struck the god of death with her fist the moment he turned his back on her to treat his next patient. Thank you for your life. The young girl's arm became covered in a black hide and grew to unnatural proportions, sending Balker flying. The other merchants looked at the girl in horror, their minds unable to process the sudden turn of events. "Guess what, old man?" Her eyes flared with the red light of undeath, and she erupted into a maniacal laughter. "I'm done with all your start-from-the-bottom bullshit. The Crystal Bird Guild is mine now." "What have you done, child?" Karim needed all his experience to keep the terrified horse from throwing him off the saddle. "What have you become?" "Power," she replied. "I." A burst of darkness magic pulverized her head, while a spinning hard light drill punctured her heart. Ilium Balker stood unscathed, his eyes blazing with bright violet mana as he stared at the remaining merchants. "Make one move, and I'll kill you where you stand." He activated the mana crystal that controlled the magical formations of the Forgotten Plume village just for it to freeze on the spot. "I knew there couldn't be just one of them." "Surprise, Balker!" A young man rushed towards the god of death in a straight line, crushing the merchants and horses on his path like they were toys. "Your much-vaunted magic." "Works just fine." The giant hand conjured by Balker's Tier 5 spell, Shadow of the Colossus, grabbed the youth and squashed him before he could complete his transformation into an upper. Amateurs. A lesser man would have fallen for the act. The youths had been punched around easily, and their injuries were real, but Balker had looked at himself in the mirror and worked with Manohar enough times to recognize madness when he saw it. Chapter 40, 11 Poison Pill, Part 2. Chapter 40, 11 Poison Pill, Part 2. The two thralls had briefly smiled while enduring the beating, but smiled nonetheless. That and the pride shining in their eyes for the strength they hid had betrayed not their nature, not as uppers, but as wolves in sheep's clothing. The mana crystal in Balker's hand thawed at discernible speed, and the arrays finally activated, but Balker kept his guard high. "I'm sorry, Karim, I really am." The Colossus grabbed the head merchant and sealed the other members of the Crystal Bird Guild inside its body. "Now stay still, or you'll join the traitors in death." Life vision couldn't reveal Vertilac blood, but the lack of mana flow was a testament to the merchant's non-awakened core. Balker sealed Karim's lips and hands with spirit magic before examining him with his breathing technique, Death's Whisper. "Not an upper nor a better actor. Good." He examined the merchants one by one and found no anomalies. "That's it," Balker furrowed his brows in confusion. "Why turn two idiots into uppers if they were destined to FO shit? I need to alert the other feathers before it's too late." Space. A similar scene had taken place in all the villages with a visiting merchant caravan, but with one major difference. Those selected by Salark to become her feathers were powerful mage warriors that no upper thrall could hope to defeat. The Overlord had warned them of the threat Orpal's pawns posed, and they had kept their spells at the ready just like Balker, making Frost's soul useless. The real problem had come after defeating the uppers. Unlike Balker, feathers were fake awakened and lacked a breathing technique. They had no way to determine if more upper thralls hid among the remaining merchants. "I'm sorry, Sharad, I really am," the Feather of the Red Lion tribe said. "But the Overlord's law is clear. I can't let any of you live. You are a threat to my people, and I have no way to detain a divine beast safely until the Overlord returns and passes her judgment. Your sentence is death." "This is madness, feller," the old woman said as the Feather's spirit spell choked the life out of her. "The Silver Nugget Guild has loyally served the Overlord for generations. We had no idea Kuram and Hasid had turned into monsters." "I wish I could believe you," he sighed. Feller was about to rip the merchants' heads off when his contact amulet drew his consciousness. "You'd better have a good explanation for this, Balker. This line is for emergencies only." "This is an emergency, you idiot," the god of death said. "If you kill the merchants, the Blood Desert will be isolated from the rest of Garland for years." "It's just one guild." The Feather curled his lips up in spite while staring at Sharad. "It can be easily replaced." "One guild can be replaced, but what about all the guilds? What if the other feathers follow your same reasoning?" Balker asked. "How do you think I know what just happened to your village?" The simple question made Feller's eyes widen in understanding. "Shit, we need to alert the other feathers before it's too late." Balker wanted to curse at Feller, but that would have wasted the little time he had to stop the other feathers from swallowing the poisoned pill that Orpal had delivered to their villages on a silver platter. Balker kept pressing the runes on his contact amulet, hoping that others would answer his call. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of Talgar at the same time. Orpal looked at the runes of his useless thralls as they disappeared from his disposable contact, amulet one after another. He usually kept the amulet inside a sealed space array to avoid getting tracked in case one of his minions disobeyed his orders. A second array checked the number of runes on the contact amulet, and the sudden alarm from the death of so many thralls at the same time was the signal Orpal had been waiting for to spur his plan into action. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime," he said to the troops assembled in the main hall of the fortress. Orpal had learned the standard protocol of the Blood Desert from the outlaw tribes, and then interacted with the merchant guilds to find those among them desperate, arrogant, or stupid enough to accept his offer. He had given them power, promised them more, and given them one simple order. Whenever the Overlord starts a lockdown, that's the moment to strike. Kill the local feather, and the uppers I planted in each tribe will do the rest. Everything you've always dreamed will be yours, and with my help, no one will be able to stop you. Of course, Orpal had planted no upper among Salark's loyal tribes, and no intention to uphold his promise. The lives of the young merchants meant nothing to him. Their death, however, would be remembered by the Blood Desert and the Griffin Kingdom for years to come. Space. Starry Lagoon Village at the same time. "Don't worry, Garrick will keep you company," Aaron said. "If you can't leave the house, we won't either." "That's very kind of you children," Ryla said once she managed to calm down. "Thank you for everything you are doing for my son." "I wish I could tell Auntie Ryla about Big Brother's tower," Aaron inwardly sighed. "Here or on the beach changes nothing. Nothing bad can happen to any of us as long as we don't leave the Mana Geyser." Yet a sudden knock caught him by surprise and made him yelp. Lith, Rem's voice came from the other side of the door. "Can we talk for a second?" "Sure, is there something wrong?" Lith asked, noticing the merfolk representative's embarrassed expression. "Sort of," Rem cleared her throat. "We are not an official tribe of the Blood Desert yet and have no feather. The Overlord set a few powerful temporary arrays to protect us, but I'd lie if I said I know how to use them." "Do you mind being our acting feather until the Overlord returns?" She offered him the control crystal with both hands. "Not at all." He warped it to the armory, giving the tower and everyone listed as an apprentice control over the village's arrays. "Is everyone clear about the martial law? We are under lockdown, and all trips to and from your twin underwater city must stop." "Don't worry, we know what." "Get inside." Lith pulled the merfolk past the threshold and activated the tower's defenses. Two colossal figures, about 20 meters, 66 tall, had appeared in the middle of the village's market. They killed humans and merfolk alike with abandon, their faces twisted into savage grins in euphoria. One moment they were weak merchant apprentices, and the next they had become mighty divine beasts. The power that came with the transformation was intoxicating, and so was the realization that Maugr had become their plaything. The control crystal in the armory froze just like Balker's. The uppers were close to the center of the village, and the twisted energy of Frost's soul they released had already flooded the main nodes of the arrays. "Please stop," Sola screamed in agony as she needed sheer willpower not to fall to her knees. Chapter 4012 Corrupted Life Force, Part 1. Chapter 4012 Corrupted Life Force, Part 1. Hoarfrost covered the walls of the tower and seeped deep inside Sola's fingers, freezing them to the bone. She had to hide her hands behind her back before Gianni noticed the frostbite and asked questions Solus couldn't answer. "Fuck me sideways, we are surrounded," Lith said, dispelling the enchantments he had tried to conjure. What still worked of the watchtower marked 2 waves of frost soul coming from the center of the merfolk village, another from the ocean, and a searing tidal wave of fire soul ready to fall from the sky. If unleashed, it would have engulfed the entire oasis with the sole exception of Lith's home. Orpal couldn't risk involving Elijah or Camilla in the attack, and his uppers gave the Verhin residents a wide berth. The effect of Frost Soul on the tower was something neither Lith nor Orpal had predicted. The bloodline ability released by the uppers had simply infected the world energy that the tower fed upon. The taint of the corrupted Vertilax life force spread like a disease through the surrounding water element, and the tower had no means to protect itself from the contagion. Solus used the hands of Menadian to call upon the pure world energy flowing from the Mana Geyser, but part of it suffered the effects of Frost Soul the moment it reached the surface. Using the pure world energy to repel the corruption didn't work either. It only accelerated the spreading of the upper's bloodline ability. "Mom, is there a way to filter a specific type of water element?" Solus asked. "No, because there was only one kind of water element back when I was alive," Menadian replied. I didn't even know zero was a thing until I saw that white cord lick fight the plague spreader. Use nothing but spirit magic. There's something wrong with the world energy. Lith warned his family and friends in time with a mind link, but it was too late for the merfolk. They weaved their best spells to defend themselves from the two monsters that were slaughtering their neighbors when they turned into frozen statues that soon collapsed under their own weight. How many enemies? Orion unsheathed Grimlock. At least 4, Lith replied. Too obvious, too hidden. Let's make it 2 then. Tista's spirit warped with Lith in front of the 2 frenzied upper thralls. We can't join the fight without a plan, but we can still help the people out there. Freya pointed at the field hospital and the merfolk dying in the village's streets. Dad, Morok, Nalrond with me. Mom, you stick to Camilla and nothing can hurt you. What about me? Quilla asked. Same as Mom, Freya replied. You are too pregnant to move around. You're pregnant too. Master of Space, remember? Emerald sparkles formed around Freya, marking the activation of her dimensional ruler spell. We open the steps, you pull people inside. Deal. Deal, Quilla grumbled, but Freya had left before her sister could answer. There was nothing to do for the merfolk struck by the uppers. A mere graze from the divine beasts had turned them into meat paste. Those frozen by their own spells, however, still showed a faint energy signature under life vision. Quilla handled them delicately, being careful not to shatter them until her spirit spells thawed the ice. Meanwhile, Tista sundered one of the thralls with her battle claw, Firefang, while Lith plunged Ragnarök in the head of the other, killing him on the spot. The 2 young merchants were no warriors and had no training as divine beasts. Without any equipment to protect their exposed vitals, it took but a single swing of the enchanted blades to stop their rampage. That's it, Tista asked in confusion. In what world is this an attack? This world, Lith pointed at the flaming sky falling on them, and 2 Tier 5 spirit spells coming from opposite directions. One of them came from above, beyond the fire wave, the other came from the ocean, and they were respectively aimed at the field hospital and the village plaza. We are not the target, our friends are. Tista's spirit blinked in front of the incoming blazing storm. The small-sized tornado of emerald fire that erupted from the sea turned the sand into glass as it advanced, uprooting trees and animals that instantly turned to ashes due to the superheated air compressed in the cyclone's eye. Tista had no spell at the ready and no time to weave one. She tapped into the origin flames she had stored inside Firefang and unleashed them against blazing storm. At the same time, Lith moved to intercept World Crusher. The 6 elements that comprised the emerald sphere produced a gravity 100 times stronger than normal that distorted the air and crushed everything in World Crusher's path. To make matters worse, the light and earth elements made World Crusher's shell as hard as a diamond, and darkness coated it with deadly energy. Lith conjured his golems, Trouble, and Raptor out of his pocket dimension, and joined the spirit barrier of his Voidwalker armor with those generated by the golem's emerald crystals. Without absorbing the world energy, the barriers will last but a few seconds, but that's all I need. The Tiamat activated his spirit eye to dominate World Crusher and shot it back towards the sky. Shit, the dead king is right. Verhin can really use domination. Neuron, the furball gupper, thought. I consumed the mana equivalent of my full violet core for nothing. He focused the fire soul on World Crusher, burning it enough to survive the ensuing conflagration. Stop projecting your God's damned frost soul, Philos, or my fire soul will just be for show, Neuron said via a mind link. You know that Meln's powers are just like him. They only care about themselves. Yeah, right, Philos, the Jormungandr-upper replied while dodging the onslaught of Tista's battle claws. And who's going to save me from this crazy bitch if I do? The moment her equipment works again, she's going to gut me like a fish. Jormungandrs were sea serpents, and were supposed to have the upper hand in the ocean. Alas, Philos couldn't go deep or away without releasing the merfolk village from the effects of Frost Soul, which was exactly what Tista wanted. She wanted Lith to conjure the powers of the tower as much as the uppers wanted to stop him from activating his alleged super armor, Omega Prime. If that happened, the fight would end, and the uppers would lose their lives. This is weird. Lith noticed that the upper in the sky kept himself in the cover of the Fire Soul without moving forward or unleashing his bloodline ability. The surprise effect is already gone. With every second that passes, we can weave more spells and rescue the merfolk. Soon, the uppers will have no more hostages and no way to escape from us. What do they hope to achieve by? Lith's eyes widened in realization, when he found the only possible answer to his question. He gritted his teeth and flapped his wings in fury, throwing himself into the fire soul to kill the upper before it was too late. Space, carried by the warp steps opened by moonlight, and empowered by life maelstrom, Orpal and his army of uppers covered thousands of miles with every dimensional opening they crossed. Chapter 4013 Corrupted Life Force Part 2. Chapter 4013 Corrupted Life Force Part 2. The Mage Tower allowed the dead king to keep the steps open for as long as he wanted, while Salanoth, the Ring of Space, enlarged them, allowing dozens of human-sized uppers to pass with each second. Night had long since memorized the dimensional coordinates of the places that connected the quickest path to the kingdom that her army could take. Soon, the mass of uppers came in sight of the shores of Garland and flew high above the coastal guard, posts enough to go unnoticed. "You know what to do and where to go," Orpal said before splitting his forces into smaller groups. "Rule number 1, don't get killed. Rule number 2, don't get caught. Everything else you do is none of my business." Space. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Salark purged one outlaw tribe after another of the uppers that hid among them after sifting through their memories for anything Orpal had said and done in their presence. Once she was done, Salark let the peaceful tribes stay in their current oases without demanding restitution of the magical resources they had mined. The Overlord explained the issue to the innocent members of the tribe and forced the uppers to reveal their corruption before executing them. The criminal outlaw tribes, instead, received a different treatment. Salark kicked them out of her oases and reclaimed everything they had stolen from her and the other free tribes. Also, she freed all the slaves, warping them to her palace where they would stay until they decided whether to join her country or return to their free life. The members of her nest located and captured the outlaw tribes on their own, but only the Overlord could pry the truth out of the prisoners' minds. Her presence was requested all across the Blood Desert at the same time, leaving her little time to think. "This is a colossal waste of time," she inwardly grunted as she bent space to cross the thousands of kilometers that separated her from the Silent Wolf tribe in one step. "I've found at least 2 uppers in all the criminal tribes and up to 3 in the peaceful ones, yet none of them had received more than a drop of Meln's blood. They carried no weapon and knew no spell that could be a threat to my feather. All I got for my trouble so far is a series of Meln's pep talks and a census of the outlaw tribes." The latest village turned out to be no different from the previous. The upper thralls had received Orpal's blood in exchange for information about their trading routes and the desert's customs. He had given them no instruction about what they were supposed to do with their powers, nor shared with them anything about his plans. "Your Excellence, please stop," Tarsias, a crystal phoenix and one of Salark's generals, yelled while she turned the corpse of the last upper in the tribe to dust, hoping to get her attention before she warped away. "What's the matter, General?" Under normal circumstances, Salark would have had no need to ask. She would have read Tarsia's mind with her blood imprint bloodline ability and answered his request right away. Now, however, too many of her children called her name or tried to talk with her via the telepathic bond they shared. It resulted in a deafening noise that prevented Salark from understanding a single word unless she focused on a specific voice and silenced all the others. "Our villages are under attack, all of them," Tarsias said. "Under attack? From who?" The Overlord's surprise turned into shock when she took her communication amulet out of her pocket dimension and discovered that many of its runes were unavailable. All her feathers were still alive, and those who had already defeated the uppers had flooded Salark's amulet with their reports. "Uppers, my liege," Tarsias replied. "The outlaw tribes were a diversion. The real threat came from the merchant guilds." "The merchants, of course. That's why Meln needed the outlaw tribes. He used them to get in contact with the merchant guilds. Unlike the outlaws, the merchant guilds have access to my tribes and many pieces of vital information." The Overlord's eyes narrowed in fury. She excluded all voices except for Tarsia's, taking in all the reports he had received and was trying to relay to her at once. "Meln's plague spares no one," she clicked her tongue in disgust. "I'll deal with the merchant guilds as soon as I'm done with the outlaws. Thank Balker on my behalf for his quick thinking and decisiveness. Today, he saved the Blood Desert not with his strength, but with his mind. Exterminating so many merchant guilds would have left us isolated from the rest of Garland and caused the collapse of our economy." "By your will," the general snapped to attention. "The dead king has proven to be a cunning opponent. Anything else?" she asked. "No, my liege," Tarsias shook his head. Many battles are still ongoing, but nothing worth mentioning. Thanks to the chaos, Salark paid no heed to Lith's communication rune being offline. She knew that a merchant caravan was at the starry lagoon village and assumed that a couple of 2-bit upper posed no threat to her featherlings. Alas, she was wrong, and the interference from her phoenixes and feathers deafened even her breathing technique, mother-son. Salark sent reinforcements to the still struggling feathers and moved on to the next outlaw tribe, unaware of Lith's situation. Space. City of Valoran, Royal Castle at the same time. King Meron signed the royal decree after carefully revising it, and ensuring that the court had added no fine prints or loopholes after the initial draft. He looked at the document and smiled, thinking about how much the next batch of tablets would improve the quality of life of his subjects. It's been a tough choice to make, but I'm glad the bill has passed. The web of knowledge is going to need constant monitoring and upgrades, but we can afford it thanks to the outposts in Giera, Meron thought. The literacy rate has skyrocketed in the cities where the tablets have been introduced, and so has the number of youths who have discovered their talent for magic and love for science. The risk of brewing a small number of idiots spending too much time on the web instead of working is worth the result. I'll just make harsher work regulations for those who are caught chatting and... The king's mind reeled from surprise when his hand reached for the next document on the pile, and his fingers brushed the mahogany of his work desk. Unwilling to believe his own sense of touch, Meron raised his eyes from the decree and turned his head. Good gods, it really happened. There were no more decrees to sign or documents to revise left on his desk. I'm done for the day, and I'm not going to leave anything for tomorrow. You too, Silpha looked around in shock. And there's still time before dinner. We have the rest of the evening and then the whole night for ourselves. We can do anything we want. Anything? Meron asked while staring at his wife with eyes filled with joy and passion. Chapter 4014 Corrupted Life Force Part 3 Chapter 4014 Corrupted Life Force Part 3 Silpha wore a bland, cream-colored day dress. Her hands were dirty with ink, and her face taut from the exhaustion of the long day. But to Meron's eyes, she was as beautiful as the day he had married her. Gods, it's been so long that I might have forgotten how to do it. She blushed a bit, sweeping a few strands of unruly hair behind her ear. Just give me a minute to slip into something more comfortable and... I'm not waiting 1 minute longer. Meron cut her short and swept the air with his hand. I don't care about fancy clothes, and I need no bed. We're going to do it right here and now on this table. Gods, I love it when you are so assertive. The queen took a soft pillow out of her dimensional item and placed it on her work desk at the same time as the king did the same. Good night, my love. Meron fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow, his lips parting to let out a soft snore. Don't start without me. The queen arranged her hair in a bun and was about to lie her head down when the alarm blared, and the lights in the room flashed red. Oh, come on, Silpha cursed like an angry sailor. What's happening now? As for Meron, he snored harder. His body did everything it could to ignore the noise and keep sleeping. Your Majesties, the kingdom is under attack. The hologram of General Vorg appeared in the middle of the room along with a map of the Griffin Kingdom. Under attack from who? The king woke up instantly. Narchat, Vorg said with a grave tone. The dead king is back and he's out for revenge. His army of uppers is laying waste to our lands. Lands, Silpha furrowed her brow. How many uppers does Narchat have? Based on the incoming reports, we estimate the dead king has brought at least 2,000 uppers. 2,000? The king echoed in disbelief. That's more than the average number of divine beasts of a single bloodline. What are their targets? The kingdom, my liege. Vorg pointed at the several red dots across the map that marked the sites of the attacks. They were scattered all across the Griffin Kingdom, and more dots lit up by the second. There was no apparent scheme in the onslaught. Small and big cities were under attack, no matter how irrelevant they were from a strategic standpoint. After a few seconds of staring at the hologram, one pattern emerged. Narchat is not interested in conquest. He's merely destroying everything on his path as quickly as he can before moving on to his next target, Meron said. And they are all a diversion, Silpha pointed out. He wants to keep our forces busy as he strikes at the Distar region. Meron followed her finger and noticed that the Distar Marquisate had no more red dots than its neighbors, but they all appeared in specific locations that the crown had been monitoring for a long time. Space. The queen was right about Orpal's real goal, but she was also wrong. Most of the attacks were indeed a diversion, but they all served a precise purpose. Just like the dead king, the uppers had returned to their lands of origin to exact their revenge on those who had wronged them. Their former masters, rival apprentices, siblings, and family members who had played a decisive role in the banishment of the uppers were the only targets that mattered. Everything and everyone else was just fun. The army of Upper had more than enough power to conquer a few regions of the kingdom if they put their mind to it. Yet they lacked the means to keep the citizens compliant to their rule or repel the inevitable retaliation of the crown. Most importantly, the Uppers had no will to undertake such a burdensome task. Awakened were egotistical by nature, and few among them wanted to spend most of their lives as bureaucrats, tending to the lives of lesser beings. On top of that, the Uppers knew that ruling a region would have earned them nothing but another chain on their neck. The dead king had made no secret of his dreams of becoming the next ruler of the kingdom, and no Upper could afford to defy him. At least not until they mastered all the Vertilak's bloodline abilities and ascertained whether his life force had multiple aspects like a Tiamat's or not. The Uppers dreamed of turning into full phoenixes and dragons, wishing to gain rebirth flames and dragon eyes. Orpal had turned Lith's feat in Giera to his advantage, using the revelation of the Tiamat's hidden potential to strengthen the leash around his minions' necks and ensure their loyalty to him for a bit longer. The squads of Uppers employed the same strategy that Orpal had used in the Blood Desert. A few of them plunged in the middle of the city village and spread their frost soul to keep the rest of the defensive arrays from activating and neutralize the first responders. Frost soul didn't work on the air and earth-sealing arrays that were always kept active, but it froze the most powerful magical formations that were kept on standby and any mage who tried to cast a spell. At the same time, more Uppers attacked the city's villages from the outside with fire soul to burn through the active arrays without hindering frost soul, and split the focus of the army and association on two fronts. The tactic was as simple as it was effective, allowing the Uppers to commit massacres on a large scale while encountering minimal resistance. They all could use spirit magic to bypass frost soul, and their raw physical prowess made them giants among ants living in sand castles. One kick was enough to raise a house to the ground and kill its occupants. A punch squashed a squad of fully armed soldiers like a bunch of bugs. The people screamed and cried for help, yet no one came to their rescue. Those gentle souls who tried to help the wounded with their powers froze on the spot as well, adding to the number of casualties and causing more panic. It's been so long since the last time I've been here. Orpal looked at the burning Lachar orphanage, where he had been sent over a decade ago after his parents disowned him. 16 years, yet it seems yesterday. A Tier 5 spell, Raging Sun, destroyed the building and killed those who had been too slow or scared to evacuate it. I've suffered so many scars during my stay here, but today I'm going to heal from them once and for all. He cast more spells until the Lachar orphanage was nothing but ash and rubble. Once he was done, Orpal used water magic to douse the flames and earth magic to heal the land, until no trace of either the attack or the building remained. What about the witnesses, my liege? Jorl had a hard time suppressing his sneer at that word, but he performed his role of loyal general and right-hand man of the dead king flawlessly, like he did everything else. Chapter 40:15 Corrupted Life Force Part 4. Chapter 40:15 Corrupted Life Force Part 4. Let them go, Orpal shook his head. The life of those kids is already a nightmare, while the adults are unworthy of our wrath. Besides, we need to leave someone alive if we want the entire Magur to hear the details of the day of our reckoning. The dead king called upon the power of his steed, Moonlight, to reach the army base of Akarn, where he had served in the military with a single warp steps. Orpal had been honorably discharged, but he had terminated his service when it became clear he would never be promoted past first-class private. Akarn fell and burned as Orpal rained spells from the sky, leaving his uppers to dirty their hands for him. They slaughtered the cadets and soldiers, saving the drill sergeants and commanding officers for their lord. And you said I was unfit to lead, Orpal said while dismembering the military officers he didn't recognize and slowly suffocating the others with tendrils of spirit magic. You were wrong, Sergeant Fall. So wrong, and so was our dear Commander Carcass. The dead king ripped the heart out of the sergeant's chest and shoved it inside the commander's mouth. I want you to die while witnessing the consequences of your actions, Carcass. I want you to die knowing that if not for your colossal lapse of judgment, if only you had given me the honors I deserved, none of this would have happened. I would have happily continued to serve in your army instead of building my own. I would have brought the Griffin Kingdom to new heights instead of crushing it under my heel. Carcass tried to say something, but his voice came out muffled and incomprehensible. Even worse, the spark of defiance and outrage ruined the moment for Orpal. He wanted his enemies to cry in despair and beg for his mercy, but the old soldier denied dead king that pleasure. "Burn everything to the ground," he said in annoyance as a snap of his fingers broke Carcass' neck. "It's time for the grand finale. Next stop, Lucia." Space. Meanwhile, back at the starry lagoon village, Menadian was doing her best to help Solus hide her condition and find a way to activate the tower's many enchantments without further hurting her daughter. "I can push the corrupted world energy away with the hands, but how do I keep Frost's soul from infecting it again?" She kept racking her brain. "The spells stored in the cannon vault are safe, but what is going to happen once we run out of them? There's no telling how many uppers are out there, and those blasted bloodline abilities hinder the tower's targeting system. I can't hit Meln's goons if I can't see them." "Lith is right, there is something wrong with the world energy," Ryla said via the mind link that still connected her to Lith's family and friends. "I don't know what it is, but I think I can do something about it." She activated her bloodline ability, Swirling Wind, and used it to stir the world energy and separate it from the corrupted spark of the upper's life force that turned the water element into Frost's soul. The tower absorbed the pure world energy avidly, channeling it into the self-repair enchantments of the tower. The power core thawed, and so did Solus' arms. "Keep it up, Ryla," Solus said while feeling her condition improve by the second. "How far can you expand Swirling Wind? We need to free the frozen merfolk before they die, and there are too many injured people to treat them with just a few healers." "Not as far as you think," the farmer shook her head. "I can't absorb whatever the source of the anomaly is, so the more world energy I purify, the more the anomaly becomes concentrated." She pointed at the glowing sparks of blue fire that slowly grew in size at the fringes of Swirling Wind. The sight of the phenomenon triggered a deep revulsion that made everyone turn their heads away. "This is nothing like Elijah's Jarak," Solus thought. "I feel disgusted, not afraid. If Jarak is a poison blade, that blue spark is a sewer cockroach. Not only is the concentrated anomaly harder to repel, but it might easily kill anyone who tries to use magic instead of just incapacitating them," Ryla said, unaware of Solus' worries. "Then keep it up for us and we'll remove the root of the problem," Solus said. "Lith, Tista, Swirling Wind is a natural counter to Meln's bloodline abilities, all of them. The basic skill of evolved humans is the bane of the powers of those who turn their backs on their humanity. This is poetic justice at its finest." Tista tried, and failed to activate Swirling Wind in her Hecate form. She swore under her breath and shapeshifted into her Indech form. Finally, her wings purged the frost soul surrounding her, allowing the world energy to flood her equipment and bring it back to life. "Let's see how you survive this." Her battle claws, Firefang, touched the water and unleashed the Tier 5 spell, Dark Ages, turning the surface of the ocean into ice and flooding it with darkness element. "What the fuck?" Phylos stared at Tista's transformation in shock, and almost failed to notice that Dark Ages effects far surpassed those of any Tier 5 spell he knew. His shock turned to horror when Dark Ages absorbed the sparks of Frost Soul, isolated by Swirling Wind in its path, and somehow kept growing stronger. The corrupted water element boosted the spell, allowing the ice to form much faster than the Jormungandr expected. He escaped the frozen prison only thanks to his powerful muscles, and tried to force Tista to back off by unleashing 2 Tier 5 spirit spells. Phylos aimed Mana Storm at the Merfolk village and Phoenix Smash at the Indech. Tista cursed the upper's cowardice and stopped her attack. She spirit blinked in front of the Mana Storm to intercept it with the spirit barriers of the mouth and his armor. At the same time, she conjured the Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, to smother the blast of emerald flames before they opened a hole in her barriers. "Be careful, Lith," Tista warned her brother via their mind link. "Swirling Wind does nullify Meln's abilities, but his residual energy has weird interactions with elemental magic. Also, I don't think these bastards want to kill us." As absurd as it may sound, they are stalling for time. When Grandma returns, Meln will have achieved his goal. Lith had shapeshifted in his Indech form earlier as well, and had pierced through the searing wave of Fire Soul unscathed thanks to Swirling Wind. Grandma was right. This is all part of his plan. Meln created so many weak-uppers only to bait Grandma in a pointless chase, and force us to stay here while he does whatever he wants in the kingdom. Lith noticed the red sparks released by the Fire Soul he had cleansed, and how they merged with the remaining mystical flames, further increasing their temperature. I'm free to cast spells and use my equipment again, but this is not going to be easy. He flooded Trouble and Raptor with the world energy amassed by swirling wind to make up for the power they had consumed. Chapter 40, 16 Cursed Verses Corrupted, Part 1. Chapter 40, 16 Cursed Verses Corrupted, Part 1. How nice of you to visit, Verhen. Neuron clapped his hands, and the roaring sea of fire converged upon the Indech from every side. The dead king will be delighted to learn about whatever that new form of yours is. The Furbolg retreated at a safe distance to avoid getting caught in the firestorm and stay away from the unknown creature. Lith instinctively tried to counter the fire soul with a burst of origin flames. He took a deep breath, feeling the world energy enter from his nose, descend through his throat, and flood his lungs and heart. Yet when he exhaled, only a comically small puff of fire came out of his mouth. Fire Soul encountered no resistance as it crashed against the stupefied Indech like a raging tide, drowning him in a sea of flames. Fuck me sideways, my human side is so atrophied that it can't use the abilities of my other aspects, just like I struggle to use my human abilities in my Tiamat form. Lith cursed his bad luck and activated the spirit barriers of the Voidwalker armor and the golems. The good news was that, thanks to swirling wind, all three of them had access to an abundant source of world energy, and their power cores depleted slowly. The bad news was that Neuron had been charging his attack for quite a long time before Orpal gave him the order to attack. Fire Soul consumed no mana, and between its sheer size and the side effect of swirling wind, the Vertilac bloodline ability built up an astounding destructive power. Fire Soul ebbed and flowed, relentlessly striking at the spirit barriers while trapping Lith and his golems in its core. The bloodline ability had no blind spot or opening, blinding Lith's magical and regular senses to the position of his enemy. "Solus, can you see him?" he asked via the long-distance mind link they shared thanks to the pieces of the Menadian set. "No, I'm sorry," she replied. "The tower is still barely operational. Do you want me to cast an Annihilation or a Bastion?" "Yes, but only if this doesn't work," he replied, and before she could ask for an explanation, Lith traced a few jagged lines in the air and yelled, "Jarak!" The blast of Zero Element pierced through the sea of fire like paper, but missed his target by a wide margin. On top of that, a thick layer of ice now covered the golems and Lith's right hand. I was right, Lith thought. The cursed elements can counter whatever power conjured this fire, and I retain my resistance to mirror magic while in my Indech form. I can use Jarak a few more. What was that? Neuron thought. I can feel the coldness of that thing from here. Thank the gods I kept moving around to not offer Verhen a fixed target in case he spotted me. If that spell hit me, Fire Soul disappeared all around Lith for over 10 meters, derailing the train of thought of both the Indech and the Furbolg. Now oh shit, they thought in unison, one trying to escape the encirclement of the sea of flames and the other trying to fill the gaps Zero had opened. Lith moved towards the side where the layers of Fire Soul were thinner, but Neuron sent a waterfall of mystical fire against the Indech to stop him. Again, Solus said, cast Jarak again. Jarak, Lith had yet to try using Zero's magic word with his mind and couldn't risk doing it now, so he kept using fake magic. The Zero smothered the fire waterfall, but the reasoning behind Solus' advice became clear only a second later. Another large amount of Fire Soul surrounding Lith disappeared into thin air, allowing him to break free from the death trap. It's thanks to Zero, or rather Cinder, she explained. Grandpa told us that Elijah's Jarak also conjures Cinder, but spreads it in a vast area all around the caster. That's why the upper's Fire Soul disappears. Because they repel each other, Lith said in understanding. Whatever force drives Meln's power, it's incompatible with its corresponding cursed element. Jarak, Jarak, Jarak! Lith traced the Zero rune in the air several times as he bolted towards the Furbolg, but no elemental pillar emerged. Each one of the runes released a pulse of cinder that consumed the Fire Soul that was chasing Lith long before it could get even close to the Indech. I know I can't beat you, Verhen, Neuron said. I'm a nobody, just one of the many followers of your brother, which is all the more reason I should be the least of your worries. He conjured the Tier 5 spirit spell, Breakdown, and hurled it down towards the starry lagoon village, where Lith's friends were still busy rescuing the injured merfolk. Lith recognized the hexial mental sphere and the destructive power it carried. Yet he didn't stop his advance, knowing that the upper had probably more spells at the ready and would unleash them one after another to waste Lith's time and mana. Besides, I don't need to, he thought as Trouble and Raptor stood in Breakdown's path and conjured emerald bursts of Phoenix Smash. The energy blasts of the combined spirit spells shattered the emerald sphere, detonating it far away from its target. Lith rode the resulting shockwave to increase his speed and exploited the cover of the Phoenix Smash to hide his energy signature, catching Neuron unprepared. The upper Furbolg was still using Orpal's breathing technique, Dark Sovereign, to recover his strength when Lith suddenly emerged from the smoke and charged at him. Neuron flapped his wings to escape, but a set of emerald chains erupted from the Indetch's left hand and wrapped themselves around the upper's right arm up to the shoulder. Get over here. The Tier 5 spirit spell, Griffin Fetters, had been devised long ago by human awakened to restrict the mightiest of the divine beasts, and an upper's strength didn't even come close. Neuron failed to break the fetters that shortened with a clink, bringing upper and Indetch face to face. I have one word for you, Jarak. Lith's chained hand closed around the Furbolg's fist as he conjured the power of the Zero element. Chore magic wasn't enough to kill someone the size of a divine beast, but it carried enough power to freeze Neuron's right arm to the bone. Zero didn't affect Lith since the spell was perfect and comprised of his mana, but the Indetch still suffered from the sudden drop in temperature. The emerald chains and the layer of ice connecting the two limbs locked the two divine beasts in an unbreakable embrace that Lith exploited to stab Neuron. Ragnarok's Davros made short work of the still-depowered adamant of the Furbolg's armor, the entire length of the blade disappearing inside Neuron's body with each lunge. The Furbolg and the Indetch were about the same size, but their mass was another story. Lith was a bright violet Tiamat, while Neuron had just achieved the violet core. On top of that, the Furbolg's verdant oak armor weighed just a few kilos. Young divine beasts struggled to gather the materials to craft equipment that fit their full size, and Neuron was no exception. Chapter 40:17 Cursed Versus Corrupted, Part 2. Chapter 40:17 Cursed Versus Corrupted, Part 2. The Furbolg had cut ties with his bloodline to join Orpal, and the dead king himself only owned an enchanted armor for his human form. To make matters worse, the thick layer of Zero and Ragnarok's reverse flow enchantment hindered the phase regeneration abilities. The frozen solid right arm weighed Neuron down, refusing to both thaw or detach itself. Regrowing the entire limb from scratch would have been a matter of seconds for the Fae, but Neuron had to get rid of it first. The extreme cold numbed the Furbolg's tissues to the point he had no control over them. The Griffin fetters bound him tight, but Lith manipulated them so that the emerald chains would inflict little damage, and use the arm as their anchor as they wrapped themselves around the rest of the upper's body. On top of that, Neuron had to devote his full focus on his remaining arm to stop the unrelenting assault of the angry blade. The cuts it inflicted healed slowly, and each one of them gushed lifeblood like a fountain. This wasn't supposed to happen. Neuron gritted his teeth to withstand the pain. Becoming an upper should have made me stronger, not weaker. Fae had no heart or major organs. The only way to kill them was to find and destroy the root they hid inside their bodies, and that they could move freely even during the most frenzied battle. That, along with their uncanny regeneration and their ability to absorb nutrients from the soil, made them nigh immortal. Yet Neuron wasn't a Furbolg anymore. He was a Fae upper hybrid, which gave him organs, blood, and locked his root in a fixed position. Neuron had never bled before, and the feeling of weakness that accompanied every spurt of blood was new to him. For the first time in his life, the Furbolg upper was afraid of getting hurt. His fear grew into terror the closer Ragnarok got to his root, and Lith read Neuron's face like a map. The Indetch gauged the panic in the upper's eyes with each attack to assess how close he had gotten to the root. Verhen knows, Neuron said as he blocked a series of strikes aimed at the exact location of his root. The bastard knows, and for some reason I can't generate more fire soul. I don't care about the dead king's plans anymore. None of his promises of greatness or threats of pain matter if I die here like a moron. After trying and failing one last time to call upon Fire Soul and get rid of the Indetch, the upper let go of his bloodline ability to switch to Thunder Soul. The sea of fire looming over the merfolk village disappeared instantly, and arcs of sickly lightning streamed across Neuron's body. Lith had used swirling wind to filter the fire element, so he had no way to stop the Furbolg when he called upon the air element. Moreover, while fire and frost soul effects manifested outside an upper's body, Thunder Soul stored the corrupted lightning inside an upper. Swirling wind had no effect on the air element that Neuron had already absorbed. It could only stop him from taking in more. If that was Lith's plan, that is. Without Fire Soul, and with Tista keeping the other upper busy, the merfolk snapped out of their panic and started helping each other. "Don't use magic at all costs," Rem yelled with Mimicast from inside the tower, letting the sound travel from house to house until it reached the desert heart, and from there spread to the rest of the village. "Bring those who need healing to the Verhin house." Morok and the others kept spirit blinking around the starry lagoon to rescue those who had turned into blocks of ice at the start of the ambush, and used their spirit magic to thaw them before it was too late. The tyrant still had a limited control over swirling wind due to the limits of his proto-wings, but it was more than enough to push the Frost Soul back and save his mana by using elemental magic. Whenever spirit magic drained the cores of his friends, Morok moved to their position to let them use invigoration without interrupting their job. Lith kept 2 of his eyes on the ground to check on his companions, 2 more on Tista, and the remaining 3 on his opponent, ready to dominate any spirit spell Neuron might conjure. "Die, bastard, die!" the Furbolg yelled as his scimitar clanged against the angry blade in a desperate parry. "Let's see how long you can last." Neuron was still covered in wounds, and the griffin fetters trapped his dominant arm. The mass gap was unchanged, and the upper could only defend himself against Ragnarök, but the tides of battle were already turning. Even though Neuron's scimitar didn't even come close to the Indech's body, the Thunder Soul seeped past the Voidwalker armor and struck deep into Lith's flesh with every one of his attacks that the upper intercepted. The corrupted lightning flowed from Neuron to Lith through their blades, piercing through all kinds of protections it encountered on its path. The Indech used light fusion to heal from the wounds the moment they opened and darkness fusion to suppress most of the pain, but never relented in his attack. "Thunder Soul can be used like this?" he pondered. "It's better than I thought, but still has plenty of limitations. It's useless outside of close-quarters combat, and the farther Thunder Soul has to move from its point of origin, the more power it loses. Even traveling Ragnarök's length lessens Thunder Soul's effects. If I were using Double Edge in my full Tiamat form, I doubt that I would suffer more than minor wounds. Also, if I didn't have to protect the merfolk, I would only need to take 1 step back to make Thunder Soul useless. Or in this case, 1 step forward." Lith created an opening that Neuron exploited without thinking. "I'm not dead, I'm not going to die today." In his frenzy, the Furbolg launched an attack with all his strength, walking straight into the trap. His blade slid along Ragnarök's edge until it struck the cross guard, transmitting almost the full power of the blow into the Indech's hand. Neuron smiled as Lith's flesh tore open and his bones shattered, but his joy didn't last. After putting all his weight into the overhead slash, the upper was out of balance and his chest fully exposed. Lith countered the upper with a front kick the moment their blades touched, shortening the griffin fetters to accelerate the enemy further and turn Neuron's charge against him. The kick landed on the upper's abdomen hard, deforming adamant and shattering bones, but Neuron didn't care. "Dumb move, Verhin. I can heal from a mere blow like this before you can blink, and we are still locked together. The moment your griffin fetters spring me back, I'll return all this momentum to you with Thunder Soul and kill you," he thought, and he was wrong. Lith let the griffin fetters extend freely, sending the upper flying far away from him, and in the middle of the many still-active Jerak runes he had left behind. A snap of his fingers unleashed multiple bursts of zero. Chapter 40 18 Tough Choices, Part 1. Chapter 40 18 Tough Choices, Part 1. The cursed element flooded Neuron's body from every side, while the temperature around the Furbolg dropped over 100 degrees in a split second. Surprise and actual cold froze Neuron in place, so that when Lith's attack came, the upper had no way to defend himself. Lith struck where he knew the root was, in the left hip, killing Neuron on the spot. "I can't afford to capture him alive and waste time interrogating him," Lith thought as he bolted down to help Tista. There might be other uppers in ambush, and if one of them rescued that Fae and brought him to the oasis, he would have healed himself and rejoined the fight in an instant. Space. Griffin Kingdom at the same time. People all across the land screamed for help, while entire villages were trampled over by a single upper, while most cities faced the fury of squads of 10 corrupted divine beasts. 10 corrupted divine beasts who flattened buildings like sand castles, sealed the warp gates with their frost soul, and slaughtered dozens of humans with a single sweep of their colossal limbs. Only alchemical tools were unaffected by the upper's bloodline ability, since the spell's alchemical tools contained had been cast a long time ago, and then stored inside the frame of their vessel. Yet Tier 3 spells were of little use against such titans. The soldiers and the alchemists could slow down the advance of the uppers and rescue the wounded and those trapped under the debris of the broken buildings, but that was their limit. "You'll regret pissing me off." Parmigiano Hogg noticed the ongoing attack on the city of Zantia only when one of his patrons walked out of his traveling tavern and broke the hushing spell that isolated the establishment from the noise of the outside world. "I'll call the council and drat." His amulet wasn't working, and neither were those of everyone else within Frost Soul's area of effect. "Drina, use those pretty wings of yours and get away enough to alert everyone. And I mean everyone, leave no rune uncalled." "On it, boss," the cute blonde barmaid said while shape-shifting into her real form, that of a gold-scaled wyvern. "If this isn't the time for the council emergency summon, I don't know what it is." She took flight, moving away from Zantia while maintaining a low altitude to escape detection, until her communication amulet worked again. "Ladies and gentlemen, who is with me?" The bartender's request was met by murmurs. No one dared look at him. "Seriously, do you really want to stand there and do nothing while our host city is destroyed?" "Those are divine beasts, Hogg," a dryad said. "Why should we risk our lives for nothing?" a scorpicore asked. "They are big and we are small," a human shrugged. "Also, those uppers all have at least a deep violet core, whereas most of us are stuck at the bright blue, if not at an even weaker core. There's nothing we can do." "Not with that attitude," Hogg grumbled. "Come, my disciples, let's show these cowards how." Most of those who worked at the traveling tavern were awakened youths that Hogg had rescued and taken in as his disciples. He didn't like to be a mentor much, but the position granted him the authority to protect the awakened youths from their respective families. He was their teacher, their parent, and their employer. All the more reason why his voice trailed off when he noticed that not one of his apprentices had stepped out of the tavern. "Sorry, boss," a strikingly cute girl said. "It's not that I'm afraid of death, I'm absolutely terrified." "How much are you going to pay me if I come out of this alive?" a handsome youth asked while crossing his arms. "Because unless we are talking about a permanent and significant raise, I'm not risking my life on a waiter's wage. Even if I were an awakened, I wouldn't fight those monsters even if you gifted me the tavern," Zelima, a non-awakened cook, said. "You ungrateful brats, aside from Zelima, of course," Hogg yelled in outrage. "Aye." A storm of fire lit the sky as bright as day, engulfing the uppers. The divine beasts screamed in pain due to their black hide offering them no protection against the bite of origin flames. A murder of wyverns dived in the wake of the mystical flames and hit the uppers with fangs, talons, tails, and spells. The divine beasts were much bigger, but also much fewer in number, and none of them had the wyvern's bright violet core. "Don't worry, Elder Hogg, I'll take care of this." Gerslak, the patriarch of the wyvern bloodline, circled above the traveling tavern with the members of his honor guard. "You too, protect these cowardly mice. Everyone else with me. Let's show those imposters that no child of Ligaen is afraid of a fake divine beast." Gerslak roared his challenge and bolted forward. He killed one upper by biting his neck and flooding his blood with acidic venom. The honor guard killed another just as fast, but only because they conjured a Silverwing's annihilation. The two wyverns that Gerslak had left behind looked at the uppers in hatred, their spike-ending tails quivering in ill-repressed desire to fight. Then they turned to the awakened they were tasked to protect, and their eyes became full of contempt. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself?" Hogg said as the murder of wyverns flew out of the Frost Soul, breathed the origin flames in, and unleashed them while diving back into the fray. "I'm not going to lie, boss," the cute girl said. "As long as I don't have to fight the army of the dead king, the wyverns can call me however they want." "I'm back, boss." Drina landed in front of Hogg without bothering to hide her surprise at finding him still there. "Are we going to fight or not?" "Of course we are," Hogg replied. "Excellent work, Drina." "Thanks, but I didn't do much," she said via a mind link as he mounted on her back. "The council already knew of the attack when I pressed the emergency rune. Otherwise, Patriarch Gerslak would have never gotten here so quickly." "I'm glad to hear those old farts are actually taking this threat seriously." Hogg's spirit blinked the incoming spells against the uppers, allowing the young wyvern to fly in a straight line. How did they know? "The royals warned them." Drina bit an Achilles tendon off, toppling a corrupted divine beast. The upper lost her balance, and then her life to a murder of wyverns that buried her under their talons and origin flames. Battles like this are taking place all over the kingdom, and no one wants the dead king to gain a foothold in the kingdom and become a second Thrude. That's a bit dramatic, Hogg replied while neutralizing a Tier 5 spirit spell with an emerald barrier. Narchet is nothing like Thrude. You're right, he's worse. Drina's words left her mentor flabbergasted. The Mad Queen only had a little over 30 divine beasts at her command, whereas the dead king has deployed over 2,000 uppers across the kingdom for this attack. There's no telling if this is his full army, or if he has more uppers in reserve. Chapter 40 19 Tough Choices, Part 2. Chapter 40 19 Tough Choices, Part 2. 2,000? Hogg looked at the death and destruction the 10 uppers had wrought upon Xantia in the few minutes before the wyvern's arrival in horror. Entire city blocks were in ruin, and those still standing had their walls painted red with the blood of the dead. Yeah, and unlike Thrude, the dead king doesn't care about earning the favor of the citizens of the kingdom. The young wyvern inwardly nodded. Humans are just food for his army. Space. What took place in Xantia and the rest of the kingdom was nothing compared to what was happening in the Distar and Essagar regions. Orpal hated the Marquisate the most, and many of his sworn enemies lived there. From Brynja Distar to Duke Marth, the dead king had a hard time deciding who to put on top of his hit list. At least until Night had pointed out that the Essagar region was home to Zagar Vaster, someone that she also despised deeply. Horseman and host celebrated that rare moment of agreement by sending all the troops they intended to send against the Erna's region to Essagar. Orpal hated Gianni as much as Vaster for foiling his plans time and time again, but alas, she wasn't home. There was no way to lure her or her daughters into a trap, and the dead king knew that Gianni wouldn't care about something as trivial as dead civilians or a destroyed house that she could just rebuild with money. Status report, Headmaster Marth, King Meron said. No casualties, Your Majesty, Duke Marth replied. No upper dared enter the inner courtyard of the academy, and our permanent arrays nullify their most powerful bloodline abilities, yet the uppers are still a threat. The 6 great academies' arrays were always active, constantly drawing on the power of the mana geyser below, and negating the effects of Frost Soul simply by keeping it outside the castle walls with their stasis fields. The uppers are burning the forest and killing our beast allies. Given enough time, they'll burn the White Griffin to the ground with their newfound power. Marth had the communication amulet project, the Flaming Skies, looming over the academy. It was similar to what Neuron had done at the Starry Lagoon village, but here Fire Soul had been conjured by a dozen uppers instead of just one. Then you have my permission, Headmaster, Meron nodded. Activate the White Knight and kill them all. The true nature of the 6 great academies was one of the most well-kept secrets of the Griffin Kingdom. The royals always hesitated to reveal it unless under the direst circumstances. After the War of the Griffins, however, all the staff and most of the students of the White Griffin already knew the truth. Only the youngest, those in the first year, believed the academy to be just a big castle. By your will, Marth grinned, hoping to slaughter so many uppers that Orpal would show his face and give Marth the opportunity to avenge Manohar's death. Glory to the kingdom. Space. Status report, Highmaster Vaster, Queen Silpha said. It's a massacre out there, the plump professor replied. The uppers revealed their presence after reaching the known branches of the Mage Association and the army, sealing the warp gates, communications, and reinforcements. Mages are helpless without their spells, and there's only so much that soldiers can do against creatures of that size. Only the few cities where, for whatever reason, the uppers' attack was delayed managed to activate their arrays and are holding their ground. Everywhere else, our options are painfully limited. The mages have to get out of the area of effect of Frost Soul to cast their spells before going back and unleashing them. The problem is that the constant back and forth wastes a lot of time and makes it impossible to maintain an effective battle formation. I see, the queen gritted her teeth in frustration. If only everyone had Tier 4 and 5 spell-holding rings, this wouldn't have happened. Indeed, but how many people would you entrust with that kind of artifacts, Your Majesty? Vaster asked. Elemental sealing arrays are useless against them, and once their wearer is killed, they make a magnificent prize for our enemies. Sad but true, Silpha nodded. You are far too calm for someone whose lands are burning, Highmaster. Panicking would do me no good, Your Majesty, the master replied. Also, I have taken precautions for a moment like this, and I'm a Highmaster. I know I can win, but I can't fight without your permission. Verlem is not Belias, where the soldiers keep any secret you ask, or a remote land where no one knows me. The moment someone my size with a staff starts butchering uppers, the Highmaster armor won't hide my identity more than a bandana could. The queen wanted to order Vaster to charge into battle, but her mouth remained shut. She was willing to pay any price to save her beloved subjects, but not if her decision doomed even more of them. Revealing the existence of a Highmaster was dangerous. Revealing his identity was suicidal. The nobles inside and outside the kingdom would finally have an answer to their unsolved accidents and blame the royals for them. Even worse, the enemies of the crown within and without the kingdom would also pin any natural catastrophe they suffered on the Highmaster and blame the royals for their problems. Sending Vaster to the front lines was bound to stir a political nightmare that could only end with his execution and the current royal couple's abdication. Do everything you can without revealing your skills as a Highmaster. Each word soured Silpha's mouth and poisoned her heart. Use them only if you are certain that you won't leave witnesses. I allow only for minimal collateral damage. I forbid you from killing more of our people than Meln's gods-damned mongrels would. Essager was Vaster's own archduchy, and the queen knew such orders were unnecessary. Vaster would never harm the people he had spent his whole life nurturing unless he had no other choice. Yet Silpha spoke to the protector of Essager as if he were an unruly soldier because she needed to ease her guilt. Silpha needed to do everything she could to prove to her conscience that she hadn't made such an impossible decision lightly. By your will, your majesty, Vaster gave her a deep bow. I promise you that I'll hold the uppers back until our allies from the awakened council arrive. Glory to the kingdom. Once the queen's hologram disappeared, the master enveloped the communication amulet inside a hush spell to keep anyone from eavesdropping on him. Tezca, you stay home with Zin and the kids, he said, and the Sun-Eater nodded. I doubt Meln is stupid enough to attack my house, but I wouldn't put it past him. Everyone else but Nelia, you know what to do. He opened several spirit steps that led the members of the organization outside the city of Essager, and from there, they moved to the neighboring regions with chaos steps. Why are you doing this? The Frost Griffin asked. There are few of us, but we could exterminate every single upper in the Essager region in minutes. Just give us the order. Chapter 40, 20 Gloves Are Off, Part 1. Chapter 40, 20 Gloves Are Off, Part 1. Kid, don't get too emotional, Vaster replied. How long do you think my cover would hold if all the eldritch hybrids of the organization focused their efforts on Essager? What would happen to us once the Guardians understand that I'm the master? Nelia clenched her fists and jaw so hard that they popped, but she said nothing. Just wait for the signal from your siblings. Let a few of them strike first in the other regions of the kingdom so that Essager doesn't stand out. At that point, you have my permission to go wild, if there's someone left to kill, of course. Vaster warped himself outside his secret lab, and on the high walls surrounding the city of Verlam. Is everything ready? He asked the guard captain. Yes, my lord. Unlike most men in his company, Captain Ilas was old enough to know what Vaster was capable of. Everything has been prepared according to your instructions months ago. Ilas looked at the short, plump, middle-aged man in front of him with utter respect, yet his mouth curled in a savage grin. He almost pitied the uppers for their fate. Almost. And what is this old-timer going to do with a bunch of stones? The other soldiers, however, only saw Vaster as a rich, pampered mage who fattened up on tax money. If Verhin were our lord, he would be fighting on the front lines instead of hiding here with us recruits. Good, the master noticed the scorn in the young soldier's eyes and ignored it as he had done for his entire life. Now, stand back and shut up. I need focus. A tap of his Yggdrasil staff, Grimbark, activated one of the arrays of Verlam's walls. The capital of Essager was a large city, and the uppers had focused on the most populated areas, leaving the seemingly useless battlements alone. A second tap of Grimbark etched runes of power on the giant stones piled up near each of the guard towers. The enchantment was too strong for its vessels, and the simple boulders wouldn't last more than a few minutes before collapsing. Yet Vaster only needed seconds. A third tap of the staff connected Vaster to the observation points, allowing him to look through the surveillance enchantments imbued in every guard tower at the same time. A fourth tap activated the small arrays surrounding the stone projectiles, amplifying Magus' gravity by 1,000-fold and altering its direction. At a flick of Vaster's fingers, a hail of boulders the size of a stagecoach soared into the sky at the speed of a sniper bullet. They were so fast that the uppers didn't see them coming. The air runes carved into the rocks pushed them past the sound barrier, while the earth and fire enchantment made them explode on impact. Each projectile hit like a fist weighing hundreds of kilos and detonated like a grenade. Fire, stone shrapnel, and lava bit deeply into the black hide of the uppers, bringing their killing frenzy to a halt. A few had their heads burst open and died on the spot. The survivors were crippled but far from dead, yet. Push another stone in the slingshot arrays. Ilas barked in his amulet, and the soldiers across Verlam's walls obeyed, their mouths twisted in a grin identical to their captain's. My lord, with all due respect, those boulders are fast, but now the enemy will expect them. A soldier with enough talent for magic to be a magico said. What if those curs use one of those weird emerald spells to shoot your projectiles right back at us? Even worse, what if they dodge the next volley and Verlam suffers the might of your magic? Ilas was about to scold the soldier for insubordination, but Vaster's raised hand stopped him. Excellent question, kid. I know answering with another question is rude, but do you really think that a bunch of giant rocks is all I have prepared to defend the capital of my region? The master pointed at the sky, and everyone raised their heads. Only then did the soldiers notice that the fluffy white clouds above Verlam had merged into a dark, massive thundercloud. I didn't become an archduke just because of my social or political skills, kid. The master cut the air horizontally, and bolts of true lightning descended from the sky, striking the uppers with surgical precision. I built these walls to be a big magic circle, and I'm a mage. Also, those aren't random rocks. They are magnetite. The opening salvo coated the uppers with enough metal to turn them into huge lightning rods. Nature unleashed its fury upon the corrupted divine beasts. Their colossal size made them stand above most buildings, drawing several bolts of lightning on them every second. Their flesh burned, and their blood boiled. The relentless onslaught shattered the uppers' spirit barriers and struck like a god's hammer, bringing them to their knees. Only a handful of corrupted divine beasts was still alive a few seconds later, when the second volley of projectiles hit them and put the uppers out of their misery. Space! You filthy bastards! Nelia watched the massacre in Verlam unfold from the sky, yet she found no solace in it. This is my land, that's my people, this is my mother's turf. How dare you mongrels invade the sanctity of our home? Most griffins inherited Tyrus's instinct to nurture and protect the weak, and Nelia was no exception. The millennia she had spent as an eldritch, denying her natural instinct, made it much more violent now that she no longer suffered from the eternal hunger that plagued abominations. She bolted toward the nearest city under attack, with bolts of silver lightning arching across her body and chaos, spells ready at her claws, forming a curtain of black light around her leonine fingers. The council is on the move, and 4 of your siblings have already reached their targets. Vaster's voice came out of her amulet as she flew towards another besieged city of Essagar. Gloves are off. Nelia shrieked in fury and released 5 chaos magic spells, howling void. 5 uppers died on the spot, their heads and the upper part of their torsos devoured by spears of energy. The frost griffin landed amid the remaining flabbergasted uppers with the grace of a butterfly. She raised no shockwave and hurt no civilian. Her fists, instead, struck like meteors, blowing the uppers apart like flesh balloons. Rivers of blood flooded the streets of the city of Alasto before anyone could understand what had just happened. Nelia was already gone, and death had reverted the uppers into their original size and form. The corrupted divine beasts turned into emperor beasts' corpses and phase roots. The citizens of Alasto stepped over the bloody flowers, brambles, and leaves, wondering about who the thundering shadow was and how it could have dragged so many monsters away so fast. Space. Distar Marquisate, city of Dirios. Orpal had sent over 20 uppers to deal with Brynja, but they had found her ready. She knew that one day the dead king would return for her, and even though her preparations couldn't spare her city from the rampaging divine beasts, they foiled the uppers' best weapon. Chapter 40-21 Gloves Are Off Part 2 Chapter 40-21 Gloves Are Off Part 2 The stasis field surrounding the Distar household kept Frost's soul out, allowing everyone inside the mansion's walls to use magic freely. That and the hidden warp gate of the Distar household, bringing Aints and the professors of the Black Griffin to Dirios the moment the alarm resounded, provided the city with reinforcements and medical supplies. Wounded soldiers and helpless mages entered the Distar household and left it with their bodies healed, a small arsenal of alchemical tools, and with several spells at their fingertips. We can drive the uppers back, but how many innocents will die before the battle is over? Brynja looked at the pillars of smoke rising from all over Dirios. What about next time? What if Meln sends hundreds of uppers instead of a few dozen? Space. Distar Marquisate, Lustria County, City of Lucia. Hundreds of uppers attacked Orpal's birthplace, and the horseman led the charge. He saw how much Lucia had grown in his absence, and knew that it had happened not because of him, but in spite of him. I ruined Leech's reputation, and showed these worms my true power back when I exposed his dirty little secrets at the Heavenly Wolf restaurant. Yet these ungrateful bastards still crawl at Leech's feet. They even worship him like a god. The sight of the temple of the All-Father enraged Orpal most of all. The giant statues of Lith's known four forms seemed to mock him, their sheen surface a testament to the devotion that the people paid to him without even being asked. That should be my temple. Those statues should depict me. The thought that none of his followers showed him a fraction of the admiration the Lucians had for Lith almost drove Orpal mad with fury. The almost disappeared when he noticed Trion's majestic statue. The sculptures of the four generals were smaller than the All-Fathers, but still carved from polished stones and depicted with a heroic bearing. "Where is your god now, you pathetic maggots?" Orpal screamed in outrage as he smashed the statues with a colossal spear comprised of several black prisms. "Where is Leech? He's far away and uncaring like all the so-called gods. I'm here instead, and you will all kneel before me." After he was done with the statues, Orpal lunged at the temple. The prisms coating thorn amplified the destructive power of the spear, raising the temple of the All-Father to the ground in a matter of seconds. "Kill them all," the Vertilac roared. "Destroy everything, starting with the blacksmith's house. Bring me Zekel Proudhammer's head on a pike." "Lith, where in the gods' names are you?" Zekel pressed the contact rune like a madman, but a thick layer of hoarfrost covered his contact amulet, jamming it. "Surma, we need to." One upper stomped on the blacksmith's house from the front, and another from the back, flattening it. "What about the old man's head?" a Treen Tupper asked. "Didn't we just squash it?" "We would have done it anyway," a Naga upper replied. "Look." He tried lifting a corpse from the middle of the street, but it was crushed under the pressure of his massive fingers. "Just bring the dead king the head of an old man. It's not like he will notice the difference." Lucia had no walls and was only guarded by a small contingent of the army. Most mages of the local branch of the association were low-level clerks, tasked with distributing the tablets and keeping records of the trial run. Once Frost's soul sealed the warp gate, the association didn't stand a chance and lasted only for a few seconds after the attack began. Orpal had struck the Distar region first, preferring to alert the rest of the kingdom, rather than risking the royals might send someone capable of spoiling his plans to Lucia. "Gods, I'm an idiot," the dead king thought when he returned to his senses. "I've wasted too much time crushing an insignificant pile of stones. What if my real target has already escaped?" Due to Frost's soul surrounding Lucia, Orpal couldn't use life vision, moonlight, or life-sensing arrays, leaving him only his regular sight to look for his prey. "Stay on guard. I'm sure that Leech has prepared something. Do not approach his house. That's an order." The dead king's words would have confused the Lucians if only they could stop for a moment and listen to him. The Lucians were too busy running for their lives to care about what Orpal did or said. Otherwise, they would have questioned why he had started the attack from the city, and no upper had been sent past its borders. "Crazy bastard." Jorl was one of the few who knew the answer to such questions. "But a crazy bastard with a good plan. I can't believe he came up with it on his own. I must say, I'm enjoying this much more than I should." Knight hadn't stopped laughing since the moment the attack on the Blood Desert had started. "It's been too long since the last time I had so much fun. In the eternal boredom of my existence, watching the weak squirm under my foot is the only pleasure that never gets old. The face of every one of these humans twists in fear and despair in a unique way. They are akin to snowflakes in a storm, so pretty yet so ephemeral. And the best has yet to come." Orpal left the ruins of the temple, reaching the farmlands with a single flap of his wings. The 3 squads of the Queen's Corps that protected Lucia even in Lith's absence were too busy saving people to try and stop him. Without their magic and reinforcements, they were just 15 well-armed and trained soldiers against living gods. The kings of the Tron Woods and their magical beast subjects prepared for the worst, ready to attack from under the cover of the arrays shrouding Lith's home. Much to their surprise, the Vertilac gave the Verhin household a wide berth and shrank to the size of a tall human. Orpal had come to take his revenge on Lucia. but there were people who mattered to him much more than a bunch of buildings and strangers. He landed in front of Broman's house like a meteor, opening a crater in the ground and producing a shockwave strong enough to shatter the glass windows. "I've never forgotten about you, Rizzle." Orpal's fanged mouth curled up in a disgusted grimace at the sight of the simple yet comfortable stone cottage. "How could I? You are the first person to have ever betrayed me." He kicked the door open, sending it flying off its hinges and crashing against the wall. The Vertilac clicked his tongue, disappointed that no one had gotten hurt. "It's because of you that my parents disowned me." Orpal walked through the door slowly, savoring the fear he could smell on Rizzle, Broman, and Lisa. "You claimed to be my friend, yet you didn't hesitate 1 second to rat me out to save your sorry ass after you failed your simple assignment. If 16 years ago you just followed my instructions and limited yourself and your stupid friends to teach Leech a lesson, none of this would have happened." Chapter 40:22 Snake in the Grass, Part 1. Chapter 40:22 Snake in the Grass, Part 1. Instead, you flew off the handle and beat him an inch from his life. "You are the one who messed everything up, yet I was punished for it," Orpal snarled in outrage. "When I was sentenced to exile, I could have tryin' with me if you didn't waggle your tail at Leech like the filthy dog you are. You destroyed my life and took my brother away from me, yet you got rewarded for it." Orpal swung Thorn around, the Davros spear swishing with enough strength to generate air blades that shredded wood and stone alike into splinters. "That wasn't fair, Rizzle," Orpal shook his head. "It wasn't right. We committed the same crime and should have received the same punishment, should we not?" A lunge of Thorn hit Broman square in the chest. The kinetic energy alone turned the man into gore before Rizzle could muster the courage to reply. "There, I lost my father, and so did you," Orpal said with a sing-song voice. "Now, before I move on to dear Lisa here, I need to know where your little brother Luca is. Believe me, I searched far and wide for him, but the kingdom is big and looking for the mere son of a farmer is like trying to smell a fart in a storm." "Dad," Rizzle cried, tears of pain and fury streaked down his face. "Yes, I killed your dad. I think we established that already." A swing of Thorn and Lisa's left arm flew away with a spurt of blood. "Now focus. I can kill your mother or I can butcher her. She's going to die anyway, but how much she has to endure is up to you." "Mom," Rizzle tore his shirt, and used what he had learned in the army to twist it into a makeshift tourniquet. "If you keep up like this, it will take us all day." Orpal sighed, amputating Lisa's right foot next. "Man, not making her die of shock is harder than I thought. I wish I could heal her, but I'm not wasting mana on a dead woman." Lisa fainted after the second swing, her face becoming paler and paler as her blood formed a deep, warm pool on the floor. "Why are you doing this?" Rizzle wanted to kill Orpal, but he knew he was too weak. Rizzle wanted to cry for his father's death, but he already had little chance of saving his mother while keeping his cool. If he broke down, he would have none. "To make you understand how I felt all these years," Orpal replied, his voice full of hate. "Hopeless, alone, dead to my family. The only difference between us is that your family is literally dead." He watched Rizzle struggle to save Lisa and laughed for it. The blood loss was stopping, but not thanks to Rizzle's medical skills. "If you hate me so much, why don't you just kill me?" "Because I want you to suffer as much as I did," Orpal said. "I want you to live a miserable life just like I did, knowing that it's all your fault. Know that I didn't attack Lucia to go after Leech, not this time. I came for you and that old fossil of our village elder, Pernat. He's already dead, which makes this all about you. Once the people of Lucia know that you are the reason so many of them died, they'll banish you." "Do you understand?" A colossal snake head burst through the wall, covering Orpal in dust and debris. Knowing that despite his current appearance Orpal was a divine beast, the serpentine neck curled around the two humans and brought them to safety, while the other 6 heads spat rivers of acid at him. "How dares a mere hydra defy me?" Orpal repelled the corrosive liquid with a simple flap of his membranous wings. "Mostly like this," a feminine voice said, accompanied by 7 Tier 5 spirit spells that hit the Vertilac one after another, blasting him far away from the dissolving remains of Rizzle's house. Also, not a hydra. Dozens of stumpy but sturdy bodies covered in adamant emerged from the Tron woods, each with 7 heads and engulfed in a bright violet aura. "A lot of them?" Fallow hissed while using her breathing technique, Lifestream, to save Lisa's life. "Sending a couple of goons to dimensionally seal my lair would have been a good move if Knight hadn't used that same trick against me in the past, Poopeye. The moment you cut the signal, alarms went off in the houses of my friends and gave them time to arrange transportation for everyone in Lucia. I'm Lith's former mentor and the ruler of Distar, and I won't stand you messing up with my turf. Orpal didn't even try to activate Frost Soul. Each of Falul's spells was strong enough to blow him away, and the 7 she had just conjured formed a perfect chain, the next striking right before the momentum of the previous started to weaken. The Hydra's opening move had pushed the Vertilac so far back that she was already outside the area of effect of his bloodline abilities. At that moment, Frost Soul would solely affect Orpal's spells and equipment, while the Hydras would be free to do however they wanted. Which will make killing you an even greater pleasure, filthy snake. Orpal released a bolt of life maelstrom from Dusk's crystal that increased his abilities tenfold. You may have brought a few friends with you, but I have over 100 loyal divine beasts with me. The only thing your selfless sacrifice will achieve is give me plenty of awakened lairs to plunder. Who did you call a snake? 7 silvery feminine voices roared. The voices resembled Falul's, but they were also more ancient and ferocious. A bigger Hydra, 23 meters, 76, tall and covered in a heavy suit of armor, charged at the Vertilac with the speed of a train. You and everyone like you, snake. Orpal kept his human form and raised his spear, ready to impale the enemy with his superior mass and strength. There is no place for imperfect beings like you and my W. A sudden bolt of silver lightning enveloped the sprinting Hydra, bringing her physical prowess and reflexes on par with the dead king. She closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye and lashed one of her long necks at Orpal like a metal whip. Not only was Thorn effortlessly pushed aside, leaving him completely open, but the spear and the serpentine head clanged with the unmistakable sound of clashing Davros. Orpal finally recognized the elder Hydra as Firwal, one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom, owner of a royal fortress armor and mother of Falul. Me, you sick bastard! The other 6 heads struck at the Vertilac in quick succession like a jackhammer. No one attacks my baby girl. Orpal was sent flying high in the sky, spinning like a top. He flapped his wings to stop his ascent before he left Lucia, and was met with 7 Tier 5 spirit spells that hit him with the same rhythm as the heads. Chapter 40-23 Snake in the Grass Part 2 Chapter 40-23 Snake in the Grass Part 2 Fuck! He activated Doomtide to absorb the surrounding world energy, and released it in a massive dome that hit the spells, forcing them to unleash their destructive power while far away from him. The conflagration pushed the Vertilac further back, and blinded his and Knight's mystical senses. This is a blessing in disguise. If we kill Firwal, we'll have the Davros armor you need. Its enchantments may not suit you, but beggars can't be choosers, Knight said. I'll use the Royal Fortress armor as a Vertilac and the Black Rose armor as a human, Orpal replied, calling upon his steed to prepare to defend against the attack he knew was about to come. I can use both. Except he was wrong. No one followed him and no attack came. Follow the Hydras. Reaper, the king in the south of the Trawn Woods, led the charge of the Shifes. Don't stand in their way. Rescue the humans and don't engage in combat unless absolutely necessary. This isn't a fight we can win. What he said, Lifebringer, the king in the south, brought his Gylads with him. As for the Hydras, they singled out the uppers still at the Deep Violet who had no mass advantage over them and attacked them mercilessly. Divine beasts with a violet core or above were too dangerous, and the Hydras targeted them from a distance with spells. Do not break ranks, Jorl the Storm Griffin yelled before panic spread the uppers' formation too wide. We have the advantage of numbers and mass. Form squads of 5 and bring the fight to the enemy. Excellent idea. Uffel the 7-headed dragon dived from the sky, hurling 7 rivers of origin flames at the flabbergasted uppers and unleashing as many spells. The mystical fire weakened the magical defenses they had conjured, and the spells blew them up along with flesh, bones, and wood. 3 uppers died on the spot, and the other 4 survived only because the attack had missed their route. A worthy opponent. The griffin and the dragon squared off, separated only by 2 city blocks. You are a bit bigger than me, but I'm eager to see how good a fighter a dragon is, especially one with life maelstrom. Uffel had reached the bright violet core, and Firwal had infused him with silver lightning before the fight. He was the only divine beast among the Hydras and their second-best trump card after her. The armor that Thrud had forgemastered for him fit like a glove and was made of pure adamant, just like his estoc. Jorl had only recently broken through to the violet, but between his griffin strength and thunder soul, he was confident in his victory. It's a tough matchup for me. Uffel smirked, his 7 heads whipping through the air and forcing Jorl to split his focus between them. If I kept this a fair fight, that is. A silver-streaked purple bolt of lightning dived down from the sky and punched at Joral's head. The storm griffin managed to raise his arms in time to take the brunt of the blow, but it still bent the adamant of his armor and hit his face like a hammer. Uffel didn't miss the opening and leapt at the still-dazed Joral with his 7-fanged maws open. The storm griffin took a step back and conjured a spirit barrier to buy himself the few seconds he needed to clear his blurred vision. Unfortunately for him, a whipping purple tail shattered the barrier while it was still forming and left Joral open to Uffel's attack. "We could have killed him if we stopped for a few seconds. You know that, right?" Ragu Dririan, human representative of the council, said via a mind link. "I do, but what's the point?" Fila the behemoth, the beast representative, replied. "It's just one upper, and we are currently outnumbered and outmatched. The moment the dead king's soldiers recover from our surprise attack and regroup, they will slaughter us. We need to even the field and kill them if we want to get a shot at taking out Narchat once and for all." "I know," Ragu sighed. "Gods, I can't believe so many fools took the offer of that bastard and became divine beasts. I can't believe how easy it was for him to create so many fake divine beasts instead." Fila bolted towards the Lucian branch of the Mage Association, striking down all the uppers she found on her path, but never stopping long enough to deal more than a single blow. She too had received a bolt of life maelstrom from Firwall, and with her griffin strength and martial prowess, she was just a bit short of a true divine beast. Gods, if only this weren't Verhin's turf, and I didn't have to keep casualties to a minimum. Fila looked at the screaming and crying humans, wondering if among them there was someone Lith loved and cared for. She landed near the 4 uppers besieging the association instead of on top of one of them, not to raise the city block to the ground and kill everyone still there. The corrupted divine beasts were taller and bigger than her, but she had life maelstrom and 6 centuries of battle experience. Her right battle claw connected with a still-shocked upper's chest and punched out of his back. It wasn't enough to kill a Treant hybrid, but she had no need to. Her Tier 5 spirit spell, Blast Wave, spread along the damaged vines and vessels, blowing him apart from the inside. A front kick drove the talons of her right foot past the armor of a Sphinx upper hybrid and delivered a Tier 5 spell straight into her heart. By the time the 2 remaining uppers turned to face Fila, the Sphinx was already dead. They each unleashed their best Tier 5 spirit spells, but Fila swatted them away with a flap of her wings that were shrouded in a thick spirit barrier. A lightning-quick straight struck a Garma upper in the jaw, forcing her mouth open and delivering a roaring sphere of emerald fire down her throat. The remaining redcap upper took 1 step away from the purple whirlwind of death, and the behemoth took 1 step forward. A barrage of fists struck the Fae from midriff to chest, each one releasing a mana storm bullet on impact. The combined shockwaves produced by the adamant battle claws and the spirit spell ripped the brambles that comprised the recap's body to shreds and exposed her root. Fila smashed it with her next punch, putting an end to the fight. 4 uppers had died in less than 4 seconds, making those staring at the behemoth tremble in fear. Fila's bloodline carried all of Tyra's strength, but none of her bloodline abilities. It was the reason behemoths had perfected what they like to call fist magic over the millennia. It was no real branch of magic, and the first time it had been revealed, fist magic had been regarded with scorn and hilarity. After all, it simply required casting spells with one's body, and delivering them at the moment a physical blow landed. 2 things that any awakened who had achieved the deep violet core could do. Chapter 40-24 5 minutes, Part 1. Chapter 40-24 5 minutes, Part 1. Yet only behemoths had the strength to break past an enemy's guard even with a casual strike, and the discipline to practice releasing their spella not before the hit landed or after the enemy had started recoiling, but in the fleeting moment between successful attack and reaction. "It's my turn now. Cover my back." Ragu had 5 concentric rings of light shining on her arms and 3 more on her back. Each ring was a powerful magical formation that she had cast, conjured, and kept at the ready with no burden for her focus. The human representative's secret technique allowed her to have multiple arrays and a full mana core at her disposal. She had already used Invigoration before the battle started, and cast more arrays as soon as she consumed those she had prepared. A sealed space array enveloped the branch of the Mage Association, driving away the effects of Frost's soul, but also its connection with the world energy. Ragu shaped the sealed space in a pillar tall enough to escape the area of effect of the upper's bloodline ability. Then she used a second array to form a powerful spirit barrier to protect the fragile dimensional seal, and opened a spirit warp steps right on top of it. Unspoiled world energy flooded the sealed space, diluting what was left of the frost soul until elemental magic worked again. The warp gate of the association thawed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its runes charged up. The request for reinforcements finally reached the city of Valero, and the dimensional tunnel opened. "Bring those arrays down now," Acton the Bastet said as he led his squad against the two council representatives. Ragu, Fila could dodge almost every weapon and most spells with ease, but the magical formations couldn't move, and there were only so many attacks the behemoth could intercept. "I'm on it, don't worry, and just buy me some time." New circles of light replaced those she had just consumed. "Have faith in the council." "About that, where is Inziolot?" Fila asked. "Space." Thousands of kilometers away. In the Keller region, the undead representative had already forgotten about the emergency call. "Sure thing, sugar lips, I'll be there in 5 minutes," he had said to Ragu, and right there and then he meant it. "Just the time to put my ongoing experiment in stasis." Inziolot had even taken a note to ensure he wouldn't forget about his fight date. Alas, once he was done with his battle preparations, he had no memory of what he had prepared for. "Thank the gods I take notes for everything," and indeed he had. The note read, "Only 5 more minutes, do not delay 1 second longer." The King of Liches furrowed what was left of his rotten brow, trying to decipher the cryptic message he had left to himself. "A training drill?" he pondered out loud. "Or maybe my experiments needed 5 minutes of stasis sharp to stabilize, that's why I set the chronometer." At the 5-minute mark, Inziolot undid the stasis arrays and discovered that indeed the volatile energies he had conjured had assumed a stable form and were ready to be employed for the next stage of his research. Wonderful, he was as full of enthusiasm as a child opening his birthday gifts. "I'm really a genius. Too bad I didn't write down how I calculated the necessary stasis time. 5 minutes is a weirdly precise number." Not to miss anything else, Inziolot wrote everything about his latest discovery down to the smallest detail and resumed his work. That day turned out great for the King of Liches. For the kingdom, however, not so much. Space. Meanwhile, in the skies of Lucia, Orpal was done being ignored. "I didn't expect the council to intervene so quickly, but no matter. I still hold the advantage." He spun Thorn over his head, conjuring his blade tear spell and unleashing a volley of wailing wind. The darkness element that was overabundant during the night flooded the crystal in his chest and moved into the Davros spear that amplified every spark of mana Orpal injected into it. The souls of Night's victims seemed to take form from the crackling energy that swirled around Thorn's blade, weeping for their fate. Each lunge of the spear conjured strings of runes in the air and generated several pillars of darkness that rained down on the hydras like divine retribution. One wailing wind wasn't enough to kill an adult lesser divine beast armored in adamant, but it struck them down, leaving them helpless against the uppers with whom they were fighting to the death. "You can run, little snakes, but you can't hide." Thorn shone brighter and brighter as Shattered Moon reached completion, forming a sphere of silvery light so bright that a second full moon seemed to have risen in the night sky. Orpal had no qualms about harming helpless humans and aimed the wailing wind so that whenever a hydra dodged his attack, it would still hit a building. Meanwhile, Uffil tussled with Jorl on the ground in a constant battle of claws against talons and spells against spells. The Storm Griffin had a weaker core but a stronger body, and Thunder Soul made every one of his attacks deadly. To make matters worse, Jorl was a light master and moved the constructs that he had conjured before the battle like extensions of his being. They turned into muzzles that clamped Uffil's mouths down before he could bite, shields that deflected his acidic spit, or blades ready to lunge at the joints of his armor. Despite that, the 7-headed dragon held his ground and played to his advantages. The equipment the Mad Queen had gifted him was much better than what Orpal's Forgemasters had crafted for Jorl, and his 7 heads allowed Uffil to anticipate and counter the Griffin's every move. More importantly, the 7-headed dragon had received Thrud's personal training and sparred countless times against his fellow generals. Uffil was used to fight against griffins and all sorts of unknown divine beasts, whereas Jorl had never met a 7-headed dragon before. "You are a good fighter, kid." Jorl spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his light fusion barely keeping up with Uffil's venom that dripped from the griffin's still-open wounds. "Loyal, motivated, and feral, I respect that." "You instead are a piece of shit." Uffil's 7 mouths panted heavily, trying to catch their breath. "You didn't even try to avoid killing those people." He looked at the devastation surrounding them, filled with deep craters that reeked of burned meat. And you didn't even try to stop me. Jorl licked the jagged edges of his upper beak, thirsty for the dragon's blood. That's on you, kid, just like this. The storm griffin coalesced his construct into a highly compressed heat ray that he shot at an unaware Hydra who had her back turned on him. At the same time, he dug his talons deep into the ground and sprinted forward. Uffil hesitated for a split second, torn between the urge to warn Zesha and defend himself. Half of his heads calculated her odds of survival once the upper she was fighting against gained the upper hand, while the other half focused on Jorl. Chapter 40, 25 5 minutes, Part 2. Chapter 40, 25 5 minutes, Part 2. That split second of hesitation was enough for the storm griffin to reach Uffil and punch the dragon with all his strength. The seven-headed dragon blocked, but Thunder Soul shattered his arms and then carried the blow right to his chest. Uffil's knees gave out and he coughed up blood from his 7 mouths. The second punch cracked one of his heads and its corresponding neck went limp. The remaining jolt of Thunder Soul reached Uffil's heart, sending his body into a seizure. The third punch would have caved Uffil's chest and punctured his lungs if not for a river of emerald energy hitting Jorl like a maglev train before wrapping itself around Uffil and carrying him outside Frost Soul's area of effect. Breathe, kid, breathe! Adjetar the Drake used his spirit fusion to bolt inside and outside the battlefield to rescue the wounded before it was too late. Thanks for the advice, Lizard. Jorl had followed Adjetar to kill 2 enemies with 1 blow and recover his dwindling strength. Too bad you didn't have life maelstrom or... A massive punch as black as the night itself cut the storm griffin short and sent him crashing against Orpal, shooting the dead king out of the sky. He doesn't need it, boy. Zorith the Shadow Dragon roared her challenge, drawing all eyes on her. I have more than enough life maelstrom for the both of us. Nelia's silver lightning crackled from one of Zorith's scales to another like angry snakes of light. Unlike the other eldritch hybrids, the Shadow Dragon had no need to delay her intervention. Her friendly relationship with Lith was no secret, allowing her to rush to Lucia at dragon speed the moment the royals had lost contact with the local branch of the association. Zorith had come to the fight prepared, wearing her full battle equipment, amassing every extra drop of elemental power she could in her limbs, and surrounding herself with a thick layer of world energy conjured by the elemental crystals studded on her battle claw, Sky Piercer. The plan, or rather her hope, was to delay Frost Soul long enough to draw a full breath of origin flames and conjure at least 1 spell tailored to the crisis at hand. The Shadow Dragon knew the upper's bloodline abilities and how they worked, but had no idea who she would face in battle aside from Orpal himself. Different bloodline abilities required different spells, and strategies suited to fighting in the sky would cause massive casualties when employed in the middle of a populous city like Lucia. Much to her surprise, the hands-like effect of Sky Piercer synergized with her elemental limbs, creating a stable layer of world energy around her that kept the corrupted life force of Frost Soul away. I don't know what's happening, but I can feel the water element stored in my wing dripping away, she thought, unaware that activating swirling wind would have further stabilized the world energy. I'm on a clock, so I must make every second count. The Shadow Dragon rushed at the dead king, who promptly intercepted her with a volley of wailing winds. Life Maelstrom amplified Orpal's abilities tenfold as well, but he imbued another extra jolt into Thorn just to be safe. Xenagrosh tried to dodge the roaring pillars of darkness, but they relentlessly chased her with a speed superior to her own. Maybe whatever effect is protecting me also applies to my dimensional magic. Here goes nothing. She tried to blink, but due to her lack of life vision, she aimed her exit point in an area affected by the Frost Soul of a passing upper. The dimensional passage froze without opening, and so did its twin, leaving the Shadow Dragon exposed to the volley of wailing winds but far from defenseless. She conjured the Tier 5 Chaos spell, Hollow Mist, wrapping herself in a sphere that destroyed everything that touched. Chaos and darkness magic battled for supremacy, and even though Xenagrosh still had the upper hand, the conflicting energies blinded her completely. She stopped her charge, afraid to crash into an ally and kill them. When the hail of spells ended and the Shadow Dragon could afford the risk to lower Hollow Mist, Orpal was long gone. Jorl, however, was not. The Storm Griffin had used the respite to regain his strength with invigoration and repair his hard light constructs. He came at Zorith with his twin maces, Dusk Wraith, aiming for her neck and head. There's no time to dodge, and if I block, Sky Piercer's claws would shatter and fall in the Frost Soul below. At that point, the self-repair enchantment wouldn't activate, and I would be disarmed until the end of the fight, she thought. The Shadow Dragon's hands closed into fist, and the Yggdrasil wood of Skypiercer rearranged itself into thick combat gloves, sacrificing range for durability. A couple of quick jabs intercepted Dusk Wraith without suffering more than 2 small dents in the wood that started to repair immediately. The Storm Griffin, instead, was knocked back by the impact. Griffins were the mightiest among divine beasts, and Zorith's cloaking rings hid her strength. Joral's plan to quickly overpower her had failed, and he had no idea why. He needed time to formulate a new strategy, but the Shadow Dragon gave him none. Joral barely managed to stop the flurry of armored fists, the whipping tail, and the snapping maw that came for his vitals. How in my mother's name is this possible? He thought as the Shadow Dragon effortlessly blocked his counteroffensive. Joral was older than Xenagrosh, but their battle experience was nowhere near similar. He had been raised and trained by griffins, whereas she had only recently regained her dragon form. He had spent centuries honing his skills in search of the secret of the Violet Core, while she had relied on her eldritch powers for fighting since chaos would destroy her equipment. Yet Zorith's open palms intercepted every one of his blows, and her jagged knuckles came a hair's breadth away from his vitals, no matter what kind of footwork or defensive flight maneuver he employed. Even worse, she shot down his constructs with bursts of chaos the moment he moved them. The cursed element fed on light, leaving nothing behind that Joral could reassemble and use. A construct's main advantage was versatility and duration. While all other spells had a fixed form and an instant effect, a construct could change shape according to the situation and last until the mana that comprised it was exhausted. Chaos stripped the Light Master of all his advantages for no drawback, dragging him down to her level. There can't be body casting without a violet core. How can she keep up with my spells even when we clash? Also, she ignores all my feints and focuses solely on the real attack. Is this some dragon bloodline ability I'm unaware of? Joral wondered. The Shadow Dragon had no such bloodline ability, but the Skull of Bitra allowed her to read the flow of Joral's mana and anticipate the movement of his body and spells alike. The Maw of Bitra, instead, made up for her faulty core and cast spells for her, while Zorith focused on the physical aspect of the fight. Chapter 40-26 Cleansing Ice, Part 1. Chapter 40-26 Cleansing Ice, Part 1. The Storm Griffin screeched in frustration and fury, releasing a wild burst of violet aura. Unwilling to give up on the enchantments of his equipment and his elemental spells, Joral activated Fire Soul. A sea of fire engulfed the 2 divine beasts, eating at Zorith's defensive layer of world energy and blinding the skull. The artifact tried and failed to read the chaotic energy flow and gave the Shadow Dragon a massive headache that even the Yggdrasil wood couldn't alleviate. Now, Joral roared, bolting down on the Shadow Dragon with his mace raised like an angry god of war. Thanks for the heads up. She turned off the skull and drew a deep breath, hoping that her foggy head would clear in time to understand why the Storm Griffin had bothered warning her of the incoming attack. She released a burst of origin flames from all over her body, making sure they would ignore her protective layer and preserve their full strength to fight off Fire Soul. The hastily conjured corrupted flames were too thin to cover effectively an area that large, so Zorith's origin flames made short work of them, just like Joral expected. He was still coming down in a straight line, but Fire Soul had already served its purpose, covering the approach of 2 uppers attacking the Shadow Dragon from below in a pincer maneuver. Oh shit, Zorith blocked Dusk Wraith again, and that was her second mistake. Joral had already switched to Thunder Soul, and neither Skypiercer nor her defensive cocoon of world energy could protect her from it. The corrupted lightning fed upon Joral's life maelstrom and slipped past Zorith's battle gloves and her bookworm armor. The blows shattered Zorith's arms from fingertips to shoulders, pulverizing every bone in between. The 2 uppers conjured the Tier 5 spirit spell, Griffin Fetters, wrapping the Eldritch Dragon hybrid in emerald chains and locking her into place. Please no, mercy. Hearing those sweet words brought a wide smile to Joral's beak and brought Orpal to stop his search for Rizzle. Not because in anticipation of the fall of a powerful enemy, but because the tone of those words was wrong. There was no despair in Xenagrosh's voice as she laughed her plea. The Shadow Dragon grabbed the emerald chains with her allegedly shattered arms and pulled at them with unstoppable force. The 2 uppers combined their efforts, yet were unable to resist as she threw them at the Storm Griffin. Dusk Wraith struck the uppers, and Thunder Soul turned their internal organs into mush. The death of the two corrupted divine beasts dispelled the griffin fetter. And Zorath bolted away, unwilling to waste more time with Jorl. She unfurled her wings and gave chase to her real prey, the dead king, while releasing a volley of small chaos spells from her hands. She couldn't afford to consume any more mana against Awakened, who might recover with a single breath, not before dealing with Orpal and his tower. There was no mana geyser below Ludi, and the Vertilax bloodline abilities limited her options further. With no way to replenish her mana cores, Xenagrosh knew that her superior strength was bound to fade if the fight lasted for too long. The Chaos Rain killed a few uppers, but saved many Hydras, and allowed them to kill more corrupted divine beasts. Its bullets stung hard, opening deep holes in the uppers' flesh and sending stabs of pain that Darkness Fusion couldn't suppress. The Chaos element also devoured Light Fusion, slowing down the corrupted divine beast's recovery. Zorath's Chaos Rain bought the members of the Awakened Council a precious moment of respite that they used to retreat and regroup. "Who in the nine hells are you?" The cursed bullets didn't spare Orpal, and their disruptive effect almost broke his focus and ruined his blade spell for good. The dead king had heard about Zorath, but failed to recognize her in her new form. "She's the shadow dragon who almost killed me and forced my mother to intervene." Night could never forget Xenagrosh's energy signature and shuddered at her sight. "Stall for time. She seems to have gotten stronger from the last time, and we need Shattered Moon to have a chance to kill her." The shadow dragon's reply came in the form of a burst of bright violet origin flames that Orpal countered with one of his own. The two flames met halfway through, their conflagration resulting in a small sun that lasted for a split second. From under the cover of light and smoke, Zorath released 4 elemental pillars, one from each of her eyes. The light element took the form of a laser-like heat ray that struck moonlight from below, sending steed and rider spinning like a frenzied top. The darkness element crashed into Jorl, who rearranged his newly conjured constructs into a massive shield. He succeeded in resisting the attack, but the same couldn't be said about his light mastery spells. The hard light constructs crumbled, leaving him open to Xenagrosh's charge. The shadow dragon tackled the storm griffin with enough strength to knock the wind out of him and crack his ribs. The fire pillar struck Acton's back, interrupting his assault and creating an opening for Ragu and Fila to counterattack. From inside the sealed space, the human representative was free to use invigoration and conjure elemental arrays. She took a deep breath to replenish her mana and unleashed the power of several gravity magical formations across Lucia. She kept them small to save her energy, just wide enough to affect a divine beast's limbs. Ragu placed the gravity arrays on the upper's feet, nailing them to the ground and allowing their enemies to press forward or retreat safely. Last but not least, the water pillar froze the uppers focused on ravaging Lucia and doused the flames across 4 city blocks. Many corrupted divine beasts turned their heads to the sky, afraid to be next. Philo exploited that brief moment of distraction to bolt amidst their ranks, hitting the careless upper's vitals and injecting her spells from point-blank range. "That bitch," Orpal cursed. "I was this close to putting an end to this charade and slaughtering those old coots of the council. Even worse, how can she know light mastery? That's supposed to be an elusive branch of magic." "It is," Knight telepathically nodded. "The most likely explanation is her griffin ally and dragon eyes. What's really unbelievable is that Xenagrosh can use light mastery. She's an eldritch hybrid, and releasing so much light element should have killed her." "Dragon eyes," the dead king gritted his teeth in envy. Jorl had tried to teach Knight and Orpal light mastery, but they had failed to understand the first thing about it. Truth be told, the Storm Griffin had done a poor job on purpose, but they had no way of knowing it. Orpal had blamed their failure on the difficulty of the discipline, and Jorl had enthusiastically agreed with him. "Quit whining," Knight said. "We can't get dragon eyes, but light mastery is a different story. Once we assimilate Dawn, everything she knows will belong to us. We'll gain her experience of millennia and all her spells without spending a single second on more moldy books." The idea brought a smile to Orpal's face. Chapter 40-27, Cleansing Ice Part 2. Chapter 40-27, Cleansing Ice Part 2. "That's a matter for another day. I'm not leaving Lucia in defeat again." He needed a few moments to regain his focus and stabilize Shattered Moon. "We've come here for Rizzle's family, and we're just one dead wench away from finishing our job." The blade spell scattered mana gathered at the tip of his spear again, forming a luminous silver sphere as big as a house. Space. Blood Desert, Starry Lagoon Village at the same time. Get out of the water and fight, you coward, Tista screamed in frustration. The Jormungandr swam almost as fast as she flew, and exploited the protection of the ocean to force a stalemate. The Indech's swirling wind neutralized Philo's frost soul and allowed Tista to cast spells. But there wasn't much she could do as long as the Jormungandr kept several tons of water between them. Tista's best spells lost most of their destructive power and speed long before they reached Philo's, allowing him to dodge everything she threw at him without wasting one drop of his mana. The female Indech's equipment worked, whereas the upper's was dead weight due to the constant release of Frost Soul, but that meant nothing as long as he remained out of her reach. I'm not vulnerable to cold in my evolved human form, but entering a Jormungandr's natural element would be beyond stupid, Tista thought. I have no idea if I can keep swirling wind active without flapping my wings, and even if I could, I'd never be able to keep up with a sea serpent underwater. How much longer does the dead king still need? Philo's couldn't afford to emerge long enough to check on Neuron's fight, but the sudden disappearance of Fire Soul didn't bode well. If I deactivate Frost Soul or run away, Verhin will get to Lucia and Orpal will kill me. Yet if Neuron dies and Verhin and his sister come at me together, I'm dead anyway. Each one of Tista's claw sweeps turned waves into steam and displaced hundreds of liters of water, but few forces on Magur could split an ocean, and she wasn't among them. What can I do? I'm open to suggestions, Tista asked via the mind link. She had tried and failed to pinpoint Philo's position with life vision, but her mystical senses were as blurred as her regular sight. Even her arrays rarely hit their target, and even when they did, the magical formations barely grazed the Jormungandr. I've got no idea, sorry. Solus pushed a mana pulse from the watchtower, but it fell apart the moment it left the area of effect of Ryla's swirling wind. I can't find him either, or I would have already blasted him away with a Silverwing's annihilation. There was no point in consuming one of the few spells stored in the cannon vault without a proper target. Seriously? Tista conjured raging severance from her blue eye, and it froze the surface of the ocean for hundreds of meters, making the Jormungandr even harder to spot. How did you and Lith deal with water enemies in the past? We didn't, Solus replied. Aside from the trip on the Wayfinder, we never had to face aquatic creatures. On top of that, back then the whale thing attacked us head-on. It didn't waste our time playing tag. In other words, I'm screwed, Tista said. Yeah, sorry, Solus telepathically sighed. By my mom, if only either of us could use Jarak. Neuron's death throes filled the air and cut her short. Never mind, Lith used Jarak. It should be super effective. At least say please, I'm not your battlemon. Lith dived down from the sky and did as bidden. I would have waited to get closer, though. I'm curious to see how the scattered cinder interacts with the corrupted water element. A barrage of small pillars of zero streaked the sky before hitting the water below with little to no effect. The air above, however, was a different story. Whenever Zero brushed against the upper's corrupted life force, it would freeze it on the spot and spread through the rest of Frost Soul, forming a wide net of ice that cleansed the surrounding world energy of the corruption. Yes, I was right, Solus cheered as Menadian stared at her in confusion. Now do that again, but this time aim near the tower, emphasis on near. Good thinking. Lith nodded and conjured a second and thicker volley of Jarak. The Chore Magic Zero spells formed a path that connected the tower to the ocean, while also avoiding the merfolk and Lith's friends. The ice net expanded into a domed, colossal spiderweb that encompassed the village and broke Frost Soul's hold. The merfolk thawed at a discernible speed, and Morok noticed the disappearance of the blue sparks of corrupted life force that marked the boundaries of his swirling wind. The world energy now offered him no resistance, almost doubling the area of effect of his bloodline ability. Anyone can use magic now, the tyrant said. I don't know how long this will last, so be quick and bring the injured to safety. The merfolk trusted his words, and conjured float spells to carry their friends to Lith's house 3 at a time. The Indech released a volley of small zero blasts, noticing that the frozen web kept expanding solely towards the ocean now. There were only a few sparks of corrupted life force left in the village, while Philo's kept emitting new ones. Jarak detected and hunted them down like a hungry wolf, each new ice tendril getting closer to the Jormungandr than the previous. What are those things? What is happening? Philo's moved fast, but Zero followed him as quickly as he released more Frost Soul. The corrupted life force attracted the cursed element that devoured it in an instant, and turned it into more fuel for the chase. There, I can see the enemy now, Solus said as the spreading net cleansed the world energy, allowing the watchtower to pinpoint the enemy's position. Can I kill him, or do I save the annihilation for later? Shoot him down and activate the defensive arrays at full power the moment his energy signature disappears. Lith replied. We can't waste any more time nor risk that another upper lying in ambush cripples you again. On it, a mere thought released the anti-guardian spell. The annihilation crossed the hundreds of meters, separating the tower from its target in an instant. The hepta-elemental beam punctured a hole in the ocean, evaporating water, flesh, and bones alike in its wake. Phylos died without even knowing what had hit him, and with his life, Frost's soul also faded away. Any more enemies? Lith scoured the oasis with his Tiamat eyes but failed to spot anything. 1 second, Solus replied as the world energy flooded the tower and brought its enchantments back to life. Nothing. The watchtower can't find anyone except for us, the merchants, and the merfolk. I know we can't perceive Vertilak's blood until someone turns into an upper, but I doubt Meln recruited insects and cacti for his army. Check our communication amulets, Lith said. We can't move until Grandma returns, but at least we can understand why Meln went to such lengths to keep us in the desert. No, the despair in Solus' mind struck Lith like a punch to the gut. Chapter 40-28 Traitor Blood, Part 1. Chapter 40-28 Traitor Blood, Part 1. No, please, no. Missed calls, messages, and news of the attack on the Griffin Kingdom flooded the communication amulets with a new ping for each notification. They are everywhere. Meln's everywhere. Nobody is safe. Yet none of that made Solus' heart tight, as the missing runes on both communication amulets. She yelled in despair, her thoughts churning in such a chaotic flow that Lith needed a partial mind fusion to make sense of her reaction. Fuck me sideways, there's not a moment to lose, he said. Call Grandma, Sinmara, and anyone we know who can take our place and keep our family safe after we leave for Lucia. I don't like leaving the tower behind, but only Grandma can replace it without blowing our cover. And if she's not the first to arrive, we can't afford to wait for her. Space. Griffin Kingdom, city of Lucia, a few minutes ago. I don't know what you are, but one thing is certain. You are no dragon. With his violet core, Jorl was supposed to be just one step away from the full prowess of an elder griffin, the apex of the divine beast's physical might. Even with a bright violet mana core, Zorith shouldn't have been his match. Dragons possessed powerful magical abilities and were fearsome opponents at mid-range, yet their best weapons became dull in close-quarters combat. Dragon eyes didn't work on martial technique, and their vaunted origin flames hurt a dragon as much as their opponent. Their claws were sharp and their scales thick, but their muscles were nowhere near as strong as a griffin's. The gap in Xenogrosh's and Jorl's mana core wasn't enough to bridge the gap in their raw strength, and the effects of life maelstrom coursing through both their bodies should have tilted the scales in the storm griffin's favor even further. Or at least that was the theory. The shadow dragon's fists hit like hammers, and even in its battle glove form, Sky Piercer punched through Jorl's adamant armor like paper. Her long tail lunged at him like a spear, and her neck whipped at his throat with frightening accuracy. If not for the storm dragon's superior speed, he would have lost the fight, and with it his life in a matter of seconds. I am a dragon, damned Finch, Xenogrosh roared her challenge, daring Jorl to stop dancing around and fight. But I'm also so much more. Here, let me show you. Jorl had expected her to dodge the assault of his twin maces, Dusk Wraith, yet the shadow dragon literally took them head-on. The first mace caved her skull, while the second cracked her armor and broke her collarbone. It was just a feint to bait her into his real attack, but once Jorl noticed that she had no intention of dodging, he put his full weight into the blow. It was more than enough to kill even a bright violet-cored griffin, yet even after taking both blows in full, Xenogrosh's life force burned as strong as ever. She also put her full weight into her attack, distending her fingers and claws to their full length. The two divine beasts hit each other at the same moment, and Sky Piercer's battle gloves reverted into blades that pierced the storm griffin's breastplate and came out of his back. Yet while the wounds of the shadow dragons healed so quickly that her head bounced Dusk Wraith back, the rivulets of blood streaking down the storm griffin's armor showed no sign of stopping. The chaos imbued in Xenogrosh's weapon now festered the gashes she had inflicted upon Jorl, neutralizing both light and darkness fusion. The storm griffin coughed up blood and flapped his wings to gain some distance, but the shadow dragon pressed on. I've made the mistake of letting you go once. There won't be a second time. She took a deep breath, igniting a bright violet light in her chest. "If you so dearly wish to die before your dead king, I'll make it happen." "How is that possible?" Jorl kept flying back while releasing wave after wave of frost soul, yet the shadow dragon showed no sign of its effects. The ensuing blast of origin flames confirmed his worst fears, and burned both his mana and body. "I need to get out of Lucia," Jorl thought as Xenagrosh renewed her charge against her weakened opponent. "I need to use invigoration and prepare new spells or—" The shadow dragon's battle claws broke past his guard, opening the way for her maw. Zorith bit into Jorl's neck but didn't go deep. Orpal's blade spell, Shattered Moon, struck her from behind and vaporized her wings along with almost half of her body. The silver pillar of light blasted the shadow dragon out of the sky, sending her to crash outside Lucia on the opposite side of the Trawn Woods. "There is no mana geyser here, but eldritches are hard to kill, and those hybrids are even harder," Knight pointed out. "Don't waste our energy on her, focus on our mission." "Don't worry, I won't let our prey escape, not this time." Orpal nodded, moving the spear tip towards Lucia. Shattered Moon was akin to a searing eraser moving across a chalkboard, wiping out of existence everything it touched. It blasted through buildings and stone roads, digging a deep furrow along its path. It shattered Ragu's barrier and all the defensive spells she had placed around the Mage Association, stopping the momentum of the resistance and once again sealing the reinforcements. "Come out, Rizzle," the dead king yelled above the clangor of battle. "Come out now, and all of this bloodshed will end. How many more people have to die before you crawl out of your hole?" This time his words reached a few confused Lucians, but they paid him no heed, too focused on getting to safety to care about the ramblings of a madman. Only a few among the awakened of the council listened to Orpal's cries, but Rizzle's name meant nothing to them. "Who's Rizzle?" the head that Falul used to hold Orpal's quarry asked, while also injecting plenty of nutrients inside his mother's body to save her flickering life. "I am," he replied, fighting back the need to puke as the Hydra's quick movements put every roller coaster that had ever existed to shame. Falul couldn't afford to move gently. Her remaining 6 heads were engaged against an upper, in a furious battle for her life and those of the 2 humans she carried. The Hydras had come in numbers, but they had expected to face Orpal and a few of his corrupted divine beasts. Even with the help of the humans and the magical beasts of the Trawn Woods, the Hydras were sorely unprepared to face over 100 uppers, 2 real divine beasts, and a horseman with a mage tower. "Orpal has come for me," Rizzle half barfed and half raged. "All this death, this misery, it's all my fault." I wish I could ask him what the hell he's talking about and have the time to listen to his answer. Falul stepped back, avoiding a blow that would have crushed her coiled neck and the people it was supposed to protect. Chapter 40-29 Traitor Blood, Part 2. Chapter 40-29 Traitor Blood, Part 2. The upper in front of her had no qualms about targeting the defenseless humans, nor playing every dirty move in the book. Yet the worst part was that the corrupted divine beast who had stopped Falul's retreat was also a Hydra. Meliner was older than Falul, but the clan had excluded her from the Harmonizer project due to her lack of talent in both Forge-mastery and healing arts. It was also the reason she had betrayed her clan and sought Orpal's help. Meliner knew that even if the project succeeded, there was no guarantee that she would find her path to dragonhood before old age claimed her life. She didn't trust those who had already turned their back on her to help her, and she trusted her own skills even less. "How's the Harmonizer project going, Fanny?" the Hydra upper said with a laugh. "I hope it's going well, because unless you can evolve right here and now, you won't live past today." "You're insane, Melly." Falul's heads bobbed and weaved the upper's attacks, staring at her former clanmate with a mix of disgust and envy. Meliner's body wasn't stumpy anymore. She had a fully formed torso, long arms, and longer legs. Meliner also had 2 membranous wings connecting her little fingers to her hips, and a bone spike-ending long tail that whipped the air in frenzy. On paper, it was the closest thing to the Hydra bloodline's dream after Uffil. In practice, however, Meliner's upper form was a taint on everything the Hydra's quest for dragonhood stood for. Meliner's sea-green scales were gone, replaced by a thick black hide covered in short, needle-like bristles. Her eyes, all 14 of them, now shone with the red light of undeath instead of the power of the elements. There was no wisdom in her features, nor nobility in her poise. Meliner's appearance wasn't that of a cunning, mighty dragon, but of a bloodthirsty predator, and the only thing that the members of the Hydra clan felt while looking at her was revulsion. The mana cores and spells of the 2 Hydras were evenly matched, and so was their mastery over the art of domination. Yet Orpal's blood had given Melinar a physical prowess and mass that eclipsed Falul's. That and Melinar's upper bloodline abilities put Falul at a disadvantage that she couldn't bridge, no matter how hard she tried. The frost soul of the other uppers blocked her elemental spells, while Melinar's thunder soul bypassed Falul's adamant armor, inflicting deep wounds upon her. Falul had managed to survive that long only thanks to her multiple heads. Whenever a Hydra was injured, it was easy for them to use invigoration even in the heat of battle and recover from injuries that would have otherwise sealed their fate. Alas, it was a game that Melinar could play as well, making Falul's cunning and tactics irrelevant. Falul's situation would have been desperate as it was, but protecting the two humans made it hopeless. She had one head less than her opponent due to the sheer focus that protecting Rizzle and his mother required. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome, Fanny, Melinar hissed, clawing at the smaller Hydra. How many experiments has the clan performed so far? How many times do you so-called geniuses have to fail before giving up? There is no path to dragonhood. Ligon has forsaken us as a failed experiment, yet we can still become divine beasts, just look at me. All I see is a raving monster. Falul unleashed a burst of phoenix smash that Melinar countered with a mirror wall. I'd rather spend the rest of my life as a Hydra than become like you. The spirit barrier crumbled under the emerald flames, but what was left barely blackened the upper's armor. You mean the next 30 seconds? Sickly yellow electricity arched across Melinar's body as she rushed forward. Due to their lack of prehensile limbs, Hydras rarely used weapons. That and her status as a runaway left the upper with only her lesser divine beast-sized armor, rings, and amulets as equipment. That sounds like an accurate estimate. Falul suddenly shapeshifted into a draconic form that strikingly resembled Uffil's, missing only the wings. For you, though. The moment life vision confirmed that Falul had escaped Frost Soul's boundaries. The blades on her short fingers and toes joined together in her hands to form her enchanted glaive, Strife. Falul planted the heel of the still-extending staff in the ground, impaling Melinar before she could stop her mad charge. How Falul twisted the blade as she pulled it out, leaving a gaping hole where Melinar's heart was supposed to be. Then she swung Strife in a wide arc, cutting off all of Melinar's 7 necks in a single fluid movement. The heat emitted by the blade instantly cauterized the stumps, sealing the upper's final breath and any possible use of invigoration. I forge-master my own weapons and don't go around advertising them. That's how, you filthy traitor. Falul thought while using one of her heads to scout her retreat path and the other 6 to look around. What she witnessed made her cold blood run even colder. Falul's victory was a glimmer of hope in a sea of despair. Not many Hydras could afford an enchanted weapon of their size, and even those who did only fared a bit better than the others. Frost Soul nullified all enchantments, and the bigger size of the uppers negated most, if not all, of the range advantage of the weapons. The gap mass, instead, was something that no piece of enchanted metal could even out. When an upper managed to grab the haft of a polearm or picked up a lost weapon, their opponent had little chance of victory, and a tactical retreat became the only option. I would have probably ended up the same way if I didn't keep Strife a secret and bait Melinar into such a reckless charge. Falul panted, stepping back to get further away from Frost Soul's corrupted water element. If Lotho doesn't arrive soon, we'll be annihilated. Where in the gods' names is Lotho? Ragu shared Falul's worry, but her perspective was much more frantic. Shattered Moon had crushed all the magical formations she had carefully overlapped, flooding the Mage Association branch with Frost Soul, and turning the warp gate into a useless pile of rocks again. Her regular use of invigoration had kept Ragu at the peak of her strength, but that was a small consolation when facing a 30 meters, 100, tall upper Bastet in close combat. Acton had reached the bright violet core long before meeting Orpal, and had kept the relationship with his family decent enough to have one of their best forgemasters to craft his equipment a little over 50 years ago. Sure, he couldn't use any spell or enchantment aside from the spirit ones like everyone else, but Thunder Soul was unaffected by his frost twin, and so was the life maelstrom Jorl had bestowed upon the Bastet. Many Hydras had already fallen to Acthon's spear, Ashen Dread, and Ragu was bound to join their ranks unless she abandoned her position, and with it any hope to save Lucia. Chapter 40-30 Verdant Host, Part 1. Chapter 40-30 Verdant Host, Part 1. You have fought well for a human, but that's not enough. The Bastet lunged a flurry of attacks at the spirit barrier that Ragu had hastily erected, each strike delivering a spark of thunder soul to one of the array's focus points and tearing it apart. Sometimes surrender is not cowardice, woman, it's wisdom. Acton consumed little strength while hitting a fixed target, whereas the human representative consumed a lot of mana to keep the magical formation from crumbling. There's no honor in a pointless death. There's no honor in following a madman either. Fila finally defeated her last opponent and rushed to help Ragu. I don't know who you are, but I'm sure the Bastet bloodline won't let this slide. Her battle claws sparked with emerald energy as she charged them with a spell, ready to be unleashed the moment their blades slipped past Acton's guard. Oh, please. The Bastet turned his body so that the tip of his spear pointed at the behemoth and the heel of the haft at the human barrier. It's been centuries since my clan deigned to move a finger. Many times I have tried to rally my fellow Bastets to action, yet they stood there while foolish humans and petty tyrants turned our own continent, our very birthplace, into a waking nightmare. What makes you think they will care about your continent more? Acton snarled, unleashing a barrage of furious attacks on the Garland representatives. Fila could barely keep up with him, her breath ragged and heavy from the prolonged fight. Even with Firwol's life maelstrom boosting her griffin prowess, Fila blocked more often than she liked and failed to advance more than a couple of steps. Ashen Dread's superior range allowed Acton to keep the behemoth at bay, too far away for any of her deadly combinations of attack to matter. Every glancing blow carried a spark of thunder soul inside her body, tearing up muscles and cracking bones faster than life fusion could mend. Ragu's barrier suffered only return blows from the heel of the spear, and Acton couldn't aim at the focal points anymore, but he had no need to. I'm getting weaker by the second, and my diamond fortress array was already close to crumbling by the time Fila came to my rescue, Ragu panted. If I help her, my magical formation will fall apart and the Bastet will kill me. If I don't, I'll hold on for a few more seconds, he'll kill Fila, and then it will be my turn. I'm spoilt for choice. The human representative looked around Lucia, but fire, smoke, and frost soul clouded her mystical and physical sight alike. She still had enough mana to spirit blink to Fila's side and warp them both to safety. Ragu still could make it out of that impossible situation alive, if only she found a retreat path. Screw this, finding none, Ragu blinked behind Fila's back and used what mana she had left to conjure a set of griffin fetters, restraining the Bastet's limbs. There was no time for a mind link, yet Fila knew what to do. She could see with life vision that Ragu's magical strength was all but spent, and didn't miss the fleeting opening in Acton's guard. The Bastet noticed it as well, and used it to lure the behemoth into a trap. As soon as Fila put her full weight into her attack, Acton spun Ashen Dread. Its life maelstrom-infused adamant tip and thunder soul respectively cut through the emerald chains and disrupted Ragu's spell matrix. The griffin fetters broke down in a thin mist before Fila could even cross the distance with the Bastet, and left her exposed to his counter. The spear tip pierced through Fila's breastplate and hide, releasing the thunder soul straight into her lungs. Darkness fusion suppressed the pain from a wounded heart while Ragu healed the behemoth, but no spell could make up for the lack of oxygen. Fila's knees gave out, her fall delivering Ashen Dread even closer to her heart. She clung to the haft of the spear with one clawed hand and attacked it with her other battle claw, preferring to lose one of her last few spells rather than her life. Acton twisted and pulled Ashen Dread out of the behemoth's body before her attack could come close, but after she had unleashed the spirit spell it held. Blood and mana filled the air as Acton raised his spear for his final lunge, and Fila found herself unable to move. You waited too long to make the right choice, and now it makes no difference, human, the Bastet said, just like my people. Ragu gambled everything on a breath of invigoration that covered her lungs in frost and sent her into a coughing spasm. Sorry for being late, the words resounded after a loud thump to the back of Acton's head sent him crashing down. There are many more uppers than we expected, so it took me longer than we planned. Lotho had sapped the nutrients from Lucia's fertile ground, growing in size until he matched a divine beast. He elongated his arms and turned his fists into spiked maces that he used to beat the Bastet's more sensitive spots with the rhythm of a frenzied drummer. The Treen attacked Acton's nose, ears, temples, toes, and chest at the same time after coating his extra limbs with the adamant of his armor. The Bastet rolled on the ground to escape the pummeling, but the tree branches just grew further. He split Ashen Dread in half and used the short staffs to block 2 attacks each, but the other 6 still reached their mark. Lotho had no life maelstrom to empower him, so he had to make up for quality with quantity. Several limbs sprouted all over his wooden body and were reabsorbed as soon as they no longer served their purpose. Fae like Lotho didn't waste enchanted metal on weapons, and poured all their resources on the thickest and heaviest armor they could afford. It allowed a Fae to alter their mass at will and shapeshift their arms into any kind of weapon they might need. Acton roared in outrage, biting his inner cheek to resist the impulse to breathe origin flames at the pesky Fae. Lotho roared back, his voice sounding like the creaking of tree branches during a storm. He kept his distance, uncaring of how many limbs the frenzied bastard cut down. New ones sprouted from the stumps, while the old ones were quickly reabsorbed and ready to use. At the same time, the plant representative opened a spirit steps that warped Fila and Ragu high in the sky. The human representative breathed the pure world energy avidly, sharing the effects of invigoration with the wounded behemoth. "If he weren't that late, I could have kissed that old lump of coal," Fila said while feeling her strength return. Same, Ragu watched the reinforcements the Treant had brought with him swarm Lucia and tilt the scales of battle. A small army of what looked like Treantlings marched from the Tron woods, battering the uppers on their path like rams and rescuing humans and hydras. Verdant Host was one of the Treant's most powerful abilities, but one they never employed lightly. Chapter 4031 Verdant Host, Part 2. Chapter 4031 Verdant Host, Part 2. Turning so many trees into quasi-plant folk did more than give them the ability to fight. The Treantlings' conscience was now developed to the point that they felt fear, rage, and pain in the same way as any member of the 5 races would. Each one of the green colossi was several decades old, yet they had never moved, never struggled, and never practiced magic or martial arts. Their combat ability was limited, and there was no guarantee they would make it back to the Tron woods. Even worse, giving the trees a conscience also meant giving them the ability to think and choose for themselves. They had no obligation towards Lotho and no reason to obey his commands. Yet they chose to, because the uppers had invaded their home. The corrupted divine beasts had set the woods ablaze, terrified the small creatures that had nested on the trees' trunks, and killed many Lucians they knew. The trees didn't understand why the humans cut them down from time to time, but they knew there was no malice in it. The Lucians did it with care, never taking more than they needed and always planting a new tree to replace the one they took away. It was thanks to that practice that the borders of the Tron woods hadn't moved since even the oldest among the trees could remember. It wasn't much, but in the fierce battle for survival in which plants engaged every day, it was an unusual act of kindness. Orpal had stomped over Raz's fields, making the crops scream their silent cries of agony. His uppers had filled the air with the smell of burning wood, tearing down the city that the trees had watched grow and thrive over the years like one of their own. The plants that lived deeper inside the woods under the protection of the kings had ignored Lotho's call. They had no care for what happened to a place they perceived as a distant land and creatures who were alien to them. The old birches and oaks that stood nearby Celia's house instead, and all those who were familiar with the small, weak humans and considered them akin to young saplings, had left the Great Mother's warm embrace to face the invaders. A lindworm upper was about to finish a wounded hydra at his feet when something heavy tackled his left side, almost pushing him off balance. The Treantling oak was as tall as the violet-cored divine beast in its natural form, but growing feet and arms required rearranging its mass and lowering its height. On top of that, the slender tree weighed much less than the bulky colossus. The upper snarled, grabbing the Treantling with his clawed hand and opening deep cracks in its thick bark. The oak bellowed in pain, but didn't let go. Its gnarly feet grew deep roots that dug into the ground, absorbing the water and nutrients it needed to restore its wounded body. The healing abilities of the plant folk required no world energy and were unaffected by Frost's soul. Also, the roots grounded the Treantling to the point that the upper couldn't move an inch. The hydra was so close yet unreachable. Small vines sprouted from the hands of the oak, searching for the gaps in the enemy's armor through which pierce into his flesh. "Why don't you go down?" The lindworm hammered at the Treantling with the pommel of his sword, the creature too close for the blade to be effective. "Let me go, you useless bastard." When that didn't work, the upper dug his claws into the Treantling and drained its life force with vampiric touch. The tree yowled as its leaves withered and fell, but didn't break its hold. "I'm sorry." The hydra had recovered enough to bite the upper with his heads and inject his acidic venom. That and a Tier 4 spirit spell, Shooting Lance, opened a deep hole in the lindworm's chest. "To your worst, lizard," the upper snarled, feeling his flesh and bones reknit themselves as fast as the acid dissolved them. "As long as Kindle here heals, so do I." A second treantling heard him and agreed with him. The birch planted its massive fist into the still-open wound from Shooting Lance and spread its tendrils like a disease, squashing everything that even remotely felt like an organ. The upper died, and his corpse reverted to the much smaller form of an emperor beast. "Thanks," the Hydra said while panting heavily. "Can you?" The wounded oak drained the lindworm's corpse to regain the lost strength, while the birch searched for a new opponent. "Carry me to safety? Guess not." The Hydra sighed, using a floating spirit spell to escape Frost Soul's crippling effects. The trees didn't understand words, only the mission mattered to them. All across Lucia, the treantlings stabbed uppers, dragged them down with sheer numbers and weight, and ruined Orpal's plan. He had brought enough of his corrupted divine beasts to defeat an army, but he hadn't accounted for plant folk. The death and destruction the uppers had created were fertile ground for the treantlings, and Frost Soul negated the greatest advantage of true mages over plant folk, the ability to use all elements. "Don't worry about those weeds," Knight said. "They are heavy and bothersome, but pose no danger to our plan. They are much weaker than real treantlings since they don't know the first thing about magic." "True," Orpal nodded. "Time to change the rules of the game." He raised his spear, thorn, above his head, and released a blinding radiance. The members of the council raised their spirit barriers and took cover, afraid that the undead king might be about to unleash another barrage of shattered moon. Yet nothing happened. The brilliance quickly faded, and the battlefield devolved into chaos again. "Are you all right, kid?" Adjutor asked, feeling his skin crawl for some reason. "I could be better, but I'll live." Invigoration had mended most of Uffil's deep wounds, but even barrels of nutrient potions weren't enough to restore the flesh and blood he had lost. "Where's Fearwell?" At the heart of this mess, the Drake pointed at the center of Lucia. Fearwell stood there at the forefront of the Hydra troops' arrow-tip formation. With her royal fortress armor and her mace, Dreamweaver, she was the only one who could hold the line. The Davros of her equipment and the life maelstrom it stored were unaffected by the upper's bloodline abilities, and allowed her to overpower the bigger and heavier corrupted divine beasts. Yet Fearwell couldn't win alone. The best she could do was to cover the retreat of the wounded and secure at least one side of the Mage Association. She had fought non-stop ever since pushing Orpal back, never taking a moment to rest or restore her dwindling strength. "How long before the reinforcements arrive?" Fallel stomped her way to the backline, the first known position unaffected by Frost Soul. "Lotho's treantlings are a one-trick pony. They can buy us some time, but they can't win this battle for us. We need some heavy hitters." "Any moment now?" The Drake checked his communication amulet. "The council forces are stretched thin, but the moment they heard Narchat is here, they put Lucia on top of the list." Chapter 4032, Setup Part 1. Chapter 4032, Setup Part 1. "Let's hope that the council's any moment now is not my 2 late 1/4. Fallel took deep breaths, feeling her mana core and body heal. "If it keeps up like this, we're going to lose. We need." A second flash of light came out of Thorn, cutting Fallel short and Philo asunder. The behemoth's 2 halves fell to the ground in front of Ragu's horrified gaze. The blast of shattered moon had missed the human representative only because the massive armored body of her late friend eclipsed her. "Bring them all down." Orpal shapeshifted into his full Vertilac form, covering Thorn and Moonlight in black crystals that formed respectively a divine beast-sized spear and armor. "Give them no quarter or mercy." Those words made no sense to humans, beasts, and fae alike. Mercy wasn't something anyone in the dead king's army possessed, so they couldn't grant it to others. The uppers had fought like the savage monsters they were since the beginning, trampling over innocents just because they could. There was no way they could do any worse. That was what everyone thought, and they were wrong. In the blink of an eye, countless lights erupted all across Lucia, and hundreds more died. Awakened fared no better than regular humans, and the collapsing hydras buried many people under their corpses. "You bastard!" Warm tears streaked down Ragu's eyes as she fought for her life, conjuring barrier arrays, warps, and Tier 5 spells at the same time. "You cheating son of a syphilitic whore." "Thanks," Orpal laughed. "By offending my heartless mother, you give me the kindest compliment I could ask for." He gave the human representative a polite nod before pointing Thorn at her. Ragu reacted in the nick of time, warping away before the shattered moon vaporized everything in 100 meters around her. The two uppers attacking her weren't so lucky, but the dead king didn't care. "Are you ready for a real battle, little kindling?" Acton laughed as he unleashed a combination of the Tier 5 spells, Raging Sun and Duskwind, upon the plant representative. The first spell created an artificial volcanic eruption, while the second conjured a darkness-filled tornado. The final result was a fiery explosion large enough to cover 2 city blocks that drained the life out of everything it touched. Lotho was sent flying despite his bulk, while his many limbs withered and turned into ashes. "Don't bother answering. I don't care." The Bastet hurled a river of origin flames that drowned the Treant while neutralizing the pummeling of the Treantlings swarming him with mana body. The golden light made Acton impervious to both magical and physical attacks, allowing him to recklessly charge forward, uncaring for the sea of quasi-plant folk blocking his path. "I'd say I'm sorry about this, but only because I'm told I'm a pathological liar." Jorel bolted from one point of the battlefield to another, squashing heads with his twin maces and unleashing a hail of spells on the stupefied hydras. A few of them died, but the storm griffin didn't care. He left them in such a bad condition that even the weakest among the uppers could deal the final blow. "Meln, you son of a," Zenegrosh managed to stop herself just in time to spare Alina from further slander. "Everyone beware. The first flash signaled the uppers to start preparing their spells and the second to stop using Frost Soul. He set us up from the start." Her analysis was indeed correct. Knowing about Frost Soul, the Awakened had prepared and kept at the ready only the mana-expensive spirit spells they thought would be the most useful. Without access to the world energy for invigoration, the Awakened couldn't recover their strength and had to make every spark of mana count. The uppers had exploited such a reasonable strategy and had prepared several mana-cheap elemental spells right upon the first flash. After the second, they had unleashed those spells and used those precious moments of confusion to use invigoration while their enemies burned, withered, and froze. Now the Hydras, the humans, and the Emperor Beasts were weaker than ever, while the surviving uppers were back to their full strength. Before the allied forces could use invigoration as well, the corrupted divine beasts launched a savage offensive. "Surprise!" Orpal downed Zenegrosh again, pinning her to the ground with Shattered Moon before moving the energy beam onto Firwall for a second, and then Falul. It would have taken too long to kill the Elder Hydra with the Blade spell, and time was of the essence. Orpal aimed Shattered Moon at the backline, mowing down the wounded and preparing for the final act of his plan. Without Firwall, the battle formation of the Hydras collapsed quickly, and the corrupted divine beasts piled up on her in the hope of killing her first and imprinting her equipment before any other upper could. Fuck! Adjetor activated the defensive arrays of the field hospital just to see them collapse faster than he could repair them. The collapsed moon punched through the barriers and moved towards Falul almost unimpeded. Almost. The brief delay provided by the magical formations was enough for Adjetor to activate Spirit Fusion and form a concentric wall of Tier 5 spirit spells in front of the Hydra. Spirit Fusion allowed Adjetor to cast spells with the speed of thought and to weave one into the next to amplify their effects, making the final result much greater than the sum of the single parts. Sadly, it came at a price. The spirit magic that Adjetor employed fed off his body. To achieve such power, Spirit Fusion required converting one's mass into pure mana and consuming it to conjure spells while in that state. Adjetor stopped the blast of Shattered Moon, but only because it didn't last. The effort forced the Drake back into his physical form, but he came out of Spirit Fusion as if he had fasted for weeks and had no water for days. He was all skin and bones, his sapphire eyes red due to the broken capillaries. Adjetor tried to speak, but only a rattle escaped his throat. He tried to gesture for Falul to run, but his wizened fingers trembled uncontrollably. "Well, it's been a pleasure, Zenegrosh." Jorel landed like a comet, dealing a double blow of his twin maces on the regenerating form of the Shadow Dragon. "You were really strong for someone my age, but I expected much better from Ligain's lost daughter." He avoided using light spells she would feed upon, and unleashed a barrage of darkness spells. "I heard a lot about you. First Abomination, then Eldritch, then Lapdog of the Monster or something. I guess you wouldn't have lasted for so long against me if not for Frost Soul crippling my strength. Without spirit magic or invigoration, even an Eldritch-like doesn't stand a chance against someone like me." Zorith's troll side absorbed over half of the darkness element, converting it into energy that the Eldritch side could feed off as well. Yet it wasn't enough to turn the tables. Shattered Moon had blown the bookworm armor open and shattered both the maw and the skull. The artifacts were already self-repairing, but they wouldn't make it in time before the storm Griffin finished her off. Chapter 4033, Setup Part 2. Chapter 4033, Setup Part 2. Seeing that neither magic nor adamant could stop the Eldritch Troll from regenerating, Jorl changed approach. He conjured Fire Soul, setting the world energy Xenogrosh's body was desperately absorbing ablaze. The corrupted flames burned the Shadow Dragon's flesh, mana, and equipment from within. The troll's side weakness to fire only sped up the process, inflicting Zorith pain as she had never experienced before. Interesting, Jorl nodded. Fire Soul seems to be a natural anti-abomination weapon. This will be useful when dealing with Verhin again. I doubt it. A searing tidal wave crashed from the sky upon Jorl, sending him reeling in agony. You mongrels have spilled enough blood of Ligon already. You won't spill more on my watch. Gerslak, the patriarch of the Wyvern bloodline, led the dive of his murder upon the storm Griffin. The Wyverns rained origin flames and spells on Jorl's back, treating him with the honor and respect he deserved. Acton fared no better. The Wyverns rescued Lotho and brought Ragu to safety while their main force bombarded the uppers from the sky. Come and fight me, you lizzes, the Bastet roared, but his origin flames clashed against the Wyverns and exploded in his face, eating at his mana body. The Wyverns didn't dare enter the range of his powerful spear, Ashen Dread. They strafed at the Bastet with spells and a hit-and-run tactic, hurting him faster than he could heal. This is bad, Orpal sighed. I didn't factor for so many meddlers. I need to rush things a bit. A swing of thorn turned Lisa into a pulp with the mere air pressure it generated. Mom, Rizzle cried, his mind refusing to believe the nightmare had started again, yet unable to avert his eyes from Lisa's gory remains. I told you this would happen, but you didn't listen. Now you have until I count to 3 to tell me where Luca is. Uffel charged at the dead king and unleashed 7 spirit spells, each carrying the full power of his mana core. Another burst of Shattered Moon blasted them to sparkles of light, and the 7-headed dragon away. After that, well, I won't kill you, but I'll find a way to make you even more miserable. 1. A swing of thorns severed one of Fallow's heads. She unleashed a barrage of 6 Tier 5 spirit spells, but Shattered Moon punched through them and vaporized another head. 2. The spear pierced deep into Fallow's chest, puncturing her lungs and making her unable to breathe. And 3. A Silverwing's annihilation hit Orpal square in the chest, where his mage tower was embedded in his crystal armor. He managed to save Moonlight from destruction only by shielding the steed with Shattered Moon, and using the rest of the blade spell to counter the annihilation. Don't die on me, child, Urgak, the patriarch of the fire dragons, said. I would never forgive you if you did. Invigoration healed the wounds before Fallow's core cracked, bringing her back from the dead. Another fire dragon poured a stream of nutrients down Ajeter's throat, using his breathing technique to help the drake metabolize them quickly. Fire dragons? Orpal rode the conflicting energies of the annihilation and the Shattered Moon to get away from Lucia at supersonic speed. We already got what we wanted. There is no point in staying here and fighting against a patriarch and his honor guard. Knight pointed at the many worms surrounding Urgak. They are no father or champion of fire, but they are the next best thing. I agree. Luca is not here, and there's nothing to gain from this battle. We've already humiliated the council. One day we'll take care of the brood as well. Orpal replied as a greed of fire dragons appeared on the horizon, shining upon Lucia with the intensity of an early dawn. But that day is not today. A third flash of light signaled the end of the fight. Jorl couldn't defeat the Wyverns, but they couldn't stop him from running away either. Acton didn't even wait for the signal, bolting the moment victory was no longer certain. Don't let that bastard warp, Urgak yelled. For our fallen brood. For our fallen brood. The fire dragons warped around the dead king and conjured a space-compressing array. Thanks for the warm welcome, but I have to go. Orpal tapped into Moonlight, using the power of his steed to overcome the mana of several worms and warp away despite the magical formation. The fire dragons activated their bloodline ability, Primal Spark, and set the entire sky above Lucia ablaze with origin flames. It failed to stop the dead king from escaping, but killed the uppers that had yet to warp away. Time to go. Jorl grabbed Acton by the scruff of his neck and bolted away at a speed that no wingless creature without life maelstrom could match. The Wyverns unleashed a hail of spirit spells on the fleeing divine beasts. but Jorl blocked everything by using the mana body-infused bastet like a living shield. "Hey, that hurts," Acton yelled as chunks of his armor and underlying flesh burst into pieces. "It will hurt much more if they catch us," Jorl replied. He took a home stone from an internal pocket of his armor and used it to quickly warp at a great distance. The artifact already contained the coordinates of the exit point and was connected to an identical home stone that served as a beacon. Salanoth, the Ring of Space, had prepared enough for anyone and waited for them on the other side, ready to shatter the home stone beacon the moment Orpal gave him the signal. Dozens of dimensional passages opened in the middle of the city as the corrupted divine beasts disappeared one after another. The members of the Awakened Council and the Hydras were too busy saving their dying comrades to care about the uppers. "Is there a dimensional mage among us?" Firwell yelled, her 7 heads searching around for a raised hand or any sign of acknowledgement. She was still recovering from her own wounds, but was unwilling to let the dead king and his army off so easily. Yet no answer came, so she pulled her communication amulet out and counted the runes left on its surface to assess the casualties. "Uffel is still alive. Someone look for him. He may need help." Firwell noticed that the contact rune of the 7-headed dragon was still available and sighed in relief. "No need to look for me, I'm right here," Uffel replied, dragging his left foot and holding his right arm as he limped forward, leaving a river of blood in his wake. The membrane covering his wings was gone, leaving the bones exposed, and 5 of his necks were reduced to charred stumps. His adamant armor was in ruin as much as his body, but it was already rebuilding itself. "I managed to blink away at the last second, but part of Narchat's blade spell followed me through the blink. I survived only because the dimensional passage lasted a fraction of a second. Any longer and I would have joined our brethren in death." Uffel lowered his gaze, ashamed of having failed to stop the dead king from claiming his prize. "Don't apologize for avoiding a pointless death." Firwell handed him a barrel filled with nutrient potions. "There is no cowardice in retreat, not when there was nothing your presence could achieve." Chapter 40, 34 Peas in a Pod, Part 1. Chapter 40, 34 Peas in a Pod, Part 1. With the end of the battle, it took the mages of the Association seconds to put out the fires and minutes to rescue those trapped under the rubble of the collapsed buildings. Most Lucians trampled by the uppers had died at the beginning of the attack, but several people were still alive. When the mages and the Awakened pulled the survivors out of the ruins of their destroyed homes, their joy was short-lived. Many members of their families were dead, and so were their neighbors and friends. The walls of the still-standing buildings of Lucia were slick with blood, and the roads were littered with dead bodies. The stench of burned meat wafted through the air, forming a layer of fat on the tongues of the survivors that tasted of death. Some people fainted, and a few puked their guts out. Most of them just cried, incapable of expressing with words the pain from losing everything and almost everyone that made their life worth living. Salark answered Lith's call first, returning from her hunt and ensuring the safety of his family. As soon as she conjured a fake home to replace the tower, Lith and Solus returned to Lucia. The tower warped to the clearing in the Tron Woods in case they needed its power, but Lith emerged from the warp gate in the barn of his house to not raise suspicions. He remained flabbergasted seeing that the arrays of the Verhin house were still at full power. Only when he turned towards Rizzle's house did he notice the trail of destruction coming from Lucia. "Solus' status report," he asked. Lith had returned via the official channels to leave a paper trail, while Solus controlled the tower from the woods. "The watchtower can't locate the energy signature of uppers and there is no sign of Meln," she replied. "Whatever happened here, we're too late." The mana geyser was too far away to enhance Lith's magical and physical prowess, but from there, the tower could monitor the situation and fire spells if necessary. "How many dead?" he asked, warping straight to Lucia and conjuring as many demons as he could to help with the rescue operations. "Too many," she said while sifting through the reports coming on their amulets from across the Griffin Kingdom. "I mean among our friends?" Lith didn't want to sound callous and anger Solus, but couldn't find a delicate way to ask that question. "A few." Solus stared at the empty spaces on their communication amulets, refusing to elaborate further. Lith understood why the moment he walked out of the warp steps. Even during the War of the Griffins, he had rarely seen so much wanton destruction. There was almost no method to it, only the cruel indifference of giants stepping on the lives of mortal men. He noticed the disappearance of the Temple of the All-Father first. The absence of its tall statues and main building was hard to miss. Then his eyes wandered to Zekel's house, finding no trace of it. He was about to yell for the blacksmith when he recognized Fila and Ragu. The human representative stood still without making a sound. Only the trembling of her shoulders betrayed her distress. The two halves of the behemoth's corpse had crushed several houses under their weight, but Lith didn't care about the fate of their occupants. He couldn't stop staring at one of Fila's eyes that seemed to look at him. There was no rage or accusation in her glassy gaze. She seemed peaceful, maybe a bit surprised to see him. Lith instinctively activated life vision, finding no trace of life force or of her mana core left. Fila had died protecting his home and people, and that hurt more than any cruel word or blow could. "Can you look for her with your black chains, please?" Ragu's voice sounded deadpan. "I need to talk to her one last time. I need to know if there's something I can do to compensate Fila's family for her sacrifice." Lith nodded and activated Call of the Void. His black chains scoured Lucia and found many angry souls, but the behemoth was not among them. He left them alone, unwilling to exacerbate the grief of their living relatives while their wounds were still fresh. Then Lith let the chains move past Lucia and throughout the kingdom, but to no avail. Fila the behemoth was gone, and there was nothing he could do about it. "I'm sorry," Lith shook his head. "She's at peace now." That's the first good news of this shitty day. Ragu had a hard time associating the word peace with Fila's mangled corpse, but she knew there was nothing that recriminations would achieve. "Where were you all this time, Verhen?" She turned toward Lith, her eyes were empty, but the embers of fury sparked from her voice. "Where were you while we bled and died for your hometown?" "In the Blood Desert." Lith knew that the truth would be of little consolation to the bereaved, but it was all he had to offer. Meln sprung a surprise attack against the desert as well. He lured Salark away and sent a few of his uppers after me. They didn't try to kill me so much as to stall for time and keep me from alerting Grandma of what was happening. I came here as soon as I could. "I see." A part of Ragu didn't trust his words and wanted to blame Lith for what had happened, but the reports flooding from the Blood Desert brooked no argument. "I'd leave if I were you, Verhen. There's nothing good that your presence can achieve." Verhen, hearing that name, snapped many people out of their daze. "He's here?" asked a man rocking the corpse of his daughter. "Is this your fault?" a woman asked while staring at him with wide, uncomprehending eyes. Her clothes were bloody and tattered, but she didn't seem to notice. Her hair was caked with dirt and soot, her arms still twisted at unnatural angles as a healing spell put them back together with pops and cracks. "Are you the reason my house is destroyed and my family is dead?" She spoke with a flat voice, as if she were a puppet in the hands of a poor ventriloquist. Yet her words broke the dam of shock and grief that froze many Lucians in place. They repeated her questions, outrage and fury burned higher with every voice that joined the chorus. Lith didn't know what to say. For the first time in his life, no lie came to his mind that could explain what had just happened. Anything he would say, no matter if true, false, or something in between, would be of no consolation. "I need to leave before it's too late," he thought. "Staying is the cowardly move. I'm an awakened and a divine beast at that. If I let them hit me to vent their rage, they are the only ones who are going to get hurt. It would add insult to their already grievous injury." The surviving Lucians crowded Lith from every side. Their voices quickly rose in an angry din of blame and insults. Chapter 40 35 Peas in a Pod, Part 2. Chapter 40 35 Peas in a Pod, Part 2. Lith stood in the middle of the crowd, without saying anything to refute their slander or explain his actions. "I'll let them say their piece and leave the moment things get physical," he thought. "I owe them that much." "Lith is innocent." Those three preposterous words silenced the mob like a sudden hush spell. Rizzle stepped forward, needing Fallow's help to stand. There was no visible wound on his body, but he moved like a man carrying the weight of Magur on his shoulders. Mel Narchet didn't come to Lucia for him. He didn't bring all this chaos and destruction upon us to hurt Lith. Mel Narchet came for me. I'm the only one you have to blame. "This is all my fault." Rizzle clenched his hands hard, holding small pieces of worn-out fabric that were all he had left of his parents. Why would he do that? Much to everyone's surprise, Lith was the one who asked the question. The Lucians still hated his guts, finding it more plausible that the attack on Lucia was just another of the dead king's ploys to hurt his hated brother, but they nodded in agreement. "Because I'm the one who betrayed Meln first." Warm tears streaked down Rizzle's face, yet his voice remained steady. "I'm the reason your family disowned your brother, Lith. Isn't it obvious?" Before Lith could stop him, Rizzle recounted the events of the day when he had agreed to help Orpal teach a lesson to his younger brother. Rizzle skipped the details of the beating he had suffered from Lith, moving straight to his confession to his father first and then to the village chief. "Now I'm like Meln," Rizzle burst into a deranged, mirthless laughter. "I have no family and everyone hates me. We're two peas in a pod." The crowd turned on him with the speed and violence of a tide. They spat, cursed, and punched at him, but Rizzle took it all without trying to defend himself. He was in too much pain to care and welcomed death with open arms. Enough. Falul, however, was of a different opinion and shielded him with a spirit barrier. "How can you blame this man for the actions of a raving lunatic? Don't you understand that you're doing exactly what the dead king wants?" The crowd stopped, but not because they had seen reason. Something had frozen them on the spot, keeping them from moving a single finger. "She's right," Ragu shook her head. "This is no one but Meln Narchat's fault. Today he attacked the Griffin Kingdom and the Blood Desert to further his plans of conquest. Countless people died all across Garland for his madness." She spoke to the Lucians, but also to herself. "Even if you kill this Rizzle guy, nothing will change. The dead will stay dead, and the dead king will return to Lucia anyway. He will not stop until we all grovel to his feet or someone puts him down like the rabid dog he is." Ragu dispelled her magical formation, letting go of the Lucians. They stared at her, Lith, and Rizzle with eyes full of pain, desperately needing someone to blame for their misfortune. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of T-Lekit at the same time. It was still night in Lucia, but the sun was already high in the sky in Giera. Orpal felt night's powers fade as the abundant light element replaced the darkness flooding her crystal, yet he could not stop smiling. "The mission in Lucia was a complete success," he said. "I killed those I wanted to kill, I destroyed everything that really mattered, and those pompous fools of the Awakened Council failed to stop me. Heck, if not for those fire dragons, I could have taken my time and killed 3 council representatives here and there. The only sour note is that I have no idea where to find Luca, but that's a minor inconvenience in the great scheme of things." "How can he be so proud of devastating a helpless city and killing ants?" Jorl thought, making sure that his face showed nothing of the spite he felt for his so-called leader. "I would get it if he conquered the city of Valoran, but Lucia. There was no wall or array to protect it. It was like an adult bullying a baby. As for his victims, murdering 2 farmers in cold blood is hardly a praiseworthy feat even for a fake divine beast." "I'm sorry, boss, but what's this place? What happened to Talger?" a upper asked in confusion. "This is our new fortress." Under normal circumstances, Orpal would have harshly reprimanded his subject for his stupidity, but he was in too good a mood for that. "When launching a full-scale attack, you must always consider the eventuality that some of us might be taken prisoners. I couldn't afford the risk that one of your fellow uppers might reveal our position, and the Awakened Council sent their army to kill us all. That's why the home stones led us to the middle of nowhere, and I told no one about this place but Salinath. He and Uriger took care of moving everything to a new location while we were on the mission. After we escaped, I brought only those who reached the rallying point in time here with my mage tower, ensuring that no one could follow us." "Smart move, boss." The upper actually wanted to curse at Orpal for his lack of trust, and leaving only the gods knew how many of his comrades stranded in Garland. Yet he knew that angering the dead king would have earned him nothing at best and death at worst. "I know, but thank you for noticing," Orpal grinned. "Now, what's the status on the other units, Irian? How much did we bleed that revolting fatso?" "If you mean Zagar Vaster, I have no clue." The Jormungandr had not taken part in the raids to not blow his cover and keep his privileged access to the Awakened Council channel. The dead king had entrusted Irian to keep an eye on the various 10-man upper units and warn them when council troops moved toward their position. Also, he was in charge of accounting for casualties and uppers gone missing in action. "What do you mean, no clue?" Orpal furrowed his brows in confusion. "What about the council reports, interlinked news, and the army updates? More importantly, what about our own returning troops?" "That's the issue. No one came back from Essagar alive." Irian's answer made Orpal's eyes widen and Jorl smirk. "There is no council report because no Awakened intervened on the scene. By the time the local lords arrived, the situation was already resolved. I could understand if something like this happened to Verlam. All regional capitals are fortresses filled to the brim with elite troops, and that's where the old fart lives. But an entire region. How could not a single upper survive Essagar?" The dead king growled, his good mood already gone and forgotten. "I don't have an answer to that," Irian shrugged. All the army updates and the interlink mention a black shadow, though. According to the witnesses, it descended from the sky, killed our uppers, and disappeared before anyone could see anything. Chapter 4036 Sick Play, Part 1. Chapter 4036 Sick Play, Part 1. A black shadow, Orpal echoed. I thought Leech was stuck in the desert. He was, the Jormungandr nodded. It wasn't Verhin, that's all I know. Phylos and Neuron were still alive when our troops in Essagar started to drop like flies. What about the damage? The dead king's nostrils flared in anger, and his eyes shone with inner red light. Irrelevant, Irian replied. The uppers killed a few people and destroyed a few buildings, but nothing worth mentioning. The Essagar region will be up and running like usual in a week, tops. Fine, what about the others? Orpal calmed down only after hearing several positive reports about his army suffering little losses and inflicting widespread destruction in several regions of the kingdom. Yet he couldn't bring himself to smile. Those were all targets meaningful for his minions. He had no interest in them and considered them barely a sideshow to display his strength. Once again, Orpal's plan proved effective mostly on secondary objectives, against enemies who hadn't prepared any real defensive measures. Jorel thought, but kept such a consideration to himself. I grow tired of hearing about small victories, the dead king grunted. What about the important targets, my targets? The unit sent against the White Griffin faced total annihilation as well, Irian said after a brief pause. We have no idea what happened because there are no survivors nor witnesses. How is that possible? Orpal jumped up from his throne. I sent over 100 uppers there, as many as in Lucia. One of the 6 great academies is no easy prey, you moron, Jorel inwardly scoffed. There is a reason if even Thrud's advance stopped in front of the White Griffin, and I'm ready to bet we wouldn't fare any better against it. Only those who had personally taken part in the final battle of the War of the Griffins knew the secret of the 6 great academies, and they had all sworn secrecy to ensure that no one could learn from Thrud's mistake. Even Irian knew nothing about it, since the Garland Council would never trust the Awakened from Giera with such knowledge. Then tell me about Dirios, the dead king snarled. Dirios held but half our troops returned alive, the Jormungandr replied. Only half. The stasis field surrounding the Distar household neutralized Frost Soul, and without it, even divine beasts can't hold out for long against an army of fake mages while relying only on spirit magic. The moment the uppers lost the element of surprise, it was a massacre. They could only choose between standing and dying or running and surviving. They picked the latter. Let me get this straight. Orpal looked around, realizing that half his troops were either dead or captured. Vaster is alive, the Urnas are alive, the Distar bitch is alive. With each nod he received from Irian, the dead king's fury grew. Is my unit the only one that has successfully completed its mission? Not at all. There are also the units sent to Lorien, Xantia, Gakri. I mean an important mission, Orpal snarled, cutting Irian short. Those are cities that hold key strategic relevance in future conflicts, the Jormungandr scoffed. But if all you are interested in is your revenge against your brother, then yes. Space. Garland, Distar region, ruins of Lucia at the same time. After making sure that Falul was safe, and with her Freya, Lith left Rizzle in the care of the Hydras. Not to sound ungrateful, but do you have any idea what happened to Zekel the blacksmith? He asked. No, I'm sorry, Falul sighed, sipping nutrients from a dimensional canteen. The attack started in the middle of Lucia, and by the time we arrived, we had to focus on Meln and his seconds in command. There was no time to rescue people one by one. What seconds in commands? Lith said. 2 divine beasts, a griffin and a bastet, Falul replied. It seems that Vertilac blood is like the color black. It goes well with everything. Those bastards had Meln's bloodline abilities on top of their own. We'll talk about this later. Lith had so many questions, but the only one that mattered at the moment was whether he had to deliver to Renah the news of her in-law's death and explain to the kids the reason they would never see their paternal grandparents again. Do you mind showing these holograms around, Falul? He projected the faces of Zekel and his wife, Surma. Have you thought about calling them? Solus said from the tower. Zekel's rune is still active. Fuck me sideways, I must have my head up my ass to forget about that. Lith inwardly cursed. I'm not there, and I too have my head up my ass. Solus looked at Lucia solely through the watchtower, knowing that if she shared Lith's eyes, she would start to cry. A mob blamed you for this disaster and almost tried to lynch you. Cut yourself some slack. Do it for the both of us, please. Solus considered Lucia her birthplace. It was where she had lived since regaining her consciousness and losing all the memories of her old life. She had seen the small village grow and develop into a fine, prosperous city over time. With each one of Lith's and Solus' achievements, the business increased, and more people came to Lucia. Only a handful of people knew of her contribution to Lith's feats, but Solus considered the current Lucia one of her creations. She had laid no foundation nor placed a single stone, yet she brimmed with pride every time that she walked through the bustling streets of the city. It was proof of how much two people could make a difference for many. Of how much she made the difference. Seeing Lucia in such a wretched state was a stab to her heart. The voices of the merchants were gone, replaced by the desperate cries of those who had lost their house, their loved ones, or both. The paved roads were covered in blood, and guts and gore covered every corner of Lucia like festoons of some savage festival. Lucia still stood. Many of its citizens were still alive, yet the Lucia in Solus' heart was gone, replaced by the testament to Orpal's cruelty. Solus had never met Lith's brother as a boy. She had awakened from her slumber after his disownment and knew the young Orpal only through Lith's memories, yet she felt responsible for the destruction he had wrought. Meln came here because of us. He's insane, but this is our fault. We should have known that something like this was bound to happen sooner or later. We should have prepared something to protect Lucia. Solus thought in a corner of her mind where Lith couldn't hear her. He already carried a heavy burden, and she didn't want to add her own. Unaware of her struggles, Lith pressed Zekel's contact rune. The blacksmith answered almost immediately. Thank the gods. I've tried to call you the gods know how many times, but this piece of junk didn't work. Zekel seemed to be in one piece, and so was Surma, his wife. The couple was covered in dirt and soot, but that was the least of Lith's worries. Chapter 40:37 Sick Play, Part 2. Chapter 40:37 Sick Play, Part 2. It's not the amulet's fault. It was Meln's doing. Where are you? The attack is over. You can come out, Lith said. For out we are out, Zekel replied. Where are you, son? Lucia is no longer a small village. We can't hope to meet just by looking around the central plaza. Lith's inability to process the obvious stunned him, further proving to Solus that he was shaken beyond what he let transpire on his face. His eyes fell on Phila's corpse and his voice trailed off. The behemoth had never been a close friend, but she had always been a trustworthy ally since Lith had joined the awakened council under Falul's tutelage. Phila had helped Lith train after he became a Tiamat and been of invaluable help in the council. Lith couldn't believe that she was gone like that, and didn't want to haunt Zekel's and Surma's dreams, as well with the macabre display of her demise. I'm in front of the smithy. Where are you? Lith warped in front of the pile of rubble that, until a few minutes ago, had been Zekel's pride and joy. Right there. The blacksmith walked through a warp steps of his own, followed by his wife and Sulman. I never thought that having a permanent house guest would one day save our lives, Zekel said while patting Sulman's muscular arm. How are Renan and Senton? How are the kids? He asked. They are fine. Lith gave the Razar a thankful nod. Meln sent his uppers in the Blood Desert as well, but they managed to harm only our hosts. What about you guys? I need a fresh skirt and a long bath, but I'm otherwise okay. Surma was glad that her unkempt condition hid the mark of the fear that had overwhelmed her when she had seen the ceiling crashing down on her. Same aside from the skirt part, Zekel sighed. Sulman caught us both and dived into the ground. We got a bit dirty and there wasn't much air, but we survived and that's all that matters. Lith, there's something you need to know. Sulman pulled the Tiamat's arm as Brina and her parents also walked out the warp steps. After bringing the Proudhammers to safety, I came back to rescue the cornerstones. The Razar had no idea why he had done it, but couldn't say it out loud without sounding incredibly rude. They know what I am. A hero, Brina said, her eyes sparkling like stars. Son, you saved my family. Vexel looked at the sorry state of the smithy and thanked the gods for their mercy. You could be a troll, and you would still be an honored guest in my house any time you want. Assuming I still have a house, of course. Zekel and the baker lived in Lucia ever since it was still a small village. Vexel needed but a glance to spot the smoking ruins of his family's business. What are we going to do? Surma sobbed, reality hitting her in the heart like a frozen knife. We have lost everything and are too old to start from scratch. Where will we live? How will we afford to eat? At those words, Vexel's wife fell to her knees and joined Surma in her desperate cries. You don't have to worry about that. A wave of Lith's hand warped everyone to the branch of the Mage Association, where all the injured, and the survivors had been brought to be treated. His demons kept scouring every corner of Lucia, slithering under the shadows of the collapsed buildings in search of survivors. The army of shadows was swift and efficient, rescuing those who were trapped and tending to the injured as soon as they were found. Lith knew of the assembly thanks to the demons of the darkness, and had moved to the Mage Association because he had something to say. I want the Lucians to hear it from me, not read it from an impersonal royal decree projected by their amulets. I owe them as much, he thought. Rizzle was there as well, and Falul stood by his side to protect him. The truth behind Orpal's attack spread fast, and many who had lost everything didn't care about logical explanations. They only wanted someone to blame for their misery, and since Orpal was gone, Rizzle was the next best thing. People of Lucia, Lith said, drawing all eyes on himself. I'm sorry for what happened today. None of you deserved this. I'm also sorry that I couldn't be here to protect you. Know that the dead king sent his forces against me as well, and did everything he could to keep me away until he was done with his petty revenge. Otherwise, I would have fought by your side, and maybe things would be a bit better. What I won't do, however, is apologize for the dead king's actions. Our shared blood doesn't make me his brother more than his birth in Lucia makes him one of you. It's just an unfortunate coincidence. As you've heard from Rizzle, even if the dead king succeeded in one of his past attempts to kill me, he would have still come here to destroy Lucia. I wasn't his target, and neither were you. We are just extras in the sick play he wrote for us. Lith waved at what was left of Lucia, the sight bringing many to tears and a few to their knees. That insane bastard thinks that all this is funny. Right now, he's gone back hiding like the coward he is, and he's laughing at us. He kept me away and Rizzle alive on purpose. He killed and destroyed because he wants to see us despair and revel in our pain. He wants us to turn on each other, just like in his deranged mind, Lucia turned on him back when he tried to kill me for the first time. Well, the dead king can go fuck himself for all I care. Lith's snarl was human, his rage kindling the fury of the Lucians that still smoldered under the tear-soaked blanket of their pain. He's taken too much from me already, and I won't give him any more satisfaction. This is why I promise you that I'll do everything I can to convince the royals to provide the funds necessary for the complete reconstruction of Lucia. Lith paused, letting his words sink in, arousing hope and a healthy amount of disbelief. I won't lie to you. The chances that there is enough money for everyone are slim. The dead king ravaged the entire Griffin kingdom today. Countless people lost everything just like you, and their needs are no less important than yours. The royals have to care about their subjects equally, and giving Lucia preferential treatment would brew resentment, playing in the dead king's hands. Hope faded, leaving only disbelief in the crowd's hearts. Yet I'm not bound to the royal standards. I wasn't born in every city of the kingdom at the same time. I was born in Lucia. This is my city, my fief, and I have every right to do what I want with it. Whatever the crown can't afford, I'll pay it out of my own pocket. Lith paused again, watching hope bloom. Chapter 40, 38 Bloodlines at War, Part 1. Chapter 40, 38 Bloodlines at War, Part 1. I'm going to rebuild Lucia just as it was. The dead king struck us down today, but he hasn't killed us, Lith said. When the dead king comes back, because he will, I want him to find Lucia thriving and all of us ready to kick his sorry ass in an early grave. I want him to realize that, despite his newfound powers, he failed once again. He came here strutting around Lucia, thinking this would be his victory parade, yet he was sent running. He forgot that Lucia has its supreme Magus, and with him allies and protectors. Lith pointed at the hydras that herded the humans to the city plaza, at the wyverns patrolling the skies, and the fire dragons cleansing the land from the upper's corrupted blood with primal spark. Suddenly the Lucians felt small, and awe filled their hearts. In the chaos of battle, the only difference that mattered was ally or enemy. In the silence of the aftermath, the Lucians realized that they stood in the presence of legendary creatures that even the protagonists of their favorite bedtime stories could only dream about. I won't downplay your pain or losses. If you no longer feel safe in Lucia, you are free to leave. I will still compensate you for what the dead king has taken from you. I won't leave you empty-handed just because you don't share my vision. Many started to sob out of joy, even kneeling and joining their hands in praise to the gods. Take your time, don't rush your judgment. Whatever decision you make, be sure you won't come to regret it in the future. Lith conjured more and more demons by the second. Even as he spoke, they cleaned the streets of the blood and carried the bodies of the fallen to the Mage Association to be identified. The demons also fixed the non-critically damaged houses as best as they could with earth magic and erected temporary buildings so that no one would have to spend the night in the open. Thanks, Lith. Rizzle was the first to walk to him while the rest of the Lucians still stared at the divine beasts and marvels of magic in awe. It means a lot to me. Now I can leave with a less heavy heart. Leave, Lith echoed. And go where? This is your home. You can be my honored guest for as long as you need. I can have your house rebuilt in a few days. Thanks for your offer, but I won't change my mind. Rizzle needed to sit down. He hadn't suffered a single injury, yet there was little strength left in his body. I know you don't want Meln to win, but I've lost everything. The Lucians hate me, my parents are dead, and I'll never feel safe in my house ever again. My father died there, Lith, and I watched my mother bleed and cry while I could do nothing. No amount of gold or nice words will ever change that. I need a new house. A new place where I can live without Meln's shadow laughing at me. More importantly, I have to find Luca. I need to warn him of the danger he's in. Where is your little brother? Lith asked. It's the only information I need to bring you to him. I wish I knew, Rizzle sighed. The last time I heard from Luca, he was working as an apprentice for a traveling merchant. I know where to start looking thanks to the last letter he sent, but I have no idea of his whereabouts. Do you need help? Lith asked. Is there anything I can do? I could use the money you just promised. Rizzle lowered his eyes in shame, feeling like a beggar. I can't wait for the bureaucrats in Valoran, and the sooner I depart, the faster I can find Luca. With me gone, Meln will have one less reason to attack Lucia, and the Lucians won't have to hold their temper every time we meet. Everybody wins. If this is what you want. Lith handed Rizzle a small bag of gold worth more than Broman's house and a year's worth of father's and son's salary combined. Yet I insist you take this. Lith also took a communication amulet out of his pocket dimension, to which he added his rune. Your tablet won't work away from Lucia. Call me in case you get in trouble, you spot one of Meln's goons, or you and your brother just need anything. Luca is your family, but this is my battle as well. Rizzle's expression shifted from shame to gratitude for a few seconds before settling for resignation. Thanks, one day I'll pay you back, he said. I'm sure you will, Lith nodded, gesturing to one of the association's clerks to approach them. Give this man a change of clothes and warp him wherever he wants without telling anyone. The dead king might have spies, and I'm not taking any chances. I'll take full responsibility. The clerk hesitated for a second before giving Lith a deep bow, walking away with Rizzle. There were only a few doors that the white and gold uniform of the Supreme Magus couldn't open, and they were all in the royal castle of Valoran. Once Rizzle disappeared behind the door of the Mage Association, Lith checked in with Falul, Zoreth, Gerslak, and Urgak. Thank you for everything you have done today. Lith gave them a deep bow, especially to the Wyvern Patriarch, who had no reason to be there outside his council duty. Please don't thank me, Falul sighed, and so did Adjutor and Firwal. I'm sorry for failing you. You warned me this would happen. I had plenty of time to prepare, yet Narchat bested me. You are my apprentice, and Destar is my region. Protecting Lucia is my duty. I would have done it even if you didn't ask me. I don't deserve your gratitude either, little brother. The shadow dragon shape-shifted into her human form. You granted me so many blessings. You entrusted your home to me, and I wasn't up to even one of Meln's loser goons. That's absurd. Lith dismissed the idea with a sweep of his hand. I've defeated plenty of uppers already. I refuse to believe one of them could give someone as strong as you a run for her money. That guy had Narchat's help, but that's no justification. Zoreth shook her head. There are no rules in war, and if not for Gerslak, I don't know what might have happened to me. I'm in your debt, Patriarch. Don't mention it. The Wyvern kept his Emperor Beast form, but also his head low enough to meet everyone else's eyes, not to look down on them. You are Voltak's last disciple, and that's more than enough for me. That said, my opponent was strong and skilled, Zoreth said, nodding at Gerslak in gratitude. He was nothing like those other knockoff divine beasts that Narchat unleashed on Lucia. That thing overpowered one of Thrud's generals and survived against me. That's not something anyone can do. That's not because you are lacking something, little sister, that upper was just that strong, Gerslak replied. Under the black hide there was a real divine beast, a storm griffin. Chapter 4039 Bloodlines at War Part 2 Chapter 4039 Bloodlines at War Part 2 Are you sure? Falul's eyes went wide in surprise. Why would a griffin join a loser like Narchat? The same way a bastet would, Gerslak replied. There was also a true divine beast from Verendi. I'm sure of it because I tasted their blood. And so did I, Uffel nodded. The upper that beat me up was a storm griffin. I'm certain not only because of the taste of his blood, but also because of his light mastery and his use of life maelstrom. It would explain everything, Zorath pondered. Damn it, there is only one explanation for my dragon eyes failing to recognize light mastery, yet Uffel's didn't, she actually thought. Nelia's spells must be obsolete. She's not going to like this one bit. Sure, it's possible, but not plausible. I've never heard of a renegade griffin. I can't speak about the Bastet, but if one of Tyrus' children went rogue, everybody would. Urgek, the patriarch of the fire dragons, hissed as he recalled a months-old rumor. Jorl. Who's Jorl? Lith asked. A young storm griffin who managed to get himself banished from the Griffin Kingdom, Urgek replied. I remember about him only because he foolishly angered Tyrus and defied her decree multiple times before finally giving up. How is this relevant to my situation? Lith asked. If that griffin is Jorl, then he's in a lot of trouble, Urgek pondered. His bloodline will hunt him down and make him pay, no matter if they have to fight an entire army of Upper to do it. Yet only if it's him and he really dared return to the kingdom, which is implausible as well. There's no hiding from the Great Mother's eye. Actually, there is, Lith said. The Verdalac blood has some sort of cloaking power. Not even Grandma could perceive an Upper's presence in the desert unless she stood in front of them. And when I say Grandma, I mean Salark. Are you sure? Gerslak asked, obtaining a nod in reply. That's a disturbing thought. But it also gives me a good reason to contact my griffin friends, Urgak said. Jorl didn't defy Tyrus' decree out of homesickness or desire for atonement. He wanted to retrieve the treasures left in his lair before the defensive arrays weakened and someone stole them. If his siblings go there and find it empty, it means that we got our guy and maybe even some help. Speaking of help, what are you doing in Lucia, Urgak? Lith asked. I didn't expect to find you here more than I expected, Gerslak. You're hurting my feelings, little brother. The patriarch of the fire dragons snorted black smoke out of his nostrils. Sure, we dragons aren't as mushy as phoenixes, but how could we remain indifferent after hearing that your lair was under attack? Moreover, by creating an army of Uppers, Narchet has turned his personal revenge into a conflict between two bloodlines, the Tiamats and the Verdalacs. Half of your and Narchet's divine beast blood belongs to the fire dragons, little brother. Yet while you nourished and treasured it into something new worthy of the father of all dragons, the dead king twisted it into something monstrous for the sake of power. He has defiled the very essence of our clan, and that's something we can't forgive. As for me, I'm just trying to restore the honor of my bloodline, Gerslak admitted. I don't care much about you, Verhin, but getting a pound of the dead king's flesh would do wonders for the reputation of my clan. Whatever your reason is, I'm grateful for your presence, Lith nodded. I'm sorry for interrupting this lovely family reunion, but we have urgent business to attend to. Lotho the Treant barged in the middle of the conversation with a warp steps, cutting him short. With Fila dead, the Beast Council is in need of a new representative. As much as I'd love to take a few days to mourn her passing, we can't afford to have such a huge gap in the chain of command, not with the threat of Narchet's upper army looming over our head. A wave of his hand dismissed the quasi-Treantlings, sending them back to the Tron woods. I agree with him, Ragu said. Don't worry about Fila. I've already collected her corpse and equipment. As her fellow representative and final comrade in arms, it's my duty to return her to her family. She threw Falul a long, meaningful look before turning around and warping away. What was that? Zorath asked in confusion. Trouble, Firwul sighed. Fila and my daughter were good friends. It's the only reason Fila came here in person and dragged the rest of the council representatives with her. The behemoths might hold us responsible for Fila's death, and internal conflict is the last thing we need while dealing with Narchat. Well, Lotho said in annoyance, what's your answer? I politely decline. Gerslak gave the Treant a small bow. Nobody would trust a bloodline with a shady past like mine, and I have already too much on my plate to be the beast representative. I decline as well, Falul shrugged. There's too much at stake for me at the moment. She couldn't reveal that Freya had already become her harbinger, nor put Freya and her unborn babies in danger, by taking the lead in every operation of the Beast Council. Sign me in, Firwul said, taking everyone by surprise. Only as a temporary representative, though. I don't care about the council, only about my daughter, and Narchet almost killed her today. That's not how the council works, Lotho snorted, his voice the rustling of leaves against leaves. A representative seat is a lifelong commitment, not something you drop off the moment it doesn't suit your needs any longer. In times of peace, I'd agree with you, Lotho, but this is no longer the petty squabble between two brothers. No offense, Lith, Firwall countered. None taken. This has just escalated into a full-blown war and claimed its first toll among the council elders. The Hydra continued. There is no time for the petty politics each bloodline undergoes to select their candidate, and all those ridiculous spirit duels to settle which candidate becomes the beast representative. Or rather, we can waste that, Tim, and then we will waste even more crying about the ruin that the dead king will unleash upon our land, and the people will lose. Firwall pointed at Lucia, and Lotho's retort died in his trunk. In war, you need swift decisions and to act even more swiftly because time isn't measured in seconds, but in lives. The less we argue, the fewer awakened will lose their lives, asking themselves why there are no reinforcements from the Beast Council. I'm the best field general anyone could ask for. I'm a veteran from the First War, I own a Royal Fortress armor, and I can get Tessa to help us, who also has a Royal Fortress armor of her own. I'll add one more condition to sweeten the deal. Bring me anyone with better qualifications than me, and I'll follow their lead like a good soldier. Until you do, shut your hollow and do as I say. Chapter 40 Weak Link, Part 1. Chapter 40 Weak Link, Part 1. Lotho had many objections, but the more he reflected over Firwall's words, the stupider his arguments sounded even to him. Yet it was the memory of Phila's severed corpse that sealed the deal. You make a fine point. I'll support your proposal with the council, but I can't guarantee it will be accepted or even taken into consideration. You don't have to convince us plant folk, but the Emperor beasts. They are going to be less receptive to your straightforward oratory and more outraged by your utter disregard for the council's traditions. I suggest that, when you give them this speech, you choose your words carefully and switch to a more conciliatory tone. Damn, you are right, Firwall groaned. It's exactly the reason I washed my hands of the council and the kingdom for the past 700 years. I'm too old for this shit. You are welcome, Lotho nodded. One final warning, even if you do everything perfectly, you can still fail. There are many who are going to perceive your candidacy as an attempt to climb to the throne while Phila's corpse is still warm. Others will understand your true intentions, but they will still twist them around. Hydras are not liked much these days, and you less than anyone else. For what it's worth, I'll back you however I can. Most of the members of Orpal's army were plant folk and fae. It had created a huge scandal in the awakened community and put the entire plant race under heavy scrutiny. It was the reason Lotho was unwilling to point fingers at Lith or Firwall, hoping they would afford him the same grace. Coming to Lucia to help was also part of his attempt to show that not all fae were corrupt. It was also the reason Lotho supported Firwall's candidacy. If she won, it would be partly because of him and ease the criticism against the plant folk. If she failed, the resulting fracture between the Hydras and the rest of the Emperor beasts would shift the focus from his faction anyway. I assume you are not interested in the representative seat, Lith, correct? Lotho asked. I'm not, thank you. I have too much on my plate to take on even more work, he replied. Meln and my children are my top priorities, albeit for completely different reasons. As it should be. The Treant nodded at Lith and gave a polite bow to Urgak before warping away to deliver the news to the Plant Council. What did he mean by Hydras aren't liked much? Lith asked. Do you remember when I told you that Hydras are considered among the bottom of the barrel lesser dragons? Falul replied, the eyes of her heads only Lith could see darted at Gerslak. Sure, the Tiamat nodded. It means that our standing in the council is not high compared with the original lesser divine beasts like behemoths and drakes, and even lower when compared to almost divine beasts like hippogriffs and wyverns, Falul said. After the War of the Griffins, however, we climbed straight to the top, thanks to Tyrus allowing us to add Uffil to our ranks. The Harmonizer project further consolidated both our position and the grudge that came with it. Let me be clear, the other three races have always resented us beasts, because we are the only ones who can ascend to guardians, who in turn can sire an endless number of powerful species. The problem is that now all four races begrudge the Hydras for being the only clan with a real shot, bridging the gap between lesser and full-blooded divine beasts. Moreover, if my mother takes the representative seat in the council, everyone else will see it as an attempt of the Hydra clan to increase also its political and military power. I see, Lith sighed in relief. Why are you sighing in relief? Firwall grunted. This is a serious matter, hatchling. I'm sorry, I meant no disrespect. Lith raised his hands in apology. It might sound silly, but I was afraid of being responsible for your predicament as well. No matter what Rizzle and the rest of Lucia say, what happened today is my fault. He took a few breaths of invigoration to empower his demons and give them all the strength they needed to clear the city of the debris and repair the houses that had suffered the least damage. Oh, it is your fault, hatchling, at least partly, Fearwell said, making Lith's dour expression turn dourer. Mom, Fallel yelled. That's very insensitive of you. Lith almost lost his hometown today and he's mourning Fila's sacrifice. Can't you give him a break? I did, that's why I said partly. Fearwell's words were met by her daughter's scornful glare. What? It's the truth. You taking in a divine beast as your apprentice started everything. Lith's current status, his friend volunteering to become your harbinger, and now Menadian helping us with the harmonizers only made everything progressively harder for us Hydras. The part about Baba Yaga's and Silverwing's involvement was still a secret, and so was the chance that the method to achieve dragonhood developed by the Hydras might work for all lesser divine beasts. Mom, I see, Lith nodded, feeling not one bit guilty. Don't worry, Fallel. Freya's choice is her own, and if the other Emperor beasts envy our friendship, they only have themselves to blame. Had they treated me as well as you did, today I'd help them as well. It's too easy to cry injustice in hindsight after you took all the risks and now finally reap the benefits of your investment. That's an incredibly shallow and opportunistic way to put it, Lith, Fallel snarled at him. I never saw you as an investment, or I would have exploited the 100 years apprenticeship rule. I helped you because I wanted to. I know, and I'm even more grateful for that, Lith replied. If there's nothing else, I'll join my demons. There is a lot to do. The emergency is resolved, and our injured have already recovered. The wyverns offer their help, Gerslak said. And so do the Hydras. Fearwell stepped in front of Fallel. Truth be told, the Hydras had suffered quite a few casualties, and many of them wanted nothing more than go away and grieve. Yet with the council seat at stake and the wyverns meddling, Fearwell considered it a competition. And the fire dragons. Urgek rolled his eyes, his voice oozing unwillingness. He wasn't involved in the council's politics, but being the only one to bail on his little brother, while everyone else offered a hand, would have painted the fire dragons as cold-hearted jerks. Space. Thanks to the help of so many powerful creatures, it didn't take long to erase most of the traces of Orpal's attack. The Awakened spotted the remains of the fallen with life vision and restored the corpses as best as they could with necromancy before returning them to their families. Tons of debris could be moved at a time by storing them inside dimensional amulets. Healing and tending, the survivors was even faster thanks to invigoration and the fire dragon's massive size. One of their snacks was enough to feed the entire city, after being properly cooked, of course. Chapter 40 1 Weak Link, Part 2. Chapter 40 1 Weak Link, Part 2. Lith let the living take care of the living, focusing the efforts of his demons on repairs and building temporary houses. What a disaster! Menadian didn't like being away from Solus, but after the relief efforts had started and Menadian had shown no interest in helping, her daughter had started to glare at her with the intensity of an ice age. You don't say? Lith scoffed, using invigoration to scan the wreckage of a half-collapsed house to understand what went where before fixing it with earth magic. By the way, thanks for joining us. There's no reason to be rude, kid. I'm here now and that's all that matters. Menadian grunted before muttering, not that I had much of a choice anyway. What did you say? Solus asked telepathically. Here goes nothing, Menadian rushed to say as she struck a house with her fury. Instead of crushing the wall, the Davros hammer produced a silvery sound that reverberated through the air. Menadian's mana formed a magic circle around the house, connecting it with its debris via countless blue tendrils. Small and big pieces of stone floated off the ground, finding their original place before fusing with the house. Alas, some of the pieces had been scattered by either the wind or the fight, leaving several gaps in the structure. Apologize with the royals on my behalf, kid. Menadian hit an already broken stone block in the road, pulverizing it. Pebbles and dust flew into the gaps and filled them until only the difference in color betrayed the house's repair. A second swing of the hammer fixed the roof, but many tiles were missing. I can't do anything about that, Menadian sighed. That's going to cost you a bit of money and a roofer, Lith. What, how can you be this quick? He asked in disbelief. He was still scanning the debris, while Menadian was already moving on to another house. Didn't you create the self-repair enchantments for your home? She replied. Of course I did. It's the same thing, Menadian shrugged. Just add a spell that analyzes the structure of the house, mirrors the missing parts, and allows you to set the parameters for what you can't mirror. Easy peasy. No, it's not, Lith grunted. Sorry, I forgot I'm the resident genius forgemaster. Menadian imparted her spell to him via the black chains. Mom, don't be a jerk, Solus rebuked her. First, Lith is still shaken. Second, he's a great forgemaster. The only difference between you and him is that he's 20 with no mentor and you are over 300 and studied under Aunt Loca. So many words just to say I'm the better forgemaster. Menadian telepathically clicked her tongue. Mom, either you start to behave, or I'll use the O word. Not that I'm not old. Meanwhile, it took Lith the time of that mind link to convert Menadian's old runes into modern ones, and then adapt them to his own forgemastering spell. Thanks, Rifa, much appreciated. Do you mind if I share it with the other demons? Well, Mom, this is my final warning. Of course not, Menadian said, as long as they promise to keep it to themselves. In the blink of an eye, most of Lucia was back to its previous state, except for the roof tiles. The fire dragons took particular care of the Voidfeather dragon's statue, making it stand out above all others for its craftsmanship. I never thought the day would come when I'd be happy our tavern is in a dead part of Lucia. Ashek, the owner of the Drinking Wolf, said. I told you it was the Great Mother's grace shining on us, Hida, his wife, replied. First, we met Supreme Magus Verhin, then he advertised your beer, and now this. She pointed at the sign, depicting a seated wolf drinking beer, that was hung outside the unscathed tavern. Not one brick was broken, nor a tile missing. If not for the upper stomps causing a few glasses and plates to fall to the ground and break, the Drinking Wolf Tavern would have suffered no damage. Orpal had ordered his minions to leave Lith's house alone, so no one had bothered with that part of the outskirts of Lucia. You're right, Hida, Ashek nodded. Let's share the Great Mother's blessing with the others. I bet there are lots of people who could use a warm meal and a cold drink. Space. Thanks for staying behind, Falul said while healing 7 people at a time in her hybrid form. I've heard your turf has been heavily hit as well. It's not a big deal. Adjeter was still recovering from the blade spell. Even shrunk in a human-sized form, he looked emaciated. The other regional lords are covering for me, and it's not like I have friends who need me there. And here you do, she asked in puzzlement. You heard your mother in Lotho, Adjeter replied while conjuring a quick hush spell. If you Hydras want to get that seat in the council, you need a trump card, me. What do you mean? As you said, my region and all others have been hit, the Drake sighed. Hard. We can't afford a long internal squabble while Narchat keeps killing us like flies. I refuse to let the Emperor Beasts become the weak link in the council. Not when I can fix everything with a single move. All I have to do is get back to work and finish my research on dragonhood. If I succeed, the rest will fall into place by itself. That's ambitious and very risky, Falul narrowed her eyes. Are you sure this is what you want to do? I'm sure, he nodded. If I become a dragon, no one among the Emperor Beast will have a reason to resent you Hydras, and will start fawning over you. It will prove that you aren't keeping the Harmonizer research for yourselves, and allow the other lesser divine beasts already involved in the project to step forward. Once they reveal that anyone can benefit from the Harmonizer, things will get much easier for your mother, especially with a new dragon coming from another bloodline. If you think about it, your delay due to Freya's pregnancy is a blessing in disguise. Had you turned into a dragon, giving 2 new divine beasts' bloodlines to the Hydras, there would be no turning back at this point. Now instead, I can balance things out, and while everyone will focus on trying to learn my secret, they won't have time or reasons to oppose Firwul's candidacy. It's indeed an excellent plan, but it puts you in a bad spot, Falul replied. You only have one shot at this, and you can't rush something so important. What makes you think you can complete your research in time without endangering your own life? I have my ways. Adjeter weaved at the too many prying eyes and ears, and despite the hush zone protecting their privacy, he refused to say more. Space. Blood Desert, Starry Lagoon Village, a few hours later. I'm deeply ashamed of my incompetence and can only ask for your forgiveness. Salark gave the Verhins and the merfolk representatives a deep bow. You are all my guests, and I'm your host under the sacred laws of hospitality. Chapter 40-42 Child of Fire, Part 1. Chapter 40-42 Child of Fire, Part 1. I was supposed to take care of you and protect you from all danger. Instead, I fell for the dead king's ploy and left you at the mercy of his thralls. Every dead merfolk is an indelible stain on my honor, and I won't rest until I'll make it up to your tribe." "Please, there's no need for apologies, Overlord," Rem said. "You've done everything you could to ensure our safety. Our village is protected by powerful arrays, and we had 2 divine beasts with us. With your land under attack from multiple fronts, it was only natural for you to deal with the invaders. Lord Verhin, his sister, and his friends did everything they could for us. The only merfolk they failed to save are those killed by the merchants turned uppers, and only because we had come to trust them so much over time that we lowered our guard around them. The other 2 uppers didn't so much as come close to the starry lagoon oasis. Almost all the desert tribes had endured a similar outcome. The trader merchants had killed a few people before being neutralized by the local feathers. The number of casualties never reached the 2 digits, but every corpse was one too many for the Overlord. Thank you for your kind words, Representative Rem, but they change nothing. I've failed in my duties as host," Salark replied. "I wouldn't blame you if you want to move your village to another oasis or even relocate to a different country." "That's out of the question, Overlord," Jur the songster said. "We've already crafted the desert heart for the starry lagoon oasis, and this is our home now. We won't leave unless you order us to. Besides, no matter where we go, danger will always follow. We feel much safer here with such a graceful host than anywhere else on Garland." "You honor me with your words, songster Jur." Salark gave him a polite nod. "As for you, featherlings, I'm sorry about what happened to Lucia and ruining your vacation. If there's anything I can do for you, all you need is ask." "Thanks for the offer, Grandma, but it's not necessary," Lith said. "We'll go back to Lucia first thing in the morning. I can't afford to be so far away with Meln still at large." The problem was actually another. Lith might have tower-warped straight to the Tron Woods right after killing the uppers, if only he hadn't had to explain to his friends why the house would disappear along with him. Once he brought Ryla and Garrick back to the mansion and the rest of his guests to Lucia, instead, the tower would be free to move again. "The doors of my palace are always open for you and your family, Featherling," she nodded. "Feel free to return whenever you like or need." Space. At dinner, everyone had regained their cool with one exception. "I can't wait to go back home," Garrick shuddered at the memory of the attack. "This place is terrifying." "He means no disrespect, Overlord." Ryla bowed so deeply that her long, dark blue hair touched the floor. "Garrick never witnessed a real fight. His condition kept him sheltered from the real world, and he has little knowledge of its dangers." "I'm not offended, and you shouldn't apologize," Salark replied. "A child has every right to be scared when someone breaks the safety of his house. Garrick would be foolish otherwise. It's how he behaves next that matters. Teach him well and grow him into a wolf who can keep his turf safe, or he'll become a turtle who hides in his shell." "Was that scary?" Fenrir asked in honest confusion. She wasn't trying to belittle Garrick. It was just that between the stories her sibling told her, and seeing her parents always cold and collected, she had assumed being attacked by uppers was something normal. "Now that small stuff, Furball," Laren shrugged. "The undead courts attacking us in the middle of the night, that was scary. Or that time a bunch of assassins ambushed us while we were playing in front of our house." Lilia nodded. "Those uppers were amateurs. They didn't even get close to us." "Lilia, Laren," Celia blushed up to her ears. "You are making it sound like you live in a war zone." "But Mom, not even Salkar is afraid." Laren pointed at the youngest Skull, who barked at his mother with pride, demanding a feast worthy of a warrior of his caliber. "I swear to the gods, one day you guys are going to drive me crazy." Celia sighed, forcing the pup to shapeshift into a baby boy before feeding him. "No offense, Auntie, but they are right." Aaron stirred his stew with a spoon, not knowing how to feel. "Also, it's kind of sad that we got used to this kind of thing." "And we are the lucky ones," Lyria said. "Philia and Frey have been kidnapped so many times that now they close their eyes and ears before Uncle Tezca can say anything." "Are you serious?" Camilla jumped from her seat. "It's not a big deal, Sis Kami," Aaron shrugged. "Uncle Tezca is always with them. The average kidnapping lasts about 3 seconds. "Yeah, and he lets them eat all the ice cream they want once they get back home," Lyria nodded. "Philia and Frey kind of look forward to it." "They do what?" Camilla asked in disbelief. "Does Zin know about this?" "I guess." Aaron cleared his throat, exchanging a quick glance with Lyria. "When is our turn, Mommy?" Lennart tugged Rena's arm. "With a bit of luck, never." Seeing their children so unfazed made Alina and Rena inwardly wonder if they were doing their job as parents properly. But Mom, I want to stuff myself with ice cream, Falco said. At Grandma's, sure. At home, I want steaming fries, Turian said, and her siblings nodded. It's cold there already. Ho, 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 Zekel and Surma had followed Lith to the desert. Seeing you so happy and calm is a balm for my old heart. After what I went through today, I think I deserve a lot of ice cream. Can I share it with them, Lith? Sure, Lith nodded, always keeping an eye on his parents. Unlike the children, they knew of Broman's and Lisa's deaths. Orpal had killed two of their oldest and dearest friends, and that alone would have been enough to deal a heavy blow to his parents' hearts. Yet Orpal had also ravaged Lucia, the Griffin Kingdom, and the Blood Desert. Elena and Raz felt responsible for every crime their son committed and every person he murdered, wondering what they could have done differently. Was disowning Meln the right thing to do, or should I have tried harder to make him see reason? Raz thought. Yet if I didn't send him away after he almost killed his 5-year-old brother, wouldn't that have reassured Meln that he had nothing to fear? Talking never worked. He listened to me because he had to, but didn't care about one word I said and went back to his old behavior as soon as he thought he had gotten away with it. Chapter 40-43 Child of Fire, Part 2. Chapter 40-43 Child of Fire, Part 2. Discipline didn't work either. Any punishment would only make him angrier. What if he tried again? Even worse, what if the next time he succeeded? And even if he didn't, with what face could I have looked my other children in the eyes? Renaa, Lith, and Tista would have felt unsafe in their own home. As Raz was lost in thought, the small and battered figure of Lith from almost 16 years ago flashed in front of Raz's eyes. He was covered in blood, with bruises all over his small face. He had lost several milk teeth that day, giving him an even more wretched appearance. Then, Lith's bloody figure was replaced by Raz's own. He saw himself, chained to a wooden table in the Hogham mansion, with bloody stumps where his arms and legs were supposed to be. A cold sweat covered Raz's skin, and he needed sheer willpower to keep himself rooted in the present. I did the right thing. He clenched his teeth, pushing back the memories of Orpal's tortures. I don't know what went wrong with him, but Meln was rotten from the start. I didn't turn him into the dead king, nor did Night. It was always inside of Meln, and if I didn't kick him out, someone would have gotten hurt. At that point, I would have been as responsible as he for refusing to face reality. As for Night, she enabled Meln. She gave him everything he needed to escape the consequences of his cruelty, bringing his true nature to the surface. There was nothing Alina and I could do, and Tryon is proof of it. He envied Lith all his life and resented us for disowning his beloved big brother, but he never hurt anyone. He became a drill sergeant, a reliable older brother for his cadets and a brother-in-arms to his comrades. And when Night came for him, he turned her down. Raz turned to look at his son, who was having dinner with the rest of the family. She killed him, Night killed my boy, and Meln still dared bond with her. That was the last straw that silenced Raz's conscience. Not the suffering or mutilations that Meln had inflicted upon him, but Meln's indifference to the fate of the only sibling he had always claimed to love. Are you all right, Dad? Tryon returned Raz's gaze and noticed how pale his father had become. Yes, son, thank you. Raz cleared his throat, trying to sound normal. I'm just shaken from what happened to Lucia. About that, I noticed that many among Big Brother Lith's friends have similar-sounding names, Aaron pointed out. I mean, Voltek, Urgek, Gerslak, they all end in ak, just like Ral. Because the ak suffix means of dragon in dragon tongue, and adding it is considered auspicious when choosing a name for a baby. Ligon explained. But Gerslak is a wyvern, Lyria furrowed her brows. Indeed, but they still carry my blood. Also, their greatest ambition is to become dragons. Ligon replied, avoiding mentioning the inferiority complex that plagued the wyvern bloodline and its common arrogance. What about Auntie Zorith? Aaron asked. Why didn't you name her Zorak? Just because something is auspicious, it doesn't mean that everyone should use it. Otherwise, my children would all have names so similar that distinguishing them would be nigh impossible, Ligon replied. Also, there is more than one auspicious suffix in dragon tongue. I named your Auntie Zorith, which means Scion of Fire, to honor both her bloodlines and not make her feel forced to embrace mine over her mother's. Yet she discarded my blood and became an abomination, the Guardian inwardly sighed. And now that I think about it, the same happened to Azith. Maybe Aaron is right, and I should have called her Zorak. Wait, are you telling me that TH means of fire? Lyria asked, and Ligon nodded in reply. Like Uncle Lith. The Guardian choked on his food at the realization and started to cough wildly. Maybe I should ban the TH suffix. Ligon thought, needing several glasses of water to calm down. 3 out of 3 dealing in abomination powers is more than a coincidence. It's a curse. No, sweetie, that's not what Lith means. Alina was glad of the silly question that distracted her from her worries. The name we had originally chosen for your uncle was Strata, which means brave and strong. Yet after he was born, Nana claimed that he was blessed by the light, so we changed his name in Lith, which means child of light. Alina avoided mentioning the complications at birth, not wanting to scare the kids. Child of light, Lith echoed as he almost choked on his food as well. Why have I never heard about this before? Because aside from a parent, no one really cares about the meaning of a name. Alina chuckled. Do you know what my name means, or that of anyone else in the family for that matter? Actually, no, Lith rubbed his chin. Before Kami got pregnant with Elijah, I never really cared about names, even mine. I rest my case. Alina nodded, taking her victory with grace. Grandpa, Aaron looked at Ligoan. Is Mom right? Yes and no. The guardian cleaned his mouth with a napkin and put the fork down. Yes, Lith means child of light in Tyrus universal language. No, because Auntie Tyrus took a few words from my dragon tongue. Lith actually means child of fire. She slightly altered its meaning to remove the part about the potentially destructive nature of fire and emphasize its aspects as a source of warmth and radiance. Everyone turned to look at Tyrus, who just said, He's right. This isn't fair. Why is Big Brother the only one with a dragon name? Aaron pouted. Can I change my name in Arak, please? If you want to be known as Meal of Dragons, sure. Ligon nodded. Mom, how could you call me like that? Aaron's eyes misted with tears as he stared at his mother as if she had betrayed him. That's not what it means. Alina became beet red in embarrassment. Aaron means heaven's blessing. Which is how we dragons call our favorite dishes, Ligon replied. What about me? Lyria asked, too afraid of hearing an even more ridiculous meaning for her own name to mock Aaron's. What does Lyriac mean? Lyria of Dragon, Ligon shrugged. As I said, Tyrus picked a few words from Dragon Tongue, not the entire vocabulary. Lyria is not among them. Mom, Lyria pouted, how could you be so mean to me? How was I supposed to know Dragon Tongue? Renat tried to defend herself. Also, why are you blaming me? What about your father? Well said, baby girl. Know that it's all your mother's fault. Senton didn't hesitate 1 second to throw Renat under the bus. You'll pay for this, she muttered under her breath. You wound my heart, featherlings, Salark sighed. You all care for your names in old lizard tongue and didn't even bother to ask about phonics tongue. Does it exist? The room went into an uproar. What does my name mean? The children raised their voices louder and louder, trying to speak over the others and get their answer. Chapter 4044 Invisible Wounds, Part 1. Chapter 4044 Invisible Wounds, Part 1. Enough with names, please. Lith raised his hand, gesturing for silence. I have an announcement to make, and so does Freya. Since the two things are related, I'll let Freya go first. Thank you, Lith. Freya stood up, giving him a nod. After what happened today and the pressure that the royal court is inevitably going to put on my parents in the aftermath, Nalrond and I have decided to set a date for our marriage. Her words were met with cheers and applause. Everyone took turns to congratulate the couple. I wish I shared your enthusiasm, but our choice is more practical than romantic, she sighed. Having another light master in the family will strengthen the Erna's position in court, and so will the announcement of my twins. On top of that, between my pregnancy and Quilla's, the royals will have an easier time showing our parents' leniency. Our situation gives the royals a perfect excuse to extend my parents' leave of absence. Officially, they won't be unruly subjects of the crown who refuse to resume their duty, but future grandparents who need to take care of their daughters and protect them from the threat of Narchat. Also, her voice trailed off as she clenched her hands. Freya's voice refused to form the rest of the words, so Nalrond did it for her. Also, by becoming a part of the Erna's family, I can start accumulating merits and ease the pressure on Gianni and Orion. He took Freya's hand in his own, caressing it with his thumb. If you need a hand against Meln Lith, please call me. Any meritorious act I perform will help my family and allow Freya to stay away from the battlefield. She's not as compromised as Quilla, but I'd rather not put the babies at risk unless it's absolutely necessary. Thanks for not calling me bloated, Quilla thought, incapable of stopping herself from devouring her fifth steak. You can count on me as well, Lith. Morok raised his hand. I'm not letting Quilla go anywhere dangerous until the twins are at least 6 months old. At that point, we can discuss the timeline of her return to active duty. Quilla glared at him, her mouth too full to speak. Morag simply glared back, brooking no argument. I will count on you too, then, Lith nodded. Now Rund. Just one last thing, the Agni said. I wanted to thank Salman personally for saving so many people in Lucia today and invite him to the marriage. Are you sure? Salman had followed Surma and Zekel to the desert, but sat at a lonely end of the table, not wanting to intrude on the family matters. I mean, thanks. I'm sure. Nalrund pinched his nose, his demeanor contradicting his words. We are the last two members of the Razar village and should stick together. Also, I need someone to fill my side of the aisle. I don't have relatives, and most of my friends will sit on Freya's side. I don't want to repeat what happened to Morok's wedding, so feel free to bring a date with you, Salman. A date at a marriage. The Razar swallowed hard, knowing how such an invitation could be easily misunderstood. And what happened during my marriage exactly? Morok grunted. I was willing to lend you a few people from Zelex, but if that's how you feel. First, they are people. You can't toss them around like candies. Nalrund grunted back. Second, your side of the aisle was filled with strangers who only knew you as Gleemo's son. We are not many, Uncle Nalrund, but we can make noise for 1,000 people, Lilia said, puffing her chest with pride. And we'll sit on the groom's side. And that's what worries me, he replied, patting the girl's head. Please don't be quiet during the ceremony, all of you, especially you, Fenrir. Why, what did I do wrong? The little girl whined. Because you howl at the top of your lungs for the smallest thing, Nalrund said, and everyone in Fenrir's family nodded, even Salkar. What about Salkar? He does that too, she growled at the puppy, who put his best indignant expression in response to the wild yet accurate accusation. He's a baby, Nalrund replied. We can put him in the hushed crib if he starts acting out. Do you want to stay in the crib with the toddlers? You wouldn't dare, Fenrir gasped in horror. I'm over 3 years old, I'm a grown-up now. I don't belong with the milk suckers. Bah, Elijah scoffed. Enough, please. Lith stood up, putting an end to the childish squabble before it escalated further. During the wedding, I'll take the royals aside and show them my Indech form. Tista, Elijah, and Kami will do the same. Are you sure about this? Raz asked. What about the element of surprise? Won't you lose it if the royals decide to go public about it? I'm not sure, but at this point it's the best move, Lith replied. Tista and I already revealed our evolved human form to fight Meln's thralls, and there is no telling if more uppers were keeping an eye on us. Worst-case scenario, they witnessed the whole thing and ran away once they realized they couldn't stall us any longer. Meln might know about our Indech form, but has no idea what it does since swirling wind has no visible effect. Best-case scenario, no one saw anything. Either way, I can reveal my human form to take the wind out of Meln's sails while losing little advantage. Whether he had uppers spy on us or not, everybody knows about the potential of my human side since the fight with Rugat. By displaying the Indech, I will just confirm what everybody already suspects. Tista, Kami, and Elijah will be living proof that the human bloodline can be passed down and is not exclusive to me. I don't intend to showcase any power, so that even if Meln already knows, I'll leave him in the dark along with everybody else. How will that mess with Meln's plans, sweetie? Alina asked. I can't mess with his plans because I don't know what he's going to do next, Mom, Lith replied. What I can do is ruin the morale of his troops and make the young awakened less eager to join his side. After all, Meln is nothing without his uppers, and unlike Thrud, he can't force anyone to do his bidding. He needs people who willingly accept his blood and fight his battles. And how is revealing the existence of your Indech form supposed to change their minds, son? Raz asked. Wouldn't it be better to showcase its abilities? Those who choose to follow Meln do it for the sake of power, Dad. They want to become divine beasts, and knowing Meln's ego, I'm sure he claims to be as strong as I am, if not even stronger. The Indech form will prove that my Tiamat bloodline has access to all its components, and is superior to the sum of its single parts. At that point, the Human Council will support me as much as the beasts because my bloodline holds the secret to unlock human evolution. Chapter 40-45 Invisible Wounds, Part 2. Chapter 40-45 Invisible Wounds, Part 2. At the same time, the royals and the nobles of the kingdom will also support me with everything they have, hoping that one day a member of their family will marry into ours. Even with no awakening or talent for magic, bloodline abilities are still carried over, and our descendants will be hybrids who, at worst, will have to choose between one of my bloodlines. Meln's soldiers, instead, know that the moment they join him, they also turn their backs to the awakened council and their families. It's not an easy choice, and only those who believe that the power they gain is worth the cost make it. So if I can demonstrate my talent while Orpal's bloodline only has the Vertilac, or rather, its knockoff version to offer, the awakened who are considering becoming uppers will think twice about it. After all, nobody knows if the powers of an upper can be passed down, and once an awakened is marked as a traitor, there is no coming back. They can only hope that Meln wins and they get a place in his future kingdom. It's the only outcome that doesn't end in tragedy for them. That's why even if I don't reveal any Indech power and keep the advantage of surprise, the seed of doubt I plant will hinder the recruitment process. The awakened will wonder what marvels I can perform and ask Meln if he can do the same. Unless his Vertilac form can also tap into its different aspects, he'll fall short of their expectations. At that point, the only way he'll have to tilt the scale of public opinion will be by displaying his martial might. But if no one joins him, he'll lose troops and achieve less with every attack. On top of that, never underestimate Meln's ego or his inferiority complex. Seeing the Indech might lead him to go on a rampage while his army is still weakened. With the help of the royals and the human and the beast council, we could stop him for good. There are too many variables for my liking, but there's nothing else you can do as long as Meln keeps hiding. It's a good plan. Gianni nodded. I understand why Freya needed to make a big announcement to share the good news with us, lil brother, but I don't see why you explained your plan to us. Renah shrugged. You don't need our help, and we play no role in it. Because I need your permission and you to be prepared for the chaos that is bound to follow. Lith noticed the puzzled expressions on his relatives' faces and added, Renah, you carry the same blood as Tista, and so do Aaron and Surin. Everyone saw Lyria's wings at the last gala, so they'll assume that she and the triplets can become Tiamats or at least demons. Once the news of the Indech form spreads, you can expect people chasing all of you for marriage. Lith threw a meaningful glance at Sentin, who swallowed hard, quickly followed by his wife. I was about to say that I'm already married, but I guess nobles and awakened wouldn't mind making me a widow before fighting for my hand. Renah thought. I see, thank you for the warning, she actually said. Space. The next day, they returned to Lucia. As soon as Alina and Raz walked through the warped gate of their home, they went to Broman's house. Before leaving, Rizzle had given instructions to raze what little was left of his ancestral home to the ground, and Lith's demons had fulfilled his wish. There was no trace of blood or struggle left, yet Alina and Raz wept tears of sadness. A small but important part of their lives was gone forever. They would never greet Broman and Lisa in the morning nor say goodbye in the evening. They would never meet their friends in Lucia while buying groceries or have a drink together, reminiscing about their shared youth. Once the couple managed to regain their cool, they walked toward the city. They had already heard about the extensive damage Lucia had suffered from Lith, but they wanted to witness with their own eyes the depths of their wayward son's madness. The areas of the fields burned during the attack had also been cleared, leaving deep and wide gouges amid the crops. The sight of so many months of hard labor gone to waste pained Raz's heart, but it was nothing compared to Lucia. Even from a distance, he could tell that many familiar buildings were missing. Many of the houses that still stood presented obvious signs of damage, with either an incomplete roof or fire-blackened walls. As for Alina, what struck her the hardest was the silence. The wind carried none of the familiar noise of a sunny day in Lucia. No merchant called for clients, no mother yelled at her kids to not get too far, and no kid cried while running around. Even the cattle stubbornly refused to leave the safety of their sheds despite the clear weather. The doors of the barns were open, but no animal crossed them or dared take a peep outside. The uppers were long gone, and the blood they had shed had been cleaned, but the fear they had brought still lingered. When Raz and Alina reached Lucia, the sadness from the sheer number of wrecked buildings squeezed their hearts like a vice. The first thing they noticed was the complete destruction of the temple of the All-Father. They still had misgivings about Zekel profiting from the faith of naive people and Lith's fame, but there was no denying the many good things the temple and its followers had done for Lucia. Zekel provided medical treatments to those who couldn't afford them and shelter to those who struggled. More importantly, the temple celebrated Raz's and Alina's sons. The statues of Lith and Tryon not only served as a beacon for the believers, but also helped the Lucians to trust Lith's demons and come to terms with the revelation that he had become a divine beast. The destruction Orpal had wrought during the attack on the Heavenly Wolf restaurant had left scars of fear and mistrust in the hearts of the Lucians that the temple of the All-Father had healed over time. Now the temple was gone. The old wounds had been torn open, and new ones had been inflicted upon the Lucians. Some, like the colossal footprints cracking the stones, were visible. Others had left a deep but invisible mark. Thanks to the efforts of Lith, Menadian, and the demons the day before, only those whose houses had been destroyed beyond repair were supposed to sleep in the emergency shelters that Lith had erected, and the members of the association had enchanted with arrays. Yet only a handful of Lucians had returned to their houses for the night. Most of the survivors had chosen to sleep in the shelters, finding solace in the company of magical beasts guarding them and trusting in the defensive arrays. After what the dead king had done to their city, after seeing so many people the Lucians loved or at least cared for die without even the time for a goodbye, they didn't feel safe anymore. Chapter 40-46 Lighting the Spark, Part 1. Chapter 40-46 Lighting the Spark, Part 1. The sanctity of the homes of the Lucians had been violated, and the protection the stone walls were supposed to provide had been tested and found wanting. The Lucians no longer trusted what had been built by the hands of men, and placed what remained of their faith in what had been conjured by the spells of mages. They didn't say a word as they loitered the streets, waiting to receive a bowl of warm soup for breakfast. The Lucians kept their mouths shut and their children close, their eyes blank as they tried and failed to make sense of the events of the previous night. The silence was as heavy as in the farmlands, but the despair it carried was suffocating. The reports about similar attacks taking place all over the kingdom were of no consolation. They only made the future look grimmer. At least during the War of the Griffins, everyone knew the position of the two armies, where their battles would take place, and where to go to avoid the conflict. On top of that, Thrude did her best not to harm common citizens. Even her alliance with the undead courts served to keep people compliant and scared, not to butcher them. The dead king was different. He could appear anywhere. His troops made no distinction between enemies and civilians, and seeing dozens of mages and soldiers struggle to hold back a single upper inspired only dread. Nobody was safe. Nowhere was safe. There could be no victory against such cruel titans, only a swift or agonizing death. Fear gripped the hearts of Lucia's cattle, but it was hopelessness that plagued those of its citizens. The living Lucians envied the dead ones, fearing the uppers' return and wondering if there was any point going on with their lives. They had no future and no certainty but death. "Come on, people, I'm alive and so are you. Act like it." Zekel sported his blacksmith clothes instead of the trappings of the All-Father's high cleric. "Heck, even Vexel is alive." "What do you mean, even Vexel?" The baker scoffed, his eyes moving from Zekel to the rubble of his house and shop right next to the blacksmith's. "That if even a magicless greedy bum like you survived the attack of a bunch of fake divine beasts, then there's hope for everyone." Zekel scoffed back. Even the usual squabble between the blacksmith and the baker failed to spark life back into the Lucians. Very few turned to look at them, and even fewer actually listened to a word Zekel said. "We both know that if not for our personal miracle." "Dad," Brina cut Vexel short. "Not here and absolutely not now." "Fine," the baker replied with an exasperated sigh. "Thanks," Solman said, making Vexel blush in embarrassment at the ease with which he had almost exposed the secret of his savior, despite the promise he had made just the day before. "Thank the gods your daughter got your talent and her mother's looks and brains." Zekel looked at the crowd, shaking his head. "As much as I hate to admit it, there's something only the two of you can do." Anything, just say the word." Brina cut her father short again, drawing his stern gaze on her. "Please, Dad." Vexel was a harsh and stubborn man, but after losing his business and almost losing his life and his family the previous night, there was nothing he wouldn't do for his daughter. "Okay," he replied, crossing his arms with an unconvincing scowl on his face. "I don't know how long we still have together. I don't want to spend this time arguing," Vexel actually thought. "Wait a second, I'll be right back." Zekel bolted to Lith, who was discussing the timeline of Lucia's rebuilding efforts with the mages of the association. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I need something that I can't ask one of your demons." Upon his return, Lith had conjured his demons again, and had tasked them to clear the rubble scattered across the city, while Menadian used it to repair the still damaged buildings. "Don't worry about that, just tell me what you need," Lith replied. Zekel's house had been thoroughly flattened, and nothing of its many floors was salvageable. Vexel's house, instead, had suffered only glancing blows. The damage was extensive and many rooms had collapsed, but the building still stood. Zekel asked Lith to light and warm the oven, secure the access to the underground jam storage, cleanse the remaining dough from dirt and glass, and whip up as much fresh cream as he could. Lith understood the blacksmith's intentions and did as requested, even putting Menadian in charge of the oven. "This is a waste of my considerable talent, but I'll do it," she sighed. "More enchanting, less whining, Menadian." Solus tapped her foot in annoyance. In less than a minute the bakery was up and running. Many tools were broken beyond repair, and only the large worktop was in decent condition, but it had to do. "Gods, my shop looks worse than how my father left it to me." Vexel shook his head. "That's not true, Dad," Brina said. "Grandpa could only dream about an oven as big as ours. Let alone having it enchanted by me," Menadian grunted. "I've kept things simple. You can now light and put out the fire with the press of a rune. The oven temperature is always stable and even across its entire surface. There are no longer hot or cold spots." "Thank you, Magus Menadian." Vexel gave her a deep bow, and a wide smile formed on his face at the thought of the profits he could make by advertising Menadian's contribution to his bakery's products. Then he remembered that Lucia was on the verge of collapse. He had no clients and no profits to make. "What do you want from me, Zekel?" Vexel asked, his smile already gone. "Bake the quickest and simplest things you can. Forget about your fancy pastries. The only thing that matters is the smell and taste," Zekel replied. "And the quantity. There are a lot of people out there. How are my daughter, and I suppose to feed an entire city?" With a bit of help, Elena, Renat, and Tista joined the fray. Lith also assigned a few demons to assist the bakers. They had no talent or experience in the trade, but they could clean, shape the dough, and perform every basic task with magic. Elena, Tista, and Renat took care of tasting and preparing what they could with their limited skills, leaving to Vexel and Brina only the crucial steps. "Mom, I want to help too," Lyria pouted. "And so do I," Solus whined. "But you have no experience in the kitchen, and I have enough to know I would only make things harder for everyone else." "She's right, little runt. Cooking is a man's job." Aaron had taken many standard cooking lessons from Elena and even a few magic cooking lessons from Lith. He only needed to conjure a dais to join the line. "Isn't that right, Mr. Vexel?" "Not at all, young man." The baker shook his head. "It's only a matter of practice and skill." Chapter 4047, Lighting the Spark, Part 2. Chapter 4047, Lighting the Spark, Part 2. "You're ruining this for me, mister," Aaron pouted. "This is one of the few times I'm ahead of the competition." He pointed at Lyria, who was on the verge of tears. "I hear you, young man, more than you think." Vexel glanced at Zekel for a moment. "But let's forget about rivalries, at least for today." No one had told the kids the details of what had happened, especially the number of people who had died during the attack. Lucia was a medium-sized city now, and knowing everyone was impossible. Aaron and Lyria had noticed the disappearance of Broman's house, but had assumed he and Lisa had left with Rizzle. "Fine," Aaron muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, outside, Lith prepared something of his own. He had planned to address the Lucians and offer them compensation for their losses, but he could see from their faces that it would fall on deaf ears. They were all still numb from the pain. In such a condition, making the first step was likely to backfire. "They will likely take my words as either an admission of guilt or an attempt to sweep their pain under the rug. There is no point in talking if they're not willing to listen," Lith thought. He finished discussing the logistics of Lucia's rebuild with the association, and negotiated the resources the crown could provide, until a soft smell of fresh bread wafted through the air. At first, only the kids seemed to notice. The chains of grief and despair weighed heavily on the hearts of the Lucians, and they ignored their children's questions and the tugs on their clothes, holding the children tight to calm them down. Yet nothing bound their stomachs, which soon started to gurgle and groan, demanding their due. The Lucians tried to ignore that as well, but when the sweet scent of warm jam reached their noses, they had to raise their eyes from the ground and sniff around for its source. "Fresh bread," Vexel's voice resounded throughout the plaza. "Get in line to get your piece of fresh bread, 1 per person, and it's free." The last word wrecked his wallet almost as much as the uppers had wrecked his home. "Almost. It's free," the kids tugged harder and harder at their parents. "I'm hungry." Soon long, orderly lines formed. They would have gone around the block if not for the demons helping Vexel distribute the food and deliver it to those who couldn't or needed help to move. Vexel cursed when he saw the fruits of his hard labor disappear so fast and rushed back to the bakery, only to find that Lith had delivered more ingredients and replenished his stock of jams. "A little something from the royals. "Keep up with the good work, Vexel," he said before bringing the baker back to his peak condition with invigoration. "Thanks," the baker said, yet it sounded like a curse. Vexel now had no excuse to take a break and had to go right back to work. After everyone got their serving, Vexel could finally afford to rest before offering seconds. No one refused, and Lith could see life returning to many eyes as the Lucians stuffed themselves with hot tea and warm bread. "I guess now it's a moment as good as any other," he thought while conjuring a makeshift stage and clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Lith could have just increased his size, but he doubted that after last night's events anyone would have tolerated the sight of another giant. "People of Lucia, most of you probably know me as the Supreme Magus. While I'm sorry to admit that until this morning I didn't know most of your names or even that you lived here. Now, however, I do." Lith had placed Lucia's census inside Soluspedia and inspected the houses of those who still lived and were amassed in the main plaza. "I know every name and face in this crowd, and I come here offering you an apology and a choice." Lith gave the Lucians the deep bow that was usually reserved for the members of the royal family. "I'm not responsible for the cruel fate that befell you yesterday. I played no part in it, and my family disowned the man who orchestrated and directed the attack on Lucia almost 2 decades ago. Yet that doesn't change the fact that Meln Narchet still shares my blood or that he wronged you. Of that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for failing to kill him in the past. I'm sorry for not being here with you when you needed me the most." Lith didn't straighten his back as he spoke, keeping the same posture. "I'm sorry you've been dragged into a conflict that nobody wanted, yet I and many men and women across the kingdom have to fight. I can't promise you victory. I can't promise you retribution. I can't even promise you that the dead king or his army will never return, nor that if that happens, I will be here to protect you. This is not about Lucia or me. This involves the entire kingdom, and my duty may demand that I go away to rescue those who need me the most, even if my birthplace is under attack. Of that I'm sorry as well." Lith finally raised his head, taking a short pause to let his words sink in. "That's why I'm about to make you an offer. It's my way to prove to you through actions, and not just mere words, how much I care about you and our city. To those of you whose house has been destroyed and who have lost everything, I offer a choice. If you decide to remain in Lucia, I'll have your house rebuilt and your furniture replaced at my expense. I can't replace anything that held sentimental value, but I can offer my and Magus Menadian's skills to restore them to the best we can. Before I continue, let me make one thing clear. I checked the city and your tax records. I know how much every house was worth, with which materials it was built, and what kinds of items each one of you can reasonably afford. Anyone claiming to have a bathtub made of gold or a secret stash of jewels will only receive a visit from a constable who will verify your statements and demand an explanation of the means with which you could have acquired such luxury items." Solus didn't like Lith pointing out that his was an act of kindness, not stupidity. Yet many people cleared their throats and averted their gazes at the mention of constables, proving that even in the direst of circumstances, human nature was true to itself. "If you decide to leave Lucia instead, I offer you the full market value of your house in silver. And I mean the value your house had before being destroyed and before the dead king attacked. I'm aware that due to my presence and the possibility of his return, Lucia may incur a sinister reputation for a while, but I won't let you suffer for it. I'll give you what you deserve, and you are free to use that silver to go wherever you want and start over." Chapter 4048 Rough Patch, Part 1. Chapter 4048 Rough Patch, Part 1. "The warp gate fees are on me as well. You only have to pick your destination." Lith had a pile of sacks of silver appear right beside him, and the buzzing of the crowd filled the air for a few seconds until plenty of nudges from the rest of the Lucians made it stop. "To those of you whose house has just been damaged, I offer a similar choice. You can stay, and I'll pay for the repairs of your homes and the new furniture you require. If you decide to leave, I offer you the full market value of your house in silver and a free warp to any destination of your choice. If you have come to hate Lucia and need a fresh start, then I'll give you the same opportunity as your less lucky neighbors." The buzzing returned, quickly turning into chatter and then into yelling as the Lucians needed to raise their voices to be heard over the hubbub. "Make no mistake, this is no charity." Lith's voice put a stop to all others. "All those who leave will sign the deed of their land or house to me. I will rebuild them as I see fit, and once I get rid of the dead king, I plan to sell them for profit. Because this I can promise. I will find him and I will kill him. Until that moment, even though I can't guarantee my presence, I can assure everyone that I'll set safeguards in place. I promise that with the help of my friends and associates, I'll do everything I can to keep the events of last night from happening again. I promise that in the future, I'll keep living here and make Lucia a place where I can give my daughter and sons the happy childhood they deserve. This I promise, and if you don't trust me or think you can do better, then I wish you goodbye and best of luck. Whenever you make up your mind, feel free to contact the clerks of the Mage Association. My offer has no time limit. Think about it for as long as you need. Lith put the sacks of silver back into the pocket dimension and gave the crowd of Lucians a small bow before making the dais disappear. He walked to his family and then led them away from the plaza, giving the Lucians the freedom to discuss the terms of his offer without the fear of being heard or judged. "That was very understanding and generous of you, son. I'm proud of you," Roz said as they moved toward Vexel's bakery. "I'm not a generous man, Dad." Lith shook his head. "Real estate market in Lucia has gone through the roof after I became a Magus. Sure, now property value has dropped like a paralytic falcon, but the same happened all over the kingdom. Aside from the capital and Essagar, things didn't go any better. In many cities and villages, they got it much worse than Lucia. Also, consider that once I reveal my Indetch form, Elijah her 6 streaks, and Ral is born, nobles will pay the house's weight in gold. They'll get their spot in Lucia, and I'll get my money back and then some. As I said, this is no charity. This is an investment." "More like speculation," Solus grumbled. "You are the one who decides when and if break the news to the public. Of course you gave the Lucians no time limit. You didn't want to sound desperate." "That's very understanding and opportunistic of you, son. I'm proud of you." Roz patted Lith's shoulder. "You're giving those people a hand while also making a bit of money. It's a win-win." "I'm proud of you as well, dear," Alina nodded. "Being generous doesn't mean you can't be smart about it." "But Mom," Solus said, "you're praising him for being calculative. Would you rather Lith be a naive fool who gives all his money away and leaves nothing for Kami and their children?" Alina frowned. "Besides, I'm sorry for our neighbors, but Lith isn't robbing them of their houses." He told them everything they needed to know and made his intentions clear. The Lucians are adults and free to make their choice. They can have the house or the money, but they can't have it both ways. "Fine," Solus raised her hands in surrender. "Still, I have to admit that speculation aside, it was a nice gesture. Anyone who stays will have their house repaired for free." "About that," Renaz said, "what are you going to do for the merchants? Those like Vexel or Zekel who'd like to stay but don't have the capital to rebuild their business from scratch." "You think Vexel and Zekel are short on money?" Lith echoed in disbelief. "Unless I've greatly overestimated them, they should be among the few in Lucia who don't need my help. They never spent much on useless luxury items. They saved and reinvested most of their profits in their own business." "Which is why they could be in dire straits," Renaz replied. "Zekel has put everything he has into opening shops all over the country, but we don't know how many survived the attack. One thing is rebuilding the Proudhammer house and shop in Lucia. Rebuilding several shops would leave Zekel financially drained, probably indebted. As for Vexel, those 3 bakeries were all he had. Even if he has enough savings, there is no point in rebuilding all the shops until Lucia thrives again. Depending on how many people move out of the city, he might struggle keeping a single bakery open." "Those are all good points," Lith sighed. "I'll help the merchants as well, Big Sis, Vexel and Zekel included." "Thanks, please remember that even though I'll always be a Verhin, Lyria and I belong to the Proudhammer house. That's our home," Renaz said, giving Lith a couple of seconds to think before adding. "Except when I'm enjoying your hospitality, your delicious cooking, and the free babysitting service that keeps me sane." "The triplets?" Lith asked. "The triplets," Renaz sighed. "Gods, if I hear another question about when they get a magical beast or learn magic, I'll bang my head against a wall until I faint." The Verhins walked back to the bakery. They found Vexel and Brina taking a break, enjoying the fruits of their labor. They nibbled at large loaves of jam bread in between pants. A steaming pot of tea rested on a flat rock between them. They were covered in flour up to their elbows, and sweat glued their hair to their heads even without the hairnet. Father and daughter had the tired expression of someone who has just pulled a double shift in a mine. Yet they also looked happy. "I'm not slacking off," Vexel said, even though no one had questioned him. "We ran out of ingredients. Also, we need to rest while we can, or we won't have the strength to prepare enough food for dinner." "Are you going to make bread for everyone again?" Lith asked. "What choice do I have?" Vexel shrugged. After seeing their neighbors and homes burn, I don't think that many can stand to look at a fire, let alone cook. Chapter 4049 Rough Patch, Part 2. Chapter 4049 Rough Patch, Part 2. Yet they still need to eat. The Lucians went through enough. They don't deserve to also starve. That's very generous of you, Dad. Brina was so surprised that her tired hands stopped shaking. Thanks, but I'd appreciate your words more if you didn't sound so surprised, Vexel grunted. We are bakers, daughter. Soldiers fight, we make bread. It is a different kind of duty, but a duty nonetheless. Besides, we are the lucky ones, he nodded at Salman. While everyone else scrambled to escape with their lives, we sat safely on the sidelines. I need to make a difference. I owe it to the dead. Brina looked at her father and noticed something different in his eyes. Pain, guilt, and compassion fought hard against his greed. For once, they were holding their ground. I'm proud of you, Dad, she said. Thanks, daughter, Vexel replied grumpily. Then you need a place to work, Lith said. I'll give priority to the reconstruction of your shop. Don't worry about the ingredients, I'll have them delivered to your doorstep. A flick of Lith's fingers conjured a heavy bag of silver coins in the baker's hands. This is for the bread. Keep the change as an advance payment for the rest. I trust your bookkeeping. Didn't you hear me? I don't need to be paid. Vexel stood up in outrage, handing the bag back. Don't you? Lith asked. I said I'll rebuild your shop, not your house. Also, you need to hire assistants. My demons won't keep helping you forever. And don't forget that soldiers get paid for their job. You and Brina are going to need this money when the kingdom revokes the emergency status, and you have to buy the ingredients yourself. I'm afraid Lucia is about to go through a rough patch, and so are you. Vexel looked at the money, then at his daughter, and lastly at the ruins of his house. Generations of cornerstones had lived there, Vexel had made it thrive, and the dead king had destroyed everything in a single night. It was infuriating, but also depressing. I'm too old, I don't know if I have the strength to start from scratch. We gladly accept the money. Urha, his wife, took the silver and the choice out of his hands. I'm too old to sleep in the middle of the street out of dumb pride, especially with winter right around the corner. But you're old too. She cut him short again while she added sugar to his tea and stirred it for him. So, save your energy for your money makers. We have a home to rebuild. Fine, you win, woman. A thin smile formed on Vexel's face. Do you mind leaving the big guy with us, Lith? I feel much safer with him. Not a problem, Zekel replied. I'm moving in with my in-laws until I'm done rebuilding my home. Salman is all yours. Salman and Lith exchanged a glance, shrugging. Now that's settled, I might need some help as well, the blacksmith said. I'm still waiting for the reports from the other shops throughout the kingdom, but I expect good news. The real problem is the temple. He pointed at the fuming pile of rubble. Building it took a lot of people, free labor and time, especially the various pieces of art. I can't afford to restore everything, yet I don't want to let Meln win. You should have seen his face when he looked at the temple. He was so filled with envy that his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. The kind of expression I want him to make for the rest of his hopefully short, miserable life. I share the sentiment, but founding my own cult would be controversial at best. Lith scratched his head in embarrassment. I can't help you with that. I can pay for your house, though. Zekel felt betrayed in his time of need and turned to glare at Lith in the eyes. Then Lith winked. I see, Zekel winked back in understanding. I'll take what I can. Rebuilding my house will cost a lot, after all. Space. Once Lith was done discussing the details of the restoration of Lucia with the local authorities, and the demons completed all the construction work that didn't require specialized skills, the Verhins returned home. This is not what I meant when I said I'd come to live with you, Zekel grunted. I was talking about the mansion, the big luxurious place with all those spacious rooms. This place is cramped. Shut up and be thankful we have a roof over our head, old goat, Surma, his wife, replied. There is no person in Lucia who wouldn't gladly trade places with you. Truth be told, no Lucian had been left homeless. Yet the emergency houses didn't have indoor bathrooms, heating systems, running water, a fully stocked pantry, and state-of-the-art magical protections. After the events of the previous night, complete strangers slept in the same room just to feel safe, to have someone to share their fear and loss. Any of them would consider the Supreme Magus house as safe as the royal palace and just as comfortable, even if they had to sleep on the floor. Don't worry, Grandpa, you can sleep in my room. Onyx can shrink to the size of a cat if needed, Aaron said. Onyx flared her nostrils in annoyance, but said nothing. Just because she could adjust her size didn't mean that she liked it. Meanwhile, Lith was in the Tron Woods, discussing the aftermath of Orpal's attack with the three kings. I'm very sorry, Lith. We did all we could, but there's only so much that an Emperor Beast can do against a divine beast, and almost nothing magical beasts can do. Reaper, the Manticore, said. Even rescuing people cost the lives of a few of us. I know, and I'm sorry for your loss, Lith replied. This wasn't supposed to happen. I prepared the arrays of the Verhin home and kept them constantly active exactly to prevent Frost Soul from crippling your abilities. And if the uppers attacked here, things would have gone differently, but I'm not sure your house would still stand. Lifebringer, the Kirin said. The enemy had hundreds of divine beasts and a blade spell. We couldn't compete anyway. I'm sorry, Scourge, Sentinel the Garmer bowed her head. You've wasted your resources on us. I don't think we can be of much help. Maybe and maybe not, Lith said. Lotho the Treant said something about the Tron Woods before leaving. According to him, the trees are angry and close to achieving self-awareness. The woods are indeed brimming with world energy ever since you burned the corruption left by the Wither, Reaper nodded. But it's not enough. The spirit of our forest is too young, or it would have awakened when your council friend came here. Care to elaborate? Lith asked, sharing everything with Solus, who was still in the tower to regain her strength. What separates a regular plant from a plant folk is mana and sentience, Lifebringer replied. The mana geyser strengthens the mana of all living beings, and your friend amplified the will of hundreds of hectares of forest to assemble his army of Treantlings. Chapter 40-50 Mana Injector, Part 1. Chapter 40-50 Mana Injector, Part 1. It's no different from teaching the woods a breathing technique. If it failed to awaken despite all that, it means that the spirit of the Tron Woods is either too weak or too young to grasp the technique. It's a pity, Lifebringer said. If the forest awakened, a lord of the forest would have been chosen. It wouldn't be enough to defeat an entire army of uppers, but at least we'd have someone who can outmatch even a divine beast. Not to mention that plant folk would join our ranks and more magical beasts would awaken, Sentinel said. We would have the power to stand our ground and protect our and your people. Solus. I'm on it. She activated the mana injector floor of the tower, returning part of the world energy absorbed from the mana geyser and spreading it across the Tron Woods. Output. Give the mana injector full priority, Lith replied. There is no telling how long the effects of Lotho's verdant host will last. Even at the cost of the spark in the mines? Solus asked. Yes, they can wait. The Tron Woods can't. He inwardly nodded. Thanks for everything you did. Lith gripped the Emperor Beast's wrists in a warrior salute. If you need more magical resources or books to train your youths, let me know. We could use more magical equipment, Reaper said. Enchanted metal is rare and there isn't a single forgemaster among us. Anything but that. Lith raised his hands in apology. I'm in desperate need of metal myself, but if I find something, I'll give it to you. The kings hoped for a different answer, but expected Lith's denial. He already had to provide for himself, his sister, his companions, his demons, his younglings, and the companions of the younglings. Providing enchanted equipment for everyone was a recurring issue even for ancient awakened bloodlines, let alone a grassroots mage. Lith warped away, reaching the control throne of the watchtower in one step. Solus Rifa, do everything you can with the cloaking arrays we got from the desert. I'm going to make a lot of fire, and I don't want to risk someone following it back to the tower, Lith said. We can do that, but what do you need the fire for? Solus asked. As I said, the Tron Woods can't wait. If we want to have a chance of awakening it, we need to cheat. Hard. Lith used their mind link to share his plan with her and brainstorm any possible issues. Try to keep up, Mom. In turn, Solus shared everything with Menadian, hoping that her mother's expertise about the tower could help them. And you slow down a bit, Menadian replied. I'm not used to having people in my head. Lith shut down all the floors but the watchtower and the mana injector. He used the ears of Menadian to track the flow of world energy on every layer of the ground in the clearing and identify the Tron Woods equivalent to its mana circulatory system. Then he tower warped to the mansion and performed a second scan. Both locations had a powerful mana geyser, and their world energy flow was enhanced by the mana injector, but only the clearing had already been purified by Lith's dread flames. Lith collected as much data as he could before starting to warp back and forth from the clearing to the mansion. Same area and same conditions, but with one critical difference. Menadian's eyes widened in understanding. He's looking for the soil equivalent of impurities. That's smart. It's also part of the plan, Mom, Solus said. Why are you surprised? I have yet to get there, damn it. Give me a second. Menadian wasn't used to sorting through Lith's thoughts or making the logical leaps necessary to connect the dots. Take your time. I'm not breathing one puff of fire until I'm sure of what I'm doing, Lith said. There are many more obstructions to the flow of world energy under the mansion, but not all of them are impurities. Some are due to the fact that the tower has spent much less time there. If it follows the same principle behind human awakening, we must filter out everything that simply obstructs the flow and focus of what neutralizes it, Solus said. Impurities are supposed to be mana-resistant. I have an idea. Menadian took a sample of Darwin out of the pocket dimension and crushed it into a fine powder between her hands. Scatter it in the mansion's ground and use it as a benchmark for mana suppressors. Darwin is the byproduct of the smelting of Davros and is the ultimate magical insulator. Excellent thinking, Rifa. Lith spread the motes of Darwin underground the park until they appeared like a thin mist to the watchtower. He studied how the mist reacted to the mana injector, and then looked for anything that exhibited similar properties, no matter if several orders of magnitude weaker. One last check. Lith warped back to the clearing in the woods, using what he had learned from the Darwin to examine the areas that had not been affected by the dread flames for anything he might have missed. Mom's idea paid off. We should be able to distinguish the impurities in the ground from the soil constituents that focus the world energy and channel it throughout the Tron woods, Solus said. I'm right here, Solus, Menadian said. I know, but I'm talking to Lith, Mom, Solus replied. As I was saying, Lith, she stretched the word emphatically. Ours is just a theory, though. We've never done something like this, and the slightest mistake could wreck the Tron Wood's natural mana circulatory system. I assume it should heal over time, but just like the damage inflicted by the wither, it's likely it would take years if not decades. The best course of action is to cleanse only what we are confident are impurities and leave the rest be. The reduced resistance from the cleansing and the increased flow from the mana injector will help us gather more data over an acceptable time frame, allowing us to identify the minor impurities left. Then we can observe the development rate of the Tron Woods and decide whether to wait or give it another push. Lith completed the sentence. I agree with you. Assuming the Tron Woods behaves like a living being, removing too many impurities might do more harm than good. We need to be careful. Rifa, you take the eyes. Sharing the burden with one more person will make things easier for us. Solus, join me on the control throne and take control of the hands. I'll focus solely on the dread flames. Menadian split the eyes into monocles, taking one and giving the other to Solus. The artifact linked mother and daughter, the black chains the Tiamat and the demon, and their bond Lith and Solus. Now every piece of data and insight that Menadian would grasp during the procedure would also be shared in real time with the others. Solus, instead, used the hands of Menadian to accumulate world energy, keeping it ready to assist the mana injector or steer the dread flames in the right direction. Meanwhile, Lith shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, taking deep, slow breaths. Chapter 40-51, Mana Injector, Part 2. Chapter 40-51, Mana Injector, Part 2. His feathered wings slowly absorbed the world energy, carefully splitting its 6 components from Magus' will and converting the elements into their volatile cursed counterpart. Each cursed element traveled on a different path, but they all converged into Lith's lungs and heart. There, a spark of his life force coated them with an insulating layer which allowed the cursed elements to mix without consuming one another. The dread flames manifested as a small spark that quickly grew in size and power. With each breath, Lith fanned the silvery fire while also compressing it and keeping it contained inside his lungs. Even if I cleanse a fraction of the Tron Woods, it's still a large area. I'm going to need lots of dread flames and exert surgical control at that, he thought, as the silvery fire he had accumulated struggled to break free from his control already. On my mark, mark! Lith exhaled slowly, releasing a wave of dread flames that seeped out of his body and into the tower. From there, the flames dived into the ground, moving along the pathways identified by the watchtower. Menadian used the eyes to check on the cleansing rate of the impurities and alerted Lith the moment he could move on to the next area. Solus, instead, followed Lith's progress with the ears, monitoring the changes in the flow of the world energy. Whenever a negative fluctuation occurred, she warned Lith and used the hands to give the dread flames something to feed upon without damaging the Tron Wood further. At that point, Lith changed his approach until he found one that worked. Lith kept breathing in and releasing dread flames non-stop to maintain his connection with them. This way, he could move the silvery fire like one of his limbs and even use it as a sensory organ. Enough with the clearing for now, Solus said. Let's go to the mansion. Lith repeated the procedure from the start and cleansed the area up to the bounds between the park and the Tron woods. It's an excellent start. Solus took control of the watchtower while Lith caught his breath. The dread flames always put a heavy burden on your life force, and you've used a lot of them. I'd stop here for today. Not yet, Lith said as the wheezing slowly stopped. There is one more thing I want to try. Can it wait? Solus said after he shared his idea. Brilliant. When do you start? Menadian sounded as excited as a kid before opening her birthday presents. Mom, Solus rebuked her. Lith's life force is cracked. He shouldn't exert himself. One more flame tongue, just one, pretty please, Menadian begged. It will actually take 2 tongues of fire, Lith replied. Also, feel free to check on my life force. It shouldn't take much. 2 against 1, Solus sighed. Mom, you're going to pay for that. Why me? Here goes nothing. Lith moved the tower to the clearing and then took one more deep breath. He didn't accumulate or amplify the dread flames. He focused them into a long, snake-like jet that he sent past the already cleansed area and aimed straight towards the second geyser under the mansion. The low strength and intensity of the dread flame ensured that finesse mattered much more than raw power, sparing Lith's life force from a significant strain. Once he reached the limits of his focus, he moved to the mansion and repeated the process. This time, the tendril extended towards the clearing, yet it didn't reach the channel Lith had carved on the other side. This is it. How am I doing? Lith asked. You're fine, Solus sighed in relief. The amount of dread flames you conjured was small enough not to worsen your fatigue. Good, Lith slumped on the throne, letting the energy influx from the tower invigorate him. If we are right, the 2 channels will allow the geysers to exchange world energy, and when that happens, the awakening process of the Tron woods should become much faster without disrupting the natural balance. Yeah, one geyser should act as the mana core and the other one as an auxiliary core, Solus nodded. Or maybe they could fuse and become a single, stronger core, Menadian suggested. Whatever, Solus dismissed the idea with the coldness of an ice age. Now you rest, Lith. Where do you want to go? Normally, I'd say the mansion, Lith replied. The clearing has been cleansed twice, and the tower has been there most of the time, yet Lucia needs us. Moving to the mansion so soon would make it look like I'm washing my hands of it. The citizens need to know I'm there for them, and that I'll protect them if anything else happens. No matter how angry they are, my presence will reassure them and help them sleep better at night. That's a sensitive thought, Solus said. And yours is not. Why do you sound so surprised? Lith's eyes narrowed in annoyance. Because it's a bit out of character. For you, I mean, Solus replied. After the events of the Heavenly Wolf restaurant and how the Lucians treated you, I thought you held a grudge. I do, but most of those people left Lucia, and most of those who died yesterday had nothing to do with the Heavenly Wolf restaurant. Lith shook his head. Never before has Lucia been attacked so hard, nor have so many people died. Grudge or not, Lucia is my city and my responsibility. The livelihoods of too many people depend on it, including those of many members of our family. Abandoning Lucia would be like neglecting them. Not knowing what to say, Solus gave him an apologetic nod. Before we go back home, there's one last thing we need to check. Lith sat on the control throne of the mana injector room and put on the eyes, hands, and ears of Menadian. He used the hands to boost the extra flow of world energy, the ears to follow its movements, and the eyes to observe the otherwise imperceptible alterations it caused in the surrounding woods with each pulse. The mana injector didn't generate a constant stream of world energy, but rather worked akin to a breathing technique. The tower accumulated the world energy from the geyser below for a few seconds before releasing it into the ground. The interval between the pulses allowed the soil and all life forms connected to it to absorb the extra world energy to the best of their capacity before the next pulse arrived. This way, the strain they suffered was minimal and tempered their bodies over time rather than injuring them. The same happened to the ground itself. The different minerals and components of the soil had the time to move and rearrange themselves like grains of sand under a tide. Moreover, without the impurities, the energy from the mana geyser had an easier time finding paths of least resistance. This way, it could focus itself into a complex warren of underground veins instead of wasting power to overcome the resistance of natural insulators. With each pulse of the mana injector, the world energy that reached every blade of grass, flower, and tree increased. Not only because their mana capacity grew, but also because the ground carried slightly more world energy in a slightly more efficient way. Chapter 4052 Menadian's Genius, Part 1. Chapter 4052 Menadian's Genius, Part 1. Lith used the hands to support the mana injector and nudged the biggest obstructions in the right direction. At the same time, the ears rode the energy flow of the hands and used it to read the changes before and after each pulse. Lith noticed that the entire area of the mansion now had a more vigorous mana flow. The eyes could see the light of the mana geyser spreading across a much wider area without losing any of its power. It was as if something had been unclogged in an underground spring that now gushed water fast enough to form a small lake from which countless creeks departed. Among the streams, only one flowed faster and farther than the others. Lith then warped back to the clearing, finding a similar but deeper and wider pool of world energy. The second cleansing with the dread flames had removed every trace of the corruption left by the Wither's chaos element. Winter was about to knock on the Tron Woods' door, yet small blades of grass started to grow, and insects dug into the barren soil to make it their new home. There was a stream of world energy that went deeper there as well, and it shone the brightest. It's too soon to be certain, but it seems we were right, Lith nodded. The two geysers can communicate, or at least they can exchange energy. Even better, the effects of Lotho's verdant host have stabilized, Solus pointed out. The lingering sentience in the trees has diminished ever since he left, but what is left of it is now stable and shows no signs of further weakening. Still, I'd stop here with the hands. First the dread flames and now the mana injector. Let's not put too much stress on the Tron Woods too fast. I agree. Lith turned off the hands and programmed the mana injector to lower the output and notify him immediately in the eventuality the Tron Woods showed signs of an adverse reaction. If I didn't trust Rifa's genius blindly, I'd also stop the mana injector as well for today. Thanks, Menadian puffed her chest out with pride. And you are right to trust me. I crafted the mana injector with several failsafes meant to prevent delicate natural treasures from burning out due to an excess flow of world energy. Magical ingredients develop similarly to an awaken's core. Without the proper precautions, instead of growing faster, they would die. Yet not even I can predict how the dread flames will synergize with the mana injector. The two things were never supposed to coexist. Do you mind if I double-check your manual programming? Be my guest, Rifa, Lith waved at the runepad. What do you think? Honestly, I have a hunch that it will work like a charm. Menadian carefully read the instruction lines for the mana injector, making small adjustments from time to time. Yet not just because of my genius, but because of your bond. The tower is now part of Solus, and Solus is part of you, Lith. I bet good money that when the tower rebuilt the mana injector, it updated the relative enchantments to take your abilities into account. That's possible, Solus mused. By the time I regained the violet core, Lith had long since learned how to use his dread flames. Let's hope you are right, Rifa, Lith sighed, feeling tired despite the tower's empowering effects. Time to go home. The arrays of the Verhin home blinked a few times to signal the opening of a warp steps and not scare its guests. Lith, Solus, and Rifa walked through the dimensional passage, discovering that the others were waiting for them to dine. Not to be the Zekel of the situation, but this place really is cramped, Freya said. Are you sure you don't want to move back to the mansion? All the tables in the house had to be joined to accommodate everyone, leaving little space to move. Reaching the bathroom or the kitchen was akin to an obstacle course. Yeah, I'm sure, Lith nodded, using spirit magic to grab and pass things to save his mother from countless hurdles. Until the dust settles, we'll stay here. But where will we sleep? We have several pregnant women here and there are only so many beds, she replied. You are not under a death threat, dear. You can go to sleep wherever you want, Jeannie shrugged. The Erna's household, the mansion, your own home, Fallow's lair, or any hotel of your liking. Take your pick. We don't want to leave you alone, Mom, Quilla said. Really? Morok asked in honest confusion. Since when? Morok, how can you be so insensitive? She snarled in outrage. Me, he indignantly replied. I'm not the one who whined about the size of the bathrooms, the arrangement of the toiletries, and having to share them until my ears bled. I thought you were dying to get your personal space. Well, yes, but it's not something you say out loud, Quilla blushed as everyone furrowed their brows at her. Don't look at me like that. I have needs. It's not my fault if I need the bathroom often. Don't worry, everyone here knows what you're talking about. Men and women nodded, albeit for different reasons and past experiences. "Don't worry, guys," Celia said while wolfing down Alina's delicious cooking. Free food always tasted the best. "I'm not an ungrateful person. You can sleep at my home. It's close enough that you can blink here whenever you want. And it's almost the same house." Protector cleaned his plate and asked for seconds. "You'll feel at home." "Yours is a very kind offer, yet it raises a question." Lith glared at the merry band of hungry skulls pillaging his pantry. "Why are you here, eating my food and taking my space? As you said, you live right around the corner." "The kids are still scared and didn't want to be separated from their friends." Celia lied with confidence, pointing at her children who nodded enthusiastically. "I'm terrified." Lilia gobbled her food. "I'm still shell-shocked." Laren ripped apart a chicken leg. "I'm hungry." Fenrir failed to understand the assignment, making her parents blush. "If it's of any consolation, I could create a temporary gateway between the houses." Tyrus cleaned the plates and cutlery with a flick of her wrist, readying them for the next serving. "You could move from one place to another without constantly using spells." "Why not just dimensionally stretch this place?" Freya asked. "Because it wouldn't change the number of beds or bathrooms," Tyrus replied. "Also, I'm not Salark and you are not my guests. I'm not going to fix your house for you." "It's more than enough, thank you." Lith glared at Freya for talking to a guardian like she were her maid. "Please sit with us and eat." "It's too soon to thank me, but I appreciate the offer." Tyrus joined the others at the table, eating more out of politeness than hunger. At the end of the meal, her warning became all too clear. The gateway was wide and placed against an empty wall, crossing from one living room to another. The perfect access for an improvised racetrack. Chapter 4053 Menadian's Genius, Part 2. Chapter 4053 Menadian's Genius, Part 2. The kids bolted between the houses while riding on top of their steeds, trashing them both. "Enough," Celia looked at the disasters, plural, and wept. "Time for bed." "But I'm not sleepy," Fenrir pouted. "Yes, you are," Celia growled. "All of you are. If not for the self-repair arrays, you guys would be grounded until adulthood." "I am an adult," Morok the reigning champion said, and his steed, Protector, nodded. "We both are." "That makes it worse," Celia snarled. "You should give the good example." "We did." Morok jumped off Protector's back and helped put the Verhin and Fastero kids to bed. "We proved to them that they are safe, that their parents look over them and they can still have fun. We showed the kids that we have no fear and that they shouldn't either. For you, it's a mess, but for them, it means that no bad guy can come and crush their childhood. You're a horrible parent." Celia had never dealt with Morok's bursts of wisdom, which only made him more infuriating. "You eye this." "Enough, Morok, or you'll give her a stroke." Protector shapeshifted into his human form and swept Celia off her feet. He lay her down on a couch, covered her head with a cool towel, and handed her a steaming cup of honeyed tea with a few biscuits. "Relax, babe, I'll take care of it from here." "Thanks," her voice came out choked, feeling like an insensitive monster. "Now that's settled, there's something I'd like to ask you, Tyrus," Lith said after cleaning the kitchen with magic to give his parents the time they needed to grieve. Even during dinner, their eyes kept darting towards Broman's home. After the end of the meal, if not for the kids, they would have spent the evening staring from the window. "Sure," she nodded. "Is it fine here?" "No, we need some privacy." Lith opened the door to his study, letting the Guardian, Camilla, Solus, and Menadian in. "Damn," more than one man said, drawing the reproachful gaze from their respective wife. Some people have it all. Yet Morok was the only one to say the silent part out loud. "I'm going to kill you for that," Quilla grunted. "I dare you to catch me, woman." He took a single step aside. "Before you cross that line, you'll have to go to the bathroom again." "Very funny," a sudden gurgle forced Quilla on the retreat. "I'll add this to the list, jerk." "Don't worry about me, brothers, I'm safe." Morok dismissed the other men's concern. "It'll be months before she can make good on her threats, and by then she'll have either forgiven me or forgotten about it." "What makes you so sure?" Freya asked, her eyes darting from Nalrun to Morok. "First there's the pregnancy, then giving birth. After that we'll have 2 newborns to look after." Morok shrugged. "I think this comes really low as a priority. Besides, she knew how I am and she married me anyway." The certainty of his tone and his gloating expression only made the fact that he was right more annoying. Freya and Celia almost popped a vein in annoyance. Meanwhile, Lith's bedroom was used for an innocent purpose. He used a mind link to share everything Gerslak, Zorith, and the Hydra clan had told him about the attack on Lucia. I'm sorry, but I don't see how that's my problem. Tyrus gave them an apologetic bow. Not all my children are good people. There's nothing I can do about it unless he attacks Camilla or Elijah. We are mentioning him because Urgak said this griffin should be someone you banished. Someone named Jorl, Sola said. The name sparked a twitch in the Guardian's left eye and fury in her gaze. Impossible. Back when I had Silpha kick him out of the kingdom, I left a mark on him. I would have noticed his return. Even if he carries Vertilac blood? Menadian asked. Those guys are shifty, and according to Uffil, that was no thrall but a permanent upper. I can't rule it out after what happened in the desert, Tyrus pondered, yet I can easily clear your doubts. A single breath of Mother Earth allowed her consciousness to travel the thousands of kilometers that separated Lucia from Jorl's nest and bypass all of its enchanted protections. Tyrus' eyes went wide when she found it empty. Not a single coin or piece of enchanted metal was left. Everything had been done slowly and with care. There was no sign of a forced entry. The arrays show no sign of tampering, and they still carry his energy signature. Her voice rose an octave in bewilderment. This can only mean that Jorl really came back to the kingdom under my nose and retrieved his things. He dared defy my will and invade my turf. She closed her eyes, needing a few deep breaths to calm down. Thank you for telling me. I can't kill him in person, but I can put a bounty on his head. Jorl will become the most wanted person in the Griffin community, and believe me when I say that his siblings won't let his transgression slide. One more thing, Sola said. According to the witnesses, there was also an upper Bastet. I seem to remember you didn't like foreign intervention. If he practices forbidden magic, sure, but he's just a filthy criminal, Tyrus sighed. As I said, no bloodline is exempt from rotten apples. I didn't stop Siruk. This guy is no different. Noticing the disappointment in the eyes of his hosts, she rushed to add, the best I can do is check that he's not the leader of an invasion force. If a group of bastards invaded the kingdom, it wouldn't be my business, but in that case, my children would intervene. If it's a single madman, however, they won't care. Thank you, any help is appreciated, Lith nodded. Why couldn't we talk about it outside? The kids are already asleep, Tyrus asked. Because I don't want my parents to worry more than they already do, Lith replied. They have already lost so much. I don't want to ruin their good mood or the noble sacrifice of our living room. Tyrus smiled at the joke and gave him a polite nod. Now, if you don't mind, I have a call to make. Lith opened the door and Tyrus crossed it, disappearing into thin air after the first step outside. Rifa. Can't I stay and watch? I'll be silent. Oh my, Morak said, making everyone but laugh. That's not what I meant, and you know it, jackass, she snarled. Sure, but it was too juicy to miss it, Morak chuckled. Only if you stay in my shadow. Lith ignored the ridiculous quarrel. I'm about to call the royals and the conversation will be quite crowded. These are matters that require secrecy. I don't want them to think they are the last to know. Which is often true, Menadian replied. And I'm one of your demons. I'm bound to know anything that happens to you first. Yeah, but it's better not to remind them of either, Rifa, Lith said. The kingdom is already in hot waters, yet things can easily get much worse. It would be the perfect excuse for the royals to conscript me to get your help. Chapter 4054, Stealing the Spotlight, Part 1. Chapter 4054, Stealing the Spotlight, Part 1. Point taken, Menadian disappeared. I'll go to my room then. Solus walked out of the study just to return to the stone ring the moment she locked the door behind her. Tista, come here, please, Lith said while taking Elijah out of the crib, having care not to wake Valoran. Why did he dismiss Rifa and Solus yet invited Tista? Gianni didn't miss how her daughters avoided her gaze. What are you hiding from me this time? We are not at liberty to share, Morak shrugged. You have your secrets and we have ours. The ours was clue enough for Gianni, but after seeing Alina's worried expression, she said nothing. At least someone has a spine. Gianni inwardly nodded at the tyrant in approval. Supreme Magus Verhen, unless something else has happened, I don't think we have anything more to say. Meanwhile, in Lith's room, the hologram of the royals occupied most of the room. We have already discussed Lucia's rebuilding, and as you can see, we're quite busy. Meron and Silpha were standing in front of a large table that projected a holographic map of the kingdom. Each village and city that had been attacked was marked by a red dot. By tapping on the dots, the royals could access the updated reports about their current status. Body count, number of injured, estimated damage, time and resources needed to rebuild. Every matter regarding the life and death of their subjects was reduced to numbers on a spreadsheet. It was one of those times when King Meron hated his job for making him feel no more than an accountant. No matter how dramatic a situation, he had to find a way to make everything fit in a budget. People say that you can't put a price on a life. Damn if they are wrong, the king inwardly cursed. I do it every day when I decide if it's better to rescue one person or allocate that money to save 10 people. Actually, something did happen, something I consider good news. At those words, the royals took their eyes off the streams of incoming reports and stared at Lith expectantly. I suppose hoping for Meln's head or knight's shattered crystal is asking too much, Silpha said, receiving a nod in answer. Then what is it, and why are there so many people with you? I understand you trust them, Magus Verhin, but state affairs are rarely a family matter, even for those who bear the crown. I believe this is an exception to the rule, Your Majesty. Lith took Camilla's hand and shape-shifted into his Indech form, making the royal's jaws hit the floor. Elijah and Tista followed a split second later, and the jaws started digging. Is that, King Meron didn't dare complete the sentence. The form I unconsciously unlocked in Giera while fighting against Ruget of the Earth, yes. Lith nodded. It's the divine beast equivalent of an evolved human, the step that comes after the farmer. When did you manage to tap into it? Silpha had a hard time not staring at the perfect features of the Indices, but after spending so long with Tyrus, she managed. During the attack in the desert, Lith lied through his teeth. We were cornered by Narchat's uppers and discovered that this form counters the Vertilak's bloodline abilities. That's amazing. Meron pondered the implications of such power, noticing how only Lith and Tista had 7 eyes. The Indech is not a form limited to the Tiamat bloodline. The Hecate also has it. And it can be inherited, Silpha pointed at Elijah and Camilla. Now your lineup makes sense. This image is worth 1,000 words. Stable human evolution, Meron muttered, having a hard time believing his own eyes. So it's possible after all. We are no longer at the bottom of the evolutionary chain. Then the implications hit him like a sack of bricks. How many people know about this? Only those present in this room and my relatives, Lith replied. I had to show it to the kids to see if they were able to do the same. The answer is no. This is disappointing, Silpha sighed, but not too much. Their bloodlines are still dormant, correct? Correct, Lith nodded. I had thought to reveal this during my or Elijah's birthday, but I changed my mind after learning about the attack on the kingdom. I believe that waiting would be a mistake. A huge mistake, Meron said. If you are forced to reveal your abilities in public and you have mastered them, people will ask themselves how long you hid this power from them and why you did nothing while they suffered. I was thinking about revealing it now to cripple Narchat's recruitment campaign, but you make an excellent point, Your Majesty, Lith replied. To be fair, I haven't mastered any new ability yet. I can barely activate them. With your talent, no one will believe it, especially Narchat, the Queen said. We have to plan ahead assuming that one of his goons survived to tell him about your Indech form, because if that happened, we can't afford to be caught unprepared again. This will put huge pressure on you, Verhin, Meron pondered. From all sides, not just the dead king. I know, Lith said. I can't be worse than what happened after I revealed my Tiamat bloodline. I will just have to deal with more humans and fewer beasts. That's true, Silpha nodded. Any suggestion about when and how reveal it to the rest of Maugr? Soon and during an important event, Lith replied. I was thinking of doing it at the end of Freya Erna's marriage, with her permission and yours, of course. When and where is the marriage supposed to take place? Silpha asked. Also, why am I hearing about it from you instead of Lady Erna's? Even though hers is not a political marriage, any important event related to a powerful household is a political issue. Especially with the turmoil, the prolonged absence of her parents has stirred in the royal court, and Lady Erna's recent capture of her estranged birth mother, Drenya Salivar. There's still not a precise date, but it shouldn't take long, just the time to arrange for the final details, Lith replied. The marriage will take place at the Verhin mansion, where the parents of Lady Erna's are currently my guests. As for your last question, rushing the marriage forward is a decision the couple has made recently, for reasons that I'm not at liberty to share. Silpha didn't miss how, despite the ruthless attack on the Erna's region, the lords of the land had yet to make a public appearance or release a statement about their plans to deal with the region-wide crisis. Gunnian Erna's was the one who had reported the damage and the number of casualties. It was Chilean Erna's who traveled to the settlements that had suffered the most and reassured their citizens that the Erna's family wouldn't forget about them, making precise plans and setting deadlines for the reconstruction works. It was something out of character for Gianni and Orion Ernest. The marriage not taking place in their ancestral household was something even more out of character. Chapter 4055, Stealing the Spotlight, Part 2. Chapter 4055, Stealing the Spotlight, Part 2. No matter how good Freya's relationship with Lith was, it would be an insult to the Erna's ancestors and a blatant disregard for traditions. The only thing that didn't raise questions was the sudden rush to the marriage. Freya Ernest must be pregnant, Silpha thought. The humble origin of her fiancé is already a matter of gossip and a source of scandal. Giving birth out of wedlock would be a hit that even the immaculate reputation of a powerful household like the Ernas can't afford. We agree with your plan, the king nodded. Albeit holding a marriage in another household is unconventional, it will set a perfect stage for the unveiling of your Indech form. It will be easy for us to assemble the most important figures of the kingdom at your home with the pretext of the ceremony. After it ends, you'll reveal the new power of your bloodline, stealing the spotlight from Narchat. If we play our cards well, his recent victory will fade into the background of public attention, and everyone will focus on you. Yet this comes at a price, and I'm not referring to Lady Erna's being outshone on the day of her wedding. To achieve the maximum effect, you must show us something the Indech can do. Do not explain it nor go into details. The only thing that matters is that it must be an ability that can't be explained with regular magic. Maron stared at Lith for a second before he nodded for the king to continue. Also, you'll have to let our honored guests touch and examine you. I beg your pardon. Lith's mouth curled up in displeasure at the idea. Nothing scandalous. Maron dismissed Lith's doubts with a sweep of his hand. Your wings and arms will do. As for the examining, I mean diagnostic spells. If you don't let healers ensure your Indech form possesses an unknown life force, people like Narchat will claim it's just a hologram or shape-shifting. There must be no doubt about the potential of the Verhin bloodline for your plan to succeed and prevent more awakened from joining Narchat's side. Otherwise, we might as well keep everything under wraps. Sadly, it makes sense, Lith sighed. Just the thought of being swarmed and touched by strangers irked him to no end. But I can only talk for myself. As long as they keep themselves to wings and arms, I agree as well, Tista nodded. But I won't be examined like a prize cow. Only professional healers will use their spells on me. Of course, Silpha nodded. Lady Verhin. I'm not afraid of foul play. My children and I are protected, Camilla replied. Yet I don't want this to become an excuse to poke and prod us. They take one look at our Indech form and that's it. That's a reasonable request, the king replied. Discuss the details with the soon-to-be bride, Lady Ernas, and let her take care of all further communications with us. I also suggest that you invite the awakened community to the marriage. The Indech form will have a much greater impact if the potential upper recruits can hear about it from someone they know and trust, instead of relying on second-hand information. The bigger scene the ancient awakened bloodlines make about the Indech, the fewer people will throw away their future for the hopefully flawed and incomplete power Narchat offers. Maron said, and Lith nodded. If there isn't anything else, we'll take our leave. In the short span of this conversation, our workload has almost doubled. The king pointed at the new red dots on the holographic map, and the old ones blinking, indicating new reports that needed the royals' reading and approval. Royals out, Silpha gestured the Verhins away, and the hologram disappeared. That went well. Now for the hard part. Lith turned toward Camilla. Kami, you find the most polite and sensible way to explain to Freya why we are hijacking her marriage. But, don't worry, I believe in you. He kissed her forehead, cutting her short. Yeah, right, she grunted as soon as she recovered from the surprise. You're just passing the buck to me because you know Freya won't lash out at a pregnant woman. You're wrong, Lith tutted. It's not like she won't, she can't. You are under the protection of the Guardians, remember. Space. I'm going to kill someone for this, Freya snarled when Camilla broke the news to her, and was met with an intense stare from Ligon. Of course not you, Kami, you're innocent, Lith. Yes, he replied. Oyaya hi, Elijah said from his arms. Oh gods, she's so cute, she said my name. Freya took Elijah from Lith, her rage evaporating as the baby girl cooed and giggled. Wait, this isn't right, I'm angry with you, Lith. Num-num oi, num-num, Elijah said, begging to be fed. My poor fairy is hungry, this is bad, where's the baby food? Top shelf on your left, Lith replied. Elijah was halfway through her apple cream when Freya finally remembered the reason she had chased Lith through the house. Rage rose from her gut, and her eyes became cold. You, Me, Elijah looked scared, staring at Freya with her big brown eyes. Soy. Don't apologize, sweetie. You've done nothing wrong. You're perfect. You have done nothing wrong. The rage burst like a soap bubble and was replaced by guilt. Your dad, however. Dia, Elijah giggled. Dad be. Telling a baby that her dad wasn't the best was out of the question. Every fiber of Freya's body screamed with maternal instinct, twisting itself at the thought. Yes, sweetie, your dad is the best. Freya's smile didn't extend to her eyes as she glared at Lith. One day I will talk to him in private, up close and personal. And then you'll have to explain to Ely what happened to me. Lith replied, pointing at the baby girl who was trying to bring the spoonful of apple cream in Freya's hand to her mouth. Oi, Elijah asked, noticing the tension between the two. Fine, any threat Freya could come up with became emptier by the second. You win. Dia B. Elijah puffed her chest with pride. She didn't know what was happening, but a victory was still a victory. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Easy Elm Region, Mount Pagar at the same time. Urgak had been true to his word and alerted the Griffins of his suspicions. They came to check on Joral's nest later than Tyrus, but only out of need. The arrays protecting the Storm Griffin's residence were still at full strength, and his siblings couldn't bring down the mountain on a mere suspicion. They needed time and the means to measure the intensity of the magical aura of the cave's content before doing something drastic. Once the Griffins uncovered the truth, they contacted Tyrus just to discover she already knew everything. I'm not certain Joral has joined Mel Narchet, only that I can't find him no matter how hard I try, she said. Whatever the answer, he defied your decree, Mother, Rathea the Wind Griffin said. What is your will? I'll let you decide, children, Tyrus replied. If Joral really has become an upper and reached the Violet, I won't endanger your lives to pursue my revenge. Thanks, Mother, but this is not just about revenge, Rathea said. Chapter 4056 Free Will Part 1 Chapter 4056 Free Will Part 1 If Joral has become an upper, he threw away your legacy and tainted our bloodline. Whatever he has become, it can't be allowed to spread, Rathea said. We'll take him down whether you ask for it or not. So be it, Tyrus nodded. Just be careful, Joral won't be alone nor unprepared. Neither will we, Rathea out. The Wind Griffin hung up the call, leaving Tyrus and her guest alone. I'm really sorry this happened to you, Lady Tyrus, but I don't see why you brought me here. Ilza the Bastet, guardian of life of Verendi, said. To give you a glimpse of your future and the opportunity to take action before it's too late, Tyrus replied. How does an empty cave threaten my country? Ilza waved at Joral's vacant nest. According to the reports, there was also a Bastet among the upper troops that ravaged Lucia, Tyrus said. I thought you should know about it. I thank you for your consideration, but I'd rather deal with the countless wars that ravage Verendi, the organization, and rebuilding my awakened council. The Bastet shrugged. One alleged wayward child is hardly a reason to summon a fellow guardian. Really? The Griffin raised a brow in annoyance. Then let me spell this out for you. Joral has never been a warmonger. He's a petulant child who just wanted everything handed to him on a silver platter. Now he can escape my detection and move inside my turf unimpeded. He has most likely joined a madman and wrought destruction upon lands against which he held no grudge. He killed or contributed to kill thousands of innocents to pursue a plan that isn't his own. She paused to let her words sink in. The Bastet who appeared in Lucia talked quite a bit before almost killing 2 council representatives, Tyrus said. He has a huge chip on his shoulder with Verendi's council and his own race. He has expressed in clear terms his desire for revenge and his outrage about your turf's current state of affairs. What do you think such a person will do once he's done with the Griffin Kingdom? Order and chaos? Ilza took a step back as if she had been slapped. Assuming you are right, he'll invade Verendi with the dead king's help and slaughter anyone who stands in his way. He'll conquer the mortal and awakened societies, and maybe even seek to beat the Bastet race into submission. And don't forget the part where you won't be able to find him and his army until it's too late, Tyrus nodded. Since we are already here, I won't mince words with you. You owe me, Ilza. First, you let those idiots of your council plan an attack on Elijah Verhin. It's a serious offense against me by itself, but the fact that you are the current council representative for Verendi's guardians makes it even worse. Then when I came down to fix your mess and teach your council a long overdue lesson in discipline, you dared try to stop me. Now, another of your children has waltzed into my home and acts as he pleases. I'm not happy, Ilza. I'm not happy at all. Another, the Bastet echoed. The first is Theseus, Tyra's voice was low, but every word she spoke was crystal clear. The same one who joined the Master's Legion of Eldritches and contributed to your capture. The second one, the upper, will do much worse if given the chance. I would start thinking of something if I were you. Your country is nowhere as strong as mine, and you have no Verhin. This goes against everything you taught me about free will, Ilza said, while weighing the danger of her direct intervention against that of her inaction. I can't sentence to death one of my children for what he might do. What if he seeks redemption like Theseus? What? Not interested? A wave of Tyra's hand banished Ilza back to Verendi. As you said, I taught you about free will. I gave you the knowledge. What you do with it is none of my problem. Space. Lucia Verhin House, a few hours later. You are not angry with Lith, Freya scowled at Nalrond. Why are you not angry? Why should I? He shrugged. He's giving us a beautiful location for our marriage, ensuring the safety of your parents so that we can enjoy ourselves without worries, and he even takes the heat off me. I'm all for marrying you, but the idea of being surrounded by a bunch of nobles and interrogated like a criminal because of my humble origin is not my idea of fun. Once Lith reveals his Indech form, no one will care about a silly Agni. Everybody wins. When you put it like this, I can understand your point of view, but my problem remains, Freya sighed. The day of our marriage is supposed to be about me, not Lith. I thought it was supposed to be about us. Nalrund furrowed his brows. Unless, of course, this is your marriage and I'm just a prop. It is about us, Freya blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Then please also think about me when you plan our big day, he replied. Think about how awkward it will be for me whenever we have to entertain your guests, people I've never met and know nothing about. Also, think about your parents. Without Lith's scheme, they'd spend the rest of the evening being grilled by their so-called friends about their prolonged leave, and the reason the marriage doesn't take place in the Erna's household. I'm sure they know how to handle themselves, but I doubt it would make the party pleasant for them. This way, instead of being forced to deny the rumors that claim the Ernas are not safe in their own home, they can pass for gracious friends. They sacrifice a part of their daughter's special day to allow the supreme Magus of the kingdom to bring luster to his household and deal a huge blow to Meln's ego. We know that's not true, but that's how your mother will spin it. Freya opened her mouth to reply, but no word came out. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. I must say, our sons-in-law turned out much better than I expected. It was one of those rare moments when Gianni didn't mind one of her schemes being exposed. Morok is amazing with children, and Nalrond has a knack for politics. I agree, dear, Orion replied. It reassures me that even if something bad happens to us, we'll leave our daughters in good hands. Don't you dare say that, Dad. Quilla almost choked on her triple hot chocolate with cookies. Think of Driffa. It's exactly what I'm doing, little one, he said. I'm proud of you, and I trust you and your husband with your little sister. Knowing how much Orion disliked Morok and loved his newborn daughter, that was the highest praise he could give the tyrant. Quilla put the cup down before clinging to her father and bawling her eyes out as if he had entrusted her with his last will. Chapter 4057, Free Will Part 2. Chapter 4057, Free Will Part 2. There, little one, Orion hugged her. I said if something happens to us, I'm still alive and have no intention of giving up without a fight. Always a daddy's girl, Gianni sighed, triggering a sudden tackle. Don't die, Mom, please, Quilla sobbed. There were few things on Maugre Gianni Ernas couldn't handle, and the desperate cries of her daughter were one of them. There. She gently patted Quilla's shoulder, cursing herself when the bawling only grew louder. Freya, this is all your fault. You're upsetting your sister. Pushed with her back against the wall, Gianni tried with misdirection. How is this my fault? Freya replied. I didn't say anything, it's... She wanted nothing more than escape the crossfire, but she knew that blaming Orion would only pour oil on the fire. I mean, I'm sorry, Quilla. You're sorry about what? Quilla sniffled. Anything you want, just stop crying. Does this happen often, or is this just my luck? Adjetor the Drake asked. I have 3 pregnant women in my house and a bunch of children, Lith replied. What do you think? Same old, then. Adjetor had assumed a humanoid, clothed form. He looked like an anthropomorphic lizard as tall as Lith and covered with sapphire scales. Adjetor wore a thick woolen sweater rolled up to his elbows, warm padded trousers and shoes. Drake suffered from cold less than Hydra's, but shared the dislike for low temperatures that united all descendants of Ligon. It was the reason he had no tail in that form. What can I do for you, Adjutor? Lith asked. Do you need a place to stay as well? Gods, no. The Drake pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his snout. My research needs peace and quiet. Here I can't hear myself think. Let's go somewhere more private. Lith brought Adjutor to his study and offered him a chair. Much better. The Drake sighed in relief when the door closed and shut off all the noise that so many families living together under the same roof produced. As you can imagine, I need your help. Let me talk until the end before answering, because I'm not going to take much of your time or energy. It would be more correct to say that I need your support. Then Adjutor explained the problems that Firwal was likely to face even as an interim council representative, and the many grudges that too many awakened bloodlines harbored against the Hydras. Yours is a good plan, Lith pondered. If you succeed in becoming a dragon, no one will be able to criticize Firwal's choice to keep Uffel alive. It will turn her political enemies into willing allies and clear her path to the seat of representative. Even better, everyone will be so eager to adapt the Hydra technique to their bloodline that they won't have the energy or will to argue with Firwal's orders. What I don't understand is what you need my help for. If timed properly, Adjutor becoming a dragon would do wonders for me as well, Lith thought. Lots of members of the council would lose interest in my Indech form and pester him instead. Combined with my Indech, it should also drive all lesser divine beasts away from Meln. Why become an upper hybrid when you can become a true divine beast and gain your unique powers? As I told you, I can't afford the luxury of a long research with months of trial and error to fix all the details to ensure my survival, Adjutor replied. Even if Narchet disappears for that long, the council election can't wait. At the same time, however, I don't want to rely on your tower. For this to have any meaning, I must do it myself. It's not just a matter of pride, but also to be able to explain step by step what I did and how I got there. Otherwise, even if I faked it out for the council, I wouldn't be able to replicate the procedure for anyone else unless you share with me the blueprints of the infirmary and those of its enchantments. That's off the table, Lith shook his head. Don't worry, as a fellow Forgemaster, I would never ask Ruler Menadian to share a piece of her opus with me, Adjutor said. Yet I don't plan to die either, so here's my idea. You make space for my gene tank in your tower, and I work there. Once I think I'm ready, we take a test run in the infirmary. I don't want you to tell me what's wrong, only if my data and predictions are accurate. If not, I'll go back to the drawing board and solve the issues myself. Rinse and repeat until I hope I have everything figured out. It should work, Lith pondered. The infirmary won't show you the way, it will just save you time by pointing out the flaws in your current design. It's the same thing you could do in your lab, just faster because you can skip all the step-by-step tests. Exactly. Adjutor took his glasses off, rubbing his snout in frustration for his last plea. Also, I hope to be wrong, but I need something else from you. Which is? Company, the Drake sighed. As my experiment progresses, I'll spend more and more time in a quasi-dragon state before reverting into a Drake and going back to work on the next bottleneck. There's a high chance that after every partial transformation, my mental health will degrade due to dragon greed, and without someone keeping an eye on me, I might do something reckless, stupid, or plain insane. I don't know, Lith massaged his neck. I have a lot of things to do in preparation for a big reveal of my own. I'm not asking for you or any of your friends to be my caregiver, Adjutor replied. Someone who knows about your tower and has a communication amulet will do. I've already made arrangements with Falul. She'll come and stop me the moment she receives a call, but someone has to make it, and I can't trust myself. I'd not ask you this if I could bring along someone I know and trust. Yet that would require revealing the existence of the tower to an outsider you don't trust. And that's something I would never allow, Lith pondered. I want to help you, but finding someone who fits both your and our requirements won't be easy. Actually, it is, Solus said. If all you need is company and an amulet, I know a lot of people who fit your criteria. You do, Lith and Adjutor asked in unison, exchanging a quick glance in disbelief. Yes, and so do you, silly, Solus chuckled. Aaron, Lyria, the triplets, and even Ryman's children are perfect for the job. They'll love spending time with Adjutor if he teaches them a bit of magic. On top of that, the noise they make will drive him crazy, and keep the crazy from dragon greed at bay. That sounds like a nightmare. The thought of human children was enough to make Adjutor's eyes twitch in annoyance. That sounds like a solution, Lith replied. The kids are perfect. They have my trust, know about the tower, and have everyone I know on speed dial. Take it or leave it, Adjutor. Chapter 4058, Far-Reaching Consequences, Part 1. Chapter 4058 Far-Reaching Consequences, Part 1. I'll take it, the Drake exhaled sharply. I'll bring my stuff to the tower in a while. How long does it take you to make me a lab, Solus? She closed her eyes for a second before opening them again. Done. Space. The next day, at sunrise, Lith came in person to deliver everything Vexel needed to prepare lunch and dinner for everyone. Later, he patrolled the city with the help of his demons, checking on the status of the repairs and helping however he could. His presence reassured the Lucians that their supreme Magus hadn't forgotten about his promise and drove away looters. When Lith returned to his home after discussing Lucia's security with the commander of the army regiment stationed there, his amulet was already flooded with notifications. In the end, most of Lucia's citizens decided to stay. After they read on their tablets how many cities across the kingdom had it as bad or worse than Lucia, their pride, the Lith's promise to protect them, and his financial help settled the deal. Leaving Lucia felt like surrendering to the schemes of the dead king, and no matter where they moved, nobody believed that dragons would come to their rescue the next time their lives were in danger. Yet those who had lost both their house and family left without a second thought. Their pride was shattered, and they didn't care about the protection of those who had already failed them, costing them everything. Those people couldn't look at their old house without seeing the walls bleed, the furniture burn, and hearing the silent scream with the voices of their loved ones. Like Rizzle, the laughter of the dead king haunted them wherever they went. They needed a place that he hadn't tainted with his shadow, where they wouldn't see him in every dark corner. Finding such places wasn't hard, but it often required moving to isolated villages in faraway regions. With each person who made their choice, Lith received a notification on his amulet. The Mage Association handled the payments and transfers of ownership, waiting until the end of the month to send him the final invoice. I should be happy I'm getting my hands on so much land, yet I'm not. According to Lith's most conservative estimates, he had already enough to make a profit, yet he couldn't bring himself to smile. Where is Yaga? She's coming, Solus replied, her expression shifting from sad to angry. What about the others? Zorith is not a problem, and neither is Ryla, Lith said. Arhin is the only one who worries me, but I think we'll manage. She doesn't know enough about magic to suspect that we bring her to a mage tower. Besides, she has no reason to question or betray us. She knows that, in the near future, Quilla will use everything we learn to reverse the fallen state of the Balor race. Couldn't this wait a bit? I don't know you, but I'm still angry at Malishka, Solus sighed. I'm not happy either, but you heard the king. We need one trick to show off during the wedding reception so that Meln can't just deny everything and claim my Indech form is just a farce, Lith replied. Also, the longer we wait, the longer Freya has to postpone the wedding. And I won't be caught dead walking to the aisle with a swollen belly, Freya grunted. I don't like sharing the day of my marriage with you guys, but you don't hear me complaining. Mostly because you already did that yesterday and it backfired, Nalrund pointed out. Freya was about to say something snarky when Quilla entered the room and smiled at her. We'll resume this conversation later, Freya said with a soothing expression and tone. I have things to do as well. Today I'm practicing my Harbinger powers with Falul. Which leaves me alone with Akala and Dawn for my training session. Just peachy, Nalrund sighed. Guess nobody will enjoy himself today. What Harbinger powers do you need to train? Solus asked. As far as I know, Hydras don't have bloodline abilities. Thanks for being a jerk, Solus, Freya snorted. Yes, Hydras don't have a grocery list of powerful abilities like true dragons, but they are far from weak. I need to practice thinking with my 7 heads and get used to a more battle-oriented combat form. She shapeshifted into a taller and bulkier human Hydra hybrid with all 7 heads resting on long serpentine necks. Freya had little of human in that form, her face unrecognizable from the snouts. Also, Falul's blood stored in my body is supposed to give me incredible regenerative powers. But while I carry the twins, I won't experiment on that unless the environment is safe and completely controlled. If it works the same way as for Dragon, you are as good as immortal. Even if your head is blown up or your heart pierced, you can regrow them. Lith and Solus had fought a Harbinger in the past. The traitorous ranger Alman Quarren had survived impossible wounds, giving his master, Siruk, the time to come to his rescue. Yeah, too bad that doing that consumes a lot of blood, and a Hydra's is likely to be much less potent, Freya replied. I don't know how much blood healing a fatal wound requires, and I won't risk discovering it on the battlefield. According to Falul, once I run out of dragon essence, I lose all my Harbinger powers until I get infused with more. I need to learn my limits, how much punishment I can take, and most importantly, I need to get used to our damn bond. Otherwise, the first time Master Falul and I fight together, we'll drown each other in babble and be the best distraction our enemy could ever wish for. Don't be so harsh on yourself, babe. Nalrund caressed her shoulder. Sure, sometimes you can be intense, but you don't babble so much, especially during battle. I was talking about Falul and me having both 7 heads planning multiple strategies and weaving spells at the same time. Freya's eyes narrowed. What do you mean intense? Also, I don't babble at all. As you said, we'll resume this conversation later. Nalrund knew he would return from training just to step into another battlefield, but he wouldn't back down. Be careful out there, for all 3 of you. He gave Freya a sweet kiss, and then 2 more to her womb. You too, she said before warping away. Baba Yaga arrived a few minutes later in her mother form. The moment she entered the room, the tension became so thick that it could have been cut with a knife. I'm really sorry about what happened. She gave a deep bow to everyone without moving from the door. I rushed to Lucia as soon as Solus called me, but I was away for personal reasons. I warped immediately to the eclipsed lands to Vladian's position, but getting here from the Gorgon Empire took me a few minutes. By the time I arrived, it was all over. I didn't dare show my face because I didn't want to make things worse for everyone. It's my fault if Night survived her first raid on Lucia. Chapter 4059, Far-Reaching Consequences, Part 2. Chapter 4059, Far-Reaching Consequences, Part 2. If it weren't for me, she would have died 3 years ago, and this would have never happened. I should have killed Night the moment she bonded with Meln. I shouldn't have underestimated her madness and malice, yet she was my child. I hoped I could still redeem her. I just wanted to teach her a lesson. I never meant to bring so much pain on you all. Please, Malishka, don't stay on the doorstep. Come in, Raz said, shrugging off the flashes of his own son torturing him in the Hogum mansion. I know how you feel. Sometimes I think I made a mistake sending Meln away. That I should have kept him here and disposed of him personally. Raz, Elena went pale, thanking the gods that the children had already left for the morning classes. It's the truth, and I won't hide from it. He shook his head. Yet I also know that back then Meln was still my child. Even if I could go back in time, I don't think I would have the strength to punish him for something he hasn't done yet. You are a parent as well, so I can't criticize you for doing what you thought was best, just like I did. Thank you, Raz, but I'm much older and more powerful than you. The mother lowered her eyes in shame. This is not my first mistake. I know that my actions always have far-reaching consequences. I should have known better. Couldn't you keep a home stone or a firstborn here? Gianni asked. It would make your return quicker. A home stone is no warp gate, Baba Yaga replied. Past a certain distance, it's useless. As for my firstborns, they are their own people. They are not at my beck and call. Besides, during the day, they are helpless humans. Anyone, even a random thug, could kill them, let alone one of Meln's goons if he spots them. I've already lost a son to my daughter's madness. I won't endanger another one of my children. Hello there, Zorath walked through the door and almost bumped into Yaga. Is everything all right? Sort of, Solus sighed. Let's go, we have a lot to do. A snap of her fingers warped them at the tower. Ajatar was already inside, arranging everything he needed for his lab and gene tank. With the mana injector taking the lion's share of the world energy, he had only the hands of Menadian to power up his devices. Hey, I needed that, he yelled when the artifact disappeared from his grasp. Sorry, tower warp takes a lot of juice, Solus said. I'll return the hands to you as soon as we're done. In the meantime, do some theoretical work. This is dragon greed to the next level, he grumbled. They are stingy even with the world energy they gather from Magur for free. Hey, I've heard that, Solus yelled back. I'm not stingy. It's not my fault if we are short on power and need the hands for everything. Have some patience. Speaking of the hands, there's something you should know, Zorath said. When I fought the uppers in Lucia, I discovered that I can combine the enchantments of Sky Piercer with my human eyes to resist the Vertilax bloodline abilities. It drains quite a lot of power, but it will come in handy during future fights. Then she noticed that no one was surprised or showed any enthusiasm at the news. What's with those blank faces? This is good news. Yes and no, Lith replied. It's not a power of your eyes, but of your wings. We've discovered on our own that swirling wind splits the world energy from an upper's corrupted life force. That's good news. Swirling wind? That's why I felt my powers depleting. I can barely use any human power in dragon form, so I must have consumed the elemental energy stored in my arms to fuel swirling wind. Zorath pondered. That sounds right, Tista nodded. Lith and I shapeshifted into Indichez to do it. Well, I can't turn into my arc form without help yet, the shadow dragon growled in frustration. Thank the gods Sky Piercer worked as a crutch. Which brings us to the bad news, Lith said. Bytra's battle claw is starting to resemble the hands of Menadian a bit too much. What are you implying? Zorath asked. We never stole the artifact, nor did she exploit your trust to study it. We know, Solus raised her hands in conciliation. He's just saying that the Master already has access to 3 pieces of the Menadian set, and that he doesn't like the idea that the organization gets a 4th. Why, we are friends and allies. No, you are our friend, Big Sis, Lith replied. I barely know a few members of the organization, and I don't trust them much. I respect the Master, but we hide too many things from each other to establish real trust between us. Zorath nodded and said nothing. Lith had never shared his tower or the secret of Solus' identity with Vaster, just like Vaster had never explained his goals and the means he used to achieve them to Lith. What's the rush training so soon, and why is the tower short on power? She asked, eager to change the topic. Lith then told her about his plan to reveal the Indech form after Freya's wedding and his attempts to awaken the Tron Woods. It's a good plan, both of them are, Zorath nodded. What about the Drake? What is he doing here? That's not for me to say, Lith replied. Adjeter has his own secrets. If you are curious about them, ask him yourself, but be ready to take a no for an answer. Space. Lith warped to the mansion just the time to pick up Ryla, Garrick, and Arhin. He always used tricks and precautions to keep them from seeing where he brought them and suspecting the existence of the tower. After that, they returned to the Tron Woods. Lith set the mana injector to enrich the soil and the sentries from the Mirror Hall to patrol Lucia, so that he could intervene at a moment's notice. 2 floors below, in a guest lab in the forge, Adjeter used a spark of life maelstrom from Valoran II, and his own breathing technique, Foresight, to stimulate his life force. The silver lightning suppressed the imperfections in his life force, while also bringing out the atrophied mana organs that Adjeter needed to develop in order to achieve dragonhood. On paper, the technique he had perfected after countless hours of training with Falul gave him a detailed road map to success. In practice, however, things were much more complicated. The mana flow strengthened by the hands and Foresight had to be absorbed by the atrophied mana organs before it could move forward, and without it, life maelstrom was not so different from a strong tonic. The silver lightning alone boosted Adjeter's life force in its entirety. Only the mana flow allowed it to distinguish between imperfections and mana organs. The Drake had to progressively awaken more atrophied organs to allow the life maelstrom to reveal the next stop of his research. Chapter 40-60 Burden of Power, Part 1. Chapter 40-60 Burden of Power, Part 1. To make matters more complicated, Adjeter's physical body underwent partial evolution while circulating mana and life maelstrom, and the changes became more evident as his experiments progressed. His neck grew longer, small stumps appeared on his back, and his figure became slenderer. With each atrophied mana organ he identified and stimulated, Adjeter experienced more bloodline abilities, like Origin Flames and Dragon Eyes, and his size increased. His mind reveled in exaltation for his new powers, yet his body screamed in hunger and pain. All those changes required sustenance, and so did breaking past the physical limits of a Drake's mass. Adjeter couldn't eat without losing his focus, and even if he did, the dramatic increase in size and mass would have killed him. The process was too fast, putting a huge strain on his organs, which failed to keep up with the evolution. His heart didn't beat hard enough as it expanded, his lungs didn't draw in enough oxygen, and his circulatory system carried too little blood to ensure the proper functioning of his organs. Adjeter pushed his limits, using diagnostic instruments to monitor his condition, and stopped the process the moment his body was on the brink of collapse. Damn, I've never eaten so much even as a hatchling, he inwardly grumbled as he wolfed down a spiced roasted cow. I almost fainted out of hunger, and invigoration can't do anything for the huge amount of energy I burn with every experiment. Yet this is still the easy part. Gaining new powers for just a few hours at a time puts little stress on my dragon greed. It's annoying, but it never lasts long enough to get used to any of them. Quite the contrary, the more bloodline abilities I awaken, the more painful the experience becomes. It makes it easier to give up on them and go back to being a dear old drake. Once I step inside the gene tank instead, I'll have long hours to get used to one power at a time at first and then days. 1/3 of my body is the limit. If I try to go beyond that threshold without giving my organs the time to develop, I'll die of shock. The worst part is that as I get closer to success, I'll spend so much time in a pseudo-dragon state that reverting to Drake will be akin to having multiple limbs amputated. I'll regain and lose them over and over again, driving me to the edge. At that point, I'll need company 24/7 every time I'm outside the gene tank, or I'll become a threat to myself and others. Ajatar closed his eyes, using invigoration to assimilate the food quickly and regain his peak focus. As soon as the exhaustion clouding his vision cleared, he took detailed notes of the position of the imperfections and mana organs he had identified. He drew pictures of both, adding his observations on the various bloodline abilities he believed he would gain, and his suggestions for the best order to awaken their respective mana organs to put the least strain possible on his body. Once he was done, he compared his new notes with the old ones to see if there had been any permanent change to his life force or if he had missed something. Then, he added his latest discoveries to his grimoire, correcting any past mistakes and compiling a step-by-step guide to dragonhood. "This is boring," Aaron said while flipping through the Drake's notes. "Why do you waste so much paper writing the same things over and over again?" "How can you read my code? It's supposed to be a secret." In his focus, Ajatar had failed to notice the arrival of Aaron, Lyria, and their steeds. He glared at them, using life vision to spot signs of the eyes of Menadian. "I can't read this gibberish," Aaron shrugged. "I can look at the pictures, though, and they are all of the same things. Even the gibberish is the same, mostly." "What language do you use, Uncle Ajatar? The runes of this alphabet are really cool." Lyria had long since learned that a bit of flattery and respect went a long way, especially with grumpy uncles. "You're a smart young man, Aaron." Ajatar sighed in relief when he noticed that there was no trace of the eyes, and the kids were holding his notebooks upside down. "Thank you, Lyria. Those are dragon runes, the ones you use when you speak dragon tongue." "Really, you speak dragon too?" Lyria asked in sincere admiration, trying to understand what each rune sounded like. "Yes," Ajatar puffed his scaly chest out with pride. "Grandfather Ligain left it to us as part of his legacy. We Drakes are his first children, after all. About your question, Aaron, magical research is more complicated than you think. You start with an idea, hoping to reach a specific result that acts as your beacon. Yet if you are wrong, it can lead you astray. You often end up trying to fit what you learn from your experiments to suit your goal and dismissing the data that points in a different direction. The mind is a powerful tool, but too often it blinds us to the most obvious truth. We see what we want to see instead of what it is. We fool ourselves, and we don't even realize it. That's why whenever I hit a wall, I always repeat my experiments from scratch. I do everything as if I know nothing and write down my notes without checking the old ones first. I let my mind roam free, unfettered by my past failures, and focus only on what I've seen and learned now. It's the best next thing to studying your problem with a fresh set of eyes." "It makes sense," Aaron nodded. "It sounds like a really smart move, but why not ask a friend for a second opinion? I always ask Lyria or Onyx when I'm slumped, and when they can't help me, I go to my big brother." "You're lucky to have so many people you can trust blindly, Aaron. Most mages like me don't have anyone. Magical research is a precious thing. It requires time, effort, resources, and luck. When you grow up, you'll learn that there are plenty of bad people on Magur who'd lie and cheat to get their hands on even a minor discovery. Yet it's when you strike it big that the real problems start. Even those that until that moment you called friends might be tempted to take just a peek, or demand a share of your success because they deserve it for being by your side for so long. That's stupid and unfair." The thought of a friend like Onyx betraying his trust enraged Aaron, but the ridiculous excuses made his blood boil. "Yet that's the nature of the vast majority of people." Ajatar shrugged. "Think about it. Do your aunts and uncles share their respective research? Does your big brother share his secrets with anyone but Solus?" Aaron thought long and hard about it, before coming up with an answer he didn't like one bit. "No, they share only common projects like the Indetch thing." "Exactly, and that's because they can learn from each other," the Drake nodded. Chapter 4061 Burden of Power, Part 2. Chapter 4061 Burden of Power, Part 2. "Maybe you are right, but I refuse to believe Uncle Lith, Aaron, or Abominus would steal anything from me," Lyria said. "I trust them, and I won't change my mind just because you say so." Do as you wish, but consider this, Audiobook replied. There will come a moment when you simply can't share your research with others because it would be a burden for others, like when you two awakened. Did you discuss your techniques among yourselves? Only after completing them. Aaron shook his head. We both wanted to reach enlightenment, and what worked for me wouldn't have worked for Lyria. Our techniques are completely different. See, Audiobook smiled, ruffling the kid's hair. There's also another scenario that requires working alone and no malice. Lyria, imagine you are on to a magical breakthrough, but you know it will take you weeks or months. Would you ask Aaron or Lith to help you, knowing that they wouldn't be able to invest that time in their own research, or would have to neglect their families? No, Lyria replied. I'd ask their advice only when I'm really stuck and deal with the rest on my own. And that's exactly what I'm doing, the Drake said. Falul can't help me because she's a Hydra. Anything I show her might lead her own research on dragonhood on the wrong path. Lith is a divine beast and Morok a tyrant. They have nothing to gain from this and are too busy with their own lives. The only thing I can do is sort my notes carefully, identify the major issues, and once I've found them, ask for their opinion. That's why I'm here. The infirmary will allow Lith and Solus to help me without taking away much of their time. Your research method sounds pretty useful. Can I use it too? Aaron asked. Of course you can, hatchling, Audiobook chuckled. Everything I share with you is willingly offered. You are free to do with it what you want. Thanks, Lyria replied while taking a few notes on her grimoire with water magic. What's this for? She pointed at the gene tank connected to the hands and the barrels of nutrient liquid. The next step of my research. The Drake placed his hand on the crystal case, checking its integrity and enchantments with invigoration for the umpteenth time. My breathing technique has reached its limits. To explore the rest of my life force, I need to partially transform into a dragon and stay that way long enough to examine my condition thoroughly. Will it be painful? There was something about the cold and sterile equipment that made Lyria shudder. Quite the contrary, Audiobook sighed. It will be so pleasant that going back to a Drake will sour my mood. When that happens, don't lose sight of me for a moment. Space. Falul's lair at the same time. Okay, Master Falul, I'm here, Freya said. Where do we start, physical or magical training? Actually, it's more like psychological conditioning since I won't teach you any new spell, Falul replied. Anyway, I'm planning to alternate between physical and psychological training. One can help the other, and once you get the hang of it, you'll multiply your learning speed by the number of heads you've mastered. I'd be 7 times faster. Freya had stars in her eyes. Gods, what I'd give to have such an ability back when I was at the White Griffin. I'd have a shot to be the first ranker during both the specialization years. Dream on, girl, Falul chuckled. Now focus, please. Your condition is unique, and I'm afraid you'll have much more trouble learning than any Hydra in my clan's history. I get the unique part since I'm the first Hydra Harbinger ever, but I'm already a powerful mage with years of experience. Shouldn't that make things easier? Freya asked. Being the first Hydra Harbinger is not the issue. Falul shook her head. It's your years of experience that make things much, much harder. If I could force you to lose your memory by hitting your head, you can be sure I would. What, why? Freya was flabbergasted. Because you start with 7 heads. No Hydra has ever been born with more than 1, Falul replied. They develop their second head only after mastering their second element. At that point, they would get used to the new head, and only after succeeding does a Hydra resume their magical studies on gaining a third head. The process is supposed to be 1 head at a time, not a party. How does that make things harder? Freya failed to see the issue. It's easier if I show you. Transform, please, Falul replied, and Freya did as bidden. Can you name all the magical specializations? Of course, all 7 heads replied in unison. Warden, Battle Mage, War Mage. Stop right there. Falul raised her hand with the palm out, cutting Freya short. Did you listen to yourself? You have 7 heads and as many brains, yet they all think the same way and list the magical specializations in the same order. If you go in battle like this, you'll chant the same spell 7 times and notice it when it's already too late. You'll study your opponent from 7 angles that differ between them ever so slightly that it barely makes a difference. Now that you mention it, Freya listened to the choir that her voice had become and tried to break it. What about this? Her 7 heads asked in unison. Why are you doing this? They asked each other. I told you to shut up. I'm not going to shut up. See, that's the problem, Falul said. In the end, you have 7 heads, but there is only one Freya. Those 7 knuckleheads have all the same personality, willpower, and habits. I'm sorry, the seven necks slouched. Would it be easier if I were shy or meek? No, your heads would refuse to talk, afraid of embarrassing themselves. Falul shook her head. I know because I was that Hydra. You weren't. A lot of things change in over 300 years, kid. Falul shrugged. Back to you. Our best approach is to split one head from the herd at a time. We'll start working as if you are a two-headed Hydra, then a three-headed one, and so on. How do I do that? The constant echo started to grind on Freya's nerves. That's the easy part. Pick a head and number it 1. All the others are number 2. Freya's serpentine heads stared at each other, determined to be number 1 as if it were a competition. After an awkward, prolonged silence of arguing with herself, she asked the Hydra. Do we have to use numbers? Can't I give each head a name? No to both, Falul replied. Our goal is to control your ego, not coddle it. Moreover, naming the heads leads to terrible consequences. A Hydra stops answering to their original name and might even develop multiple personalities. Are you serious? Freya's mouth hissed in horror. Kid, Hydras exist for a long time. Do you think you're the first one who thought that naming her heads was a good idea? Falul scoffed. Chapter 4062 Inner Conflict, Part 1. Chapter 4062 Inner Conflict, Part 1. The problem is that as you learn to set your individuality aside and each head to think for itself, the name can cause psychological changes, Falul said. Imagine that you task one head with an offensive role and give it a warrior name. That head will take that as her duty and change her thinking pattern to fit it. Over time, being called with a different name and being forced to act in a specific way would reshape your original personality. That thing wouldn't be Freya anymore, but Cornan the Destroyer. Even worse, it would behave as such in your everyday life. That's terrible, Freya said, blushing a little. Yes, it's also kinky, but believe me, it's not worth the trouble. Falul clicked her tongue. How could you read my mind? That's an invasion of privacy. Freya seemed to become a fire hydra as her mind pictured all the things she didn't want Falul to know. I didn't, we are just that close, and our bond is that strong. Falul's face flushed up to her ears as the visions flashed in front of her eyes. Learning how to shut our minds is one of the reasons you came here, remember. What were you saying about the numbers? Freya focused on mental arithmetic for her life. That calling your heads Freya 1, 2, and so on will remind them that they are all still Freya. Falul recalled the details of her most recent experiments to insulate her mind from her apprentices. Now pick a damn head. Freya's 7 serpentine snouts turned left and right, trying to make a fair decision for everyone. Should I start counting from the left? That's how I read after all, or maybe from the right since it's my dominant hand. Gods, why is this so hard? She thought. She was about to ask Falul what the most common decision among Hydras was when Falul's glare stopped her. This is not about picking a head. This is about self-control and discipline. How can I split my focus if I can't make such a simple decision? My middle head will be number 1, Freya said. Because that's the one Nowrund always kisses, Falul nodded. It makes sense. I didn't choose it because of that, Solus blushed. But you sure thought about that? Falul blushed harder. Let's start with something simple. Number 1 must cast a spell while the other heads must cast another. Begin. Freya sat on the ground cross-legged, taking deep breaths to calm down. Then she tried to pick 2 spells and succeeded on the first try. When she attempted to conjure them, it failed spectacularly. All the heads started from the same rune, no matter how many times she started over. Okay, fine, she thought. I, number 1, will cast Raging Sun. You lot give me 2 runes head start before you start conjuring Dimensional Ruler. Except you are not number 1. The actual middle head had just opened its eyes, discovering that it was the second head from the left talking. Fuck, all heads cursed in unison, until Falul snorted so loudly that it drew their attention. I'm sorry, it's just that this is so funny, she said, unable to hold back her laughter anymore. Let me give you a piece of advice as an apology. Have all the heads except for the middle one close their eyes. Being the only one who sees should help you set it apart from the others and avoid confusion. Thanks, Freya hissed in annoyance. I'll do that. The suggestion worked like a charm. Head number 1 almost arrived halfway through Raging Sun before the runes for Dimensional Ruler began to seep into her mind, messing with number 1's focus and spell. This is hard, she inwardly sighed. Let's start over. An hour later, Freya had yet to succeed and was seconds away from punching her own faces. Every failure was accompanied by a growl as Freya's heads snapped their mouths and hissed at each other. Okay, that's enough for now. Falul said, feeling rage and frustration clouding Freya's judgment. Let's switch to physical training for a while, shapeshift into your full Harbinger form. Freya turned into a humanoid hydra about 22 meters, 73, tall. All her necks and heads were the same size now, and a tail about 1 meter, 33, long came out of the small of her back. Her arms and legs were as muscular as Ryman's in his human form, her fingers and toes ending in razor-sharp claws and talons, respectively. Last but not least, for the first time since she was 14, Freya could see her feet when she looked down. My poor breasts, she sighed while patting her chest. I guess this is how Floria felt. Freya's lips curved into a wan smile, imagining how angry her late sister would have become upon hearing such a comment, and wondering how long Floria would have nagged at her about it. Floria wasn't that flat, but there's no point being pedantic, Falul thought. Freya managing to joke about her sister again without crying is great progress, and I don't want to ruin this moment for her. Thanks, Master Falul, Freya replied. Damned mind link, how can Lith and Solus make it look so easy? Falul grumbled. The constant intrusions completely spoil the mood. Start moving, brat. Moving, not training? Freya asked. Your legs are longer and your arms' reach is greater. Falul shook her head. You need to get used to your new condition first. Freya took a stroll around the cave, feeling her scales click against the rock with every step. She moved faster than she was used to, and everything, even the piles of gold and gemstones scattered across Falul's lair, seemed smaller. Yeah, not asking me how the weather down here is was a wise move, smartass, Falul snorted. I'm sorry, I've never been a Lith before. Freya cleared her throat in embarrassment. How is having multiple heads going to help me with physical training? Once you master one more head, you can multitask in combat. While the others act as you usually would, the extra head can check on your surroundings, use invigoration, or cast spells. Also, simply by observing the fight from a different point of view, you can better read your enemy's moves or spot any trap they might have laid during or before the fight. Once you learn how to think with your 7 heads, you'll be a 7-man team by yourself. With only one body, though, Freya took Dreadnought out of her dimensional amulet. The rapier felt small in her hand and short compared to her arm, even at its full size. That's why we are training, Falul nodded. The heads in charge of everything that's non-combat related must get used to acquiring and processing information without putting it into practice, or you'll trip on your own feet. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Then aren't the other 6 heads not able to achieve much aside from assisting the main head in battle? Freya asked. Absolutely not. You're being an overlith. He's just pessimistic. You are also being narrow-minded. Falul clicked her tongue. Each one of the other 6 heads can come up with its own strategy, brainstorm it with the others, and then swap control with the main head. Chapter 4063 Inner Conflict, Part 2. Chapter 4063 Inner Conflict, Part 2. A Hydra always has not only an arsenal of spells at their disposal, but also several battle, contingency, and escape plans. Having multiple heads means having no blind spot and being able to use every aspect of your surroundings to your advantage, Falul said. Freya nodded, taking a few practice swings with Dreadnought and performing warm-up exercises to test her new body's balance. Swordsmanship allowed Freya to clear her head and let go of the frustration that tensed her muscles. I need to ask Dad to make me a bigger rapier. This one feels more like a short sword now, she said after finishing a full set of basic movements and getting used to her new center of gravity. I can take care of the rapier if you want, Falul said. After all, I'm your master, and that would reassure your father that I'm not going to use you to get my hands on the Urna's legacy. That's very thoughtful of you, Master Falul, but I think Dad won't care about that. He always says that he likes forge-mastering our weapons because this way a part of him is always there to protect us, Freya replied. A noble sentiment, the Hydra nodded. Still, let Orion know about my offer and discuss it with him. The final choice is yours. I will, Freya said. What about my tail? Can I use it in battle? It's way too soon for that. Let's keep focusing on your heads, Falul replied. Keep practicing the basics, but have head number 1 always look behind you while the other 6 focus on your imaginary opponent. That's easy, Freya said, turning her necks in unison and tripping over a pile of gold after 2 steps. I stand corrected. More like you fall corrected, Falul chuckled as Freya got up to her feet. Remember the trick with the eyes. Okay, Freya turned her middle head back before opening the eyes of the heads that were still looking forward. I did it. Your trick works like a charm. Try to relax before resuming your training, Falul said. It will be a bumpy ride for head number 1, and it mustn't order your body. Why a bumpy ride? Freya 1 got her answer as her other heads moved faster, and the world started spinning out of control. Neck number 1 whipped around, out of sync with the rest of the body, and unable to keep itself steady. The graceful moves of her swordsmanship felt like a ride on a roller coaster, with her head going up, down, left, and right without control. Please stop. Freya's body suddenly tensed up and ended up tumbling down on the ground again. Why did you do that, number 1? We were doing great, the other 6 heads hissed in irritation. Head number 1 replied by puking Freya's guts out. Get up and resume your training, Falul said. You have trained your body for less than 10 minutes, 50 more left. 50 minutes, the heads echoed amid retching sounds. Please tell me that at least we are done after that. In your dreams, kid, Falul replied. Next comes our mind-link training, then you can go home for lunch, and then I expect you to come back here to start over from your magic training. If we have time left, we'll check on your regeneration abilities. Just kill me already, Freya whined. And this is not being a Lith at all, Falul tutted. He had to learn how to use his wings, horns, and tail. He also had to learn to fly without spells and keep gravity fusion always active. Did you hear him complain? No, Freya thought back to all the times she had seen Lith train with Falul and Fila. But he made it look so easy. That's because he didn't complain. Every time he failed, he asked what he had done wrong and worked on correcting his mistakes. I'm sorry. Freya lowered her heads. The comparison was becoming more humiliating by the second. Don't beat yourself up too much. Falul switched from talking to telepathy to prove her sincerity. The first head is always the hardest. Once you get used to one, the rest is easy. Besides, we both know there's no way Lith didn't complain. I'm convinced that Solus took the brunt of his brooding and spared the rest of us all. Yeah, she's a saint, Freya chuckled. Speaking of Solus, shouldn't we ask her to help us with our mind-link training? She's an expert compared to us. I didn't propose it myself because I know how much Nalrund hates Dawn, Falul replied. We'd learn her technique and might need her whenever there's something Solus can't explain clearly or has yet to master herself. Nalrund can barely stand the idea of being Dawn's unwilling apprentice. I don't know how he would feel if you took lessons from her as well. Oh, Freya's eyes widened in realization. I'll talk with him and let him know. Good, Falul nodded. Now get to work. Freya managed to complete the warm-up and spar with Falul for almost 1 minute before puking again. Space. Tron Woods, Solus Tower at the same time. Everybody had mastered Swirling Wind, but the human bloodline abilities were another story entirely. Vital Storm produced mostly sparks, and Balefire boiled water slower than a stove. Zorith had better success, but only if she consumed part of the elemental energy stored in her arms. You guys suck, Garrick chuckled as he flew circles around the group, both literally and metaphorically. You have to work harder. It's not our fault, it's just you being that good little brother, Morok said, making the young Farmer-Tyrant hybrid twirl in the air with pride. Nobody mentioned that Morok had proto-wings. Zorith's human aspect was just a Balor, and the others had much less time than Garrick to devote to their training. Between their families, their magical research, and sparring, there was only so much time in a day. He's not wrong, though. Lith shapeshifted from Indech to Tiamat every now and then, checking on his progress in absorbing the world energy via his black feathers. I struggle at this as an Indech, but I suck as a divine beast. I'm lucky that during the reveal I'll be in my Indech form and above a mana geyser, or I'd be in deep trouble. While we are at it, which bloodline ability are you going to showcase after the wedding, big brother? Tista asked. Vital Storm? Lith took a deep breath, and 1/6 of his feathers turned yellow. Balefire would just be mistaken for Origin Flames, adding nothing new to my arsenal. Raging Severance and Umbral Shift, I'd rather keep a secret to maximize the surprise effect when I use them in battle. As for Lightforged and Arcane Bulwark, they are not flashy enough. They are barely visible, and I would have to explain and demonstrate their effect to avoid people doubting me and thinking it's just a light show. Which goes against your plans. Morok nodded as small sparks of electricity started to arch across the Indech's body. Correct, Lith said, amplifying the sparks into jolts. Vital Storm is a power I can share with others, so its reveal will boost the morale of the kingdom's troops whenever they know we'll work together. Chapter 4064 Forging the Path, Part 1. Chapter 4064 Forging the Path, Part 1. Vital Storm also resembles Meln's greatest weapon, Life Maelstrom. He thinks he's superior to me now that Dusk's crystal grants him many bloodline abilities. hence revealing that I can use Vital Storm will deal a huge blow to his ego. Lith said. The only advantage Meln has left over me is Doom Tide, but that's not something he can use without a proper plan. Unless he's one-on-one against a powerful enemy, he would kill his own troops. If you also consider that, if the enemy somehow avoids the blast, Knight's Tower and Crystal become useless, you can understand why Meln doesn't rely on Doom Tide much. That was Dusk's trump card because he was a master of spirit magic and life force. Compared to him, Knight's skill as a mage is a joke. She has come up with a few spirit spells of her own over the millennia, but she mostly relied on her chosen and her raw power to win. Knight is not a fighter, more like a torturer. You have no idea how happy I am that uppers don't get Doom Tide. Tista shuddered at the thought. If they did, every upper could have raised entire city blocks by themselves during the attack. Yeah, compared to that, Frost Soul is cute, Zorith grunted as the elements stored in her arms released light with growing intensity. I doubt that my knockoff Swirling Wind would have been of any use against Doom Tide. Zorith, Ryla rebuked her. Ballers may have weaker bloodline abilities than farmers like me, but they are still genuine. I'm sorry, Arhin. The Ark raised her hands in apology. Between my stupid arms and my defeat at the hands of Narchat, I'm really cranky. I meant no offense. None taken. The Balor smiled warmly, but glanced at Ryla in ill-concealed envy. I see your point, Lith, but unless I'm forgetting something, your plan won't be as effective as you think. Morok needed sheer focus to make the air element flow across the entire surface of his proto-energy wings. Vital Storm does resemble Life Maelstrom, but it's much weaker. Seeing it will make all humans happy because Vital Storm is still better than anything they have, but Narchat will just scoff at it. You might end up stroking his ego. You are indeed forgetting something. Lith's yellow eye lit up, and a bolt of golden lightning snaked around his right forearm up to his hand. How many people outside this room know how Vital Storm works and can compare its effects to Life Maelstrom? The tyrant opened his mouth to answer just to close it and give Lith the thumbs up. No one, he said. Sure, the farmers used it on the soldiers during the fight against Rugat, but they never experienced Life Maelstrom. Exactly. Lith expanded the Vital Storm across his shoulders until it covered his left arm as well before releasing it into two violent streams of lightning. Nobody but us has ever fought a farmer, and Ryla's people are not fools. They have hidden the full scope of their abilities in case their deal with the Council goes south. Only their allies in Giera have seen the farmers go all out, but unless they later used Life Maelstrom in battle, they are in the dark like everyone else. I'm willing to bet good money that when Meln hears about Vital Storm, he'll throw a huge tantrum. I'm happy for you, little brother. Zorith gave her all in one last burst of light before starting to wheeze like a bellows. I'm also incredibly envious of you all. Morok's proto-wings shifted smoothly from one element to another, while Lith and Tista could now draw the elements inside their feathers without the support of Ryla's swirling wind. The Ark had the worst elemental control of the group, and conjuring her bloodline abilities was painfully slow. Unless she consumed part of the power stored in her arms, it took her so long that she doubted her powers would be useful in actual combat. Thanks, but you have no reason to, Morok shrugged. Mastering swirling wind with all elements is a minor achievement. I can't still use the power I absorb through my wings to conjure anything. He's right, you know, Tista sighed. Lith and I have finally learned how to absorb the elements without swirling wind, but our results are underwhelming compared to Ryla and Garrick. Conjuring any bloodline ability takes us several seconds. If this weren't training, no enemy would stand there and wait until we're done charging up. That's because without swirling wind, your wings can only absorb 1/6 of the elemental energy you got used to during the initial stages of our training. Ryla pointed at Tista's white feathers. It's like learning how to cruise in the ocean and then finding yourself in shallow waters. You need to get used to making smaller movements and avoid reefs to not get beached. And that despite standing above a powerful mana geyser and in our Indech forms. Lith groaned. I don't want even to imagine how bad we'd perform on neutral ground and in our divine beast form. I have all reasons to be envious, Zorith sighed. I'm not as good as you at anything, not even swirling wind. She lit up her darkness arm and weaved it around, conjuring a thin black mist. This is not even half as good as what Arhin can do. Is it because I'm a troll hybrid, or is it just me? Both, Baba Yaga replied. You are half troll, yet you keep expecting a human's performance. On top of that, you haven't tried once to understand what your troll side does. You are too busy competing with the others to focus on your own strengths. I know what my troll side does, Zorith replied. It stores elemental power and fires it at will. It would be great if fully charging a single arm didn't take days. I swear to the gods, if I didn't feel guilty for what Night did to Lucia, I'd either let you stew or beat you up, the mother said. Ryla, swirling wind on the darkness element, if you please. The farmer did as bidden, and Baba Yaga grabbed Zorith's darkness arm. Without saying a word, she forced the limb to light up and open itself to the darkness element. Zorith's fingernails turned pitch black as before, but there was one major change. The fingers opened the connection to the world energy and drew in the darkness element like Zorith always did. But the power already accumulated in her arm now pulled at the darkness element as well. It amplified the efficiency of the ark's fingers the more her energy reserves filled up. The darkness element inside her arm was akin to thick ropes anchored to her flesh and bones that reeled in the outside darkness, using it to weave new ropes. With a bit of help from Baba Yaga, Zorith's arm turned obsidian black from wrist to elbow in a matter of seconds. It's fully charged, you runt, the mother scoffed. Remember the feeling and try swirling wind again. Zorith followed the instructions, while Baba Yaga's fingers still brushed against her skin. The ark felt the darkness in her arm forming a complex framework that supported her fingertips, allowing her to exert greater strength and control over the world energy all around her. Chapter 4065 Forging the Path, Part 2. Chapter 4065 Forging the Path, Part 2. This is as good as my swirling wind, Orhin said, half proud and half annoyed by her student's progress. And it will probably be as good as Ryla's if Zorith stops whining and works on herself. I'm pretty sure that if she manages to turn her troll half into a Troan half, the power of the elements will cover her whole arm. Baba Yaga nodded. Also, do me a favor. Conjure any darkness spell you want, but make it flow through your arm before releasing it. Remember this path: core, arm, fingertips. The mother traced a line that went from Zorith's solar plexus to her nails. Once again, the ark obeyed. She felt nothing at all until the plague arrow reached her elbow. There, the stored darkness element turned into a whirlpool that absorbed and released the spell several times per second. With each cycle, the darkness element of the plague arrow became denser and more compressed until it almost became solid. When the spell reached her palm, the ark's fingertips absorbed the external darkness energy and injected it into the plague arrow, boosting its power. Good gods! When the plague arrow erupted from her palm, it had already grown to the size of a basketball, and its destructiveness had increased severalfold. Not so fast. Baba Yaga had Zorith close her fingers around the spell, holding it in what looked like a blade of pure darkness. This is what trolls do, you runt. Is that a darkness construct? Solus asked. I wish, the mother shook her head, but it comes close enough. Zorith's fingertips keep drawing the darkness element of the plague arrow in, keeping it compact and preventing it from dissipating. At the same time, the darkness in her arm synergizes with the spell and amplifies its effects through physical contact. Know that you can do this with all the elements associated with your current arms and apply it to all the related spells you can cast. All of them? Zorith asked in disbelief. Yes, but I have no idea how your arms respond to the cursed elements, runt. The mother nodded. Feel free to experiment by yourself, but do it away from Solus and at your own risk. How could I never notice any of this? The ark let go of the darkness blade and used her newfound technique to fill up her light arm as well. Because you don't ask yourself enough questions. Baba Yaga's voice became stern. You just follow others around without thinking for yourself. Imitation can only bring you so far. After that, you have to learn who you are. Are we still taking about my ark form? Zorith asked. In a way, Baba Yaga replied. Bottom line, remember this, child. Everyone here is a unique individual with their own potential. You will never be able to unlock yours if you keep moving blindly on a path others set for you. Forge your own path. Think with your own head. Be the person you want to be, not the one you think others want you to be. You are over 1,000 years old, yet you keep acting like a child. Stop looking for your father's hand and walk on your own. The room fell into an awkward silence as Zorith stared at her toes, as if they held the secrets of the universe. Lucia's reconstruction will cost you a pretty coin, Lith, Solus said, eager to change the topic. Your speech worked. Most people decided to stay in Lucia. I'm proud of you. Your generosity is a bit out of character, but pleasantly so. I'm not going to lie, your offer to pay for the repairs out of your own pocket surprised me quite a bit. Morok tried to replicate the technique Baba Yaga had just explained, using his eyes instead of fingertips, but to no avail. Yet it surprises me more not seeing you doing your woe is my wallet routine. Morok, Tista, Solus, and Camilla said in outrage. That's insensitive of you. He's right, though. Lith kept drawing the air element in from his feathers and shape-shifted into his Tiamat form, trying to maintain the same flow. I would be bitching and moaning if I didn't have my ace in my sleeve. Your silver mines? Quilla asked. Rifa's free labor, Camilla asked, making the first ruler of the flames grunt. The silver from the mines is still my money, and standing there while Rifa works would be a waste of my time, so no. Lith shook his head. The ace up my sleeve is the blank credit letter Grandma gave me an apology. And when would I have done that? Salark appeared out of thin air while holding the babies. Dia/Dad, Elijah and Valoran said. Not now, my featherlings. When you said you were sorry about what happened to Lucia and would have done everything you could to help, Lith pointed out. I don't expect money from you. Raw materials are just fine. With you covering for that and the royals paying for the building crews, I'm left with minor expenses. The reputation I'll gain from the reconstruction of Lucia will boost the sales of Zekel's products, and with it, my share of the profits. If you add up the value of the land I'm purchasing, I'm earning a lot more than I spend. You son of a gracious woman and an honorable man. Salark couldn't curse Lith's parents since they were blameless in the matter. You are being generous at my expense. That was the plan, but you are free to rescind your offer if you want, Grandma, Lith said. I'm considering it, she replied, yet the mere thought irked the Guardian's honor. She had made her promise freely and willingly, so her word was her bond. Salark had no qualms about contributing to rebuild Lucia, except for Lith's scheme to exploit her generosity for profit. My offer still stands. The presence of the children sealed the deal for her. Salark would never set a bad example for them. I'll do as you ask, but I'll remember this. The next time I'll set conditions for my support. I hope there won't be a next time, Grandma, Lith replied. Good point, she nodded. Now I'll let you get back to your training. You lot have many things to do and little time to do them. Space. In the following days, while Lith, Freya, and the others continued their training, and Gianni and Orion worked on the final details for their daughter's marriage, Ajatar floated amid the nutrients liquid of his gene tank. It took a while for his body and mana organs to develop enough to move on to the next step of his research. His arrays and machinery constantly collected data about his condition, while Ajatar studied himself with his breathing technique, foresight, and his newfound dragon eyes. He took notes from inside the tank, writing down everything he discovered about the changes in his body with spirit magic, ink, and paper. Lith came to collect the papers thrice a day, and then compared Ajatar's findings with the infirmaries. The Drake had left precise instructions not to be interrupted unless he made a life-threatening mistake. Everything else could wait until he left the gene tank. Chapter 4066, Alone in the Dark, Part 1. Chapter 4066, Alone in the Dark, Part 1. Lith respected Ajatar's wishes and never so much as spoke to him. Aaron and Lyria visited the Drake together with Lith, yet they had ambivalent feelings about what they saw. On the one hand, they admired Ajatar's resolve and found it exciting to witness his progressive transformation into a dragon. On the other hand, seeing their friend alone and trapped in a glass tube was upsetting at best and creepy at worst. Aaron and Lyria wanted to support Ajatar, but they had no idea how. Is that really necessary, Uncle Lith? Lyria asked. Isn't there an easier way? No lesser dragon ever became a divine beast, Lyria, so there's no way at all, Lith replied. That's why the answer to your first question is yes, Lyria. Whenever you choose to walk a path no one has ever trodden before, you have to take many risks and make as many sacrifices as needed. But at least it will be worth it. Isn't that right, big brother? Aaron said. Once Uncle Ajatar gets out of that thing, he'll be a dragon. No, Lith shook his head. He'll still be a drake. Everything he is doing in there will allow him to take a single step forward. Maybe more if he's lucky, but right now it's impossible to tell. Did you ever do something similar, Uncle? Lyria stared at him, hoping for a no. Plenty of times. Lith thought back to the time he had repaired Protector's core when he had struggled to control the void, then the blue flames, and then to the long procedure that had saved Zorath's life. Sorry, kids, but in life nothing worth having comes easy. Is there something we can do for him? Aaron asked. Yes, Lith replied. When Ajatar comes out, he'll be cranky, and his temper might flare easily. Yet I want you to treat him as always and contact me as soon as he does or says anything that worries you. Do I have your word? Yes, they both nodded. Space. During his stay in the gene tank, Ajeter received regular infusions of life maelstrom from Valoran II, which he used to stimulate the still unknown areas of his life force. He discovered more imperfections and atrophied mana organs, triggering the activation of the latter multiple times, each in a different order, to identify the most stable path to dragonhood. Once repeating the experiments no longer provided new information, and the device warned him that further modifications would compromise his life force, Ajeter reversed the process. It took him days to go back to being an Emperor Beast, and every minute of it was torture. As the origin flames died, a deadly cold made him shiver despite the warm liquid in which he was immersed. As the dragon eyes faded, things that had been glaring and obvious became complex and abstruse. He felt as if his brain were slowly withering. His thought process slowed down, and many brilliant ideas slipped out of his grasp like grains of sand. As his body weakened and his energy faded, Ajeter understood why so many Hydras had chosen death after experiencing full dragonhood just for a few days. Being a drake was akin to being alone in a dark cave. Magus had much more to offer, but as the proverbial frog in the well, Ajeter knew nothing about it and was content with his life. Now, the frog had been brought out into the light. He had experienced colors, the warmth of the sun, and the taste of many delicacies he had never suspected existed. After experiencing so many blessings, he was forced to return to his dark little cave. It wasn't the darkness or the cold that pained him so much as the absence of light. The void the experience left in him was unbearable. Ajeter knew there was a whole world outside of his cave waiting for him, but he was surrounded by darkness and couldn't find the exit. "Unless I'm dying, please, leave me alone." Those were his first words when he found Falul and the Tiamat waiting for him outside the gene tank. The pain in his voice and the despair in his eyes were palpable. It was the reason why they turned around and sat down instead, refusing to leave his side. "It's fine, take all the time you need," the Hydra said. At first, their stubbornness angered Ajeter. "What's so hard about giving me some space? I need to decompress, it's not like I'm going to." Then, the thought of everything he had lost and might never get back hit him like a truck. Despair replaced Ajeter's anger, and he found himself on the verge of tears. "I'm not going to do anything stupid, but the gods know if I want to," he thought. "I knew this would be hard, but not this hard. It's like someone turned off the sun and tainted every good memory I have. All my past achievements, everything I was proud of, now feel hollow. All I can think about is getting back inside the tank and being a quasi-dragon just for one more second." Mid the storm of his inner turmoil, only two things kept his rationality afloat. The awareness that the slightest mistake in his research would cost him his life, and that his failure would affect countless lives. Ajeter and Falul had progressed slowly in their quest for dragonhood, not because they lacked talent, but because they had learned from the mistakes of the fallen races of the past. Even when an evolutionary process appeared safe, further analysis showed that it would lead to a progressive deterioration of its direct subjects, or that adverse reactions would arise after a few generations. Some of the atrophied mana organs had a similar structure to imperfections, while others were adjacent to them. Ajeter's experiments aimed to ensure that the former mana organs didn't carry a latent instability that would manifest later, and that awakening the latter wouldn't also stimulate the nearby imperfections, causing him or his future descendants to fall. Moreover, Ajeter's failure would affect Falul, Firwal, and the very survival of the Beast Council. "If I die, Falul will have to sort out my mess and waste time studying my papers to understand where things went wrong. All the while Firwal's rivals in the council oppose her candidacy and delay the election of the next representative. The Hydras can survive being ostracized for a while, but I doubt that Narchet will wait for our squabble to end before attacking the kingdom again. Without a clear line of command, the Beast Council is unreliable. The Guardians don't interfere in the matters of the mortals, and the undead awakened are insane. It leaves the human council alone and exposed to a potential betrayal from the plant folk. Fae don't care about right or wrong, only about power. Too many plant folk have already joined Narchet's cause, lured by the promise of attaining the might of a divine beast. Yet the number of traitors would have been much greater if Narchet weren't so untrustworthy. If the awakened council shows signs of weakness, the plant folk won't hesitate to switch sides. At that point, the beast's stupidity might bring the dead king to the kingdom's throne. Ajeter needed to take several slow, deep breaths to find his balance. Chapter 4067, Alone in the Dark, Part 2. Chapter 4067, Alone in the Dark, Part 2. I'm all right now, thanks for waiting, the Drake said. How do you feel? Falul turned around to look at her friend. Terrible. Ajeter's sapphire scales were still wet with nutrient potion, yet they had no luster under the tower's magical lights. His eyes looked lifeless, and the only spark left in them was that of a creeping madness. That sounds accurate, Lith said, helping the Drake to stand up. Do you want to rest or do you feel like joining us for lunch? I need a shower first and then I'll eat, Ajeter sighed. I'm tired of being sticky. I can't even remember what it feels like to be clean. Also, after so many days of living on potions, I can use biting something solid. I'm going first, Lith nodded. Take your time, we'll start when you are ready. Lith warped away, while Ajeter and Falul moved to his private quarters. He didn't even turn around to look at his research notes scattered all over the floor. Falul thought. The Ajeter I know wouldn't stand a mess like that. He would have at least sorted out the papers based on their subjects and arranged them in orderly stacks. The Drake didn't seem to notice her worries, and if he did, he showed no sign of caring. He shrank to his humanoid size and went straight for the shower. Ajeter remained under the running water for several minutes, using that time to get accustomed to his body. He had lived as a Drake for 384 years, yet after a few days as a quasi-dragon, his flesh as an emperor beast felt alien. Like a suit he had no memory of having bought, and that itched in all the worst places. Is it that bad? Falul asked when Ajeter finished putting on his human clothes and had yet to say a single word. It's much worse. It was hard to recognize the old chatterbox Drake in the brooding stranger standing before her. I don't know who I am anymore. I believe you, Falul replied. If there's anything I can do to help you, just ask. All I need now is peace and silence, thanks. Falul didn't reply, but even in his current state, Ajeter didn't miss the twitch in her face. Let's go eat. It's not polite to keep everyone waiting. Peace and silence were strangers to the Verhin household, even at the mansion where Lith had temporarily moved the tower in order to stimulate the second mana geyser. Elijah and Valorin proudly repeated all the new words they had learned. Salkar barked the moment food didn't stuff his mouth, while Surin and Driffa cried for attention. Renaz's triplets spoke either in unison or in clockwork sequence, making it hard for Ajeter to decide which one of them he found more annoying. Aaron and Lyria told Ajeter all about their boring and elementary magic lessons. Lilia and Laren did the same, but they often took a break to scold Slash and Crash. Can you believe that these two slackers are still magical beasts? Lilia clicked her tongue. Even I am an Emperor Beast already. You were born an Emperor Beast, the Shife snarled. You did nothing to earn it. Oh yeah, Lilia pushed her nose against the felines. Then how do you explain that I'm an awakened and you are not? You cheated, Crash replied. You exploited your mother's thoughtlessness to steal her breathing technique and Ryla's power to force a connection with the world energy. Hey, who are you calling thoughtless? Celia chimed in. If it's so easy, why didn't you do it? 2 against 1, Lilia and her mother soon cornered the poor Shife. I was wrong, Ajeter sighed. I didn't survive my experiment. I died and went straight to hell. If you are dead, you don't need to eat. Fenrir jumped on his lap and sniffed hungrily at the steak on his plate. Can I have it? Anger, annoyance, and hunger warred inside the Drake's heart for supremacy, yet they had to settle for a draw. No, you can't. That's mine. Ajeter's voice came out much more menacing than he intended, making the young girl whine and lower her ears in fear. The room fell silent, but it was awkward, and everyone stared at the Drake, not knowing how to react. I'm sorry, Fenrir. It wasn't my intention to be mean to you. I'm in a bad mood because I'm hungry, Ajeter said. Me too, Fenrir said, waggling her little tail. Want to go halfsies? Sure, Ajeter laughed, surrendering to her childish logic. He cut every piece of meat in 2 parts, one for himself and the other for Fenrir. I'm so sorry. I should have stopped her in time. Celia tried to take the little girl away, but Ajeter gestured for her to leave Fenrir where she was. Don't worry, I don't mind. The Drake took his piece of meat while feeding Fenrir, who yelled with joy. You don't? Celia asked in disbelief. Yeah, having my food stolen annoys me so much that I've finally stopped obsessing about my other problems. Ajeter nodded. Space. Much to everyone's surprise, as the meal progressed and the parents managed to quiet down their children, Ajeter slowly returned to his old self. He chatted about everything with anyone, happily correcting them when they were wrong about the slightest detail. He even stayed in the living room to play with the babies after the meal ended, entertaining them with his magic until they all fell asleep. Thank you, Val, the Drake said while caressing the boy's head. I owe you my life. One day I'll return the favor. You're welcome, Valoran yawned. I'm tired, Dad. See you later. After reaching 2 years of age, the baby boy had demonstrated a tremendous learning ability that outshone everything he had achieved up to that moment. He learned new words every day and used them to form complex sentences. Don't worry, Lith, Adjeter said in response to the stunned expression. It's because Val is sleepy and my hand is covered in scales. He must have mistaken me for you or Jorman. It takes more than that to make me jealous, Lith chuckled. How do you feel? Better. Your idea of using the kids to keep me company was right, but not for the reasons you think. The Drake nodded. Their petulance and childishness expose my own. I'm just like them. I make a big deal of small problems that I can solve and spend more time whining about them than working on fixing them. That's a very harsh vision of childhood and yourself, Lith replied. The kids are not petulant, they are just excited. Everything is new to them, and they are eager to share their discoveries with us. They complain a lot, sure, but that's because those you call small problems are what keep them away from their next adventure. Lith pointed at Lilia and Laren, who were trying and failing to teach Slash and Crash their breathing technique. Maybe you are right, Adjeter nodded. Gods, I don't remember the last time I've been happy about anything as much as Fenrir was about sharing my steak. I'm sorry for you, Lith said while caressing Elijah's cheek as she slept. Can I ask you a question? Shoot. Chapter 4068 Broken Legacy, Part 1. Chapter 4068 Broken Legacy, Part 1. I understand your plan for yourself, the Council, and the war against Meln. The baby girl grabbed Lith's finger, and a warm smile formed on his face. What I don't understand is what you plan to do when all of this is over. If you achieve dragonhood and survive the battle against the uppers, what are you going to do next? I have no idea, Adjeter replied. Space. After the meal, Adjeter returned to the tower with Falul. They put his notes inside the library, which organized them by the section of the Drake's life force they described. The tower floor also allowed the two lesser divine beasts to review every page, as if they knew it by heart. You did a magnificent job, old friend. Falul assumed her seven-headed form to mull over multiple pages at once and split the burden of the eyes of Menadian. You only need another session to verify this data, and you'll have unlocked half of your dragon life force. Believe it or not, it's still lacking, Adjeter sighed. When I was in the gene tank and studied my body with dragon eyes, there were lots of things that felt off. That's why you planned the second run, to make sure you aren't missing anything, Falul said. At least 2 runs, you mean? Adjeter replied. I won't stop until I'm 95% certain I'm on the right path. What about the remaining 5%? Falul asked. It's all those tiny details. I'm not even sure they are actually variables, or just the natural shape of my life force, he said. Testing them would take longer than the council election will last, and maybe even cost me my sanity. How good are dragon eyes? Falul failed to control her curiosity, even if it meant poking at her friend's wounds. So good that the eyes of Menadian can't compare, Adjeter groaned, especially with the Yggdrasil wood boosting my mental capabilities. Really, Falul knew it was premature, but she added finding a piece of the world tree to her list of priorities. How so? The eyes of Menadian analyzes something, and then it's up to you to study its readings and understand how it works. The Yggdrasil wood now speeds up both processes, but they are still independent from each other. Dragon eyes, instead, analyze something and tell you how it works. Even better, the deeper your understanding, the faster the dragon eyes work, which in turn allows you to understand more in a loop that ends only when you have mastered the subject. It's a single process that Yggdrasil wood enhances on both ends, assuming you know what you are looking at, of course. Otherwise, you could be perched on the world tree itself and still understand nothing. Sounds good enough to me, Falul replied. As for your research, I can't find any flaw in it. It's perfect. Let's go see Lith before he resumes his training. Space. It's good. Lith compared Adjeter's notes with the readings of the infirmary. But you've missed a few things that in the long run would turn you into a fallen dragon. Thanks, say no more. If the Drake was disappointed, it didn't show. I want to find the problems myself. I'll see you at dinner. Adjeter went back to his lab and reviewed everything from scratch. Aaron and Lyria were already there, waiting for him. They tried reading the parts that the Drake had written in Tyrus language for Lith, but it was too complex for them. I don't get it, Aaron asked. If my big brother already has the answer, why don't you ask him to tell you? Because Dragon Eye's effectiveness depends on your understanding, Aaron. Adjeter replied, while his mind sifted through the papers. The infirmary would tell me what and where the problem is, not how I missed it or how to spot a similar phenomenon. But that would still be enough to advance your research, Lyria pointed out. You're wrong, hatchling. If I did that, it wouldn't be my research anymore, but the infirmary's. I would skip the hard parts without effort and learn nothing from the experience. I would be no different from one of those pampered nobles who gets everything handed to them on a silver platter. I would mistake the infirmary's skills for my own and be dependent on it in case I want to help another lesser dragon. Can't you learn what you missed by studying your life force after you've become a dragon? Aaron asked. No, because those imperfections would be gone forever. Adjeter shook his head. There would be nothing left for the infirmary to detect or my dragon eyes to decipher. It's now or never. While Adjeter studied, Aaron and Lyria practiced their magic with Abominus and Onyx. When the Drake finally took a break, it was clear from his sour expression that he was still at square one. Why did you stop? There's a lot of time until dinner, Lyria asked. I'm too angry and frustrated, Adjeter replied. At this point, it would be torture, not research. Do you want us to ask Big Brother to teach you light mastery? Aaron said, fiddling with his clothes. Wow, do I look that sad? Adjeter asked. Yes, the children nodded in unison. Thanks, but no thanks, Adjeter laughed. I don't have the time to learn such a complex discipline, and it wouldn't be fair to Lith. He shouldn't be pressured to share his secrets with me. What do you say if instead we practice magic together and exchange a few pointers? But we know only the basics, and our parents forbid us from practicing offensive spells, Lyria said. What little we know must be really boring to you. Not at all, Adjeter shook his head. At your age, I was nowhere close to awakening. You can show me what I missed as a hatchling, and in exchange, I can teach you a few of my tricks. It's a win-win situation. Feel free to invite your friends. Space. The kids taught Adjeter chore magic as they had learned it from Lith and Protector, and Adjeter taught them chore magic as the Drake bloodline imparted it to its younglings. The three methods diverged only in small, subtle details that arose from the circumstances under which they had been developed. Lith was a self-taught, but had integrated his knowledge with Silverwing's book first and the White Griffin's teachings later. Protector had learned about complex magic from Lith and Falul, but lacked the finesse in manipulating the flow of mana that Lith had acquired after learning light mastery and creating his own branch of magic, void magic. On the other hand, his origins as a Rai gave him a deep understanding of the fire and air elements, and the legacy of his pack ran deep. Magical beasts could use only two elements, and to survive in the wilds, they had to learn to do everything with them. Lilia and Laren ran circles around the others when it came to air and fire. Even Adjeter learned a few things from the young Skalls. As for the Drake bloodline legacy, it was ancient and deep, dating back to Ligon himself. It was the richest of the three, but with a few gaps here and there. Chapter 4069 Broken Legacy, Part 2. Chapter 4069 Broken Legacy, Part 2. Drakes were not fighters by nature and preferred to spend their lives researching magic. Adjeter's bloodline legacy lacked the fierce offensive edge of the Rise, and the insights that only someone who had started from the bottom of the barrel like Lith could gain. The lessons took place only after Adjeter was done with his research for the day, and the kids' steeds took part in them as well. The Drake ended up learning almost as much as he taught, and more importantly, he managed to feed his inquisitive mind with enough material to keep himself from obsessing about dragonhood. Before entering the gene tank for the second time, Adjeter took all his notes out of the library to avoid the temptation of peeking at them as he started his research anew. This time I know there is something wrong with my method, and my fundamental knowledge of magic has improved. I can do this, Adjeter thought as he studied his quasi-dragon life force with dragon eyes. It took him days to confirm that his initial misgiving about the atrophied mana organs adjacent to major imperfections was justified. Under strain, the flow of mana strengthened by the mana organs would reach the imperfections, allowing them to develop. The phenomenon would manifest only when the mana organs were pushed to the limit, and later the imperfections would slowly regress to their initial state. Yet each time it happened, the grown imperfections would last longer, and their effects spread farther across the healthy life force. Father of all dragons, Adjeter inwardly cursed. Had I missed that, I might have escaped becoming a fallen dragon, but once my life force got corrupted enough, my offspring would have fallen the first time they exerted themselves. Luckily for me, when I reversed the process, the imperfections regressed to their atrophied state, along with the mana organs. Before moving forward, I need to fix those imperfections, or at least isolate them from the mana organs. When Ageter emerged from the gene tank, he had a few surprises waiting for him. Due to the life-saving discovery, his mental state was much better than the first time. Also, when he presented Lith with his revised notes, he received an all-clear. Last but not least, Slash and Crash had finally succeeded in evolving into Emperor Beasts. Between Ageter's lessons and their friends' constant tutoring, the Shife and the Rye had been pestered into awakening. "Allow me to introduce you to Slash the Jerry," Laren said while introducing a magnificent wolf-like creature. Slash now reached a height at the withers of 2 meters, 67. Her pitch-black fur was streaked with yellow and white, giving the impression of a living thundercloud. A long, jagged horn came out of her forehead and 2 feathered wings from her back. "And this is Crash the Frecky." Lyria lifted the blanket covering the massive feline for a literal unveiling of her friend. Crash was smaller than Slash, reaching only 1.93 meters, 64, at the withers. His crimson-red fur was streaked black and orange all over, resembling a pool of smoldering lava. The black smoke coming out of his membranous wings and flaming tail only reinforced the image. He had 2 upward-curved horns coming out of his head, and 2 long fangs protruded from his upper jaw. "I don't like this name," Slash whined. "Me neither," Clash yelped. "Let me guess, your mother named their new forms just like she named them Slash and Crash years ago." Ageter couldn't stop laughing at the poor Emperor Beast's expense. "How do you know?" Lilia asked. "Because they respectively mean the greedy and the glutton in the ancient dialect of the Distar region." "We know," Celia said it to our faces. "This is what you are to my household. You drain my money and empty my pantry. If you don't like it, get yourself a job and start pulling your weight," Slash and Crash said in their best Celia impression, which only renewed the Drake's hilarity. "And you know what the best part is?" Laren asked. "Their mana core is stronger than ours, but they know nothing of the other 5 elements. We are still their seniors and can pull rank." Ageter decided to celebrate all the good news by postponing the lesson to the next day. He still needed a break from the gene tank to revise the data and plan the next steps of his research. He kept alternating his studies with magical lessons, suspending them only during his experiments and after receiving the infirmary's review of his findings. Soon a month passed. The date of Freya's wedding approached, and so did what Ageter hoped would be his final session in the gene tank. "For someone who claimed to hate the idea, you sure spent a lot of time with the kids," Falul pointed out on the eve of the experiment. "I can't deny that," Ageter shrugged. "What can I say? They are an acquired taste, in the non-dietary meaning of the word, of course. You taught them less than what you would an apprentice, but much more than was required as a babysitter," Falul said after she finished laughing at the joke. "Why did you do it?" "Because even though my notes and the infirmary agree that everything should be fine, it's all theoretical work," Ageter replied. "Ruler Menadian is no healer, and the only data on Magur about the process of an Emperor Beast becoming a divine beast was lost with the Golden Griffin. There's no telling what might go wrong or what we might have missed. If these are the last days of Ageter the Drake, I want to leave behind something to remember me by. Even if I fail and die, a part of me will live through the magic of those kids." "What about your children?" Falul asked. "Isn't this the perfect moment to reconnect with them?" "In what world is this the perfect moment?" Ageter snorted. "My children cut ties with me decades ago. I haven't seen or heard from them for a long while now. None of them has ever expressed the desire to become my heir or inherit my legacy. They have built their own, and aside from the basic teachings that all Drakes share, we have nothing in common. Calling them now would only serve to trigger their dragon greed. They'd stay only because they'd be tempted to see if I can really turn into a dragon. After all, if the master succeeds, the disciple is next. Is he not?" The Drake stared at Falul, who nodded with a sigh. "And if I fail, they get themselves my hoard for free. They have no reason to refuse or turn down free resources. At the same time, however, they have no reason to continue my research. They can burn it, study it, or throw it away, and no one can do anything to stop them once I'm dead." "Sad but true," Falul replied. "What about Morak?" "He's not heir material much, but at this point, I'd make him my successor if he were a Drake." Ageter groaned. "We belong to different species, and all my research on dragonhood and Drake abilities is useless to him." "Then your ex-wives?" The Hydra tilted her head with curiosity. "I wouldn't leave a fake coin to those harpies, let alone my life's work and treasures," the Drake snarled. Chapter 4070 Uncharted Waters, Part 1. Chapter 4070 Uncharted Waters, Part 1. My bad. Falul raised her hands in apology. If forgot that X's are X's for a reason, still you have to do something with your legacy. I know. Adjeter stared at the horizon, waiting for dawn. Damn, I have a lifespan of 3,000 years and I'm just over 300. I always assumed I had more time. Time for kids and heir and a long, exciting life of research ahead of me. Instead, I'm forced to stare death in the face with no heir or anyone who truly cares about me. Falul swallowed hard when she realized that she was in the same situation. Philo is dead. Lots of our friends are dead. Adjeter continued, unaware or uncaring of his friend's worries. And if we don't stop the dead king, many more will die until even our younglings and those who haven't reached the violet will have to fight. I don't want to do this. I still have many things I want to do. Yet I'd rather die than keep living and seeing a madman burn my world into ashes. I'll fight until the end in the way I know best. Doing research in my lab, even at the cost of using myself as a test subject. His voice and gaze steeled with every word he spoke. I'm leaving my riches to Morok and all my research to the Drake clan. You are a good friend, Falul, but spirit fusion is a bloodline secret, and I'll keep it just like you kept yours. I wasn't expecting anything anyway, she shrugged. We don't have that kind of relationship. Well, you're wrong. I'm leaving you something. Adjeter replied without averting his gaze from the sky. A vibrant hue of orange painted the tree line in the distance, marking the start of the new day. Everything I've learned about dragonhood is yours. It should help you further your research after I'm gone. A red disk peeked out, painting the night sky bloody. I won't betray my bloodline, but I won't give out the secrets of yours either. Share it with the other Hydras, keep it to yourself, I don't care. The only thing I ask of you is to choose another trustworthy Drake and let them in your project, just like you did for me. My failure is not my clan's, and you Hydras need allies. I will. Falul turned to look at the rising sun and said no more, leaving her friend alone with his thoughts. Space. Are you sure the procedure is safe? Morok asked. Yes, for the umpteenth time, yes, Lith grunted. The infirmary confirms Adjeter's findings. His method should work. What do you mean should? Morok frowned. That no one can predict what happens when you put pure theory into practice, Lith replied. The good news is that we have comprehensive data about everything, but the last step. The bad news is that something can go wrong even 1 centimeter away from the finishing line. Morok was about to question Lith when he realized how dumb he would sound. The tyrant paced around nervously until Adjeter arrived, but then stopped and acted like everything was fine. Master Adjeter, do you feel fine, or do you need a sweater? At your age and with your dragon blood, you could get a cold going around naked in winter, he said. Cheeky brat, Adjeter grunted. I'm in my 300s. For awakened Emperor Beast standards, I'm a youth, not an old lizard. Also, all Emperor Beasts go around naked. We don't have pointless dangly parts. You are too grumpy even to sound young, but if you say so, Morok shrugged. Are you ready? Lith asked. The procedure will last days. You can continue with your bantering once it's done. Almost. Adjeter turned to look at Morok. Before we start, there's one last thing I need to say to your wife. My wife? That wasn't what the tyrant was expecting. Fine, but no bad-mouthing me and no dying wishes. There are plenty of single women in this house if you want to have fun one last time. Morok, Falul snarled. Don't worry, Adjeter laughed so hard that his eyes teared up. I was planning to do neither. You can stay if you want. This won't remain a secret anyway. Quilla hated to be disturbed between her 15th late-night snack and breakfast, but she tried her best not to snarl at the Drake for waking her up so soon after dawn. I apologize in advance if I act cranky or if I leave suddenly while you talk, she sighed. I believe these two scoundrels have come up with some game, and they use my bladder as a ball. I'll be quick then, Adjeter nodded. This is for you. Feel free to put them in the library. He handed her a thick stack of papers that Quilla stored in the tower's archives. It contained Adjeter's discoveries about how to treat the imperfections in one's life force and prevent the fall of a healthy species. This is amazing. Thanks to the library, she could recall each page as if she knew it by heart. It will save me months of research. Glad to hear it, Adjeter replied. I discovered that there is no cure for imperfect mana organs. Their development is bound to backfire due to their intrinsic defective state. My hypothesis is that they have yet to develop fully and mustn't be activated. If they'll become perfect mana organs or degrade to pure imperfections, only time can tell. Steer away from them and focus on what you can fix. Like the mana organs adjacent to imperfections. The trick there is to study the imperfection under the effects of life maelstrom when your life force is close to a perfect state. Then, once life maelstrom runs out, correct the imperfection according to what you learned. If done right, it allows you to activate a fully developed mana organ safely. It requires a lot of work and plenty of testing, but if I've done it, I'm certain you'll be able to do it as well. Wait, are you telling me? Quilla's voice trailed off. Yes, I smoothened a few of my imperfections, Ajatar replied. I had to. The imperfect mana organs were redundant and could be ignored, but all perfect mana organs are essential to evolve. Leave one behind, and the final result is too unstable. I believe the ancient fallen race's mistake was to activate too many or too few mana organs without considering the overall stability of their bodies and how the changes would affect the imperfections in their life forces. The more I read your data, the more it seems that way, Quilla nodded. It sure explains why the harmonizer constantly has to suppress part of a fallen life force. The final result is similar to your treatment, but it leaves to each body to fix itself. Thank you, Ajatar. This will mean a lot for a lot of people. I think I know enough to help the trolls and the goblins now. You're welcome, the drake nodded. Now I'm ready. Ajatar stepped inside the crystal tank of the infirmary and commenced the final step of his research. He didn't like relying on the tower, but with only one shot at success, he wanted to leave no stone unturned. Chapter 4071, Uncharted Waters, Part 2. Chapter 4071, Uncharted Waters, Part 2. If something goes wrong and my life can be saved, the infirmary will find a way. If there is no way to turn back, at least Fallow will get extensive data about my failure. It's a win-win situation, he thought as the violet nutrient liquid submerged him. He could still breathe normally. Oxygen flowed into his nostrils on its own, getting in and out of the tank by itself. You can go now, Ajatar said via mind link. There's no point staring at me. Much to her dismay, Quilla had to leave first. One of the twins had just scored big time. Lith and Solus left next, leaving only Morok and Fallow. The tyrant waited until the first changes in the drake appeared. Ajatar's hind legs became longer than his forelegs, and his neck elongated a bit. Then he put his fist against the crystal, and Ajatar bumped it. See you soon, old lizard. Morok nodded and warped out of the room. Are you sure you don't want company? Fallow asked. Yeah, this will be boring, but only until I get my dragon eyes, Ajatar replied. At that point, I will be too busy studying my life force to be a company. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I'll leave you at it then. The Hydra knew that Ajatar had prepared plenty of ink and paper, but she left him enough materials to write an encyclopedia anyway. Space. After 3 days, Ajatar's body had grown to 23 meters, 76 in height. His neck had become long enough to let him look behind without turning his shoulders, and small proto-wings rested on his back. His limbs now properly resembled arms and legs, but they were still stumpy. After 6 days, Ajatar had become 26 meters, 85, tall. His serpentine neck rivaled Fallow's, and he had proper wings on his back, yet they were too small to support his weight and seemed more like an atrophied organ. His tail had grown as well, and his arms and legs had reached perfect proportions. Is it me or is he hot? Fearwell asked while staring at the quasi-dragon. Mom, Fallow said, this is not the appropriate time and certainly not the place to make this sort of comments. Silly child, I'm talking about literal heat, Fearwell chuckled. Can't you feel it? Fallow reached for the crystal tank, finding it much warmer to the touch than it was supposed to. The violet liquid masked the radiance that originated from Ajatar's chest with each breath he took. Light seeped from between the scales on his chest, pulsing with colors that shifted from deep red to bright violet. His lungs could already produce origin flames, but the amounts of world energy and life force they mixed were erratic. Too much world energy would dilute the flames, while too little and it would injure Ajatar. Luckily for him, it was an involuntary process that gave him first-degree burns at worst. He wasn't trying to conjure origin flames. It was more like an experimental engine that occasionally backfired while trying to adjust to balance the intake of fuel and air. You're right, Fallow mumbled. He is hot. Told you so? Morok extended his open palm to Lith. Even a nerdy guy becomes a chick magnet if he puts on some muscles. Pay up. That's not what I meant, jackass. Fallow blushed up to her ears. Wow, that's cold, the tyrant snorted. The guy is risking his life for you, and you can't even compliment him a bit. I was trying to stroke his ego, make him keep a positive mindset and make a few last happy memories. Gods, if I hate you, Fallow snarled. Me too, Adjeter thought, staring at his apprentice. I'll come out of here alive just to beat up your sorry ass, even if it's the last thing I do. Space. After the 10th day, Adjeter had reached 29 meters, 95 of height, and every bit of him was worthy of a true dragon. The horn on his snout had become smaller not to hinder his sight, and 2 long horns now covered the sides of his head. Sparks of energy arched across his body, and Adjeter would have thought he had gained life maelstrom if only the color weren't wrong. Whatever it was, the energy was sapphire-colored, not silvery. Whatever that bloodline ability is, I can't try it while inside the infirmary, he thought. If this is an offensive ability, I might damage the floor and interrupt the process. If I revert suddenly to a drake, I'll die. A sudden pang derailed his train of thought. The light of the infirmary flashing red and his vitals spiking only confirmed his worst fears. What's going on? Lith and Solus reached the tower first, joined by Morak and Falul in short order. I have no clue, Adjeter replied. We are in uncharted waters from now on. The drake checked on his life force with foresight and dragon eyes, but couldn't find anything wrong. No new mana organs have appeared. There are no visible imperfections either, and my life force is growing stronger. Then why am I in so much pain? He thought. Lith and the others had no better luck. All the readings of the infirmary confirmed Adjeter's findings, yet a few seconds later, his vitals spiked again. Agony invaded his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that misted the nutrient liquid red. Okay, now I'm getting worried, Adjeter said. The pain is not abating this time, it's getting worse. Check if he can stop the procedure. Falul yelled in Lith's mind so loud that if she had used her voice, she would have burst his eardrums. We're doing that already, just give us a second. Save it, I've stopped using my breathing technique after the first pang, Adjeter said. I wanted to halt the transformation until we understood what was going on, but it seems that's not an option. We are past the point of no return. Adjeter had already accumulated all the energy and nutrients his body needed. Every mana organ was already developed, and his dragon form was on the brink of perfection. Even if he had stopped circulating his mana, its remaining momentum kept pushing his evolution forward. Then try to understand what's wrong, Morak said. Even better, find a solution. We are trying, and it would be much easier if you guys stopped screaming in our head. Lith accessed the eyes and ears of Menadian to perform a full-body scan of Adjeter, and the hands to try and buy some time. Stop, stop! Adjeter convulsed as he coughed up more blood, and small areas across his body burst open. Shit, I'm sorry. The wounds started to heal the moment Lith recalled the flow of world energy to the hands. Don't be, Adjeter panted as his body absorbed the nutrients in the tank and converted them into flesh and blood with a single breath of foresight. It was brutal, but at least now we know what's wrong. He's right, Solus said while sifting through the most recent readings of the infirmary. There is no problem with the imperfections in Adjeter's life force, and the development of his body is perfect. The problem is that it's too perfect. Chapter 4072 Too Perfect, Part 1. Chapter 4072 Too Perfect, Part 1. What do you mean too perfect? Morak asked. To put it simply, Adjeter found the right method but implemented it too quickly, Solus replied. Even with the infirmary and all the nutrients, his body has yet to adapt to its current development. It's like he tried to run with a broken leg. He didn't give his bones, muscles, and organs the time they needed to consolidate their strength. That's why it took Uffil and the rest of Thrud's divine beasts a month to complete their evolution, Falul said. It wasn't because the ambrosia needed time to identify and trigger the correct sequence of mana organs. It's reasonable to assume that was the minimum amount of time necessary to complete the transformation safely. Damn it, we underestimated Thrud's forbidden magic. Big time, Adjeter coughed. Especially if you consider that the ambrosia also fixed the imperfections in the life forces of her generals as well. Stop blowing smoke up Thrud's rotting ass, old lizard, Morak said. Put that big brain of yours to finding a solution, babe. I'm thinking, Quilla replied. Same here. Adjeter focused on healing his wounds before the next wave of agony hit him. And there it is. The pain has increased again and is here to stay. I'm afraid it will only get worse until I blow up. Fearwell Mom, Solus yelled, do something. We can't slow or stop the process, Menadian thought. Can we help Adjeter by strengthening his body with life maelstrom? Not an option. Fearwell put her 7 heads together on the problem. Even if I give him a body-enhancing bolt, nothing would happen. Both his physical body and the violence of the changes in his life force that are tearing him apart would grow stronger. Indeed, another sudden twist of bones and muscles brought Ajatar to double over in the gene tank. It's like trying to stop a breakthrough after it started, except I don't have impurities to protect me, and the conflict isn't between mana core and body. It's between my life force that strives forward and my body that tries to resist the process. There is no solution unless Ajatar activated darkness fusion to lower the pain just enough to be able to think. Everybody shut up. I need to focus. He cut off all the mind links and examined the infirmary's readings from right before his life force became unstable until the last pang. He checked for early indicators, the fluctuations in his vitals during and after the fits, and their duration. Ajatar was still in the middle of double-checking his math when a subtle drop in his blood pressure announced the next change in his body. Don't let me down, brain. If not for me, do it for the dragon eyes. You don't want to lose them, right? He inwardly prayed as he let his consciousness and body go. Right before his life force shifted again, Ajatar relaxed every fiber of his being not to oppose the transformation and disappeared in a burst of emerald light. Spirit fusion converted his body into a mass of pure mana and back in a split second, so that when his flesh reformed, the life force rearranged it without putting more strain on the quasi-dragon. Ajatar's body was fluid in its energy form. The subtle alterations caused by the shift in the life force met no resistance as spirit fusion reconnected the countless microscopic terminations needed to assemble the quasi-dragon. Ajatar gasped, his form still afloat in the crystal tank. He was still in pain, but now it was bearable even without darkness fusion, and his vitals were more stable. Everyone stared at him in confusion, but he had no time to answer the questions he could read on their face. He was too busy reading the latest data and extrapolating the exact timing of the next step in his evolutionary process. Fuck dragon eyes, why can't they do math? I need math vision or something. Ajatar thought in frustration as he spotted an earlier pattern in his vitals and used it to predict how long his current condition would remain stable. A smaller but noticeable drop in his pressure cut his lamentations short. He phased in and out of spirit fusion, once again riding the tide of change without letting it tear him to shreds. As the displacement caused waves inside the crystal tank, the main screen agreed with his body. The pain had gone down again, and so had the spikes in his vitals. This is good. Now where's the data? He scrambled between columns of numbers, finding the answer moments before it was too late. Another wave arrived, and he let it through again. The pain was almost gone and his vitals normal. One more and then stop, please. I'm at my wit's end. Ajatar got his wish. After his life force shifted and spirit fusion rearranged his body one more time, everything went back to normal. Strength replaced pain, and his mind became clearer than ever. He felt like there was nothing he couldn't do. I'm not coming out of here for at least half a day. Ajatar trusted feelings like he trusted coin flips. Feel free to ask me questions, but know that I'm going to cut you off if something else happens. What did you just do? Falul asked. I survived, Ajatar replied with a smug grin. Noticing that no one laughed, he added, my life force was twisting my body out of shape, so I removed the built-up tension with spirit fusion. He then explained his method to them, and how, at each shift, he had allowed his body to adapt to the evolution without breaking. Interesting, Firwall pondered. This spirit fusion bloodline ability you used has unlimited potential. Why have I never heard about it before? Is it something only you can do? It would explain your exceptional skills. No, it's no bloodline ability. Ajatar the Sapphire Dragon shook his head. It's a family technique we Drakes have inherited from grandfather and kept secret from others unless absolutely necessary, just like you Hydras do with domination. You told him about domination? Firwall's neck whipped towards Falul at those words. Then when she noticed the room full of people and no one asking questions, she added, you told everyone. Firwall glared at her daughter, like she had stolen one of her favorite treasures from her hoard. Yes and no, Mom. Falul swallowed hard. I taught Lith, Tista, and Morak about it because they share our power, and I couldn't risk them exposing it to the world. Later, I also taught domination to Freya because she was my harbinger-to-be. The others, Ajatar included, just know domination by name and have guessed its effects by seeing its applications. Then, she looked at her disciples. Odd, at least that's all they should know. Don't worry, Morak never explained anything to me, Quilla shrugged. Nor did Lith, Camilla replied. Great, Falul noticed her mother relaxing and sighed in relief. Yours is a brilliant solution, Ajatar. How did you know spirit fusion would have worked? I didn't, the Sapphire Dragon replied, making everyone's eyes go wide. There was no time for deep reasoning. I was clutching at straws there and hoped that Grandfather Ligon had seen this far ahead when he entrusted spirit fusion to the Drakes. Chapter 4073 Too Perfect, Part 2. Chapter 4073 Too Perfect, Part 2. You were right yet wrong, whelp. The Guardian appeared out of thin air, joining the small crowd. Back then, the Drakes were the only lesser dragons, and I felt bad for leaving you behind. I left my notes about spirit fusion to you because I hoped that one day something like this would happen. I'm not a soothsayer. I never predicted the madness, the infirmary, or the harmonizer would ever be created. Nor did I ever imagine one day someone would use spirit fusion like you just did. That's your achievement, Adjeter the Sapphire Dragon, and yours alone. Welcome to the brood. Ligon gave Adjeter a small bow and disappeared. Did you hear that, Master Adjeter? Morok asked. Your work got recognized by Ligon himself. You should be proud of yourself. Believe me, Morok, I am, Adjeter replied. The hardest part was timing spirit fusion to start exactly with the shift of my life force and end immediately after. The whole process lasted the blink of an eye. There was no space for hesitation, nor margin for error. The Sapphire Dragon looked down at his hands and noticed for the first time how small everyone else seemed to have become. Gods, I still can't believe I've become a dragon. It will take me a while to get adjusted to my condition, and even longer to discover any power I now possess. I also need a sparring partner. Lith, would you please, Lith? Only then did the rest of the group avert their gaze from the majestic gem-like scales of the Sapphire Dragon and notice that Lith was spacing out, his stare blank. That's it, Lith said as his mind was spinning at full gear. The timing of the shift must be in lockstep with the flow, yet that's not enough. One must also picture the process not like the sudden flip of a switch, but rather as a quick yet gradual transformation. Just like I switch from one aspect of my life force to another, or like Adjeter's body reassembled itself. By my mom, you're right, Solus said, jumping to Lith's neck in joy. You did it. Lith lifted her in the air, and then spun Solus around under the flabbergasted stares of the others, and Camilla's frown. Not to ruin your moment, but you are kind of ruining mine, Adjeter said. This is supposed to be my triumph. I'm sorry, Adjeter, I got carried away. Lith put Solus down, who apologized as well. What's done is done, the Sapphire Dragon sighed. Since everyone now is more curious about you than me, the least you can do is share your achievement with us with words we can actually understand. Fair enough, Lith replied. Let me start by thanking you, Adjeter. If not for you, I don't know how long it would have taken us to complete void magic. Is it done? Camilla asked. You solved the Tier 5 issue. Quilla brimmed with joy for her friends and also for herself. She needed void magic to develop her own branch of magic, but in its previous incomplete state, it limited her research. Yes, we did it, Solus said above the hubbub, gesturing for silence. Or rather, Lith did it. He started the void magic project and now he finished it. It's poetic. Thanks, Solus, but finished is a big word, Lith replied. We finally have a working theoretical solution, but we have yet to put it into practice effectively. To prove his point, Lith conjured a scaled-down version of Raging Sun and tried to turn it into frozen wasteland with void magic. He pictured the blazing lava exploding into a sea of fire that instantly cooled down, turning into a storm of ice and lightning. The violet flames generated by the Raging Sun erupted into a blue cloud the size of a handkerchief before fading away with a pop like a firework. Something like this, but better, Lith said. I failed to convert the runes fast enough, and the conflicting instructions in my willpower made the spell implode. It's still much better than usual, Solus pointed out. This is the first time void magic does more than collapsing a Tier 5 spell. And I still don't understand how my use of spirit magic helped you, Adjeter said. Also, are you sure you can afford to go deep into detail? Void magic is your creation, after all. Yeah, sorry, I'm too used to working with Solus. She's always in my head, so she needs little to no explanation to follow my reasoning, Lith replied. Also, yes, I'm sure, void magic is our creation, but it's our legacy as Magi. It's meant to be shared with everyone. Lith referring to Solus as a Magus made her blush a little and her heart flutter. I'm supposed to teach void magic to the 6 great academies and the royals first, and only later to the public, but you are my friends. I trust you. For anyone who knew him long enough, those words were as amazing as heartwarming. Just a few years ago, Lith would have trusted no one. Even his academy friends had learned about Solus Tower and Awakening only after the end of his tour as a ranger, and only because Floria's life was at stake. Even Falul hadn't received his trust until after the events of Kalga, when Lith had gifted her the hands of Menadian. She already knew about Solus, but Scarlet had imparted to Falul that knowledge, and the Scorpicore knew nothing of the tower. As you all should know, void magic is the art of converting an element into its twin. Lith switched light with darkness, earth with air, and water with fire. The problem with Tier 5 void magic was that I could switch the runes at will and obtain Tier 4 spells, but willpower isn't so easy. You can't order fire to freeze or earth to blow. The conflicting thoughts resulted in a lapse in the willpower, a judder, if you may, that threw the mana flow of the spell in disarray, making its runes fall apart. Your use of spirit fusion gave me a glimpse of the solution, Adjetter. Just like you, I have to time the switch of my willpower to perfection, but unlike your body, my spell doesn't rearrange itself on its own. That's also something I must control, guiding the flow of the elements in the right direction and switching them not all at once, but in a smooth transition as I do with the different aspects of my life force. Magic is all about imagination and willpower. If I can visualize the elements transforming into their twin, the willpower will follow. I'm not ordering the fire to freeze anymore. I'm telling the fire to go away from the humidity in the air so that it can freeze. Lith gave them another practical demonstration with Raging Sun. I see, Adjetter said, and I mean literally, gods if I love dragon eyes. Did you really learn a perfect way to cast void magic before even Lith did? Firwall stared at the sapphire dragon in a passionate way that irked Falul to no end. I wish, Adjetter laughed at the idea. I just got a huge headache and understood perfectly why the spell failed. Chapter 40-74 Just as Impressive, Part 1. Chapter 40-74 Just as Impressive, Part 1. My understanding of void magic is basic at best, but thanks to the dragon eyes, I could appreciate how spectacularly Lith failed, Adjetter said. Wait, what? Morok tried and failed to check the infirmary data due to his low clearance level. Why does he have a headache from dragon eyes? That's not normal. It never happened to any dragon in the past, and not even to Master Adjetter during his previous experiments. Calm down, child. The care of his disciple moved the erstwhile Drake. You know no dragon, so you have no idea what you are talking about. Also, remember that my condition is anything but normal. As a quasi-dragon, I had a strong and fit body, whereas I'm exhausted now. Moreover, I studied my transformation process and life force thoroughly as a drake, so of course dragon eyes worked like a charm. I know little about void magic instead, and in my current condition it's likely that my poor dragon eyes are in no shape to solve any mystery. I'm tired, child. More than you can imagine, but I'm fine. Then let's keep things that way, Morok said. Put a blindfold or something. We can still show you everything via mind link, and there's no such thing as dragon's mind-eye correct. Sound advice, Solus? Adjetter asked, and she delivered him the dragon equivalent of a sleep mask. You never cease to surprise me, Morok, Freya said. I still have no idea whether you're a genius or an idiot. I'm both dumber and smarter than you think, the tyrant replied with a smug grin. Never estimate me, it won't end well for you. Adjetter laughed out loud from the tank, emitting a series of joyful gurgling sounds. Well said, my disciple. Now if you don't mind, I'd like to be left alone. I'm in dire need of sleep. Do you want me to leave the main display on, or do you want me to turn it off as well? Solus asked as the lights in the infirmary died down. Adjetter replied with a soft snoring as he shifted to a belly-up position. I guess he doesn't care, Solus said after warping everyone back to the mansion. I'll keep the infirmary at full power until Adjetter stabilizes. I agree, Lith nodded. The Tron Woods won't die for this, they will just develop a little slower. Thanks, man, Morok gave Lith a sudden, awkward hug. The old lizard means a lot to me, please take good care of him. You are welcome and no problem. Lith patted the tyrant's shoulder twice before gently but firmly pushing him away. At what point are the preparations for your marriage, Freya? Mom has everything ready at our home for months now. It's just a matter of bringing the decorations and a bit of furniture here, she replied. The invites have been sent weeks ago. We just need to set a date and give people enough time to prepare and clear their schedule. We can do it next week. That should be plenty of time for Adjetter to get accustomed to his new body, Solus nodded. With his help, Firwall and us should have no problem moving forward. That's not what worries me, Quilla said. You've got dangerously close to wearing a loose dress, sis. She examined Freya's womb with her breathing technique, checking on the development of the twins almost as obsessively as she did with her own. Gods, Freya, I still can't believe you're getting married and are going to be a mom in just a few months. Quilla's joy and excitement crashed against her sister's panicked expression. Me neither, Freya replied, finding herself covered in a cold sweat. Space. Gianni and Orion had no idea why the marriage had to wait, but while living at the Verhin mansion, they had learned not to ask too many questions, at least while their survival depended on the hospitality of the same person to whom those secrets belonged. They didn't understand why Freya suddenly gave them the all-clear, but that didn't matter either. With everything that was going on after Orpal's attack, the nobles of the kingdom wouldn't have attended the party after the ceremony long enough for Lith's plan to work if the marriage had taken place on an earlier date. Every bit of free time was precious, but after over a month, even the busiest nobles could afford to waste an evening on political pleasantries. The Erna's couple replaced the furniture of the mansion and decorated it so fast that the next morning, Lith failed to recognize his house for a few moments and thought he had slept in the wrong place. The Erna's coat of arms was on every vase and statue, and the carpets now bore the deep blue with white trims of his guest's banner. I'm so happy that Freya is finally getting married. Camilla took the babies from the crib, finding an unexpected guest. Sharjin had spent the night there after shrinking to Valoran's size. Elijah had grabbed his tail in her sleep and was sucking it like a pacifier. Valoran, instead, was biting Sharjin's head, dreaming of a hearty yet chewy meal. Bad Val, bad Ely, let go of the poor Sharjin, Camilla said while dabbing the baby's slobber off the wormling. As I was saying, Freya deserves a bit of peace and happiness. I'm happy too. If she delayed it any longer, her marriage would have ended up overlapping with my birthday. A pungent smell reached Lith's nose, marking the need for a fresh diaper. Even worse, Quilla could have given birth in the middle of the ceremony. Don't jinx it, Camilla changed Elijah and Lith Valoran. Sharjin just flew inside the bathroom and closed the door. I know that you know what is approaching, but it should happen. She counted the months on her fingers. Any day now? Camilla froze as Elijah released a squeaky but deadly fart. Gods, how can someone so small smell so bad? Elijah giggled in reply with a louder encore. My point exactly, Lith nodded. You're a good kid, Val. What do you say about using the potty like Sharjin? Valoran was way smarter than a normal child, and had long understood why the wormling needed no diaper. Don't know, he replied. Sometimes I can't control it. I'm not saying to remove the diaper, just to start using the potty whenever you feel the bum-bum or wee-wee coming, Lith said. I can try, Valoran nodded. Back to Quilla, let's hope she can wait one more week. Camilla changed the topic, still a little rattled from hearing a 2-year-old speak and reason so well. It would be terrible if she stole Freya's thunder. Now you jinxed it, Lith replied while putting Valoran on the floor and letting him run around a bit. Chi, Elijah pointed at her brother and the bathroom door. Cheese. They are not cheaters, young lady, Camilla said. Not everything is a competition. You'll walk and use the potty when you get to their age. No fi, she grumbled. Cheese. Great, now everyone will think we raised her to hate plant folk because many of them sided with Meln and question her diet, Lith said. Chapter 4075, Just as Impressive, Part 2. Chapter 4075, Just as Impressive, Part 2. I have jinxed nothing, Camilla said without believing her own words. Also, Ely said fi, not fey, and cheese doesn't mean cheese. Sadly, that's only for us to know, Lith sighed. Are you ready to do your part after the wedding? Gods, I had almost forgotten about that, Camilla groaned. Yes, I'm ready. Space. As it often happens, life had its own plans and no care for what others wished for or found convenient. 3 days before the wedding, Quilla's waters broke. Right now, she asked to her womb, which had just made a mess of her bridesmaid dress and the family carpet during a rehearsal. After all the trouble I went through to have it fitted. I told you to use a featherwalker armor. Morak swept her off her feet and warped to their bedroom. He had prepared everything for such a moment. Clean blankets, hot water, and things for Quilla to crush in her grip instead of his hands were quickly arranged around and on the bed. Now is not the time for I told you so, a painful contraction had her grit her teeth. Where is Falul? Right behind you. As Freya's mentor and master, Falul had been chosen as a bridesmaid as well. Don't worry, everything will be fine. What about fast? Quilla asked. I'm sorry, but not even guardians can rush nature. Falul shapeshifted her dress into comfortable scrubs for the delivery. That's on you. Don't worry, sweetie, you're not alone. Gianni's elegant day dress turned into a midwife's scrubs as well, and so did Freya's bridal gown. Seriously, Quilla couldn't believe her own eyes. Everyone but me was wearing armor. It would be silly otherwise. Freya cleared her throat. We don't know when the Jernoff will attack, and the ceremony is the perfect moment to strike. Lots of guests, noise, and chaos. I hate you all so much, Quilla sobbed, feeling stupid. Especially you. She pointed her finger at Morok in accusation. Why didn't you warn me? I did it at least 100 times. Morok gritted his teeth in sync with Quilla. He had no contraction, but her hand squeezed his as a vice that threatened to crush his bones. I said no, I told you so, and you rub 100 of them in my face at a time, she asked in outrage. Make up your goddamn mind, woman, he replied. If you want me to shut up, I will, but if you want me to answer your questions, don't expect me to spout nonsense. That's your thing. How dare you? Quilla growled, holding Morok's hand with every ounce of her considerable strength. I'm going to kill you. That's it, Quilla, one more push, Falul said. Wait, what? Quilla had been so busy arguing with Morok that she had almost forgotten about her predicament. I said push, don't relax on me right now, Falul scolded her. Pain, however, was a great reminder and an even better motivator. 5 minutes later, the first twin was out, and the second one came right after. The silence that fell over the room awfully reminded Alina of the day of Lith's birth. Neither of the children cried or made any audible sound. They were too busy looking around the room and kicking at each other. They quarreled at birth, Falul said in disbelief. It's not like awakening, but it's just as impressive if you ask me. They take all from their mother. Morok puffed his chest out with pride. Quilla didn't know whether he was mocking or complimenting her, so she bit her tongue. Knowing Morok it's both, she inwardly sighed. Are you ready, babe? Only when she saw the worry in Morok's eyes did Quilla understand why he had yet to cut the first umbilical cord. Do you need a minute to prepare? 1 second, please. She used her injection spell to restore her fluids and nutrients. Quilla also took a steaming honeyed tea with lots of sugar out of her dimensional amulet. Do it. Even from behind the door, her stern tone and authoritative voice reminded Lith of an old man in a black bathrobe. Morok did as bidden, cutting only the first umbilical cord. Strength abandoned Quilla's body like water from a broken glass. She felt as if gravity had suddenly doubled, making it hard for her even to breathe. I don't think I can do it, she gasped as Gianni helped her to drink small sips of tea. I'm going to faint. Quilla is fine, and she will be fine. Scarlet the Sekhmet, the guardian of children, had asked and received permission to assist with the childbirth. Yet she will not feel fine for a long while. How long it will last is up to her. Turning down the offer of the one being who cared about the well-being of children above everything else would have been beyond stupid. You promise? Quilla had met Scarlet only a few times while she lived with the Verhins, but in that moment she trusted the Sekhmet blindly. You have my word, she nodded. Your talent, mana, and body will come out of this unscathed. Your mind, however, is not something I can control. I'm cutting the last one, Morok said, and Quilla nodded for him to continue. When the second twin could be cleaned and wrapped in a warm towel, Quilla felt as if someone had hit her on the back of the head. Her vision blackened out, and her body fell limp. She had no mana nor energy. Everything felt like torture, even keeping her eyes open. Here's your children, Quilla. Falul and Scarlet brought them to her first. Have you already chosen their names? Yes, seeing the smiles of the twins and hearing their giggles allowed her to tap into unknown reserves of strength in her body and cleared her vision. We've decided to call Orokin the boy and Juria the girl to honor my parents. From behind the door, Orion had a hard time not bursting into the room to thank his daughter and meet his grandchildren. Orokin and Juria sniffed at Quilla, cooing at her with joy when they recognized her. Oh gods, they are perfect. She took them in her arms, and the joy of holding her babies washed away all the pain and worry she had felt until a moment ago, giving her more energy. 10 fingers, 10 toes, and 2 eyes. Is this normal? Orokin had a pitch-black eye and a blue one, while Juria's were red and yellow. Streaks of the same colors were all across their hair as well. Of course, Morok nodded. A tyrant's eyes are like Lith's or a hydra's. They are a matter of mastery and control, not something you get for free. Can we let everyone else in, please? Quilla asked while Falul cleaned and healed her, and then restored her body to its pre-pregnancy state. No way, Morok replied. If we let them in, your father will start to cry and fuss over the babies until he gets to hold them. I'm not going to argue with anyone for my right hold my children. I'm the father. You did the hard work and deserve to go first, but now it's my turn. I'm not going to cry, Orion thought, and he was being honest. Yet the unyielding desire to strike Moroc's neck and knock him down to hold the babies first was just as true. Chapter 4076 Backtrack a Bit Part 1. Chapter 4076 Backtrack a Bit Part 1. You're right, sorry. The moment she stopped feeling the newborn's skin against her own, weakness took hold of Quilla again. Fallow needed to use invigoration on her just to keep Quilla awake. Come to Daddy, my beautiful twins, Morak said with open arms. Orican and Juria exchanged a glance before staring at the anomaly in suspicion. Morak was the only man in a room full of women, making him stand out amid the small crowd like a sore thumb. What's with those faces? I'm your father. Search your hearts, all four of them, you know it to be true. From behind the door, Lith had to snort to suppress a laughter. The twins recognized that voice. They had heard it countless times when their mother talked, argued, laughed, argued, cried, and argued. They knew Morak's voice well, having heard it for months, but they couldn't put a face to it until that moment. Orican and Juria giggled and cooed as they were brought closer, welcoming their father with the cutest smiles. You guys are the most magical thing I've ever made. The tyrant's voice became hoarse, and his eyes misted from emotion. And unlike back when I attended that boring academy, I had fun in the process. Morak, Quilla grumbled, too weak to yell. I'm just being honest, he replied. I'd be damned if the first thing I tell our twins is a bunch of lies. Now you took a lot from your mom, but since she's too tired to do it, I'll be the one to check how much you've taken from me. Morak used his breathing technique to study the life force of the twins. They were hybrids, so they had two. The human life force looked exactly like he expected. A giant red baby made of Lego bricks and a rector set connected by a red thread. The tyrant one, however, left him stunned. It still looked like a giant baby, but it was emerald-colored. There was almost no trace of listels, and the few he could spot moved along the emerald threads together with the bricks, resembling caterpillar tracks in slow motion. 6 small spheres, each of a different elemental color, rested in the middle of the babies' heads. They formed a tight circle, forming a 7th perfect emerald sphere at the point where they all overlapped. 2 small whirlpools on their backs drew the world energy, and fed it to the spheres in the head. That's wow. What is it? Is anything wrong? Fear allowed Quilla to sit up, her eyes burning feverish. It's easier if I show you. He shared what he had just seen with everyone via a mind link. Now, there's no reason to be worried. Let's see if there's any change once they shapeshift into their tyrant form. Morak changed his appearance, growing taller and bulkier, with a wide maw on his face and 4 extra eyes across his exposed skin. The twins froze in confusion for a second before resuming their baby noises. What is this, insubordination? Where's our special father-children connection? Morak touched the twins' skin, but nothing happened. Come on, guys. When Lith touched Elijah, she shapeshifted along with him. We can't start our relationship like this. You're not even awakened. This is not a competition, Quilla snarled. They are babies, let them be. Fine, Morak grumbled. I forgive you only because you are the greatest babies ever. You can let the extras in. I'm not an extra. I'm the grandfather. Orion barged in first. His long legs and powerful core gave him a significant edge against the competition, a.k.a. his wife. He reached Morak first, then stopped and waited for Gianni. Thanks, she said, regretting her short stature not for the first time in her life. I appreciate that you didn't take them both and then handed one to me. Nonsense, Orion shook his head. I would never do that to you. I was just too eager to see our grandchildren. Who do you want to hold first, dear? Orican, she replied. With such a handsome name, he'll surely grow into a fine man. Then I'll take this beautiful young lady, Orion nodded. Come to Grandpa, Juria. Once again, the baby's expression turned confused, giving the newcomers an inquisitive look. They seem smart, Gianni crooned. I hope not too much. Yeah, sure. Morak cut her short the moment Juria and Orican resumed cooing. Let me be clear, you're not allowed to exchange babies. Once you've done, Ryla and Garrick are next. She's my aunt, he's their uncle, and you already got your turn. Thanks, the farmer sniffled, overwhelmed by the joy of being part of such a moment. I'm an uncle, Garrick raised his arms in triumph. I'll be much better than Aaron, it shouldn't be that hard. You bet, Lyria snorted. You set the bar pretty low. Hey, Aaron grunted. Not today, let's behave for Auntie Quilla. Orion and Gianni had many objections to raise, but those words wiped them all away. One look at their daughter's tired expression was all they needed to put their pride aside. We are Quilla's family and they are Morok's family, Orion and Gianni thought. It's only fair. No, it doesn't even tip the scales since the babies are named after us. Garrick and Ryla took respectively Orican and Juria, holding them as if they were the most precious treasures on Magur. Soon, everyone got their turn, cooing and fussing over the babies like they had never seen a newborn their whole life. After a while, however, the twins started to cry. Are they in pain? Morok asked. Is this due to some imperfection that keeps them from shape-shifting? Not once had the babies taken their tyrant appearance, making everyone wonder if they even had one. Sort of, Scarlet replied while bringing the twins back to Quilla. They are hungry, but I doubt this has anything to do with their tyrant form. Okay, everyone but the women get out, Quilla said. What about me? Morok asked. I know all 4 twins. You can stay, Sil. Ouch. Luckily for her, all the men had turned around and walked towards the exit the moment feeding was mentioned. The twins had just shapeshifted into small tyrants, ripping Quilla's nightgown to shreds with needle-like fangs and claws. Instinct drove them home without need for help or support. Bossy much? I needed just 1 second. Quilla held the babies anyway as they ate to their heart's content. You saved your powers for what really matters, just like me. Morok nodded with pride. I'd ask him if he means food or my breasts, but I'm afraid of his answer, especially in front of my parents, Quilla sighed. Since we are at it, I'll take a look at the babies myself. She used her breathing technique, guiding light, to study the baby's life force. The human one was just as Morok had found it. The tyrant's life force, instead, had been compressed into a flaming green eye. The life force of the twins was now so dense that the 7 small spheres were invisible, unless one knew where and how deep to look. Guys, Quilla shared her discovery as well, leaving everyone flabbergasted. This is weird, but tyrants are evolved humans after all, Morok pondered. Maybe the kid's life force can change its appearance to human without the need for body sculpting, just like Lith's. Chapter 4077 Backtrack a Bit Part 2. Chapter 4077 Backtrack a Bit Part 2. It's possible, Lith said from outside the door. Also, their tyrant life force is much more stable than yours. Their spirit sphere is weak but otherwise perfect. It was a mana organ unrelated to awakening, so they could already see it. Too perfect, Morok thought out loud. It can't be just because they didn't open their spirit eye. I mean, I used your breathing method all this time and am nowhere near that level of perfection. It must be the human blood, Sola said. It would explain why Garrick, Elijah, Morok, and now Juria and Orican are all more stable than their respective parents. After all, they are evolved humans. If I'm right, the mother's blood allowed each bloodline to backtrack a bit and pick a similar but superior development route to their fathers. It sounds interesting but also very clinical, Quilla said. Can we save research for another day? I'm too tired for this. I just want to enjoy this moment with my family and friends. Sorry, Solus blushed a bit in embarrassment, yet she couldn't stop her train of thought from reaching its final destination. Which means that since I carry Lith's life force, Elijah wouldn't have been born like she is now. I'm still a weird hybrid and my human life force is damaged. It might even hurt my children. Meanwhile, someone else was just as torn between embracing the joy she felt for the twins' birth and wallowing in self-pity. This is just great. Freya's expression was as fickle as the sea. Of course, Quilla had to give birth 3 days before my marriage. I now have 1 less bridesmaid. Everyone will care more about the twins than me, and they will be all that everyone talks about. Even worse, it's too late to postpone the ceremony. Oh gods, why am I such a bad person? The babies are innocent, and so is Quilla. I should be happy for them, not angry because of them. I'm sorry for ruining this moment, but we still have a marriage to prepare, Nalrund said, drawing all eyes to himself. Quilla is in good hands, and she'll probably fall asleep in a while. We can leave her to Morok and the Guardians. She won't even notice our absence, and we can continue with the rehearsal. But Orion opened and closed his mouth, having no idea how to support one of his little girls without letting down the other. Look, I know this sucks, but unless you can be in 2 places at once, the best we can do is take turns keeping Quilla company. Nalrund raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. It will take more rehearsals than planned, but we can do this. Agreed. Orion saw the expectant look on Freya's face and knew it was the right thing to do. Yet Quilla can't come, and we can't ask Morok to leave her side. It's no big deal, Nalrund shrugged. 1 less bridesmaid and 1 less groomsman even things just right. Thank you. Freya held Nalrund's hand tight to talk via a mind link. Thank you for having my back and not making me into the bad guy. He just smiled and said nothing. "I'm with Nalrond. Sorry for the mess, brother." Morak opened the door, revealing a dressed and already asleep Quilla. The twins slept in a crib next to her, close enough to be at arm's length, but far enough to let Quilla move in her sleep without bumping into them. "Everyone can take turns but Gianni, Orion, and Celia," the tyrant said. "The father must walk the bride along the aisle and the mother should be there." Gianni narrowed her eyes for a moment and then nodded. If this were Floria's wedding, I would, she thought, yet the tightness in her chest didn't allow her to finish. "What about me?" Celia asked. "You must walk the groom," Morak replied. "I'm not old enough to be his mother," the huntress grunted. "No, but you're the oldest female member of his family, unless you want to leave it to Lilia." Morak pointed at the young girl. "I can do it, Mom," she said, her tail waggling like crazy from under her flower girl's gown. "Of course you can, darling," Celia caressed Lilia's head. "But Uncle Morak is right. This is my duty, not yours." Everyone who wasn't part of the family didn't take turns to give Quilla space and the Erna's privacy. Chilean, Gunnian, Ryla, and Garrick took the first shift. The rehearsal went great, and they took a short break to let Orion, Gianni, and Freya check on Quilla. "We have a problem." Gunnian ran so fast that he almost bumped into his father. The Erna's air had taken from his mother, and he would rarely get flustered. Yet now he was as pale as a ghost and his eyes full of fear. "The Jernoffs," Gianni took out her needles, surprised that her magicless son had escaped the ambush and suspecting a trap. "Worse, the twins," Gunnian pointed at the corridor instead of the room. At the ceiling, to be precise. What looked like small rockets flew above everyone's head, leaving multicolored contrails in their wake. "They can fly," Morak's voice reached them one split second before him. "Those little rogues can already fly." "It makes sense," Lith explained. "Tyrants have energy wings that need no time to strengthen or develop. If I'm right, their speed shouldn't depend only on their core. Less talking, more baby catching," Gianni said, bolting after the twins with a flight spell. "How can you be so insensitive?" Orion followed her closely. "Because this is my house." A snap of Lith's finger and the warp mirror brought the flabbergasted Orican and Juria into his arms. "I make the rules here." Two dense air cushions conjured by air magic allowed him to soften the twins' landing. At the same time, Lith used void magic to disperse and cool their kinetic energy so that the abrupt stop didn't hurt the babies. "Damn, I really am a Moroke, Lith." Morak stopped his self-deprecation at the last moment. "I should have called you instead of panicking." "Don't be so harsh on yourself." Lith handed the twins back to their father while Gianni and Orion crashed against a wall in surprise, putting the defensive arrays of the mansion to the test. "You're a first-time father, and your children have unknown powers. You simply got unlucky. If Elijah could fly from day one, I would have reacted just like you." "The twins can warp." For the first time in her life, Gianni was terrified. "We'll never catch them if they can already use dimensional magic." "No, they can't." Camilla chuckled at the preposterous idea. "Lith just activated the protective arrays of the mansion. Sorry for making you worry." "Why didn't you tell us you could do that instead of letting us crash like id like that?" Orion glared at Lith as light fusion fixed his broken nose. "You didn't give me the time to," he shrugged. "Next time, trust me, if I say this place can beat the Jernoff, it sure can stop two adorable runaways." "You're right," Orion sighed. "I'm sorry for my outburst. Those dashing little rogues messed me up real good." Chapter 4078 Surprised Guest, Part 1. Chapter 4078 Surprised Guest, Part 1. "Besides, there's two reasons my children can't use dimensional magic that easily," Morak said, after thanking Gianni and Orion for their care. "First, dimensional magic requires a powerful core, and my twins are not even awakened," he said, and everyone nodded for him to continue. "Second, that's Freya's thing. It's her twins you should be worried about." Everyone turned to look at Freya in suspicion, keeping their eyes on her face for a couple of seconds before staring at her womb. "This is ridiculous. How can you take him seriously?" Freya said. "There's no way something like that will ever happen." "See, Kami," Lith said. "That's how you jinx something properly. You challenge Magur by telling them what they can and cannot do." Space. Quilla had a good laugh when she woke up and heard about the flying twins' accident. When she heard about Freya's claims, not so much. "Way to jinx it, sis," she sighed. "As for you rascals who had the brilliant idea to leave your mother's side." Orican and Juria had no idea what she was saying, but they had heard their mother arguing long enough to recognize when she was angry. So, they pointed fingers at each other. Gods, not only are they smart, they even got their father's sense of humor. Gianni's wide eyes and furrowed brow were the closest thing to dread she had ever expressed. "It was a rhetorical question," Quilla groaned. "I didn't expect you two to answer me. I can't deal with two geniuses." The twins pointed fingers at each other again, trying to shift the blame. "Thank the gods they are not that smart," Quilla sighed in relief. "Yet their ability to dodge accountability is alarming." "Don't worry, I'm sure they act like this only because they are cornered." Morag caressed her hand. "I'm sure that as soon as they learn how to get their stories straight, they'll be as thick as thieves." "That and the talent to shift the blame on others is what worries me," Quilla replied. "Nonsense," Morag tutted. "I'm certain that between your constant discipline and my free spirit, the twins will grow into responsible, happy children." "What makes you think I'll be the boring parent and you the fun one?" "Because you've done nothing but scold people since the moment you woke up. Am I wrong?" Morag said, making her swallow down the next reprimand. She looked at the twins, who pointed fingers at each other until she relaxed her expression. "Damn if I hate it when he's right." Space. Maybe it was because of the twins smiling at Morag and pointing fingers when Quilla wasn't smiling. Or maybe it was because Quilla had seen the effects of Camilla's depression after giving birth, but Quilla refused to stay in bed. From the following day, she stood up and resumed her duties as a bridesmaid. She needed a chair since she was still very weak, but protocol allowed it for both pregnant women and new mothers. Also, Quilla did her best to smile a lot and complain little, just like Morag did. "There's no way I'm going to let my babies think they can't be themselves around me. I'm not that much of a buzzkill, I hope," she thought. By the day of the wedding, Quilla could already stand up for several minutes and conjure chore magic spells. "This is it." Freya swallowed hard at the sight of the long line of carriages that transported her guests to the start of the long blue and white carpet. "How do I look?" "Amazing," Nalrund sighed. "So much that if not for the security arrays, I'm sure I'd have to break a few bones and teach a few people a lesson today." Freya's bridal gown was a magnificent long white dress that covered her down to her ankles and left her back, neck, arms, and shoulders exposed. It showed little cleavage, but pregnancy had grown her already remarkable bosom to staggering proportions. Yet that wasn't what worried Nalrund, nor the reason Freya's bridal gown resembled one from Earth. The white of her dress emphasized the 7 colored streaks amid her waist-long hair, and so did the precious gems embroidered on it. Each gemstone was of one of the 7 elemental colors and shaped like a small scale. As a whole, they formed a feathery pattern to reaffirm Freya's loyalty to both the kingdom and the Hydra bloodline. "Thanks," she giggled. "You look very handsome." Nalrund wore the mager equivalent of a black tuxedo, with no stripes or trappings since he had no noble title or military rank. It was the plainest suit a groom could wear, yet the man it covered was far from unimpressive. Between his bronze skin and muscular build, Nalrund exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior, while the many holograms and constructs that decorated the park were a testament to his magical skills. The honor guard for their guests was formed by holograms of all Freya's most notable ancestors, beginning with Ogrum and Juria and ending with Floria. Nalrund had no intention to disclose his past, so he had the Myrock on the left and the Urnas on the right. The constructs of giggling pixies and fairies flew across the park, leaving a trail of glittering sparks of light as they passed. The extensive refreshment area and the playground in the park were all comprised of hard light constructs that Nalrund had personally conjured and sustained by special arrays. He hated to admit it, but ever since Dawn had taught him real light mastery, his skills had progressed by leaps and bounds, making what he had always believed to be impossible possible. Just one construct would have been enough to make any noble or awakened envious of Nalrund's talent, but the arrays turned envy into utter disbelief, if not even in the compulsion to eat their own hearts out. "I can't believe I have to wait on a carriage until I get permission to enter my own home," Lith grumbled, sitting in line right before the royals. "Of course we have," Solus rebuked him. "Today, Freya and Nalrund are our hosts, and we are the guests. If we don't get ourselves announced, we'd pass as low-importance nobles like those who will enter via the warp gate." According to tradition, the most important guests entered last so that once the valet announced their names, all the other guests would be aware of their arrival. It granted them the privilege of not having to speak their name once, and forced everyone else to go and introduce themselves to the newcomers. Such a privileged spot was always reserved for the royal couple, so by putting Lith and his family before the royals, but after the rest of the Urna's family, Freya was doing Lith a great honor and publicly recognizing his authority as the true lord of the land. Everyone else was let inside before Lith, even the members of the awakened council and its representatives. Much to her own surprise, Giza Jernoff was among those invited to the ceremony. She was a woman 583 years old, but due to awakening, she looked barely in her early 40s. Giza was 1.62 meters, 54, tall, and wore a turquoise gala dress embroidered with topazes that highlighted respectively her light blue eyes and shoulder-length blonde hair streaked brown all over. Chapter 4079 Surprised Guest Part 2. Chapter 4079 Surprised Guest Part 2. Giza was also the current leader of the Jernoff, awakened bloodline, and the one who had ordered Gianni's execution for violating Agram's first law. "Thank you for coming, Lady Jernoff," Freya said with a warm smile. "I hope you enjoy your time with us." Nalrun gave her a polite bow and gestured for her to get inside. It was the custom for the hosts of any important event to welcome their guests in person and avoid physical contact while doing so. Every awakened possessed their invigoration technique, and touching someone was considered an attempt to peek at their constitution or equipment. "Thank you for inviting me, Lady Ernez." Giza gave them a perfect courtesy while the distinguished gentleman she had brought as her +1 bowed to their hosts. "I'm sure I will, Mr. Fastero." She didn't miss how, despite their polite words, the warmth of their smiles didn't extend to Freya's and Nalron's eyes. That, and the subtle tension in their muscles, exuded the hostility of a warrior ready to fight to the death. They have been well-trained and have probably kept many important secrets to most people in their lives over the years, but they are no Jernoffs, she thought. They are still amateurs and can't fool me. Then why did they invite me? Why even bother with this pretense of kindness? She pondered as she walked across the hallway and appreciated the exquisite taste of furniture and decorations. She set her questions aside and focused on familiarizing herself with her surroundings, comparing the Verhin mansion's actual floor plans with the official blueprints she had memorized before coming. There's no point wasting time and energy with guesses when I can just learn the answers from the dragon's mouth. Giza signaled her date to mingle with the other guests while she remained close to the entrance of the banquet hall, waiting for Gianni. "Gods, Freya, I've already seen your dress countless times, but it always amazes me how gorgeous you look in it," Solus said. Despite the tradition to not outshine the bride on her day, Solus wore a magnificent golden gala dress with evening gloves and a full parure of jewels. Even if she went all out, she would never hold a candle to Freya. "Thank you," Freya giggled. "You and Rifa look amazing, too." The first ruler of the Flames wore a pale blue dress whose design was identical to Solus, and signaled her status as a grieving widow. "I must say this is the first wedding I don't have to look plain or put on a puffy dress," Renaa said, and Alina nodded, both gorgeous in their finely embroidered gala dresses. "This is a nice change of pace." "Lucky you," Tista grumbled. "I look like a servant who's crashing the party." She wore her hair up in a simple do, her dull red dress lacked any flair, and her jewels were the smallest and most insignificant in the group. Even Camilla, with her swollen belly and her loose dress due to the pregnancy, looked better than her. "Beauty is a cruel thing, dear Tista, and if you wore anything different, I would have been forced to ruin your face with my fist," Freya said with a soft smile. "I don't like that you know what will take place right in the middle of the party. I'm not going to let anyone else steal what's left of my thunder." "Fine," Tista slouched her shoulders and sighed but said no more. "There's no reason to be sad," Badia, her date, said. "You are still beautiful, and seeing that you are the only one dressed like that will make every dame feel like the ugly duckling she is." "Thanks," Tista giggled at the idea and moved inside. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the banquet hall, the Ernas found Giza waiting for them. Aside from Gianni, the killing intent they exuded made it clear that if not for the rules of hospitality, they would have put their lives on the line and killed Giza, no matter the consequences. Even the usually aloof Morok didn't bother hiding his displeasure, his teeth shape-shifting into fangs. As for Quilla, between the postpartum depression and exhaustion, she flared up in anger like a small sun. Orican and Juria read the mood, snarling at the unknown woman to threaten her and shooting elemental beams at her when she didn't back down. "I'll overlook your discourtesy this time, but you'd better stop the newborns." The beams were weaker than chore magic, and Giza snuffed them out with a wave of her hand. "Without a proper technique, they'll end up poisoning their weak mana cores." "Quiet, kids," Gianni raised her hand, and the babies stopped their attack. The bad woman is right. I don't want you to get tummy ache because of me. Besides, she's not worth it. Lady Jernoff? Morak walked past her, the babies perching over his shoulders as they emitted what they believed to be fearsome chittering. When their father put his hand behind his back and flipped Giza off to keep the other guests to see his rude gesture, Orican and Juria joined him with both hands. The moment Quilla turned around to look at them, the twins resumed their normal baby routine and did their best to look innocent. Impressive. Giza nodded in approval and the improvised yet flawless teamwork between father and children. Congratulations for your latest little ones. Even though the twins carry none of Agram's blood, the Urnas might one day have true evolved humans among their ranks thanks to them. Tyrants aren't much compared to whatever Verhen is, but since he has no control over his abilities, and no one will ever bother with human evolution, unless we find a way to overcome the limitations of the Ballers, their potential can't be overlooked. Thanks, Gianni gave Giza a polite curtsy, showing no sign of the satisfaction her opponent's ignorance gave her. Have you waited all this time to make small talk, or do you have more to say? That was no small talk, just an honest assessment of your family's status, Giza replied. Yet you are right, I waited for you to ask you why you had your daughter invite me. The number of guests is limited, and it would have been much better to use this event to form allies and connections with the awakened bloodlines. There is no way you think this will change my mind. Everything you said is correct, Gianni nodded. You're a smart woman, Giza, and this is no mystery. I'm sure you can answer your own question if you stop for a moment and think. Have a pleasant evening. Gianni stepped forward, offering her back to Giza for a few seconds before she disappeared amid the crowd of guests. Nothing in Gianni's face or tone betrayed any emotion, and that was clue enough for Giza. This isn't some silly bravado in showing me she isn't afraid of me or challenging me to kill her in front of so many witnesses, Giza thought. Gianni wouldn't have survived this long if she were that childish. This is a test at best and a trap at worst. She invited me here to put the Jernoff's resources and skills to the test. Chapter 40, 80 Weeds of Chaos, Part 1. Chapter 40, 80 Weeds of Chaos, Part 1. Gianni invited me here knowing I would exploit this opportunity to get more Jernoffs inside the mansion, Giza thought. Her goal is to observe what we can do when offered the perfect conditions for a murder and steal our techniques. If she manages to capture one of my agents, Gianni will have the justification to detain and interrogate them as she sees fit. My blatant disregard for the rules of hospitality would put the Jernoff household under scrutiny from the entire awakened community. Even worse, Orion would be allowed to keep our artifacts as spoils. No Jernoff will talk, no matter the interrogation technique, but if Gianni has prepared contingency measures to keep my agents from taking their own lives, she gets their equipment. Just by studying their enchantments, she can guess our infiltration techniques and the limits of our covert ops squads. Unlike a Jernoff, enchanted items can't keep their secrets, not from skilled forgemasters like Orion and the Hydras, if not even Rifa Menadian. Verhen would happily help Orion in exchange for the knowledge about how to shape and enchant Darwin Orion would acquire. A mere glance around the room told Giza she didn't have many friends there. Firwal and Falul were subtler than Orion, but they didn't bother to hide their hostility. When the Verhens passed and greeted her, Giza was met with a coldness worthy of an ice age. This is worse than I thought. Giza walked away from the entrance to avoid drawing any more attention to herself. Whatever Gianni is planning, she also wants to intimidate me. After the battle against Ruget of the Earth, the Human Council puts great importance on Verhen for his potential, and on Quilla Urnas for her role in curing the people of Zelex. That with Firwal's candidacy for the Beast representative seat puts me in an awkward position. If Verhen, Freya, and Quilla come at me after I kill Gianni, I'll have both the Human and Beast Council against me. If I kill Freya and she's become Falul's harbinger, Firwal will demand the Jernoff's blood. As a council representative, she'll have the power, and if the Hydra project works, countless lesser divine beasts will do anything to enter her good grace. If I kill Varen or Quilla, the Human Council will get involved as well. The Jernoffs would be isolated and outnumbered. We would face extinction, and all because of a single, insignificant woman. The price for Gianni's head would be too high indeed, but that only if we were stupid enough to fall for her scheme, or if we get caught in the act of killing her. Too bad for her that's not the Jernoff's way. If Gianni just dies, Verhen and her girls will have no justification to attack us. We'd act in self-defense and couldn't be blamed if something happens to them as we protect our home. Gianni's trap is indeed dangerous, but now that I know it's there, it's no longer a trap. Giza walked among her fellow awakened, and Ragu's cold gaze confirmed her suspicions. Someone had informed the human representative of the feud between the Jernoff and the Ernas, and Ragu made no mystery on which side she stood. On her own side, the one that would give her and her heir a shot at becoming a farmer. Keep your eyes open and stick to the plan. Giza brushed against her dress, inducing rhythmical vibrations in the clothes of the Jernoff scouting party that its members decoded. This is a trap. They are expecting us. They don't know who or where you are, but they know you are here. Take no unnecessary risk. Study the arrays, record the layout of the mansion, and collect all information available. They've set the board and we're playing by their rules, but that doesn't mean we can't win. Today, tomorrow, or 1 year in the future makes no difference. The only thing that matters is that when we strike, our target will die and no one will know how. Space. Unbeknownst to Lith and Solus, a few of their guests weren't who they claimed to be. Fooling the awakened was impossible, so the Jernoff had replaced the nobles from the kingdom. Giza had chosen among the members of her family those whose physiques resembled the originals. Body sculpting made the Jernoffs identical to the nobles they impersonated. The Darwin in their suits smothered their aura to the right mana core level, and even the weight was the same. Giza had played that game long enough to know that extra mass could be detected by a mage paranoid enough, and she treated Gianni and Lith like equals. Also, since they had never met those nobles, and neither had the members of the Awakened Council, there was no way to notice that their energy signatures were off. Of course, being Quilla the one who had sent the invitations, she might have checked her guests beforehand and memorized their energy signatures. That was the reason the Jernoff impersonated their dates. People whom Giza had induced the nobles to bring to the wedding to pursue a sudden financial or romantic interest. The +1 on the invite was the variable not even Gianni could control. The weeds of chaos that Giza had scattered across the otherwise perfect field that she was sure Gianni had prepared. The members of the scouting team played their roles to perfection while using their breathing techniques to study the magical formations coursing through the ground, and their eyes to draw a mental map of the mansion. It was unlikely they would take Gianni's life that night, but they didn't care. Next, there would be Lith's birthday, Elijah's birthday, and Raldorak's birth gala. With each event, the Jernoff would learn more about the mansion's defenses until nothing would stop their knife from reaching Gianni's heart. Space. After all the guests were allowed inside the mansion, Freya gave them 1 hour to make introductions and chat before the ceremony started. Elijah, Valoran, and all the other toddlers were kept inside the Doomslayer crib, which was placed in a room lined up with the altar. From there, the interested babies could spectate at the ceremony while the others slept, played, or made baby noises. Sharjin kept the key for the crib, making security airtight. To get to Driffa, one had to best the wormling, and giving him so much as a scratch was the best way to set one's own funeral. No cunning plan or explanation would stay the hand of the guardians, or their child be hurt in any way. Bah, Elijah grunted. With only a few months to her birthday, she considered herself old enough to sit with the grown-ups. Elijah considered being stuck with free-farting toddlers beyond insulting. No fi me goo. She pointed at the transparent wall from which she could watch the wedding unfold. I'm good too, Valoran sighed, yet I'm still here. Quit complaining, Manohar II said while pointing at the twins. This company is much more interesting than a bunch of stuck-up, funnily dressed adults. He was a bit younger than Valoran, but Marth's son could already hold a conversation like a 6 years old. It stunned his parents and scared everyone else witless. Chapter 40, 81 Weeds of Chaos, Part 2. Chapter 40, 81 Weeds of Chaos, Part 2. At the moment, the young Manohar was busy studying the little tyrant's shape-shifting abilities and their attempts to escape the Doomslayer crib by flight. He could easily replicate their claws and fangs, but he knew there would be no strength behind them. Manohar's mass was still that of a toddler, and without plants to support his movements, he had the agility of a sack of bricks. Yet what truly fascinated him was Oricon's and Juria's flight abilities. Marth's son had already grasped the concept of propulsion behind it, yet even though he knew he couldn't imitate it, Manohar II couldn't take his eyes off the twins. He was incredibly smart for a baby, but still a baby. All the colorful sparks the two tyrants released dazzled him, making him giggle non-stop. Bah, Elijah said, triggering a quarrel between the babies and forcing Sharjin to hush the crib. The tall, bearded man had the same expression as his father when he was about to say something important, and the wormling wanted to listen. Dear friends and guests, it was the first time in King Meron's life that he officiated a wedding where the audience was so cleanly split. On Freya's side sat the members of the kingdom nobility of her family, of the White Griffin Academy, the Verhins, and those like Falul and Firwal, who had a link, albeit tenuous, to political life, and who the royals had met at least a couple of times. On Nalron's side, instead, sat a bunch of colorfully dressed weirdos the king had never met, and whom he recognized as awakened only thanks to the aura of power each one of them exuded. The only true friends of the Agni were the Fasteros, even with acquaintances like Salman, Brina, and Adjeter. If not for the members of the awakened council, the right side of the aisle would have been so empty that it would have ruined the mood of the wedding. The awakened made up for the lack of guests from the groom's side, but they were an eyesore. Some of them wore clothes from centuries past, others donned long ceremonial mage robes unfit for a wedding, and a few sported things that Meron would have sworn were pajamas. Man, if I hate Mondays, Inzialot the Lich King said while he sipped his black coffee from a mug. What's a Monday? Nero, a black cat sitting on Inzialot's lap, asked while sipping a latte from a smaller mug. The noble side of the aisle stared at the talking and drinking cat with wide eyes, having a hard time focusing on the king. No clue, the Lich King replied. It's something Apep says once a week. I assume Monday is something tiresome and boring, just like whatever this is. By the way, where are we? I don't remember coming here. I must have spaced out. It's a marriage ceremony, you moron, Ragu whispered angrily. You're embarrassing us in front of the whole kingdom. Why didn't you tell me we were getting married? Inzialot and Nero spat their beverages back into their respective mugs, yet for completely different reasons. I can't believe you let me come here in my pajamas. The Lich couldn't believe his own ears, while Nero fought for his life to suppress a burst of laughter that would have ruined his already poor impression of a house cat. The king, instead, suffered from both issues. I can't believe my ears. That's really pajamas. I would laugh my head off if not for my duty as efficient and the risk that the monstrous Lich might kill me where I stand if I offend him. Meron, though. Where is my mother? If we don't invite her to the big day of her little boy, she'll kill us both, and that would be a permanent condition for you. I'd be a widower before our honeymoon, Inzialot whispered back. It's not our marriage, you imbecile. Ragu had never been so humiliated in her whole life. We are not in front of the altar, but in the guest seats. Also, you assured me that thing is a ceremonial garment from an ancient civilization. That's why I can't remember either your proposal or me accepting it, Inzialot pondered. Also, I didn't lie to you. This is a ceremonial garment from the ancient Mithun civilization, but I currently use it as pajam. Something is wrong with Nero. He's having a seizure. Truth be told, the Emperor Beast was just shaking in a desperate attempt not to laugh. Talk to me, little buddy. Do you need a healer? Nero shook his paw in denial and gave Inzialot the thumbs up, destroying any lingering pretense he was a house cat to anyone with 2 working brain cells. Thank the gods, Inzialot sighed in relief as Nero's quivering subsided along with his hilarity. You had me worried for a moment, little buddy. I'm sorry, darling. What were you saying about our marriage? Nothing, because it's not happening, Ragu growled. This is Freya Erna's wedding and you need to shut up. You're right, it's not polite to steal a newlywed couple's spotlight. We'll talk about this later. Inzialot nodded, causing a fit of sniggering to Nero and every awakened in earshot, which meant all of them. The human representative would have loved to give him a piece of her mind, but the Lich King was finally quiet, and she didn't know whether she could perform such a miracle again. Today, we are gathered to celebrate the union between Freya Tellida Aelia Ernas and Nalron Fastero. Never before had there been such a long pause between the first and second opening line in a marriage, nor had the king's voice trembled in hilarity, but nobody cared. Nobody but Freya, who stared at Meron with such fiery eyes that if glares could maim, the king's remains would be easily slipped under a door. At first glance, one may object that this is an ill-matched couple. Lady Ernas belongs to one of the most ancient noble households of the kingdom. She carries the name and spirit of one of the 4 founding pillars of our country and the blood of another. King Meron addressed a respectful nod to Firwal, drawing the attention of the crowd to the elder Hydra's human form. Between her grace, 7-streaked hair, and beauty, Firwal could have easily passed for Freya's mother. Lady Ernas also attended one of the 6 great academies and earned the title of Great Mage, by protecting the kingdom from the Mad Queen and contributing to its magical development with the Dew Lorien. Nalrond Fastero, on the other hand, is a man who comes from nothing. He emigrated from the Blood Desert to reconnect with his distant relatives in Lucia after his parents died in a tragic accident. He's a commoner refugee who came to the kingdom with nothing but his clothes, and the only things not even the worst tragedy can take away from a man: his grit and talent for magic. Nalrond Fastero is a powerful mage, a light master of rare skill and an awakened. He indeed possesses nothing, but he's far from nothing. Both spouses had to share something about themselves with the efficient so that the king could tailor his speech to them, or Meron would have nothing to say about Nalrond. Chapter 4082 Perfect Opportunity, Part 1. Chapter 4082 Perfect Opportunity, Part 1. That information would have given both the royals and the council a starting point to look into Nalrond's past, if not for Salark's support. She possessed the only records of all desert tribes, and thanks to her, the official paperwork matched Nalrond's cover story down to a T. After Nalrond reconnected with his family in Lucia, he was taken under the wing of Lady Falul, and through her, Freya and Nalrond met. Their relationship started as fellow apprentices, bound only by their common passion for the mystical arts. Then, as they got to know each other better, they became friends. Their platonic feelings grew over time and became romantic. Today, they have requested our presence to stand witness to their pledge to become more than lovers. This ceremony only serves as a testament to their will to become companions for life, and doesn't require our approval or judgment. Groom and bride come from different countries and have different upbringings, yet today they come together as one, and that's all that matters. The king moved his eyes from one side of the aisle to the other, making sure that his message would reach the audience loud and clear. This marriage represents the union of two worlds, and I hope it can serve as a bridge between the noble and awakened communities assembled here as well. Like a beautiful flower, their relationship started as a tough seed that required time and effort to bud. Yet that precious little sprout would have withered if not watered with loyalty and nourished with sincerity. Those are the key elements that made it bloom. That makes Lady Freya's and Nalrond's relationship bloom today, and that can one day make our entire country bloom. The union of Lady Freya and Nalrond is a blessing in our time of strife and grief. It proves that even in the darkest of times, we can lay the foundations for a better, brighter future. Meron stopped looking at the audience and moved his eyes back to the couple. Freya and Nalrond, pronounce your vows to each other. Nalrond, our story is so long and complicated that it's hard to put it into words, Freya said. I remember the day we first met at Master Falul's lair, but that's not the day when our relationship started. Back then, we were just classmates, and you were no different from the countless people I've met at the White Griffin, and whose existence I forgot as soon as I left the Academy's walls. Nor did it start when you jokingly asked me to marry you and I jokingly turned down your proposal and asked you out. Our first date was our beginning, when away from the chaos of battle and the burden of duty, we could just be ourselves. We had never spent time alone until that night, yet you made me feel heard. You saw past my noble title, my money, and my undeniably charming appearance, and reached for the scared little girl I hide from the rest of Maugr. You managed to pull her out of her armored shell not with sweet words or by flaunting your skills, but by taking your own shell off first, by showing me that being vulnerable doesn't mean being weak. You opened up about your struggles, and even though you had yet to understand it yourself, you taught me that the very armor that kept us safe also kept us alone, that we couldn't feel the warmth of human touch as long as we surrounded ourselves with cold metal. From that day, you've been there for me, and I promise you that I'll be there for you for the rest of our lives. Freya's words brought tears to her and her parents' eyes, and a warm smile to Nalrond's face. Freya, please don't get angry when I say that this is a bittersweet moment for me. Nalrond's words stunned Freya as much as everybody else, yet she remained silent. Bitter because it reminds me of everyone I've lost. As you know, I promised myself to another woman in the Blood Desert. I went through all the things we did together in the past few days with her as well. I rehearsed walking the aisle, I argued with her parents, and we dreamed about our future. Then, just like the dead king did with the kingdom, something came and shattered those dreams. My family and my future bride died, and I could only helplessly watch while my entire world crumbled in front of my eyes. My future died that day, trapping me in a world of darkness from which there was no escape, or at least so I thought until I met you. Freya sighed in relief, tilting her head in curiosity. You found me alone and lost, still covered in the ashes of my family because I refused to wash them away and let go of the past. Back then, I was a wounded beast, struggling every day to resist the urge to lie down and wait for death. You say I taught you something, and I believe you, but it's nothing compared to what you've taught me. You showed me the difference between living and surviving. You showed me that the world of darkness trapping me was just a tiny room. That the only thing I needed to break free was get up and open the door. You brought me into the light and held my hand while I stumbled. Even when I got used to the light and it blinded me no more, you didn't let go of my hand. Freya started to sniffle, covering her mouth with her hand not to interrupt Nalrond with her sobs. And that's what makes this moment sweet for me. Today I wash the ashes of my past away and embrace my future. A future I thought would never come, and more importantly, a future with you. I'll never forget the people I lost nor forget the reason they are no longer with us. But from today onward, I'm not angry anymore. I promise that I'll let go of my past, good and bad, because I don't want it to hinder my present with you. I promise that I'll protect and cherish you for the rest of my life, and that I'll do everything I can to build the future we deserve. Congratulations. In the name of the Griffin Kingdom, I declare you husband and wife, the king said. As the newlyweds kissed, the guests stood up, giving Freya and Nalrond a round of applause. Lucky turned toward the hologram of Floria sitting beside him, howling with joy for Freya and pain at the idea he would never see Floria's real smile again. As Nalrond had predicted, the Fasteros exploded in loud howls along with Slash, Abominus, and Tezca. What the Agni had failed to predict was that Inzialot was the loudest of the bunch. Humans and Emperor Beast alike turned to look at the Lich King, flabbergasted by the power of his voice and his guttural timbre. "What in the nine hells are you doing?" Ragu asked while covering her ears. "More like what are you doing?" Inzialot replied. "Don't you know that according to Emperor Beast's ancient customs, marriages always end in battle howls? Nalrond is part Emperor Beast, which means you're being rude to our hosts." Chapter 4083 Perfect Opportunity, Part 2. Chapter 4083 Perfect Opportunity, Part 2. The worst part was that the Lich King was right. Being reminded of their own traditions by a Lich was a humbling experience for the Emperor Beasts of the Council. They rushed to make up for their blunder, emitting howls that shook the hall and deafened the humans. After the ceremony ended, guests and hosts moved to the banquet hall of the mansion. Long, rectangular tables filled with steaming delicacies from all over the kingdom were lined up along the walls, while smaller tables and chairs were arranged on the balcony of the floor above. This way, those who wanted to mingle would remain on the center stage, while those who wanted to sit down and eat or have private conversations would have the quiet they needed. "Congratulations, kid. Congratulations, young man." Vaster shook Freya's and Nalrond's hands, not even attempting to hug them due to the height gap with the couple. "Thanks, Professor," Freya smiled. "I'm glad to see you here." "I wouldn't have missed this for the world." Vaster exchanged a glance with Quilla. He was aware of the threat of the Jernoff, and had come to ensure nothing ruined that day. "Yours were wonderful vows." Zinnia wiped her eyes. "You too made me cry." "Not as good as yours." Nalrond gave her a polite bow. "I'm glad to see that Quilla is doing fine. I was worried for her. Losing that much power can't be easy." Vaster sighed in relief. "What about you? Is it true what the rumors say?" "What rumors?" Freya swallowed hard, aware of the professor's love for gossip. "That the marriage was rushed because there's a bun in the oven." Freya becoming pale, and Nalrond clearing his throat was all the answer Vaster needed. "More congratulations are in order, then." He laughed, shaking their hands again. "How many?" "2 boys," Freya whispered. "Again, it must be the year of the twins for the Urnas." Zinnia did her best to smile and sound happy, but a tinge of envy poisoned her voice. The crib crafted by Bitra kept hosting new babies, but none of them came from her womb. The sight of so many happy and healthy newborns filled her with joy, but also with a deep-seated feeling of emptiness and failure. "Indeed," Freya nodded and rushed to change the topic. "The political angle of the king surprised me, but I must admit that Lady Fearwell and I do look related." "You can say that," Zinnia replied. "Ever since you stopped hiding the beautiful shades in your hair, it's hard to believe you're not a Hydra in disguise." "Thanks, but believe me when I say that being a Hydra is far from easy." Freya chuckled and winked. "Speaking of trouble, what about the Jernoff?" Vaster asked. "What's Jiza doing here?" "I have no idea," Freya shrugged. "Mom invited her, so it must be part of some plan. I can only trust her." "And Lith," she inwardly added. "Even if Mom doesn't know it, the Tower of Menadian watches her back. Now let's eat a bit, but make sure not to eat too much, or you won't be able to dance." "Space." After everyone got the time to comment on the ceremony and taste the refreshments, the music started. The newlyweds opened the dance, followed by the royals, then the true lords of the house, and then by the members of the Ernest and Fastero families. Only then were the rest of the guests allowed to join, filling the ballroom to the brim. Quilla held out as long as she could, but after the opening dance, she was already running on fumes. She panted as if she had run a marathon and needed Moroc's help to walk to the nearest chair. "I'm sorry, Freya," Quilla said. "I need a moment, please don't worry about me and God's damn it." The bracelet that linked her to the Doomslayer crib transmitted her twins' cries directly to her ears, without anyone else hearing them. "Hungry already?" Morok was flabbergasted. "I thought you fed them right before the ceremony started." "I did," Quilla grunted. "Those little rascals eat almost as much as I do, yet the worst part is that I have to walk to the twins, and we've already moved them to a restricted area far from here. Due to the safety measures of the mansion, dimensional magic was sealed, and the babies had been relocated to keep any wandering guests from finding and bothering them. Morok, I'm going to need your help." "Gladly." He was about to lift her in a Princess Carry when she stopped him. "Not like that, it's embarrassing," she blushed hard. "But with your short, jelly legs, it will take us all day to get there," Morok replied. "I even bet that by the time we return to the ballroom, the twins will be hungry again." "You have a point, and I mean about the babies being hungry, not my legs being short," she grunted. "Sure thing, little one," Morok winked to the others. "I can see you winking," Quilla snarled. "He's right, little one," Gianni nodded. "I'll go get the twins and bring them to your room, saving you a lot of time." "Thank you, Mom," Quilla said, "but I resent the little one part." "Sure, darling, sure. I'll see you in a minute." Gianni walked out of the ballroom, feeling several eyes staring at her back. "Space. Situation report," Giza Jernoff asked by adjusting the hems of her dress. The members of the scout team relayed their discoveries to her, making Giza frown. "This house is a fortress, and the Mana Geyser grants endless power to the magical formations. The configuration of the doors doesn't match the original blueprint submitted by Martianist Distar, and I'm willing to bet they'll change again the moment we walk out of here. The arrays are likely to be changed as well," Ecker Jernoff said. "Do not forget that Verhan is a paranoid and Menadian can use creation magic." The Jernoff had sources in the undead courts that had shared Menadian's work in the Stonewall Fortress with them. "True, but there's a limit to how much Verhan can alter the battlefield. There are only so many defensive arrays worth using, and we have not identified a single unknown magical formation so far," Giza replied. "Still, this isn't an opportunity we can miss," Ecker said. "Between the music, the powerful aura of the Awakened, and the nobles plotting against each other, Verhan's focus is split on too many fronts. Gianni Erna's just left the room alone, and according to her words, she's going to an isolated area." "What about Verhan's and the Erna's known allies?" she asked. The agents scattered across the ballroom searched the area for potentially dangerous individuals, and scanned them with life vision to confirm their energy signatures. "All present and accounted for." Ecker listed them one by one. "Even Quilla and Morok Ernas are still here. You know better than anyone that the weakness from giving birth to twins isn't something even an awakened bloodline can fix." "I know," Giza pondered. "I only gave birth to humans, yet it took me months to get back to fighting condition. Quilla Ernas had evolved human twins just a few days ago. It's a miracle she's already standing." Chapter 4084 Uncontrolled Variable, Part 1. Chapter 4084 Uncontrolled Variable, Part 1. "Exactly," Ecker replied. "This is a perfect opportunity to enact Agram's law and remove our target. It's a shame to leave Driffa in the hands of weaklings, but we have already invested too many resources to go after the Ernas." "This is too perfect, Ecker, too convenient." Giza inwardly shook her head. "I told you there must be a trap. It's unlike you to fall for the obvious." "I'm not falling for it. I'm calling Gianni's bluff," he replied. "If not now, when should we attack? We have all our pieces in place and a solid alibi. Our target is alone and exposed. There is no guarantee that if we fall back now, any of the information that we have collected will still be reliable tomorrow. For whatever reason, Gianni Ernas is stalling for time, and if we keep waiting, we'll play in her hand." Giza couldn't deny Ecker's cold logic, but a few things didn't convince him. "You said perfect alibi, but that's not true. I do have one, but what about you? Do you really think Verhan will not seal the area after Gianni's rune disappears?" "Act surprised and let him do it," he inwardly shrugged. "I'll just terminate myself and erase my equipment. Verhin will find nothing to study and no one to interrogate. One life for another is a small price to enact Agram's law. And what if it is a trap? Jiza asked. Then my final report will uncover Gianni Erna's secret weapon. Ecker spoke with the same detachment of a man ordering his dinner. I'll die, sure, but you'll know the truth and the next assassin will complete the mission. Go, Ecker, Jiza inwardly nodded. Agram's blood. Agram's blood. An old and rich merchant excused himself from his date and walked through the nearest door to the bathroom. From there, it took him only a small deviation to reach the same corridor Gianni was in. He moved with calm and confidence. Ecker had learned since a tender age that the best way to go unnoticed was to act with purpose. Like someone who belonged there and knew exactly where he was going. Maids, butlers, and the other guests who had snuck out of the ballroom to snoop around the house of the supreme Magus of the kingdom paid Ecker no attention when they crossed his path. The assassin kept his disguise on and reported every detail he noticed with each step he took. The tactile enchantment of the Jernoffs' clothes transmitted information through small bursts of earth magic in the form of vibrations, bypassing the seals for communication amulets and earpieces. Even if someone intercepted them, their intensity and frequency were no different from the vibrations produced by footsteps. With a dance going on, the signal was less than white noise. As he advanced deeper into the mansion, Ecker carefully studied the arrays around him and held a small silver sphere in his hand that displayed their precise number. The moment a magical formation appeared, faded, or was replaced by another, a small tremor in his hand alerted him. Verhin really is a paranoid control freak, but we've taken down worse, Ecker thought as he slipped past detection arrays unnoticed. His tuxedo was actually an adamant Darwin alloy that distorted the monolines of the magical formations enough to fool them, but not so much to trigger them. He always kept himself beyond the range of Gianni's life vision, thanks to the spyglasses that enhanced his own. The moment he saw Gianni open the master bedroom, he shapeshifted his clothes into a battle uniform, and his metal rings and jewelry rearranged themselves into 2 poison stilettos. Ecker emerged from around the corner and jumped off the floor, producing no sound and closing the distance with Gianni in a single leap. Her hand was still on the doorknob, and the other held the mana crystal necessary to operate the mystical locks. She was unarmed and unaware, yet she reacted to the appearance of the assassin as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Gianni pivoted on her front foot to face the assailant and had 2 needles hidden in her gown fly into her hand. Ecker admired her uncanny senses and reflexes, but they changed nothing. His weapons had greater reach, and such thin needles could never stop the heavier stilettos wielded by a bright violet cord awakened. This guy is strong. I need to go all out. Gianni couldn't see the enemy mana core, but her whole body screamed danger, warning her it was an opponent she couldn't defeat. At least until 2 hard light constructs formed around her needles, using them as a framework. The longswords crumbled on impact, but thanks to the surprise effect and their momentum, the constructs stopped the assailant in his tracks. Light mastery, Ecker's fingers tapped the stilettos, shorthanding the message. Constructs weak. The moment his feet touched the ground, Ecker's speed exceeded what a dull green core could handle. He appeared behind Gianni's back before she could move a muscle, yet she didn't even try. A great sword lunged out of the door she had just opened, impaling Ecker Jernoff with his own momentum. Oreo Grimlock came out of the wound with a wet crunch of bones and organs before its edge put an end to Ecker's life and message. Orion, Jiza echoed while searching for him in the ballroom. Orion Erna's was at the center stage for the daughter-father dance. What about Orion? She asked, but Ecker's rune disappeared from the embroidery of her evening gloves. He never left this room, Nanira Jernoff replied. Quilla and Morak Ernas have just reached the door. All the other targets have not moved, Ulstar Jernoff added. What in Agram's name just happened? Jiza activated life vision, uncaring to act rudely, and checked the energy signature of her mark. It belonged to Orion. There was no doubt about that. Space. Thanks, dear. Gianni hated seeing the corpse of Ecker Jernoff turn to ashes along with all his priceless equipment, but she had never doubted her enemies had more than one way to cover their tracks. That went dangerously close. You are welcome, Orion grunted. These bastards cost me my father-daughter dance. I'm going to make them pay. I know, and I appreciate your sacrifice. Gianni was aware that her deep green core was a small thing compared to a powerful awakened, so she kept Orion with his bright violet core always close to her. Just like I appreciate your help, Balker. No need to thank me. The god of death held the little Driffa in his arms, his eyes full of hatred. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing this for her. Ilium Balker wasn't a friend of Gianni, and the Jernoffs had played no part in the destruction of his village, so gaining his support had not been easy. Gianni had been forced to open up to him not only about her grief about Floria's death, but also about her childhood training. Balker knew loss all too well, and he understood grief better than most. Yet it was Gianni's will to spare Driffa from the Jernoffs' indoctrination that had sealed the deal for him. What mattered to him was that the Jernoffs wanted to kill an innocent child's parents and turn her into a puppet for their own agenda. Chapter 4085 Uncontrolled Variable, Part 2. Chapter 4085 Uncontrolled Variable, Part 2. It was exactly what the ancient noble households of the kingdom had tried to do to him, but instead, he had become the god of death. Driffa belonged to a noble and powerful household, but she was just a baby girl. She reminded Balker of his own daughter, Eileen, and the promise he had made on the day of her birth to give her a normal childhood. There were already too many monsters on Magur, and every time Balker looked in the mirror, the gray streaks in his hair reminded him that he was one of them. Yet he considered himself a monster that only killed other monsters to keep them from infecting others with their touch. Balker gripped his battle mace, Morningstar, with his free hand, and wished there was a Jernoff alive on whom he could vent his fury. Still, you have our gratitude, Orion nodded. I still can't believe it's possible to infuse constructs with mana and life force to give them an energy signature. When I first saw the replica you made of me, I thought I had a lost twin sister. I didn't believe it either until Manohar used that same trick to fool Knight and me. A half-smile creased the god of death's face at the memory. The bastard left me fighting for my life while he hid behind the safety of Knight's throne. And you managed to imitate that after seeing it only once? Gianni's expression remained neutral, but she was deeply impressed by Balker's genius. Like Verhin's void magic, it's not that hard once you know it's possible. Hearing Balker refer to void magic as not that hard sent a cold shiver down Orion's and Gianni's spines. Besides, Manohar and I worked together for a while. During that time, I got accustomed to his way of thinking and understood the fundamental principles of his magic, just like he understood mine. That, and the fact that your replica wears your enchanted items, Orion, makes it impossible to distinguish from the original. Yet I must warn you that my constructs are not perfect, Gianni. If wounded, they won't bleed exactly like a human would. If pierced through, their organs won't move like the real deal. Not even Manohar could do that. If you plan to fake your death with one of my constructs, I doubt they'll fool someone as skilled as you say the Jernoffs are. I never thought about doing that. Gianni shook her head. Go back to the desert and let me worry about the rest. The Jernoffs are done with me for today. Are you sure? Balker asked, holding the smiling little Driffa tighter. Also, why kill the assassin like that? Orion chimed in. We could have captured him alive and interrogated him. This way we've learned nothing and the Jernoff's loss is negligible. Yes, I'm sure. Gianni nodded to the god of death before turning to her husband. There was no point in taking risks to capture the assassin, dear. He would have killed himself the moment he thought he had no way out. She waved at the small pile of Eckers, remains to emphasize how his equipment would have been lost anyway. Moreover, you are wrong about the rest. Today we learned how deep the Jernoffs can reach when they infiltrate a powerful noble mansion. I got to test my skills against one of their best assassins and lived to tell the tale. I'm certain that once we review the footage, we might discover even more. Isn't that right, my little one? We got him since he left the ballroom until he turned into dust, Mom. Quilla's voice came out of a small gem. Balker, Gianni, and Orion had no idea how it was possible, just like they had no idea that every mirror in the mansion had been replaced by a sentry. With her disciple status in the tower, Quilla needed no help to access the mirror hall. As Ecker followed Gianni, Quilla followed his every move through the sentries. It was the reason she had taken so long to leave the ballroom. She wanted to lull the Jernoffs into a sense of false security and remain in sight until the assassin was dead. It was also the reason Gianni had reacted in time to the ambush. Quilla had kept her updated on Ecker's moves in real time. As for the Jernoffs, their losses are incalculable, Gianni continued. Not because of the death of one of their agents, they don't care about things like that. Their peerless ability to collect intel failed them, and the feeling of uncertainty I planted in their minds will cloud their judgment. They had scouted the mansion and kept active surveillance on us all. They had me exactly where they wanted, and yet I survived. The Jernoffs aren't afraid of failure. They are afraid of variables they can't control. They'll waste time and resources to solve a mystery that can't be solved. No one knows of our alliance, and I doubt any of us will go around bragging about it or Balker's skills. While the Jernoffs squirm, they might offer me an opening. If they do, they'll find me ready to strike. Now we've already lost too much time. Let me take Orican and Juria. I must return to the ballroom like nothing has happened. Space. Gianni's second part of the plan worked like a charm as well. Switching Orion with his construct was equally easy. The fake Orion went to the bathroom, where the real one waited for it. A quick exchange of clothes and Quilla's report about what the construct had said, and done during Orion's absence, allowed him to act as if he had never left the ballroom. Orion insisted on dancing with his wife and daughters again, but that surprised no one. He had done the same at Quilla's marriage, and there was no reason to think that Orion would treat Freya any differently. After the music ended, butlers and maids set up tables and chairs in the ballroom for the wedding dinner. It was supposed to be the chance for the guests to rest their feet and enjoy the hospitality of their hosts before leaving. The convened nobles and awakened understood something was off when Meron and Silpha stepped on the now-empty bandstand and raised it higher from the ground with the flick of a switch. Things became even odder when Lith, Tista, and Camilla holding Elijah joined them. "Dear friends and guests," Meron said, "this is Freya and Nalrond Erna's special day, yet they have been so gracious that they granted us their permission to make it special for the whole kingdom. Supreme Magus Verhan has something he wants to share with us and a few words to say." The king and queen stepped to the side, leaving the center stage to Lith. He stood between Camilla and Tista, the lineup reminding everyone of actors waiting for applause at the end of a play. Before Inzialot could ask Ragu what he had missed, Lith's body shapeshifted. He became over 25 meters 83 tall, and his skin turned to a crimson shade of red. Lith's 7 eyes opened, and a set of pristine feathered wings formed on his back. Chapter 4086 The Warrior King and the Emperor Part 1. Chapter 4086 The Warrior King and the Emperor Part 1. Everything from Lith's features to his muscles now bordered on perfection, making it hard for the guests to take their eyes off him. Yet when the same change happened to Camilla, Elijah, and Tista, they succeeded. The baby girl only had 2 eyes like her mother, but they shone with prismatic light. The Verhan's hair color hadn't changed, yet under the magical lights of the ballroom, they now gleamed with a reddish sheen like polished metal. "I assume that you have all watched the recordings of the fight against Rugat of the Earth," Lith said, and everyone nodded for him to continue. "Back then, I experienced a change that hinted at the possibility that my Tiamat bloodline held the secret of human evolution. I'm happy to tell you that the possibility turned into a certainty. When the dead king attacked the kingdom, he also sent his troops to the Blood Desert to keep me away. As you can see, my fight with his uppers ended with more than my victory. When their frost souls sealed my equipment, arrays, and elemental magic, my survival instinct awakened the dormant power of my human side. On that day, this aspect of my life force manifested itself for the first time. To prove to you this is not just a trick, allow me to introduce our honored guests from Zelex to you." On his cue, Urhin the Balor and Ryla the Falmer joined the Verhans. "I apologize in advance if my words offend anyone, but I'm going to put this in terms that are easy to understand even for laymen. You, or rather, most of you, are the foundation of humanity, the evolutionary equivalent of regular animals." Death Vision showed more than one undead disguised as a noble among the guests. One of them was a Lick. Urhin and all Balors like her are the equivalent of magical beasts. Ryla and Falmers are emperor beasts. My wife, daughter, sister, and I are Indichez, the equivalent of divine beasts. Under any other circumstance, the ballroom would have burst into an uproar. Everyone had something to say, objections to make, and questions to ask, but their mouths refused to open. Moreover, the guests could feel in their guts that Lith was telling the truth. The humans, in particular, had no doubts about it. While Urhin's figure exuded beauty and strength, Ryla was beautiful, strong, and imposing. The Indichez were all that, but they also exuded an aura of majesty that would have brought the humans to their knees if they weren't already sitting. Lith and the other Indichez were releasing none of their power. Their presence itself exerted a pressure that primed the guests' instinct to bow and cower. They couldn't tell whether it was an instinct akin to a prey recognizing its predator or a commoner his king, only that the instinct was there. "Please believe me when I say I didn't hide this form out of malice," Lith said. I discovered it only recently, and I've devoted this time to understanding what it can do and how it can help us to defeat the dead king. I still have much to learn, but this I can already show you. He took a deep breath, activating his yellow eye and turning 1/6 of his feathers yellow. Lith's relentless training paid off. A golden lightning sparked from his eye and arched across his body before focusing on his hands. Lith chose 2 nobles with weak cores and bodies, avoiding awakened and undead alike. The audience gasped as Vital Storm struck, then gasped again when its targets yelled in ecstasy instead of pain. "I feel young again," said an old woman, dancing on her toes like a ballerina. "I've never felt this strong," said a scrawny youth as he moved between the tables so fast that his figure blurred. "This is one of the powers of the Indech." Lith gestured for them to calm and sit down, knowing the effects of Vital Storm wouldn't last long. "A power I can share with you and our troops when we'll fight side by side against the dead king's thralls. I used it on regular people, so its effects may not be too clear. To not leave any doubt about Vital Storm's might, I'll use it again on 2 warriors. King Meron needs no introduction, but maybe not all of you know General Vorg." Lith took a step back, leaving the center stage to the king and a short, old man barely 1.5 meters tall, wearing the light blue uniform of the army. The several wrinkles on his face and the spots on his skin betrayed his 73 years of age. His sky-blue eyes, however, had the wild vibe of a predator in his prime. Vorg's short white hair and finely trimmed beard of the same color shone like silver fur under the sun, reinforcing the guest's impression of staring at a beast of the north. Vorg's sleeves bore a silver star. It identified him as a brigadier general. His right hand was wielding a staff of unknown design. It was made from white oak wood, with 6 violet magic crystals engraved in a straight line on its surface. 6 more floated above its top, forming a perfect circle that orbited around the staff following its every movement. "General Vorg is a master warden and a loyal subject of the kingdom," Silpha said. "We have arranged for his presence here because while we royals have a tight relationship with Supreme Magus Verhin and may be accused of bias, General Vorg is a pure soldier. He's not interested in politics, nor is he affiliated with any faction. He only cares for his country and the people under his command. General Vorg would never lie under oath, and those who doubt his word are free to challenge him." "Will it hurt?" Vorg asked Lith. He had been struck by many lightning bolts during his career, and none of them had been pleasant. "Not at all," Lith shook his head. "Also, I'm going to lift a couple of arrays to let you test your enhanced abilities, General." He handed Vorg and Meron a note that they burned, so that only they knew which spells could be used. Lith had chosen the king and the general, because the former would understand the limits of the Indech's ability compared to a griffin's life maelstrom, while the latter would be an objective witness. When he injected them with Vital Storm, their reactions couldn't have been more different. Meron compared the Golden Lightning's effects with life maelstrom and found it wanting. Vorg, instead, reveled in his new power. "This is amazing." He moved faster and with greater precision than when he was young. He cast wide and powerful arrays so fast that he left many awakened speechless. Vorg activated none of them, but the guests still felt the weight of the magical formations pressing down on their necks like an executioner's axe. The general even discovered how to share Vital Storm with his equipment, covering himself in lightning and giving the impression of having become a god of thunder. "Damn already," Vorg said as the Vital Storm faded, leaving him tired but overjoyed. Chapter 4087 The Warrior King and the Emperor Part 2. Chapter 4087 The Warrior King and the Emperor Part 2. "Do you mind, dear?" Meron had saved his Vital Storm for that moment. "I need a sparring partner, and who better than you to show everyone the effectiveness of our new weapon?" Silpha didn't miss her husband's choice of words, nor did anyone with a pinch of political awareness. Lith had introduced Vital Storm as something he wanted to share, and the king had just recognized it as an asset of the kingdom, not just of the Verhin household. The royals started with a light spar, their movements fast but perfectly clear even to an untrained eye. Then Meron picked up speed until only Violet Cord Awakened could follow the exchanges, while to everyone else the arms of the king and queen seemed to have disappeared. Only the thuds of the blocks and the snaps of the arms as they whipped through the air betrayed the ongoing fight. The fight was balanced, which surprised Ragu and Inzialat. The queen was known for being a better fighter, and the king's life force was still cracked, yet he matched her with ease. Then, Meron used the extra power from Vital Storm to enhance his precision and strength while keeping the same speed. This way, Silpha could still keep up with him, and the awakened spectators follow the fight. Soon, the queen was forced to move from her spot and use footwork to avoid being overpowered. The king remained rooted to his spot, yet his advantage grew with each attack. The fight ended suddenly, with Meron's extended arm and hand pointing an ice blade at Silpha's throat. The queen had stepped back at the last second, but the ice spell had been faster. She was now off balance in a precarious position. One flick of Meron's hand or a spark of his mana and her blood would be spilled. The king dispelled the ice blade and smiled, turning his hand with the palm up. "I yield." The queen gave him a polite bow before taking the king's hand. "How much of this vital storm can you produce, Supreme Magus Verhen?" "As much as I want." Golden lighting erupted from Lith's body and hit every piece of furniture, table, and silverware, engulfing them with jolts of electricity as proof of their enhanced condition. "Also, I'm not the only one who can use it." Tista produced a second burst of vital storm, and after being infused with it, Camilla and Elijah also released a bit of golden lightning. Amplifying vital storm was much easier than generating a new one, but Lith glossed over this part. "My wife is pregnant, and I would never force my daughter to train at such a young age, so I hope you are not too disappointed," he said. Quite the contrary. Everyone was enthusiastic about the idea that even a small child or a woman who just carried an Indech baby could already use such a powerful ability. Just as Lith had planned. "To make up for this, I've prepared one last demonstration." Lith gestured for the others on the bandstand to move back. "Please, bear with me for a few seconds." Lith's wings flapped gently as he activated swirling wind and amassed a huge amount of world energy around him. At the same time, he took deep, slow breaths as if he were preparing to perform a difficult task. Humans and awakened alike would have wondered what he was doing if they hadn't been too enraptured to care. Just like in Giera, everyone could now feel the power of mana coursing through their bodies. Even those with a weak core, and who had never practiced magic, had electric sparks arcing from one finger to another and small fires erupting from their eyes. In that moment, they all shared a deep sense of communion. When the humans looked at the Indech, they saw him covered in heavy translucent chains that weighed him down. The other Indeches and everyone in the room carried those chains as well, forming an inescapable web across the ballroom. No one had ever seen those chains before, but they all knew they had carried the chains their whole lives. They had always been there, restricting the humans' movements and suppressing their potential. Then Lith unfolded his wings wide, raising his head toward the ceiling with his mouth open in a silent scream. The Indech split the accumulated world energy into its elemental components and absorbed it through his eyes with abyssal gaze. The flow of energy moved to the wings, where it was amplified before spreading to the rest of his body. Lith's bright violet aura burst forward, and after a few seconds, so did his wings. They split into 6 burning wings comprised of pure energy, each one of a different elemental color. Once the wings formed and stabilized fully, the chains restraining the Indech shattered. Lith hadn't grown taller, and his aura was still bright violet, but his presence now encompassed the entire room. Those looking at him felt as if the Indech had broken past his limits and achieved unrestrained freedom, and they rejoiced for it. Because even though they still carried the chains, they knew deep in their souls that every human could shatter them as well. Every fiber of their being screamed at the humans that they could be like him. It was just a matter of discovering how. Even the Lick felt the call of her putrefied human body roaring with suppressed might and ambition. The royals stared at the Indech with wide eyes and agape mouths, just like everyone else. There was only one exception in the room. Only one person had his eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched. Zagarvaster experienced the same feelings as everybody else, but he processed them differently. The Arisen inside him stared at the Indech with a mix of envy and frustration. The master felt as if he were a warrior king, someone who still had to pay in blood, steel, and tears to expand his nascent realm of a single meter, standing at the court of a powerful emperor. The warrior king knew that one day he would have his own castle and court. That one day he would be the one at the center of attention, wearing a priceless crown. Alas, the warrior king also knew that day was not today. Today, the Arisen was just another guest, forced to crane his neck to look at the Indech who sat above him on his golden throne of power. "Please be quiet." Several seconds had passed, and no one had made a single peep, but Lith gestured for everyone to stay put. "I'm not done yet." He took another deep breath and shapeshifted into a Tiamat, while abyssal gaze drained the remaining world energy. The result of the transformation shocked everyone again. Lith's Tiamat form was well known, but the two membranous wings comprised of pure white light were not. The dragon wings shone like a small sun, creating a stark contrast with the black figure of the Tiamat that lasted until black energy feathers covered them. Bolts of energy crackled from both Lith's upside-down membranous wings and the feathered ones, the power of the former, and the runes of the latter working together to give form to the third set of wings. Chapter 4088 Exposed Secrets, Part 1. Chapter 4088 Exposed Secrets, Part 1. The Indech's aura of majesty that had paralyzed the humans until that moment disappeared, yet the awe remained. Fae, Emperor Beast, undead, and humans now shared the same sentiment. The Tiamat was nothing like them, but his power shone like a beacon, dispelling the darkness clouding the path of their ambitions and dreams of power. "This is it, I'm done," Lith said, reverting to his Indech form as the power of the elements faded away, and he was back to having only two sets of wings. "Those who are interested in observing the life force of an Indech, please step forward. I won't allow for a deep scan, especially on my wife and children, but you are welcome to check with your own means that everything I've shown you is true." Everyone in the ballroom with enough mana to cast the scanner spell, or who had a breathing technique, stood up, forming orderly lines. The royals and the council representatives took the first spots, nipping any argument in the bud. Urhin and Ryla also let the guests study their life forces to confirm the link between evolved humans and Indechs. The royals took a long, good look, and so did Ragu and Inzialat, but no one was more thorough than Vaster. He had only a handful of seconds to examine each subject, so he focused his mind as if his life depended on it. Vaster used a mix of his Tier 5 body sculpting spell, Master of Life, his breathing technique, and his Decay Eyes and Wings ability, Vital Spot. "I don't care if I progress by imitation, it's all I've done my whole life," Vaster thought. "The only thing that matters is to break free from the slump I'm in." He was careful not to take more time than the others and not overstay his welcome. Lith noticed the weird look in the professor's eyes, but he dismissed it as the scientific curiosity of a genuine first-class healer. "I can't believe you've kept this hidden from me," Marth rebuked the Indech when his turn finally arrived. "I've brought Durrell here countless times for the playdates. You could have at least told me." Or maybe Vaster is just angry like Marth, Lith inwardly sighed. "I know, but I'm not sorry." He shook his head. "I needed to keep the secret to avoid any risk that this form might be exposed before I understood its potential. Otherwise, our esteemed colleagues would have pressured me to let them help me. Which would have been hard to refuse with the threat of Narchat looming over our heads and would have turned your family into lab rats." Marth sighed, understanding Lith's point of view. "Still, you know you can trust me, right?" "I know," Lith nodded. When everyone was done and the wedding banquet began, very few people talked about the newlyweds, and no one bothered Gianni and Orion about their prolonged and unjustified leave from work. Nalrund was glad to spend the last part of the ceremony surrounded solely by people who mattered to him. Celia, Protector, and the kids congratulated and hugged him non-stop, uncaring of power struggles and political plays. The Verhins also sat at the same tables as the Urnas, not only out of friendship, but also because that way no one could bother them without being incredibly rude by ignoring the newlyweds. By the time the banquet ended and the guests started to leave, everyone praised the Urnas and Freya in particular for being such good friends and brilliant strategists. She sacrificed the very day of her wedding and left her ancestral home to allow Verhin the safety of his own house for the reveal of his Indech form. "That was very smart of Lady Urnas," said many. "Indeed, she has made her marriage an event no one will forget, and now the Supreme Magus owes her a big favor. I wouldn't call what she has done a sacrifice, more like a solid investment." Even more replied, and Jiza Jernoff was among them. "Gianni set this all up to rub her secret weapon, whatever it is, in my face and point another at my head," Jiza thought. "Under any other circumstance, I wouldn't care much about the Indech. It will take decades before Verhin's kids grow up or his wife dies. None of the Jernoffs can hope to get their hands on such power until that moment, yet the threat Verhin poses just became much greater. If he helps Gianni and one of my agents wounds or kills Verhin, the Jernoff household will be cornered. His children would swear revenge against us, and the entire awakened community would be out for our blood. They won't care about Agram's laws, only the fact that we took away a precious resource will matter to them. If we're lucky, we'll be isolated. If we're unlucky, we'll be exterminated. I bet that my head would make a fine betrothal gift to Elijah. Giza didn't miss how friendly the human council had become towards even the youngest of the Verhins, and how every one of its members stared at Giza with the same contempt as the Hydras. Lith incarnated the first true chance at human evolution in hundreds of thousands of years. Losing it because of a petty grudge would have stirred a storm that no single awakened household could hope to survive. Finally alone, Freya plopped onto the nearest chair, her feet pulsing from standing for so long in high heels. This marriage lasted less than a day, but it felt like years. All that talking and greeting with so many people was exhausting. "Tell me about it," Nalrund groaned, offering her a tall glass of cold water. "I didn't know most of our guests and had to bear their dumb questions and flattery. The only thing they cared about was my light mastery. Still, we reaped a lot of benefits." Lith rubbed his hands, a spark of greed shining bright in his eyes. "Unless you're referring to the little lesson that we taught Giza, I have no idea what you are talking about." Gianni furrowed her brow. "That's one benefit. There's more." Lith mentioned all the obvious things like the favor he had gained from the human council and the hostility he had instigated against the Jernoffs, keeping his personal play a secret. "I can't believe you did it," Solus chuckled. "You asked specifically for General Vorg as a witness to scan him and his staff with the tower." From the moment of the Brigadier General's arrival, Lith and Solus had diverted all the power to the eyes of Menadian and the library, focusing the entire tower on him and his staff. "There was only so much we could do when we met him in the wilds or in Belias." Lith shrugged. "Under our roof and over a mana geyser, however, we had all the tools we needed to learn as much as possible in the little time we had." "Yeah, you're welcome, by the way." No one knew Adjutor was a dragon, so no one had paid him any attention. He had worn the eyes of Menadian, so that the moment he understood enough about Vorg's staff, his dragon eyes had kicked in as well. Chapter 4089 Exposed Secrets, Part 2. Chapter 4089 Exposed Secrets, Part 2. Boosted by the Yggdrasil wood, the Sapphire Dragon and the tower had worked until the last second, sharing everything they discovered to increase each other's efficiency. "Thanks, Adjutor," Solus said, brimming with joy. "We couldn't have cracked much of the cloaking runes without you. There wasn't enough time to learn everything, but it should be enough to improve my sage staff." Space. City of Valoran at the same time. The operation was a resounding success. Silpha smiled from ear to ear. "The nobles have stopped squabbling, and many members of the Awakened Council exchanged contact with us. Narchet is no longer the main topic of every conversation, Verhen is. Our supreme Magus is on everyone's mind now. Do you think we should release the video of the evening?" "No," Maron shook his head, his gaze lost in deep thought. "Let them stew. Let curiosity and imagination make the Indech seem a much bigger deal than it already is. The less Narchet knows, the bigger tantrum he'll throw. Also, it will make any sighting of Verhen's Indech form much more interesting and prolong the buzz. I bet that no Fae or plant folk will join the dead king until they understand how much they are going to miss if they pick the wrong side." "It's a great idea, my love. This will play straight into our hands," the queen replied. "Then why that face? You should be happy." "I am, it's just..." The king didn't know how to put his feelings into words. "Seeing the Indech in person and via the amulet are two completely different experiences. I didn't evolve tonight, but it changed me. I'm sure I have understood something, but I don't know what." "I know what you feel," Silpha sighed. "I knew what was going to happen and what form Verhen would take, yet I ended up staring at him like a slack-jawed idiot." She noticed that Maron wasn't listening to her and stopped talking. The frown on her husband's face was enough for her to know he needed silence to focus. The king conjured the sword of Seafel, using its elemental crystals to draw in the world energy. He had no idea what swirling wind was, but he remembered the feeling and fine-tuned the output of the mana crystals until he reproduced it to the best of his ability. Maron took deep breaths, almost seeing the ethereal chains again, almost feeling their weight on him. Yet it wasn't enough, so he conjured a bolt of life maelstrom from the Seafel armor, using it only to empower his mana core. Maron let the silver lightning course through his body as he had done with Vital Storm, and then shared it with the sword. Amplified by the life maelstrom, the crystals generated a small vortex of world energy around the king. He focused on his mana flow, on the feeling of the chains on his skin, and the burst of energy he had experienced when the Indech had shattered them. Maron craned his neck up and opened his mouth, but unlike Lith, he roared at the top of his lungs. The king's aura flared up, burning stronger and stronger until it suddenly went out. The world energy dissipated, and the throne room became silent. Meron fell to his knees, leaning on the Seaful sword just to keep himself straight as he panted like a bellows. "Is everything all right?" Silpha ran to his side and checked him with her best diagnostic spell to make sure the cracks in Meron's life force hadn't gotten worse. "Sort of," the king replied, wheezing. "I think I have just learned a breathing technique. I'm a true awaken now." Space. Giera continent, ruined city of Teleket, a few hours after the end of Freya's marriage. It was late at night in Lucia, but the sun was high in Giera. Irian the Jormungandr was in the middle of his training with Jorl and Acton when his communication amulet started pulling at his consciousness nonstop. The three uppers possessed each a bloodline ability that made them unique, and only by combining them could they hope to stop Orpal if he ever became too tyrannical. Doomtide, Origin Flames, and Life Maelstrom matched Dusk's crystal, while their upper powers were identical to the Verdilax. Irian, Acton, and Jorl practiced relentlessly, hoping that together they might hold their ground against Orpal and his tower if ever push came to shove. The Jormungandr ignored the first messages. If something truly important happened, someone would call him, yet each new notification was akin to a jingle in his ear, disrupting his focus. When the number and frequency of messages turned the jingle into full-blown wedding bells, Irian had to stop. "Give me a second," he snarled. "I swear to the gods if this is some gossip bullshit, I'm going to shove my communicator in my dimensional amulet until oh shit, come down, you have to see this." No one had called Irian, just like no one was writing to him simply because he wasn't that important. The rings were from the Jormungandr's group chat, and everyone who hadn't been exiled from the clan received them. It took Irian a while to scroll back enough to understand how this Indech was connected to Lith, and what the reason for all that fuss was. "A new form," Acthon's voice was a throaty leopard's growl. "How many does this make? 4. 5 if you also count his normal human form," Jorl replied. 5, the Bastet snarled. "How many do we have? How many does any fucking upper have?" 2, Irian snorted. "The upper form and our own." "We are still at the level of a fucking hybrid." Acton's rage was palpable. "What can this Indech do?" "Something like Life Maelstrom, among other things," Irian replied. "Except it seems there is no limit to the amount he can produce." "No limit?" Jorl was as flabbergasted as he was outraged. "That's preposterous. There's no such thing as a perfect bloodline ability. How strong is it?" "One moment, the time to call Verhin so that he can explain it to me in detail." Irian's voice oozed sarcasm. "Do you really think he gave out an instruction manual? Of course, Verhin played it close to the vest." "All I have here are second, if not third-hand, information and wild speculations. The thing my clan knows for sure is that Verhin's last form is that of an evolved human, and its power is genuine. Lots of awakened witnessed the Life Maelstrom lookalike, and all of them examined the Indech's life force. It's the real deal. Even worse, his children and sister have it as well." "Fuck," Acton took the word out of everyone's mind. "The only silver lining is that I get to see Orpal's face when he learns the news. His pain should brighten this shitty day." "Then feel free to tell him yourself," Irian said. "I'm not going to hit that psychopath in the ego. It's bigger than the moon. He's going to well, what do we have here?" The Jormungandr had scrolled back far enough to notice an important piece of news he had almost missed amid all the chatter about the Indech. Chapter 4090 Winning Without a Fight, Part 1. Chapter 4090 Winning Without a Fight, Part 1. "It seems that Verhin isn't the only man of the hour. Someone got famous." Irian tapped on a message as he stared at Jorl with malice. "Or maybe I should say infamous." The full-body hologram of Jorl appeared, along with his physical description, those of all his known aliases, and the price the Griffin clan had put on his head. "Look at this. Verhin stole Orpal's spotlight, and now you're competing with the dead king as the most wanted criminal in the Griffin kingdom," Irian said with a laugh. "For this reward, I'm tempted to turn you in myself." Unlike dragons, griffins didn't sell or exchange Life Maelstrom. They were afraid that someone might kill them using their own powers, or worse, that a skilled forgemaster might replicate Tyrus' royal fortress armor. The artifact itself produced Life Maelstrom, making its wearer a one-man army capable of taking on a divine beast. It was the reason the 10 full-powered bolts of silver lightning that the Griffins had put on Jorl's head as bounty were so alluring. Whoever brought the storm Griffin dead or alive to his clan would receive Life Maelstrom 10 times, no questions asked, anytime and anywhere they wanted. The offer was enough to make any warrior and forgemaster salivate. Yet the real kicker was the opportunity to share communication runes with the Griffins and establish a long-lasting relationship. All kinds of divine beasts were mostly a myth even for awakened, and meeting one usually resulted in death if one wasn't properly introduced. Griffins were the mightiest of divine beasts, and there was no awakened bloodline that wouldn't have given anything to get one in their family. Where the less ambitious focused on the rich bounty, everyone else saw an opportunity to achieve a perpetual supply of life maelstrom. Jorl knew all those things, and was so horrified by the implications of such a reward that he didn't punch Irian once for his bad joke. "Shit," it was all Jorl managed to say. "Give me your amulet and I'll break the news to the dead king myself." I'll never understand why someone as powerful as Jorl needs Orpal, nor the reason he's so respectful towards him, the Jormungandr thought while placing the artifact in the Griffin's extended paw. Irian had no idea how frail discipline and morale were in the dead king's army. Jorl was its general, but he needed Orpal to create more soldiers, just like Orpal needed Jorl to keep them in line. Without either of them, the upper's threat would end as quickly as it had formed. Moreover, Jorl needed to appear loyal to placate Orpal's paranoia until Uriger and Salanoth contacted the Black Throne. Even if the dead king's ambitious plan failed, Orpal would still have night and moonlight, while his followers would die a dog's death. "Acton with me," the Storm Griffin said. "I might need a hand." Jorl was lying. He didn't need Acton's help. He just wanted the Bastet to witness with his eyes how unstable Orpal was and remind him that they needed each other if they wanted to dethrone the dead king and live to tell the tale. The Storm Griffin showed Orpal the bounty on his own head first. His reaction was just what Jorl expected. "Welcome to the club," the dead king laughed as if it were the best joke ever. "I know very well how it feels when your family wants you dead. Too bad that, unlike me, you're not a horseman. You can still die of something trivial like a punctured heart or decapitation." Orpal stared at his alleged prey with a wolfish smile. "From now on, I expect you to behave and show me the gratitude and respect I deserve, Jorl. You need me more than ever." "What a coincidence," the Storm Griffin shrugged. "I was about to say the same thing." Orpal frowned at Jorl's aloof attitude. He was willing to see the Storm Griffin bluff, but he changed his mind when he started to read the news about the Indech. "Another form," Orpal's voice became shrill. "The human equivalent to a divine beast. What about me? What about us?" He ripped his shirt, staring at the black crystal protruding from his chest as if it had betrayed him. "Still one," Knight's voice came out of his mouth, proving to him that he didn't even have control over his own body and enraging him further. "You are a Vertilac. The human appearance you wear is just a disguise. Judging from the development of your life force, I don't think anything will change once you reach the Violet. You are this close to the breakthrough, and there isn't a single sign of improvement or increase in complexity in your life force." "What did you say?" the dead king snarled, almost foaming at the mouth in outrage. "You heard me," Knight replied. "Whatever this Indech is, you don't have it more than I have a second steed. Deal with it." "Fucking leech," Orpal screamed, trashing his room and smashing the furniture. "I fought so hard to get my hands on Dusk's crystal. I went through unspeakable pain to get life maelstrom. Why does Leech get it for free? It's not fair." "Calm down, Orpal." Jorl raised his hand, and something in his tone kept the dead king from charging at the Storm Griffin like a mad bull. "We already have enough trouble with recruiting as it is. If someone hears you scream like that, the thralls will believe everything I just read to you and desert your cause. After all, they are not full uppers, and their families have yet to mark them as traitors," he said, and Orpal nodded for him to continue. "We can't risk the thralls selling our heads for a quick coin and a pat on the back from the council. Keep calm and discuss the matter openly if anyone asks." "And what do you expect me to say?" The dead king gripped his head in desperation. "Add nothing of your insecurities and stick to the facts," Jorl replied. "This is all hearsay. The only thing we know for sure is that Verhin can turn into a six-winged human. Compared to a Tiamat, it's no big deal. His claim about the pseudolife maelstrom being unlimited is also suspicious. Is there any bloodline ability or spell you can use that has no drawbacks?" "No," Orpal shook his head. "Origin flames can cripple even me if I abuse them. Doomtide can't be used many times in a row, even if I'm right above a mana geyser. As for life maelstrom, you know how it works better than I do." "Exactly," Jorl nodded. "We can't do anything about those who'll believe this crap and not join us, but we can still recruit more people to fill up our ranks. If they don't come to us, we'll go to them." "We can't launch another attack with our current forces," the dead king pondered. Most of our soldiers are thralls and would run out of blood in the middle of the fight. I'm not proposing an all-out war, but surgical strikes for shock and awe, Jorel replied. We'll use our remaining forces to conduct coordinated attacks on targets of strategic importance. Chapter 4091 Winning Without a Fight, Part 2. Chapter 4091 Winning Without a Fight, Part 2. We'll show everyone that the Indech's reveal changes nothing. We still hold all the cards, and nobody can stop us. Keeping the forces of the kingdom busy on multiple fronts will ensure a high survival rate, which in turn will help us preserve our momentum. Soon, our potential recruits will realize that the hypothetical future of the Indech is pointless if we take the power in the present. More awakened will join our ranks, will keep the kingdom on its knees, and everyone will forget about Verhin. Many birds with one stone. Excellent plan, Orpal said. What's our first move? The kingdom now expects our return, so we can't go in blindly again. Jorel took a map out of his dimensional amulet. We need to conduct a thorough scouting of our future targets to figure out their anti-upper defenses. As I said, we need to strike fast, hard, and retreat with minimal casualties in order to maintain our strength, and whittle the enemies until we have enough recruits for another full-scale attack. Brilliant, Orpal nodded. Do everything you need, you have my full support, and Jorel. Yes, my liege. Orpal knew that the Storm Griffin acted polite in front of Acton only for discipline's sake, but he loved feel respected anyway. I'm glad to have you by my side, Orpal replied. You always manage to turn things around. The pleasure is mine. Jorel gave a small bow, quickly followed by the bastet before leaving the room. Are you really planning to put our lives at risk and fight on multiple fronts with the little troops we have left? Acton asked via a mind link to avoid being overheard as he snarled in outrage. Of course not, you dolt. The Storm Griffin gave the bastet a withering look that snuffed his rage and made Acton doubt his own intelligence. Don't forget that first we have to scout our targets, which allows us to leave the fortress with Orpal's blessing whenever we want. We'll do everything properly, but it's just a cover for our real goal. When Uriger and Salanoth find the Black Throne, we'll just say it's another scouting mission, and Orpal will suspect nothing. The Indech is actually a blessing in disguise. It gives us a perfect excuse to move around the kingdom, and by leading the troops, I can inspire loyalty in the uppers so that when we rebel, they'll side with us. If we play our cards well, we'll have him defeated and chained at our feet before he even notices. Space. Lustria County, Verhin Mansion the next day. Congratulations again, Freya. The ceremony yesterday was splendid. Where are you going for your honeymoon? Camilla asked. Good question, Freya sighed. The short answer is that I have no idea. How is that possible? Sola said while setting the table for breakfast. You have plenty of money and the warp gates can lead you anywhere you want. What's the issue? Yesterday's Jernoff attack, to say one. Freya drummed her fingers on the table. I don't want to travel with the constant fear that Mom might need my help and my amulet glued to my side. Then there is the matter of my training with Falul. So far, I'm a harbinger in name only. My skills as a Hydra are laughable at best. Why do you say that? Quilla asked. How many heads have you mastered? One, Freya underlined the concept by banging her head on the table. My own. You made no progress after an entire month. Quilla was flabbergasted. No, I made little progress after just a month, Freya grunted. Having multiple thinking heads isn't as easy as it seems. My extra heads do nothing but argue, whine, and hiss at each other nonstop. That sounds like a you problem, Quilla chuckled. That's literally you. Not wanting to sour Freya's mood and open his marriage with a quarrel, Nalrund remained silent. Very funny. I bet that if you were in my shoes, you'd have achieved even less because you would spend your time stuffing your 7 faces and need to be dragged away from the pantry. Freya struck the moment her sister started to wolf down the food. That's unfair, Quilla replied, almost choking on her biscuits. Almost. I was pregnant and now I have to feed the twins. I eat because I need lots of energy. Besides, I've done a lot of work in the past 9 months. You can't focus on my eating habits and sweep everything else under the rug. Quilla is right. Solus wolfed her chocolate cake down in indignation, feeling personally attacked. I mean Quilla worked hard and using so much mana burns a lot of calories. A mage eats to keep her strength. Freya had many counterpoints to raise, but the children snickering at Solus' words proved her point. Why are you laughing? Solus and Quilla glared at the children, but with their cheeks bloated with food, they looked like angry, overgrown squirrels. Nothing, Aaron gasped, trying and failing to repress his laughter. I'm sorry, Auntie, Lyria giggled. We didn't mean to. Just for your information, I'm on a diet, and I've already lost some weight. Solus blushed hard, putting the second plate of cookies away. Baby when? Fenrir jumped on Solus' lap, patting her soft belly. Is it more than one, Auntie? Solus looked in the little girl's round, innocent eyes, and wished to die in that very moment to be put out of her misery. You don't have to worry about me, dear. Gianni chimed in, rescuing both women from further embarrassment. Your father and I can manage on our own. Besides, I'm reasonably certain that the Jernoffs won't try anything for a while. Reasonably doesn't mean completely, Mom. Freya wished she could comment on Celia grabbing Fenrir before she finished asking Quilla if she was pregnant again, but she didn't. Not out of sisterly bond, but only because she knew that soon it would be her turn. Quite the contrary, they may attack exactly because you don't expect them to. That's not how the Jernoff household operates, Pumpkin, Orion said. They don't do something reckless just because it's unexpected. Their goal is not to surprise their enemy, but to win. About that, there's something I don't understand, Quilla said, having a hard time giving up on the third serving of sponge cake. How come the Jernoffs took so long to make their move? They are an ancient, powerful household, and yet sent only one scout. Why didn't they come in numbers? I don't mean just yesterday, but also the other times we left the mansion. As your father said, that's not how the Jernoff operates, sweetie, Gianni replied. If you are thinking about someone who walks to a castle's gates and crashes them before engaging in a furious battle, that would be Juria Ernaz or Tessa the Titania, not Ogram. He wasn't the warrior type and rarely fought. Seeing the confusion on her daughters' faces, Gianni asked, Do you know when short weapons like my needles or knives work best? Close range, Freya tried. Wrong, Gianni shook her head. Polearms and swords are much better for that. Knives offer little reach and no hand protection. One wrong move and you lose your fingers if not the duel. Gianni looked at the children, who nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 4092 Promise Fulfilled, Part 1. Chapter 4092 Promise Fulfilled, Part 1. Knives are exactly like Ogram. They win the fight when the opponent has no idea there's going to be a fight. Ogram always caught his targets unaware and unarmed. All he needed to complete his job was one strike. The Jernoffs follow his philosophy. They collect information about their mark and orchestrate a situation from which there is no way out. It's like moving your pieces on the chessboard while your opponent is away. By the time they realize what's happening, you just need a single move to checkmate them. Yeah, assassins are so cool, Aaron said, making his parents flinch. They are smart and cunning, planning everything 10 steps ahead. Nonsense, Laren snorted. Warriors like King Valoran are much cooler. They don't hide in the shadows like cowards. They face the enemy with honor. That's called being a dumb oaf, Lyria replied. Take that back now. Who are you calling a dumb oaf? Lilia growled. You take that back. Okay, what did I miss? Celia and Alina broke the childish squabble before it could escalate. Why do you care so much about King Valoran and Ogram? The children were bragging about us, dear, Protector said. The cool assassin is Lith and the honorable warrior is me. This has nothing to do with King Valoran's party. Lith is not an assassin, Alina scolded Lyria and Aaron. He's a magus and a warrior. My son doesn't go around attacking people for money. I'm disappointed in you kids. But Mom, Big Bro has a lot of shadow powers, secrets, and plans, Aaron replied. Also, he always catches his enemies unprepared. I can't deny any of that, Lith sighed. Still not an assassin. Alina put her finger in front of Aaron's nose. Are we clear? Crystal, Aaron and Lyria whined. And my husband is not a dumb oaf, Celia piled on. He's just honest and kind. Ryman is a dumb oaf, but that's something only I can say, she actually thought. Sorry, Auntie Celia, Lyria lowered her gaze. Bottom line, after the big surprise of yesterday, the Jernoffs will stay put until they formulate a new plan. Gianni wondered if her own children saw her and her husband in the same light when they drew comparisons between them. I still don't like the thought of leaving you alone, Mom, Freya replied. Also, I don't know if Fallow would allow me to go away for that long, not until the election of the next beast representative is over. When is that going to be? Quilla asked. Soon, Freya said. The council is already setting the date, and without the excuse of my wedding to delay things on, it should be a matter of days. Firwall had to fight tooth and nail to give Adjeter the time he needed and set the stage for Lith's reveal. About that, things went smoother than I expected, Camilla said with a warm smile. I was afraid Lith would be inundated with calls and offers for partnerships. Instead, we had a peaceful night's sleep. Lith and Solus exchanged a glance, clearing their throats. That's because I knew what would happen and shoved my communicator inside my dimensional amulet, Lith replied. I even alerted the royals and my allies that in case of emergency, they had to call Solus to get in touch with me. Why? Camilla asked. You had already broken up with me when I revealed my Tiamat form, Kami, Lith sighed. You have no idea how stressful it was, and I didn't want to burden you with certain kinds of things while you are pregnant. What kind of things? Camilla's eyes narrowed. Follow me, please. Lith gave Solus his amulet, and she dragged Camilla to the nearest room. This is not a topic appropriate for breakfast. Why not? Aaron asked in confusion. Because I receive many love letters, little brother, Lith replied. Most of them are passionate and private. A true gentleman doesn't expose the love confessions of a lady to the rest of Magar. Some things are not to be shared. You are married, Uncle Lith, Lyria grunted. Someone who writes a love letter to a married man is not a lady. The world is not that simple, Lyria, Lith replied. Especially the awakened world, you'll understand when you grow older. Or at least, your mother will have a taste of it when the council discovers you have awakened, or if you ever awaken your bloodline, he thought. Good gods! The soundproofing enchantment of the room had no effect on Camilla's womb, and her comments were so colorful that the Guardians had to amend most of what she said to preserve Raldorak's innocent ears. The love letters were very graphic in nature, and often accompanied by many pictures showcasing the charms of their sender. How many of these abominations did Lith receive? The flood of notifications had started the moment the amulet reached Solus' hands and had yet to end. If you call that an abomination, I wonder what you'd think of the really explicit ones. That's almost artistic, Solus replied. What's artistic about I take that back? Please, no more mercy. Camilla covered her eyes, refusing to take a second look at the latest picture. As you wish. Solus closed the images and sent a polite standard rejection letter in reply. Did back then Lith get this many? Camilla asked. About half, Solus shrugged. Now everybody knows what he can do, and the Indech made quite an impression. Aside from the Guardians, everybody has made their move on Lith this time. Look, this is from Ilthin, again. That batch, when is she going to learn that no means no? The word left Camilla's lips along with a burst of silvery fire. Does Lith read them? No, I always do it for him. Solus shook her head. After your breakup, he was too sad to care about something like this, and after you proposed to him, Lith didn't want to betray your trust. I get rid of the indecent proposals and then give him a brief summary. Thank you, Camilla hugged Solus. I don't know what I would do without you. Gods, why are awakened women so? Hot, kinky, limber, Solus said after Camilla tried and failed for a few seconds to find the right word. No, Camilla blushed up to her ears. I was going to say shameless. Oh, right, Solus cleared her throat in embarrassment. That was going to be my next guess, I swear. Space. In the afternoon, everybody moved back to the Verhin house, and the tower to the clearing in the Tron woods. Lith patrolled the sky and streets of Lucia a few times every day to show his fellow citizens that he hadn't forgotten about his promise to keep them safe. I'm glad you have decided to share the Indech with Lucia as well, but are you sure it isn't too soon? Zekel had changed into his robe as the High Cleric before leaving the house. The big reveal was just yesterday, and this could mess up your plans. Don't be naive, Zekel, Lith replied. Everybody who matters heard the news about my Indech form before the wedding party ended and is already planning their next move. Chapter 4093 Promise Fulfilled, Part 2. Chapter 4093 Promise Fulfilled, Part 2. Waiting longer would mean risking the Lucians reading about the Indech on their tablets first. If that happens, this will have a lesser impact. Besides, I'm not going to reveal anything or use any ability but my magic. My plans are safe. Lith looked around the city, glad to notice that all the damaged houses had been fully repaired. Only the buildings that had been reduced to rubble by the uppers were still under construction. Thanks to the mages from the association, Salark's free materials, and the hardworking Lucians, the reconstruction of the city proceeded smoothly and swiftly. The only sour note was the many empty areas where once stood the houses of the people who had decided to leave Lucia and start a new life somewhere else. After Lith bought the deeds for the lands upon which the houses were built, he had razed them to the ground and removed every trace of their presence, no matter the condition of the buildings. The collected materials had been used to repair the shops of the artisans and vendors who had chosen to remain, helping them get back on their feet and giving Lucia a semblance of normalcy in record time. Speaking of plans, did you have to do that? Zekel pointed at the empty lots. It's better than the demolished houses that were there before, but I can't help but see it as scars those gods damned upper left on Lucia, and I'm not the only one. Yes, I had to, and it's only a matter of perspective, Zekel, Lith replied. You see scars because you think of those who died or left, but it would be the same even if I rebuilt those houses. The silence and their lightless windows would still remind everyone of those we lost. I guess you are right, the blacksmith shrugged. How do you see them? As a new beginning, Lith said. Whoever decides to live there won't be under the shadow of the previous owner, nor will they have to think of how much blood soaked the walls of their homes on the night of the attack. Also, if nobles buy the land as I expect them to do, they'd have demolished the commoner houses anyway to build themselves proper mansions. I'm saving a lot of money, and the value of the property increases. You're a greedy son of a dragon, Zekel chuckled. I forgive you only because you've already restored my house. Surma cried when we walked through the door and found everything back in its place. Glad to hear. Lith took a deep breath and put on his supreme Magus robe. Zekel had assembled the believers of the All-Father for the event, but many Lucians who had no business with the temple had gathered as well. A large crowd surrounded the ruins, way bigger than Lith expected. The fire dragons had restored the statues of the 4 generals and Lith's forms before leaving, but the main building was still in shambles. Thank you all for coming, but it wasn't necessary, he said as the people made way for him and Zekel. I've just come to set things right, nothing else. Lith checked the blueprints of the temple stored inside Saluspedia one last time before conjuring his Tier 3 creation magic spell, Restoration. The Temple of the All-Father was a simple building with simple enchantments that kept it clean and well lit. There was no point in using a more advanced spell, and the precious ingredients it would have required. A wave of Lith's hand repaired the short staircase leading to the raised floor of the temple. When Lith's foot touched the first step, he shapeshifted into a Tiamat, and Restoration connected small and large pieces of debris with threads of blue energy. On the second step, the blackness of the abomination replaced the Tiamat, and the rubble slowly rose into the air. On the third step, fire burst from the abomination, switching his obsidian black with red feathers and scales. The Void Feather Dragon pushed Restoration further, reassembling the temple floor and arranging the rubble into makeshift walls and a ceiling. Lith stepped on the cracked stones and entered the ruined building with Zekel right behind him. The believers and those who worked for the temple followed their high cleric without hesitation, while the Lucians hesitated until curiosity got the best of them. Lith reached the area where once the altar stood without saying a word or looking back. He needed his sheer focus to place every single stone where it belonged and fill the remaining gaps with fresh materials from his pocket dimension without anyone noticing. At the same time, Solus remained hidden among the crowd and used the hands of Menadian to conjure and focus around Lith as much world energy as she could. Lith moved behind the ruins of the altar to look the crowd in the eyes as he shapeshifted into an Indech. I'm no god, but thank you for believing in me, he said. This is the new form I have achieved, my human form. I share it with you today as a sign of gratitude and to show you that I haven't forgotten about my promise. Lith took a deep breath, an abyssal gaze flooded his body with the power of the elements. As his pristine white wings split into 6 and turned into pure energy, the Lucians experienced the same feelings as nobles and awakened the day prior. They saw the chains, felt their weight, and witnessed them shattering. As Lith's power grew, he completed the restoration spell. The cracks disappeared from the stones, the broken tiles reassembled themselves and stacked orderly, and flawless columns rose from the floor, connecting it to the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, the Temple of the All-Father was whole again. Lith was no artist, so he couldn't recreate the statues, frescoes, or any piece of art that had been destroyed. Yet everything else was exactly as the Lucians remembered it, from the wooden benches to the shelter and the healer's wards. Everything that the dead king has taken away from you, I will give you back, Lith said as she shapeshifted back into a Tiamat, completing the circle and displaying his final set of wings. I will find him, and I will kill him. I will erase every trace of the dead king's existence until even his memory disappears. This I promise. Unlike the nobles and awakened, however, the Lucians were standing. They instinctively fell to their knees, the vision of the Indech inspiring in them the trust to believe the words of the Tiamat and the will to face whatever the future may hold. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of T-Leket, a little more than an hour later. Unlike during Freya's wedding, Many people had kept their tablets at hand after Lith stepped in front of the ruins of the Temple of the All-Father. Seeing the supreme Magus of the kingdom so up close was a rare opportunity. Before he had given his speeches to the people of Lucia, most of them had seen Lith only in holograms. So, when the Lucians understood he was about to give a demonstration of his powers, they started recording. Chapter 4094 As Everybody Else, Part 1. Chapter 4094 As Everybody Else, Part 1. The images of the restoration of the temple, and more importantly, of his transformation into an Indech, and his six-winged Tiamat form were exchanged across the web soon after the event and spread like wildfire. So much so that they reached the Mage Association in a matter of minutes. And from there, the videos also reached the nobles and members of the awakened community who hadn't attended the marriage. From that point, it took only a bit longer for those images to reach every corner of Magur and set off a storm of shock and envy. Giera was no exception, and the dead king was the most envious of all. Yet while every other mage and ruler wondered whether Lith had mastered the fabled art of creation magic, or had used his mysterious powers as an Indech to restore the temple of the All-Father, Orpal's focus was elsewhere. Who cares about that miserable pile of rocks? He thought in self-righteous fury. That's just a cheap trick. Anyone can do it, I can do it. Orpal lied to himself, and Night let him. She could feel his mood worsening by the second, so she postponed discussing the issues that would arise if that was indeed creation magic for another day. There is no point fanning the flames of his anger. The worst has yet to come, she inwardly sighed. Why, Orpal had asked that same question to all the gods above and below countless times ever since he had received a copy of the footage. Why is Leech so handsome in this form? Why is he so perfect? It should have been me. He took a deep breath and focused on his life force, searching for the few lingering threads that remained of his fading humanity. Once he found them, the dead king poured all his mana and will into them, amplifying his human aspect to its utmost limits before opening his eyes again. Orpal trembled in expectation as he conjured a tall ice mirror, hoping it would reflect a being whose inhuman perfection was at least on par with the Indech. He wasn't disappointed. The thing returning his gaze had a black hide covered in short bristles and two large, blood-red eyes with a black vertical pupil that burned with hunger and madness. A lipless maw filled with fangs went almost from ear to ear in a feral grin. His face was a black slate with two small slits to breathe where his nose was supposed to be. Two long horns protruded from his forehead, pointing at the sky, while 5 flames floated above his head, akin to an incomplete crown. They were red, black, yellow, orange, and blue. 2 sets of membranous wings came out respectively from his shoulder blades and hips, and his reverse-jointed legs ended with 5 talons, each supported by as many thin, long toes. Orpal looked at his hands and opened his mouth in horror when he saw that his claw-ending fingers were thick and brutish. A serpent-like tongue emerged from his mouth, dripping saliva like a panting, starving beast. Upon reaching the violet, the dead king had indeed achieved inhuman perfection, yet it was that of a bloodthirsty monster. There was no grace or majesty in his features, only the honest reflection of his twisted mind. This is supposed to be my combat form. Where is my regal form? Even in his thoughts, Orpal couldn't keep his voice from rising several octaves. He sounded as childish as he was desperate. I'm sorry, there is none, Night replied. What about the wings? Why do I only have 4? Because that's what you asked, and I delivered. Night did her best to sound compassionate. 2 wings in your hybrid form upon reaching the blue core and 4 as a full divine beast, just like your brother. I told you I want to be better than Leech, better under every aspect, the Vertilac whined as he clawed at his own face. Until a moment ago, Orpal had been proud of his feral appearance. He had reveled in its ability to inspire terror and dread into those who witnessed his fury. After looking at the Indech, however, Orpal finally saw himself as everybody else saw him. As a monster. And I told you that I'm no miracle worker, Night's patience creaked. I can't make you more intelligent than Verhin more than I can make you stronger than him. I can give you the tools and do the best I can with the raw materials of your life force, but that's it. I can't make a Tiamat if there isn't the potential for one, let alone something better. Nobody can, not even my mother. If it were that easy, she would have turned mere silver into Davros instead of scouring Magur for it. That's it then, is this my limit? I'm silver and Leech is Davros, Orpal wept blood tears. No, you're about to reach the violet, and just like your brother, you are a new species. Everything can happen, she replied. Within reason. Night's words had given the dead king hope, just to snuff it a moment later. Why him? Orpel yelled at the top of his lungs. Why is it always him? It should have been me. Space. Garland Continent, Verhin Mansion at the same time. I can't believe it. Camilla had to read the message multiple times to believe her own eyes. I just received betrothal offers for Raldorak, and he's not even born. I told you to put your communicator away. Renas sighed, and everybody else nodded. Things are going to be wild for a while. Everyone with a drop of Verhin blood has to lay low until the dust settles. I always keep the amulet on me in case Zinnia needs my help, Camilla replied. I think that between Professor Vaster and Tezka, she's going to be fine, Tista said. We, instead, are this close to being under siege. I guess that an image is truly worth 1,000 words. This is even worse than after the party. Lith had already received the congratulations of the royals, whom he had forewarned about his intentions for a second in-depth reveal in Lucia, and received reports that morale across the kingdom was at an all-time high. All those who had sold their house in Lucia regretted it from the bottom of their heart. The price of the land had never stopped skyrocketing since Freya's marriage. Nobles, awakened, and everything in between wanted their spot near the supreme Magus and his talented bloodline. After all, even if they failed to befriend him, their children might befriend his. Tista, Aaron, Lyria, and the triplets were also excellent targets. They carried the blood of the Indech, and everyone assumed they would awaken it. Agreed, Lith nodded. I won't sell anything until the prices stabilize. I want to make a killing, no discounts asked or given. Everyone frowned at him for focusing on his wallet rather than the family issues, but there were a few exceptions. Come back to Grandpa, my little fairy. Orion laughed like a child as he ran after Juria. The baby girl flew around with her proto-wings, releasing sparkles of light and earning her moniker. Chapter 4095 as Everybody Else, Part 2. Chapter 4095 as Everybody Else, Part 2. Can I please have some quiet? Quilla massaged her pulsing temples. Also, what about Orican, Dad? Why don't you call him your little fairy as well? Because he's a boy, Orion snorted. Do you think he would like something like that stuck to him while he grows up? Not a chance. The entire male audience made gestures of denial, even Valoran II. Orican needs something cool, Orion continued. Something that reflects his natural talents that he sadly has yet to display. You have a point, Quilla nodded. Gods, I'm out of my mind from weakness. Please, Urhin, apologize to everyone on my behalf. I don't think I will be going back to work on the people of Zelex for a while. You have nothing to apologize for, the Balor replied. You have just given birth. You need time to rest, and your children need their mother. We've waited millennia to undo our fallen state. We can wait a bit longer. Do you want some vital storm? Ryla asked. Gods, no, Quilla shook her head. It would make things worse. I need to get used to my pre-pregnancy strength. I'm not really weak, but after months of boosted power, I feel like a larva. In the few days after their birth, Orican and Juria had already demonstrated they liked their own personal space. After sharing a womb for 9 months, they quarreled the moment they were brought too close. At the same time, they cried for their lives if the other wasn't in their line of sight. The twins considered each other to be annoying and pushy, but also the only constant in their lives. They had been together for as long as they could remember, and being alone scared them even more than sharing their space annoyed them. Damn, if this is your larva form, when you turn into a beautiful butterfly, I'll have to chase men away with a mace, Morok said while serving her honeyed tea and her favorite biscuits, making her blush. Thanks, she giggled. How did you know I was getting hungry? Easy, you're always hungry, he thought. Husband instinct, Morok actually replied. Don't worry, Camilla, this storm will soon pass, or at least it will abate when Master Adjutor does his own reveal. When is the election for the beast representative in the council? Soon, Lith said. The council waited until now only because Freya is Falul's soon-to-be harbinger and my guest. Even though I don't play politics, I have a certain weight in council matters, now more than ever. How soon? Morok asked. Adjutor warped in the room and replied. Tomorrow. Space. The awakened council headquarters the following day. The election of a new representative was always an important event, no matter the faction. The other representatives always participated to take a look at the candidates and push for those who would make the council's job easier instead of harder. Much to everyone's chagrin, no one was better at evaluating political and de-escalation skills than the liches of the undead council. They were short-fused creatures who hated to spend a single second longer than necessary out of their labs, which gave them a keen instinct for troublemakers. The other factions, instead, would rarely participate to the election since they had nothing to gain or lose from it. Moreover, they had no vote in it, and their opinion mattered nothing. This time, things were different. The courtroom where all council discussion took place had been stretched to its utmost extent with dimensional magic, yet it was crowded nonetheless. There was enough space for everyone only because the spectators had been instructed to keep a humanoid size. Fae, humans, and non-lick undead had come in droves to witness the event. If Firwall won, the Hydras would rise to the dominant spot in the council, which would give them the resources and authority to further whatever research they were performing on Uffil, the seven-headed dragon. If that project were to succeed, the other lesser divine beast bloodlines would become vassals of the Hydras just to get a glimpse on the process that might allow them to become divine beasts as well. At that point, with unlimited resources and volunteer workers, the Hydras needed to give the rest of the Emperor beasts a spark of hope that they could benefit from the project to become the rulers of the beast race. Humans, Fae, and non-lick undead had come hoping to see Firwall fail and do what they could to sabotage her if necessary. As for the Liches, aside from Inzialot, they were still at home, oblivious of everything irrelevant to their research. Off with the head, Inzialot stood up and turned to leave. Case closed, I'm going home. This is not that kind of trial, you moron, Ragu said. Sit down and keep working until I call your name. Fine, Inzialot did as bidden. His phalanxes detached from his right hand, and each finger started to write on a different piece of paper. Lotho peeked at the complex rune math, but it was in code and so cramped that he doubted he would understand anything about the Lick's research, even if it weren't. Silence, Ragu yelled over the hubbub. Hushing conversations and mind links were considered rude in the awakening community, so everyone had to speak out loud. The magically amplified voice of the human representative resounded across the courtroom and put an end to all conversations. This is a matter of the Beast Council only. We are here only as witnesses, Ragu said, not believing her own words. Since the beasts have lost their representative and need a mediator, they are allowed to choose an interim representative until the end of the election. Have the different bloodlines reached an agreement? Yes, Representative Ragu, Cyril the Behemoth replied, and Firwall nodded. The answer surprised everyone. The Awakened expected the Hydras to press for Lith and the others to oppose a Behemoth to him. After the Indech reveal, the Tiamat had many enthusiastic supporters among beasts and humans, which would play in the Hydra's hands. The other beasts, instead, were supposed to pick a Behemoth to keep continuity with Fila and their advantage. The late beast representative was well-loved, and her memory was the best bet at stopping the Hydra's ascent. We would like to ask Ligon, the Guardian representative, to act as mediator, Cyril said. We believe in his wisdom and need his advice. Even though the Hydras are of his blood, we believe he will be an impartial and fair judge. So be it. Ragu turned toward the Guardian, and the annoyance mixed with surprise she saw on his face told her that Ligon hadn't expected such a request either. The father of all dragons moved from his seat to Fila's, before gesturing for Cyril to continue. My fellow awakened beasts, the Behemoth said. Today, we have not come to elect our new representative. Our respective bloodlines didn't have time to vet their candidates and pick the best one to challenge one another in a spirit duel for the seat. Today, we have gathered to approve or reject Firwall the Hydra's proposal to ignore all customs and appoint her as interim representative, until the threat of the dead king has been neutralized. Chapter 4096 Living Proof, Part 1. Chapter 4096 Living Proof, Part 1. I say we need to reject Firwall's proposal, Cyril said. This is not only a shameful violation of the millennia-old council traditions, but also a shameless power grab of the Hydras. They want to take Fila's seat after taking her life. Everybody knows that our late representative wouldn't have been in Lucia if not for the plea for help of her so-called friend, Falul the Hydra. The dead king may have killed my cousin, but it was Falul who put Fila in front of his spear. While the Hydras stood in the safety of the backlines, Fila charged forward with only the human representative Ragu by her side. Lotho the Treant abandoned her in her moment of need, just like his kin turned its back on the council. Inzialot the Lick even dared forget about the battle. The so-called undead representative and those like him don't care about anyone but themselves. The Fae and plant folk burst into an uproar, and so did the undead. Inzialot, instead, kept writing. A hush spell on his ears made it impossible for the petulant child to disturb his focus. This is not the first time that the Hydra clan demands special treatment under the pretext of pursuing the common good. Cyril lowered her voice in a rumbling growl. At the end of the War of the Griffins, it was always Firwall who forced us to accept the surrender of Uffil, the seven-headed dragon. Even though the claws of Thrud's general were still wet with the blood of our brothers and sisters, even though hundreds more had been sacrificed to fuel the forbidden magic that turned Uffil into a divine beast, Firwall chose to spare his life, and we begrudgingly accepted. And for what? The behemoth looked around the room, meeting the angry gaze of many emperor beasts and even more lesser divine beasts. The traitor proved useless without his mistress. The dead king's forces crushed him like the whelp he once was. The research on his life force bears no fruit. An entire bloodline has allegedly worked tirelessly on him and Gleemo's harmonizers, yet after more than 1 year, the Hydras have failed to do what took the Mad Queen a few months. I know what you're about to say. Research takes time, and normal magic is a much more demanding mistress than forbidden magic. Yet we don't have the luxury of time, and Firwall the Hydra has nothing to show for the trust we've already given her. Her quest for dragonhood is a fool's errand. Her plan to protect Lucia failed, and Fila died for Firwall's incompetence. I say that rewarding her failures with a seat in the council and appointing her as our general is something foolish that only humans would do. Beasts and Fae roared in approval, and so did Inzialot. Yes, I solved the mana crystal's resonance issue. I'm on fire tonight. The Lich King threw his fists in the air and reconnected them to his wrists with a click. An awkward silence filled the room as the spectators struggled between asking the behemoth to resume her speech and the curiosity about the Lich's discovery. Anyone could bond mana crystals to an artifact, but the gemstones would each work independently and provide energy according to their size and purity. According to a popular and unproven theory, however, it was possible to increase their output several-fold by synchronizing the frequency of the mana flow of multiple crystals. Cyril felt her momentum disappear. She was among those who struggled with the mana crystal's resonance effect and had no idea how to achieve it. I rest my case. Firwall has done nothing to deserve our trust. The behemoth went to her seat, still staring at the Lich in the hope he would say something more about his research. A nice speech. Ligon cleared his throat, drawing everyone's eyes on him. A bit lacking in the conclusion, but I doubt anyone heard anything after the crystal resonance bit. Firwall, the stage is yours. Yes, Your Honor. The Hydra looked one last time at Inzialot before finding the strength to stand up. My fellow awakened beasts, I'll be honest with you. I know that asking you to pardon Uffil's crimes was no small thing. I'm also aware that you have every reason to consider my leadership lacking. I take part of the responsibility for Fila's death. I underestimated the strength of the dead king and his army, and she paid the price. Yet I'm not the only one who fell for his act. We all thought of him as the whiny bedwetter Thrud had shown us and failed to prepare a proper defense against the upper. If you need evidence of this, just look at the death toll for all bloodlines in all regions. Not a single leader took Narchat's threat seriously enough, and their followers died for it. This doesn't make my mistake any less serious, but it shows that everyone is to blame for it. If you want a culprit, look yourself in the mirror, because I won't let you pin it all on me. Many patriarchs and matriarchs grumbled at those words, but they also nodded, confirming their truth and dismantling part of Cyril's argument. As for our experiment, my only fault is to have played it too close to the vest, but who among you would have acted any differently? With the chance of becoming a divine beast at stake, who wouldn't have kept everything under wraps to avoid sabotage and information leaks? Since my talent as a leader and mage is being called into question, I'm going to disclose the bare minimum to dispel your doubts. Always remember that you can't demand I disclose my research without the risk that in the future someone might demand the disclosure of yours. More nods followed as every awakened looked at their neighbor like an enemy, and Inzialot covered his papers with a veil of darkness. My eyes are up here, sweetie pie. He grunted at Ragu, who he had caught staring at his research. First of all, I want to thank Lithverhin for his contribution, Firwall said. It's thanks to him that we got the help of the legendary first ruler of the Flames, Rifa Menadian, and through her, we ensured the collaboration of the equally legendary Baba Yaga and Lakra Silverwing. The Hydra would have gladly avoided disclosing that part, but too many people had witnessed the two white cores and worked with them on the project. Firwall couldn't ensure the discretion of the Hydras once the project ended, let alone the other lesser divine beasts. Sooner or later it would come out, she thought. It's better to reveal it now on my terms rather than pile up lies and plant the seed of doubt in my allies. With their help, we have made much progress, and I can already assure you that the technique we are developing can be applied to all lesser divine beasts. The Hydra bloodline will not be the only one to reap the benefits of showing mercy to Uffer. Really? Searle asked, after raising her hand to speak and receiving Ligon's permission. You ask us to believe you recruited 2 white cores based only on your word. Chapter 4097 Living Proof, Part 2. Chapter 4097 Living Proof, Part 2. Not her word alone, Searle. Netham the behemoth stood up. There's also mine. Fearwell invited me to participate in the research to test if it could be applied to our bloodline, and I swear on my core that it can be done. And my word. A hippogriff stood up as well, quickly followed by many other individuals from different lesser species. None of them mentioned the survival of the other general of the Mad Queen, afraid that the council might demand their death, and with them kill any hope for their bloodline's evolution. And you said nothing for all this time? Searle glared at Netham, while the leaders of each lesser bloodline reproached their respective clan members involved in Fearwell's research. You kept your own family in the dark for over a year. You put the Hydras above your flesh and blood. I didn't do it for the Hydras, but for myself, Netham replied. Anyone who says that involving the entire clan wouldn't have slowed down our experiments is either a naive fool or a liar. Had I talked about it with anyone, even you, matriarch, they would have demanded to take part in the research and put themselves first. Involving more people would have meant compromising the leadership and direction of our team. Just look how we're arguing right now. Every lesser race would have pushed to prioritize the line of research that suited their bloodline, and we'd have spent more time arguing than working. The Hydras provided the lab, Uffel's help, and had the means to contact Lady Yaga and Silverwing. There was nothing I or any other behemoth could bring to the table except trouble. I was a mere guest and respected my hosts. Moreover, I won't deny that one of my reasons for silence is personal ambition. I wanted to be the first of my species to evolve. I didn't want to share that glory with a pompous elder who'd have dismissed my contributions by claiming seniority. Netham growled the last part, and his fellow lesser divine beasts researchers agreed with him. Glory, Searle said with a sneer. What glory? Did someone evolve, did you? No, Netham sighed. We are a long way from finding a viable evolutionary pathway yet. Not just us, but the Hydras as well. We are all in the same boat. He pointed that out in good faith, to show how Fearwell hadn't focused the research on her clan and ignored everyone else. What Netham meant was that she treated the other lesser bloodlines as equals. So, are you telling us that after over a year, and with the help of 2 legendary white cores and the first ruler of the flames, you traitors achieved nothing? Searle twisted his words and used them for her purpose. Yes, I mean we are not traitors, Netham said in outrage. Maybe and maybe not, but that's not for you to judge. Searle dismissed him. Let me get this straight for our fellow awakened beasts. After Fearwell rescued Uffel from his execution, she put together a dream team and a state-of-the-art lab. Then, when despite all that she failed, Fearwell recruited the best minds in the other lesser bloodlines. She turned them against their clans by making them swear secrecy in exchange for a promise of power. She took every decision regarding our own evolution out of our hands and sowed discord among our ranks. By her own admission, Fearwell the Hydra is not only an incompetent mage, but also a manipulative leader who exploits the weakness of her subordinates for personal gain. All the more reasons to refuse her proposal. If she leads us in battle as she did in the safety of her lab, we'll all die a dog's death. Murmurs resonated across the room, with many agreeing with Behemoth and only a few defending the Hydra. I know you are still grieving Phila, Searle, but it doesn't excuse your short-sightedness nor your hypocrisy. Adjeter was among those who had stood up to corroborate Fearwell's words, but aside from that, he had said nothing until that moment. He was in his humanoid form, and wore the ocean-green mage robe of the Drake clan. You know all too well that magical research is not that easy. Even with the help of 2 white cores, becoming a divine beast is an incredible feat. Otherwise, our bloodlines would have found a solution for our condition millennia ago. You'd better be quiet, Adjeter, Palter, the Drake patriarch, said. I could have overlooked your siding with the Hydras and hiding their research from the clan, but not your latest gross infringement of our trust. He was referring to Adjeter's use of spirit fusion in front of the Hydras and the mages of the kingdom to save Uffel, and then Falul. Spirit fusion was considered the only trump card of the Drake race, and exposing it to witnesses was considered high treason. No one knew what it was or how it worked, and it was currently a common belief that spirit fusion was Adjeter's unique ability. Yet now that it had been exposed, Someone in the future might recognize it and maybe understand spirit fusion secrets. I haven't put you to trial yet only because we need a mind of your caliber in the war against the dead king. If you die in battle, you'll be absolved. If you don't, you'll be judged for your foolish actions. Ajeter's 2 ex-wives smirked with joy at the news, while those among his children who had come to the debate showed nothing but indifference for the fate of their father. You are also a hypocrite, Cyril, because everyone here would have made Netham's same choice if given the chance. I know because that's what I did. Ajeter ignored Palter as if he hadn't heard the patriarch. We are not traitors to our clans, just like our clans aren't cruel to us just because they don't give us everything we need the moment we need it. The first rule in every awakened bloodline is that everyone has to take care of themselves. The clan is our home, but it's no charity. It doesn't help us unless we can offer something in return. The clan is our fortress, but we are tasked to provide our own equipment, and that's what we did. Evolution is a weapon, our weapon, and we are not bound to share it with our clans, just like our clans aren't bound to share their resources with us. Your patriarch told you to be silent, Ajeter the Drake. You'd better follow his advice. Cyril snarled in outrage. You have no ground to stand on. Your own clan marked you as a traitor. You are the living proof of my claims. You are right, Cyril, Ajeter nodded. I'm a living proof, yet you are also wrong. I won't be silenced by a petty leader like you or Palter, and I'm not Ajeter the Drake. Ajeter let his robe slip to the ground and took off his cloaking ring. His body swelled and grew to 30 meters, 100 high. His neck became serpentine, and 2 membranous wings emerged from his back. The sapphire scales covering his body shone with inner light, and with every breath he took, violet flames ran from his neck to his lungs, and blue sparks arched across his limbs. Chapter 4098 That Kind of Relationship, Part 1. Chapter 4098 That Kind of Relationship, Part 1. I am Ajeter the Sapphire Dragon now. Ajeter roared his challenge to both the Hydra and the Drake clan leaders, releasing dragon fear across the entire audience. This is impossible, Cyril said, yet her trembling body begged to differ. A sapphire dragon? Palter knew how to counter dragon fear, but he was too shocked to resist its effects. He fell to his knees along with all those staring at Ajeter in awe. A drake finally followed in our forefathers' footsteps and became a dragon. The courtroom lit up as countless eyes flared with mana to activate life vision. No lesser divine beast could shapeshift to 30 meters of height without his organs collapsing due to the lack of mass, and dragon fear couldn't be faked. Yet everyone refused to believe Ajeter's claim until their own eyes slapped them in the face with the cold, harsh truth. The former Drake had the vitality and mana flow of a dragon, and his life force burned with inner fire. It is possible, Ligon spoke for the second time since the start of the debate. A new star shines in the brood. Ajeter is the first sapphire dragon and currently the only one of his kind. For this reason, I officially welcome him in the brood and name him father of all sapphire dragons. Thanks, grandfather. Ajeter knelt to the guardian and then turned back to address the audience. As you see, Fearwell laid the foundations of my work, but I did everything else. I found the solution and evolved first. Fearwell's choice to spare Uffil was right, and so was her decision to involve in the research only those who were more interested in helping than fighting her for command. My erstwhile brothers and sisters, my cousins, I plan to share the fruits of my research with all of you, but not until the dead king is defeated. Ajeter's words incited an applause that turned into disappointed groans just as quickly. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to punish or blackmail you. You know I'm not that kind of drake, I mean dragon. My method works, but sadly becoming a divine beast is not a one-size-fits-all kind of procedure. It needs to be adjusted according to the unique traits that each bloodline carries, and then fine-tuned to suit a specific life force. Without a long and careful study, you'd either die or become the first fallen dragon in Magus history. I didn't succeed overnight. As Cyril pointed out many times, it took me over a year to reach this point. The dead king won't give us a year before he comes to enslave us all. Even if he did, you'll probably need longer than me to succeed. I have secrets I won't divulge, and I'm not going to help any of you. All you'll have is the cold, hard data I compiled about the process in general. Everything else you'll have to discover on your own because it's part of my legacy, and I'll share it only with the future sapphire dragons. What about us? Netham the Behemoth asked. What about the Firebirds? My method suits drakes best, but with the proper adjustments, it should work for non-lesser dragons as well, or at least give you all the knowledge you need to find your own method. As I said, you'll need much longer than the dead king will afford us. Adjetor replied. Thanks, Lord Adjetor. Netham kneeled, and not because of dragon fear. You are a beacon of hope for us all. You knew it, Cyril growled, digging her claws deep in the ground to keep herself from jumping at Firwall's throat. You knew Adjetor had already succeeded and said nothing to make a fool out of me. Please, you needed no help for that, Firwall scoffed. Did you really think I'd come here with nothing but an emotional speech? I simply let you do the hard work for me. You proved to everyone what kind of incompetent idiot the likes of you are and why the Beast Council needs me. As your final lesson, Cyril, know this. Selecting the most suitable members for a task is not sowing discord. It's what a leader does to ensure victory. Just like sparing Uffle's life wasn't just the act of a bleeding heart, but an investment for the future. While the rest of the council let themselves get blinded by rage and revenge, I looked at the bigger picture. If it weren't for me, Adjetor wouldn't have succeeded, and we'd be stuck as lesser divine beasts unless another Thrud emerged. Then Firwall turned to the audience. All in favor of my candidacy? She raised her hand first, and everyone else quickly followed. The decision is almost unanimous. Ligon stood up as he stared at Cyril's lowered hand. Firwall the Hydra is interim beast representative by acclamation. Thanks, grandfather. Firwall took her rightful seat and looked down on her defeated opponent. If the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave, Adjetor said. I have better things to do than listen to politics, but you can count on me for the war, Firwall. Let me know the role you need me to play in your plans, and I'll follow your lead. He reverted to his humanoid size, but kept his draconic appearance. When he donned the mage robe again, the ocean green turned to sky blue. Adjetor, Thersia, one of his ex-wives, called him, but Adjetor turned around and walked away, pretending she didn't exist. Father, wait, Ascalon, one of his sons, chased after him and grabbed Adjetor's shoulders just to be dragged as the sapphire dragon kept walking. What about us? You'll receive a copy of my research in due time like everybody else, Adjetor replied. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. That's not what I meant. Yet the realization that Adjetor could have taught Ascalon the secret of dragonhood right there tightened his throat. What about your children? We carry your blood. Your method should work on us as well. We can turn us into sapphire dragons in time for the war, if you allow us. My children? Adjetor's mirthless laugh echoed across the courtroom. No, you are Adjetor the Drake's children, and he's dead now. He wasn't killed by the transformation, but from the decades he had to endure your silence and ungratefulness. He wasn't a perfect father, but who is? He did his best, but it was never enough. He had to stand your cold indifference until this day. Now you'll experience mine. I owe you nothing, Ascalon the Drake. Now stop groveling like the spoiled child you are and don't tarnish your father's memory further. A snap of his fingers, and Adjetor warped away, leaving behind a trail of broken dreams and hearts. Many awakened ladies of all the beast races commented about Adjetor's newfound charms and plotted schemes to befriend him. At the same time, everyone else discussed Adjetor's success and looked for partners to replicate it. Soon there was so much chaos and noise that any strategic discussion became impossible. We'll take 5 minutes to let this die down, Ragu sighed. If we don't, no one will listen to a word we say. Agreed. Firwall nodded, looking at Inzialot's frenzied scribbling for a few seconds before walking down the dais. Chapter 4099, That Kind of Relationship, Part 2. Chapter 4099, That Kind of Relationship, Part 2. That was amazing, Mom, Fallal said. Did you predict everything Cyril said, or did she take you by surprise? I didn't predict her every move, only the important parts, Firwall shrugged. It wasn't that hard. I just prepared for the arguments I would have used in Cyril's shoes. More importantly, man, if Adjetor was hot. I love a man who knows how to make an exit. You're talking about his origin flames again, right, Mom? Fallal asked, obtaining only a smirk in reply. This isn't funny, Mom. Tell me you were talking about his origin flames, Mom. Space. City of Lucia, Verhin home, a few minutes later. And that's how it went down. Adjetor used a mind link to share the events of the council meeting down to the smallest detail. I'm glad you solved everything without my help, Lith nodded. Firwall will make a good leader, and thanks to you, I should get most of the Beast Council off my back. They were starting to grind on my nerves. Your kindness never ceases to amaze me, Adjetor laughed. Attending the debate and saying a few words wouldn't have killed you. Taking a few less calls won't affect your routine ETH. His communicator pulled at his consciousness, again and again, until Adjetor couldn't hear himself thinking. What in the God's name is this? The amulet blinked like a Christmas tree, with countless runes signaling an incoming call or a recorded message. Who are these people? I haven't heard from them in decades. I don't even remember their faces. Welcome to the club, Lith snorted. A few calls my pale behind, more like a few hundred, and don't you dare listen to any of those messages around the children. Awakened ladies often attach provocative pictures. Really? Adjeter's face lit up, at least until he noticed the frown of the ladies of the house. I mean, thank you for the heads up. I'm going to be honest, I didn't receive so much attention even as a young, dashing drake. Maybe it's because you never were one, Morok shrugged. Dashing, I mean, everyone is bound to be young during their early years. You ungrateful runt, Adjeter grunted. You're lucky I'm in too good a mood to teach you a lesson. I'll let it slide this time. Why are you in a good mood? Morok asked in confusion. You just said it yourself. Those people want what you have, not who you are. In your shoes, I'd be sad. Save your happiness for someone who likes you for you. You deserve much better than an opportunistic gold digger, Master Adjeter. The sapphire dragon stared at Morok with a disgruntled expression, feeling his joy burst like a soap bubble. Yet his smile returned when he realized that was Morok's way to look out for him. Thanks, child, Adjeter replied. Once again, you are right. Since you are an expert, Lith, do you have any advice for me? Yes, except no dates. Always store your drinks in your dimensional amulet and try not to go out too much until people calm down a bit, Lith said. What are you going to do now, Adjeter? The only logical thing. The sapphire dragon steepled his fingers. I'm going to practice my abilities until I become a real dragon. Right now, I just look like one. I'm still a drake in a dragon's body. I don't think it's going to be that easy, Morok said. Look at Uffel. He's been a dragon for way longer than you and he still sucks. That's because he's a hydra in a dragon's body, Adjeter replied. Thrud knew nothing about our abilities and Jormund never gave Uffel lessons. He only focused on Thrud and Valoran because he didn't want to take part in her war. I'm not going to cross my fingers and hope for the best. I have already contacted the fire dragons and requested asylum. They have agreed to take me in as a fellow brood member and teach me the basic abilities of our kind. With their help, I should master Dragon Eyes and Origin Flames before Narchat returns, or at least learn enough not to hurt myself when I use them. Lucky lizard, Lith grunted. No one ever volunteered to teach me anything until I met Voltak. That's because you are not a dragon, nor a member of the brood, Adjeter said. You chose silence and isolation to protect your secrets, whereas I can afford to be indebted to the Fire Dragon clan. That's true, Lith sighed. Why don't you take Uffel with you? Solus pondered. There's not much of a difference between teaching 1 or 2 dragons. Uffel can use the experience and become a much better fighter. That's not up to me, Adjeter shook his head. First, Uffel must accept. Then Firwall and the Hydra clan must grant him permission to leave. Lastly, the Fire Dragon clan must agree. Uffel has a bad name in the brood. He's a dragon born out of forbidden magic, and a traitor to the Hydra bloodline. The Hydras forgave him, they spared his life, Solus pointed out. Why can't the dragons do the same? The Hydras never forgave him, or he'd be free to leave whenever he wants, Adjeter replied. Uffel is their prisoner, and the secret of his body is their weregild for his crimes. The fire dragons have no reason to take in someone who might betray them as well. Sucks to be him. Morok dismissed Uffel's predicament like cloudy weather. When are you leaving, Master Adjeter, and how long will it be? Just the time for a few final checkups, the sapphire dragon said. I need to be sure that there is nothing wrong with my life force. I'll depart as soon as Solus gives me a clean bill of health. As for my absence, child, I have no answer to that. I'd like to say I'm a genius dragon and that I'll complete my training in a week, but it's more likely to take months. Why? We need to talk, Master Adjeter, in private, Morok said with an uncharacteristic serious expression. If we break up like this, I'll be really shocked, Adjeter laughed, mostly because I didn't know we were in that kind of relationship. Yet Morok didn't even smile at the joke. Fine, let's talk. Adjeter raised his hands in apology. You lead and I'll follow. Morok brought the sapphire dragon to Trion's room and closed the door behind them. Falwell told me about your will, Morok said, that you left your riches to me in case something happens to you and that you would have made me your heir if I were a drake. That big multi-mouthed hydra, that was supposed to be a confidence, Adjeter snarled. That's not the point. Morok gestured to the sapphire dragon for silence. The point is that your words mean the world to me. I'm glad that nothing bad happened, and not because this way you have more time to make your hoard grow. I want to ask you to be the godfather of my children, and take care of them in my place if I die. Adjeter stood there in a daze, waiting for Morok to burst out laughing and tell him it was all a joke. Chapter 40 100 An Awful Start, Part 1. Chapter 40 100 An Awful Start, Part 1. Glimos abandoned me at 12, and you are the closest thing to a male role model I've ever had. It's only thanks to your teachings that I married the woman of my dreams, so I know you'll be able to take care of Orikan and Juria as well. I've already named my children after Orion and Gianni because they have one foot in the grave, but if I let them be godparents as well, it'll just go to their heads. They'll become even more bossy than they already are and try to dictate how I educate my children. Morok snorted in annoyance, his blood boiling so much that he needed a couple of seconds to regain his cool. As for Lith, he's more Quilla's friend than mine, and I don't want Orikan and Juria to grow as serious or pessimistic as he is. Once his own twins are born, Nalrund will be too busy learning how to be a father to his children to worry about mine. Garrick is too young, and like me, he grew up without a real father until we reunited. He can't teach the children what he doesn't know yet. You are the only one I can trust with my greatest treasure, with my legacy. The only legacy that counts. My children, I can leave everything regarding the tyrant research to Lith. I know that he'll do a great job with or without me. What worries me is the idea of leaving Orikan and Juria before they can get to know me. Before I can teach them all the things it took me so long and so much pain to learn on my own. You can be their mentor as you've been mine. You are the only person besides Quilla who really knows me and can tell the children stories about their father. Unlike the others, you tell them the bad things about me without the need to hide the contempt in your voice, and the good things without the need to make them up. Please, Master Adjutor, I don't want to live through the words of those who just consider me the weirdo who married Quilla. The Sapphire Dragon didn't know what to say. He was still stunned from surprise, and his overthinking nature led him to consider all the possible implications that might arise from taking on such a responsibility. On top of that, Adjutor was scared. Scared of doing a bad job and ruining his relationship with Orikan and Juria like he had ruined that with his own children. Being the funny uncle is easy, but being a parent, just teaching discipline is a monster in itself, he thought. Morok knew none of this and interpreted the silence as hesitation, so he played his trump card. If you won't be the twins' godfather, at least take Orikan under your wing. Quilla can teach Juria everything she needs, and we know so many hybrids that the twins won't struggle too much with their hybrid nature. Yet Quilla can't teach Orikan how to be a man. I had no one to teach me either, and life is a cruel and painful teacher. Please, I don't want Orikan to repeat my mistakes. I want him to grow into a confident young man, and I know you can do it. You're asking a lot from me, child? Adjutor found the strength to speak only because he was angry at himself for forcing his disciple to beg so much. You know my past as a parent and a young Drake. I wasn't, and I'm not as great as you paint me. I can't promise you I'll make all the wonders you expect from me, but I promise you that I'll do my best. It would be my honor to be Orikan's and Juria's godfather. Thank you, Master Adjutor. Morok's face lit up with joy. He gave the Sapphire Dragon a deep bow, followed by a long, awkward hug. Then he called Quilla, who had been waiting with the twins in the next room. I'd prefer Lith to be Orikan's godfather and Freya Juria's godmother, but Morok is right, she thought. Lith would turn the twins into workaholics like Aaron and Lyria, while Freya would go crazy dealing with 4 children. Yet the most important thing is that Adjutor is the only one who really knows Morok and loves him as he is. If something happens to me, my entire family knows me and can show the twins my entire life. If something happens to Morok, nobody but Adjutor knows the first thing about him because no one ever bothered to ask him, not even my father. The twins had been struggling to escape from their mother's arms and fly away the entire time, but stopped their efforts the moment she entered the room. The Sapphire Dragon's scales shone like precious gemstones, and the babies had a soft spot for sparkly things. Orikan Juria, this is Adjutor. He is your godfather now, Morok said. The babies looked at him, understood nothing, looked at Adjutor, and giggled at the shiny scales. They jumped off Quilla and onto the Sapphire Drake the moment she loosened her grip. See, dear, the babies agree with my choice. Morok nodded with pride. Sort of, Adjutor replied as Orikan and Juria bit and clawed at him, trying to tear off his scales. They are more enthusiastic about the wrapping than the gift, but fair enough. He gently grabbed the kids from the back and turned them to face him. Hello, children, I'm Adjutor. Please don't introduce yourself or your mother will have a stroke. Morok and Quilla laughed at the joke, but she crossed her fingers behind her back, praying to the gods to listen to the dragon. As your godfather, it's my duty to tell you embarrassing stories about your father and still make him look like a cool guy. It's a mammoth task, but Orican and Juria put their heads in Ageter's open maw, cutting him short. The long, ivory fangs seemed really interesting, and so did the violet light coming from his throat. The sapphire dragon opened his mouth wide, afraid to hurt the children, while Quilla and Morok did their best to pull the babies out. "See, this is an awful start," Morok said with a nostalgic smile as Orican pulled the dragon's tongue. "Just like our first meeting, Master Ageter, you three are going to get along great." Space. Later at dinner, Morok shared the good news with everyone, and they rejoiced. Lith was sick and tired of people asking him to look after their children, and he already had his hands full with Aaron, Lyria, Lilia, and Laren. Nalrund was glad to keep his freedom until his twins arrived. Orican and Juria were a full-time job, and just looking at their antics was enough to cover him in a cold sweat. The Agni couldn't stop picturing two baby boys warping around while shooting heat rays. The only exception was Orion, who had many objections to raise and many things to say about Morok's and Quilla's choice. Yet a simple glare from his daughter shut him up, and a private conversation later ended the argument. "I've already named our son after you, and if you don't think Morok deserves to say his piece in our marriage, that's proof enough you are no godparent material, Dad," Quilla snarled.